Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it.
Good morning, Houston. Happy Thursday. And welcome in to Payne and Pendergast. I'm Luke Morrow filling in for Sean. You'll hear him next out at the Super Bowl starting next week, but alongside Seth Payne, of course. Seth, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. We were talking just beforehand. I asked you what your normal wake-up time was. Because you're a true old school sport guy. You stay up late to watch games and everything, and then you wake up at 9 a.m. So I just want to, in advance, tell you that no matter what mental errors you make today, because you're off your normal sleep schedule, they'll pale in comparison to my normal level of mental errors. So don't worry about it, okay?
I appreciate that soft landing. Yeah, but you know, I feel a little wired. I was up watching the Rockets last night, then I couldn't fall asleep. I have this other problem too, that whenever I know I have to get up early,
yeah,
I am not a morning person. I'm such a night owl that I'm always afraid I'm going to oversleep anytime I have to get up early. So then that anxiety just keeps me up even later. And I just lay in bed like, oh, my God, I'm going to oversleep tomorrow. But by staying up, I heighten my chances of oversleeping tomorrow.
I never understood guys who every now and then would sleep in on game day. And like they'd be fined for missing breakfast or being late to the team bus or something. For the life of me, I never got that because I always had the exact opposite problem. I was paranoid and petrified that I was going to oversleep or I forgot something. Then you have the nightmares about forgetting your helmet or something. You wake up because of that, and so. I feel for it. Don't worry, you've only got 2 days of it.
Yeah, that's right. And then, I shouldn't complain because, I know you're a morning person, but then next week, being out on the West Coast, that's really going to be a little odd, I'm sure, to wake up so early and do radio.
It's not bad. It's kind of fun because, there's nothing better or safer than walking around the streets of San Francisco at 2 a.m. local time and just, kibitzing with the locals. Like, hey, fella. What are you up at 3 a.m. for out on the streets? And usually not the same thing as me. But, I know. No, but then again, you have, the Rockets they're used to playing at night, but they seem to get sleepy around the fourth quarter. This has been an issue with the Rockets the entire season, and it comes and goes. And I thought they'd made vast strides in not having these fourth quarter letdowns. And yet last night, bam.
I know. I thought we were past this. It reminded me of myself growing up. I got in trouble twice in school, but they were for the same things. And I got suspended in 6th grade, and then I got detention for the same reason in high school. And I remember when I walked in after getting in trouble in high school, and my mom said, I thought we were done with this. And now you get in trouble. And it felt the same with the Rockets last night where I was watching that game. And they came out of the gate so good in that first quarter. They were cruising along. They were up by 16, I believe, in the second half. And I'm thinking, all right, here we go. And then they open up the fourth quarter on the wrong end of a 12-0 run, get outscored by 20 in the second half, lose a big game last night at home to the Spurs, who they haven't lost to at home in like 3.5 years. And again, I had that feel. I felt like my mother last night. Like, I thought we were past this. We're blowing games at home as well in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, they've been very good at home, and this is not what you expect, and it comes with really bad Steven Adams news. And, Şengün still coming off of his injury and, looking better, but I think he's still struggling with a little bit. This is now that the Super Bowl is upon us, it's two things happen. One, it's weird that, a lot of people say the NBA begins on January 1st or Christmas Day or whatever it is, but right now for the Super Bowl, it always feels like, oh, you're in the slog right now. This is when things really get tough physically, mentally. All of that. You're just a few games out of being one of the upper echelon team in the conference, and they've got obstacles right now. They've got obstacles.
Yeah, that's why last night was a big loss, because you compound it with the Steven Adams news yesterday. So overall, just a tough 24 hours for the Rockets and the fans. But they entered last night only 2 games behind the Spurs for the 2 seed. You win that game, you're 1 game behind the Spurs for that second best spot in the West. You have them at home last night, which, like I said, they hadn't lost to the Spurs at home in, I think, 7 matchups in multiple seasons. You're winning by double digits in the second half, and you let it slip away. So just a brutal loss. And then you factor in they play tonight. We know back-to-backs have been tough for the Rockets, and they're on the road tonight against the Hawks, and they're in a stretch of 4 games in 6 days. So you mentioned that whole slog here leading into the All-Star break. The Rockets haven't done well when they've had to play a lot of games in a short amount of time, and now you have 4 games in 6 days, starting with that loss last night.
Where do you feel? Do you feel like that by the end of the season they're going to have more identity and form to their offense? Do you feel like, okay, this is going to be more than just every now and then, making a great pass or just guys being out there in ISO? Or do you feel like they've hit a wall in that regard?
Yeah, I don't know. I kind of lean towards the wall. I mean, last night the offense looked good in the first half.
That nice Durant got that hockey assist.
Yeah.
To the pass behind. Who was it? Was it Şengün that did the pass behind his head? And it was beautiful. It was elegant.
Yeah, there was great ball movement. And then second half, I don't know what happened. I mean, the Spurs adjusted things, and the Spurs were sagging off of Amen Thompson, just begging him to shoot, and he played into their hands. And even though he didn't shoot a three-pointer last night, he was still under 50%. He took 23 shots. But the ball movement just evaporated in the second half. They became stagnant, and that was kind of the concern last year. And that's why you bring in Kevin Durant, and we thought this year it's going to be different. Going back to that phrase again, like I thought we were past this. You bring in Durant to try to avoid these problems they had on offense last year where the ball just wasn't moving a whole lot. And yet last night in the second half, the ball wasn't moving. They scored 37 points in the entire second half, get outscored by 20. To answer your question, no, I'm still worried about the identity. I think the best identity for the Rockets is still on the defensive end like it was last year. And when they played the Spurs last week, they did such a great job defensively, especially on Wembanyama. And so I was expecting to see that last night as like the rallying cry after the Stevens-Adams injury. But then Wembanyama went off last night, scored like almost 30 points. They couldn't stop him, so there goes the defense.
I think this is what I would do. This is what I would do if I were Doka. I'd go out one game and say, guys, we're tanking the offensive rebounds, okay? We're not even going to go after offensive rebounds. The problem with the offensive rebounds is it's almost like a safety net for these guys. Great, they lead the league in offensive rebounding by a wide margin. But the second, I do feel, just as I, as an expert rock climber, would tell you, my skills are honed more when I don't use a line, when I'm going free solo, and everything's just dialed in that much more. But but that's the problem. They're not going free solo. They just you rely on hoovering the ball up and getting second chance shots and everything. But that doesn't create a genuinely good offense.
And they have problems. I mean, you look at that game last night, and the bench got outscored, whatever it was off the top of my head, like 38-11. But you look at the Rockets right now, I mean, they are kind of just that three-headed monster with Durant, who had 24. Şengün had only 18 last night. Amen Thompson, 25. That's it. The bench has nothing right now. Reed Shepard has not been playing all that well the last week or two. He had 9 points last night. Capella had 5, but he's mostly worthless. He played 9 minutes. That was all the bench scoring, 14 points off the bench. Okogie can't give you a whole lot. And then you look at the start. Jabari Smith, right in the words of Frank Costanza, couldn't smooth a silk sheet if he had a hot date with a babe, whatever the rest of the line was from Frank.
If you had a hot date with and then he lost.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. But that's Jabari Smith right now. Tari Eason is Tari Eason. He'll give you a few threes. They just don't have a lot of depth right now on offense.
This is what a fraud I am. I'm going to tell you right now, Luke Morrow. Yesterday we lambasted Kendrick Perkins, for suggesting that the Rockets need to go all in on Antetokounmpo. I'm there. Yep, that's
really?
it. One game. That's it. One bad half. Yep, screw it all. Tear it all down.
Yeah.
Screw all these young guys. I got no use for them. Get him out of there. Let's just bring in Antetokounmpo. Eventually he'll recover from his injury, and there you go. I'm not there. I'm just joking, everybody.
Yeah, I wouldn't be there with you either. But it does feel like kind of like, these NFL games. You get these standalone games on Monday Night Football, Thursday Night Football, and everyone comes in the next big takes because it was the only game we were all watching and you were focused on. And similar last time, the game was on ESPN. It was a big game, Rockets-Spurs. Rockets played terrible, blew the game. And you wake up this morning especially I'm only on a couple hours sleep. I'm still enraged about that game last night. So I hear you.
And then, boy, there's a correlation there to the C.J. Stroud playoff performance too. It's if people aren't when everybody nationally watches your team and they put in a stinker of a performance, it's extra insult to injury because the next day you got to see it on your social media feed and you got to watch it on ESPN. Stephen A. Smith's going to have some big, huge, sweeping generalization to make about the Rockets, and it hurts, Luke. It hurts.
It's true. I mean, obviously losing in the playoffs is brutal, but for me, almost the worst part is, having to face the music of all my buddies just making fun of me for the next at least 24 hours.
What are most of your friends, what are they fans of?
We're all over the map. So I grew up in Connecticut. And, obviously you have plenty of Patriots, Giants, Jets fans, but you can also pick your own team because we don't have a team in the state. So I grew up into the Vikings because of my father.
What about NBA, though?
NBA.
Celtics mostly?
Celtics and Knicks split. We grew up, we were Knicks fans. We're a Knicks family, but mostly split there. But, yeah, you can pick random teams, so like for the NFL, I have friends of every other team, which is good and bad. They all give it to you, but, you can make
You got
fun
any
of each
Browns
other.
Fans friends?
No. I don't think anyone was that silly.
Yeah, I got my BFF was Brian Klakota. He was a Browns fan friend, and it was going back from when I was a child. I remember just the constant sense of misery in his household. It was almost as a sense of resignation about what it meant to be a Browns fan, because his dad was from Cleveland, so they were hardcore, would go to a few games a year and everything, and I really can't remember a time when he was happy about the Browns.
He probably hated Bill Belichick before most people did.
Right. Yeah, that was right. This has been awesome. We'll get into. There's so many different angles to the Bill Belichick being snubbed by the Hall of Fame, and I'm starting to wonder if at some point this is actually the best thing that could have happened to Bill Belichick's public reputation, because it feels like 90% of people who are out here publicly speaking about this really want to act like any of the three gates that he was involved with never happened at all and shouldn't matter, and that now he's become the victim, and that it's the most absurd thing possible that anybody would ever think of. The fact that a coach, remember, this isn't a player or anything else like that, because I keep seeing these absurd takes of, I can't believe they're letting something off the field affect whether he made it in or not. Like, what? If not, what coaches are being inducted as coaches for anything they did specifically on the field? It's everything they do is off the field. It's the dumbest thing I've ever heard of. What are you talking about? Off-field transgressions. There were things involved in coaching the game of football and how it's conducted. If you isolate it to on-field contributions, there wouldn't be a single coach in the Hall of Fame other than the guys that made it in as players. I don't get or understand this.
Yeah, it's a good point. You'd have like Mike Ditka and Dick LeBeau, and that's about it.
Right, that's exactly who I was thinking of. There's probably a few others out there. I don't know.
Yeah, Herm Edwards wouldn't be for a coach.
I don't think LeBeau was LeBeau a good enough. He didn't make it in as a player. He was a player, but I think he did his best work as a coach.
Yeah, I think so. But
I don't actually know. That's right, because as a head coach, he wasn't all that impressive, so he wouldn't have made it in as a defensive coordinator.
No, he probably wouldn't get in either way. But if you took the two and combined them, it was like, decent player, good defensive coordinator, maybe we could vote him in. Right? If you tried to combine all of the above, everything that he did in football.
That's true. It's the all-encompassing.
Yeah,
because he was all-pro second team twice in his career. Don't worry, everybody.
Oh, wow.
We're not turning this into the Dick LeBeau show.
Yeah. In case you were wondering,
kids, Dick LeBeau was he alongside Dom Capers were kind of responsible for the invention of the zone blitz, and which now everybody has decided they're just going to start calling it the sim blitz instead. And but it was a big thing back in the day.
Yeah, absolutely. So, by the way, you can always join the conversation, 713-572-4610. Interesting point on Belichick. We'll definitely spend more time on that about an hour from now, because you mentioned that this morning that it might be the best, and I thought, where is he going with this? But you laid out a pretty good case, and so can't wait to dive into that even more later on. On the text line already, people are unhappy about the Rockets, of course. A texter says the Rockets can't make a deep playoff run. Never seen a championship team so careless with the ball.
Yeah.
It's not the amount of turnovers, but it's the way they turn the ball over. This team lacks focus in the biggest moments. Another texter says this Rockets team will have no identity.
I guess, and that's always the concern with Udoka, right? It's that, defensive mind. I mean, it's so much like football, where, he's a defensive-minded coach, specialist, et cetera, but then some of the offensive failings in the fourth quarter, especially when you want to have just really set some things up throughout the game, you know exactly what you're going to run. You're gonna really put the other team in a bind. It does. I mean, I was watching last night. There's Durant trying to get a shot off as he's got three guys on him with no options and nowhere to go with the ball. I hate. We just always keep coming back to this. Amen Thompson has made great strides in playing like a point guard, but he's still not a true point guard. He's not this. There's certain things that Fred VanVleet, say whatever you want about whether Fred, how good Fred VanVleet is or anything, but he's a true point guard and he's a veteran and he can read the flow of the game and read the defense in a way that just younger players are not going to be able to do. And it takes you would put somewhere in the show prep that what did you say about Kevin Durant? Oh, you made the Patrick Ewing theory.
Yeah.
Now the Patrick Ewing theory was that his team was better without him because they relied too much on him, right?
Yeah, they felt the need to force him the basketball, but when he was injured or when he was on the bench, they played more like a team and actually performed better because they could actually play, better basketball than just we got to dump it inside to Ewing every time.
Yeah, I feel like that's the troubling thing about this right now, and where I still see the upside is that it's not like Kevin Durant is a dumb player or anything. It's that, man, it should be as simple as possible. I'm oversimplifying it, but yeah, when one guy attracts a whole lot of attention, it should create opportunities for more flow offensively. It should look prettier. It should look like there's easy bucket out there, and they just can't get to the point where that's the case, and it's just too easy for teams to blitz Durant, and nothing else is. I don't want to even say nobody else is stepping up. It's just the offense doesn't click after that point.
Shot under 40% last night. After the first quarter, they were 3 of 12 from beyond the arc the rest of the game. This Rockets team, look, they're 28-17. They're having a good year. But last year, at this point of the season, they were 31-14. They're 3 games behind last year's pace right now. And I know they've had the injuries with now Steven Adams, Fred VanVleet. But you bring in Durant, I don't think the expectation was heading into February that they'd be 3 games behind last year's team when they didn't have Durant.
There's also, the biggest thing for me last night, Luke, was the Wembanyama backwards dunk behind the dead. That annoyed me. I felt insulted by that. I don't like Wembanyama. And, based on nothing other than him just looking happy that he didn't go to Houston in the draft. That was enough for me. That disgusted me for all time, and he's dead to me until inevitably the Rockets trade for him someday. When he's 39 years old. But until then, he's dead to me. And the showboating, no place for that in America. In America, basketball is about grind and hustle and no showboating. Okay, Frenchie?
By the way, on the text line, somebody asked, what did I get suspended for in 6th grade? I know, Seth, you made a note of this in our shared doc about asking a follow-up. So before we go here in the first segment, it's really embarrassing. If my mother listens later on, she's going to be embarrassed I even bring it up. Friends and mine got suspended in 6th grade because we did not like our teacher. We emailed our teacher from a private email account and put all these bad words in there. And I can't say what we said in the email.
Did you threaten him or her at all?
We did not threaten her, but we made a mean remark about her. That was honestly kind of ahead of our time for 6th graders. I'm kind of proud of myself of the message we sent. But it was a terrible thing to do. Don't do this, kids. And we said all sorts of terrible things in this email, thinking it can never get traced back to us. And sure enough, somehow it did. It got traced back to one of the 4 of us. And he snitched on the rest of us right away.
Yeah.
And we got in trouble. And my father's lesson was not email your teacher, but he said, just make sure you know who your friends are so they don't snitch on you next time. And I said, okay.
Cyber criminal you were.
Yeah.
Early on.
Yeah, that was 6th grade. And then in junior year of high school, I went into a class I wasn't supposed to be in because they had a substitute. And I filled out one of the assignments with a fake name and, again, put all sorts of inappropriate answers.
Oh, yeah.
And sure enough, when the regular teacher came back, I was dumb enough to hand that paper in. And when the teacher came back, she demanded answers. And this kid, Ben Dobrow, snitched on me again. And I got in big trouble for that for pretty much the same thing.
You shouldn't feel bad about this. My friend, I won't use his last name, my friend Jason, when we were in 7th grade, this will show the generation gap between you and me. We had no email at the time. Barely. I think we had 1 computer in the school. So what he did was he took a wooden dowel in wood shop and crafted something out of it and left it in a despised teacher's desk with a note on it that suggested that teacher do something with that carved wooden dowel.
I get it.
And it was a big deal. That was bad, man. That was really bad. At the same time, I felt like it was pretty impressive woodcrafting work.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Compliment the work. It was pretty good craftiness on that email as well for us being in 6th grade, but they didn't care about that. All they cared about was the bad words.
I can't believe your friend they went in and they figured out where the IP address was or something.
I think as I think back to it, I think we used somebody else's email. Is what it was. Another friend, which was actually a bad move by us to throw him under the bus. And when they called his house, I think he somehow it got linked. He knew, even though he wasn't there. He's like, "Oh, it was probably those guys. It wasn't me." And
I know somebody who's like pretty successful in life, and because often sociopaths succeed in life. This person, she wrote a letter to a girl she didn't like, and listed all the reasons why they didn't like her and why she should just change schools. Oof. And then she signed it, like, from 8 of her friends that had no idea this letter was being written or anything. So get called 7 of her friends. So 8 girls get called in the principal office for writing this awful, horrendous letter. And it was just, none of them knew about it except the one girl that wrote it. Now she's doing quite well.
Okay.
It's one of those, if it was a movie, something bad would be happening to her very soon. But nope. She's basically conducted her entire life this way, and no repercussions whatsoever.
Perfect. All sorts of great lessons for the youth here to start this Thursday morning.
Yeah.
By the way,
nobody
Ben
likes her, at least. I guess that's the comeuppance.
Yeah.
0 people actually like her, and yet she's achieved a certain measure of success. Yeah.
Ben, you can fine me $17,000 for being late on this one already. Quick start today.
That's my fault. Don't worry about it.
Coming up, the Texans, they actually got rid of a coach. No, not that one, and not that one either, but they got rid of a coach. Are you pleased? We'll talk about it next. It's Payne and Pendergast.
Hey, Kirk Holmes, you will be pleased if you go with Kirk Holmes.
610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Texans moved on from a few coaches yesterday. As a Texans fan, did you get what you want? Are you pleased? It's Payne and Pendergast. I'm Luke Morrow in for Sean this morning, but alongside Seth Payne, and you can join the conversation 713-572-4610. Seth, I don't know if you feel this way, but I always feel like no matter what time my show might be, especially when I was doing, daily shows on the reg, the news always broke as soon as I got off the air. Yeah. And yesterday, this news came out, I think, right after you guys got off the air, that the Texans were actually making some coaching changes. And when people heard that news, they probably got excited until they saw, oh, wait a minute, it's tight end coach Jake Moreland and assistant linebacker coach Ben Bowling and offensive assistant Mike Snyder. Big whoop. That was the big news.
I guess the one little titillation I get from this is I'm always curious when somebody gets fired that you're not necessarily all that conscious of or think all that much about. There's a reason that maybe you're not all that conscious of them. The players aren't gushing about them or anything like that. But B, it also might be that D'Amico's got somebody else lined up or in mind. One of the hard things about hiring assistant coaches is that the vast majority of guys that you really want are under contract. So when a bunch of head coaches get fired in a particular season, all of a sudden, boom, there might be some really good assistant coaches on those staffs, and D'Amico might be interested in one of them as a tight ends coach or what have you. So it's not even necessarily an indictment on Jake Moreland, the tight ends coach, as much as, all right, there's this guy that I know I like, or especially Nick Caley is a former tight ends coach himself. Yeah. Might have somebody that he really likes and he thinks can bring something more to the table. So I think that ideally what I would hope is that, hey, Dalton Schultz had a good year, looked a lot more like the version of himself from 2 years ago, and maybe there's somebody that they're about to hire that could do even more for the tight ends, especially Cade Stover, and bringing him along in his development.
Yeah, because I was surprised. I thought if you were going to move on from anybody, I actually thought, like the tight ends, they had injuries this past year, and I thought Dalton Schultz took a big step forward. I almost feel bad for Jake because I thought maybe he was the one guy that earned another opportunity there on that offensive side of things for the Texans.
Yeah, there is that part of it. If you're from Moreland perspective, like, all right, well, our second and third best tight ends both started off the season on IR. You're giving me this rotation of various guys you picked up off the scrap heap and Blake Fisher to play at tight end. And Dalton Schultz still ended up having a really productive year. I think that they're like, what am I getting fired for, man?
Yeah.
I think Cade Stover's development might be a big part of it. And Cade's coming off of injury midway through the season, so obviously he had a setback. I was hoping to see Cade Stover be a bigger and more impactful part of the offense. And maybe there's an avenue to get there with a better assistant coach.
Yeah, so do you think this does change things? Do you think this has a big impact on the offense? Do you think, like, the Texans fans should wake up this morning thinking, like, okay, here we go, we got things figured out now? Like, how big of an impact do you think these moves will actually make?
No, I think these are all on the margin. It's not like, how many coaches did Aaron Glenn fire? He fired like 8 coaches.
Yeah, 7, right? All
yeah. So Aaron Glenn's doing a complete swap out. And I don't know if Jets fans get excited about anything anymore. Jets fans and Cleveland fans tend to be pretty dead inside when it comes to potential improvements coming off of a bad year.
Yeah.
You know what, though? I'll give it to Jets fans, though. They do get pretty riled up. When they drafted Sam Darnold, you couldn't shut him up. That was because, man, look at his pro day. It was just you're gonna watch Sam Darnold's pro day and tell me that this guy isn't going to be a future All-Pro for another team after having played for 5 other teams.
Yeah. Yeah, I think at that point, 8 years ago, I feel like at least the Jets fans that I have in my life have been beaten down in recent years. I don't really hear a word from them anymore these last couple years because it's gotten so embarrassing. But in general, yeah. When I saw this news yesterday, it almost felt like to me just doing something for the sake of doing something, like almost giving in to the pitchforks but not actually making a real change. What I put in our Google Doc was like it felt like when Blockbuster was a sinking ship, and then they announced like, hey, you know what? To save the company, we're going to get rid of late fees. No more late fees. That's going to save us. And it was like, that's the big change. Like, there's Netflix, there's streaming, and you think late fees is going to save you? It almost feels like just doing something for the sake of doing something, but it's not really anything.
I honestly though, based on Casario's press conference alone, they are thinking that, for one, not having Joe Mixon hurt, but then most importantly, I mean, Casario at least 5 different times in that press conference pointed to basically said, we lost that game because of turnovers, that Patriots game because of turnovers, and C.J. Stroud is obviously the biggest, he committed the most crimes in that regard. Mm-hmm. And that, he said it's a quarterback's job to mitigate risk. He all but blamed that loss on C.J. Stroud. And I don't think Casario thinks that's the only reason and that you can't improve. I think, and Casario did not acknowledge this, I think that, they could have done more to improve the offense in the offseason. I think the offensive line improved, but they weren't as good as they need to be. And that's like, there's a big difference between, because D'Amico said the same thing. Hey, the offensive line improved this year. That's great, but they weren't good enough. Like, there still needs to be more improvement. I think some of that comes on the personnel side. I think that by and large, they look at the way the offense performed and figure, all right, they improved on a lot of the nuts and bolts, fundamental things with Nick Caley as the offensive coordinator. Some of the things that can be improved on the periphery, whether it's position coaches or the actual players themselves, and, getting a running back in who doesn't have a mysterious lower leg injury. I think that's the change I was looking for. I wasn't really eager for or demanding any kind of wholesale changes in the coaching staff. I think it's a matter of actual talent on the field.
Interesting. Somebody did say that on the text line as well. It's just saying we need players with a bunch of exclamation points.
Yeah.
Kind of blaming that more than anything on the coaching side of things. Yeah, I think it was just – and look, it's the old was it Parcells? Whoever – if you start thinking or acting like a fan, you're going to start sitting with them. So I know you can't make decisions based off of the fan base or what we're saying here on the radio, as intelligent as it might be. But it just felt like with the way things ended and the way things have gone offensively, and then you see what's going on in the rest of the AFC or the rest of the NFL, it just felt like, at least from a Texans fan, you wanted something. You wanted them to give you something to feel good about, or just, like I said, a change for the sake of change, and then it just felt a little lackluster.
I don't know. And I guess you'd have to gauge. I didn't sense a whole lot of pitchforking over Nick Caley himself. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I didn't read that right. I really look. I mean, when it comes down to it, a third offensive coordinator for the same quarterback. If you were to fire Nick Caley or move on, at some point you're going to run out of people to hire to work with your young quarterback.
Yeah.
If you're not saying that the quarterback himself doesn't need to make some improvements. And also because I'm trying to be as level-headed as CJ as possible. He's still a young quarterback. Would CJ have looked better with a better offensive line and with a better, all-purpose running back to work alongside Woody Marks? He would have. Would that have been good enough? I don't know. And CJ still has improving to do. But you also can't just completely detach CJ from the circumstances. He didn't handle bad circumstances all that well in the playoffs, but he could have handled them better, at least, if he wasn't getting pressure up the gut from the interior offensive line.
And I am with you on Caley. I think you're pot committed. I don't want more turnover at that position for the young quarterback, like you said, so I would keep Caley as well. Honestly, all I've wanted for the Texans is to bring in like a better senior offensive assistant coach. I don't think Bill Lazor is the guy. I didn't think he was a great offensive coordinator. He was here with Bobby Slowick. Like, I would bring someone in kind of like Aaron Glenn with the Jets, who tried to bring in John Gruden and now seem to be bringing in Frank Reich. Like, get somebody with some experience that can help Caley out in the process.
Yeah, they have those veteran guys, and I think Lazor is interesting because he's super intelligent. Yeah, he's been an offensive coordinator in a few different spots, and none of them were ideal. But I think that sometimes there's a lot of value in having those guys who weren't necessarily huge big names or huge big egos, because those guys can throw as much of a wrench into it as because it's kind of like when Parcells went into that management role in Miami.
Yeah,
the guy can't help himself, and he starts. It turns into at some point with guys like that. You know what? I really need to take this thing over anyway, and then it ends up just being a disaster. The biggest one that people bring this up a lot, and I wonder how much it could be true, is that CJ, when he was at his most promising, had Case Keenum in the quarterback room. And that's where I feel like from the very beginning with CJ, they had a rookie center, snapping the ball to a rookie quarterback with a rookie offensive coordinator in 2023. The one guy with a whole lot of NFL veteran experience as a quarterback was Case Keenum, and he was in that room. And those little things, I mean, that's why the Falcons had Matt Schaub on the roster, even though they already had a veteran quarterback. Like, it was Schaub knew that system so well, and hearing it from a veteran quarterback and discussing it with him is always going to be different than working with the coach. And maybe that's the offseason move that could have the biggest impact, is if they go off and get another veteran, kind of an old head to have in the room, and be more of a guiding light for CJ.
Right, one of those player coaches. Hey, Joe Flacco is a free agent, just saying. By the way,
we're so close to being the Browns. Just bring Flacco in and trade for Shador, and we'll have everything we ever wanted. Yeah,
Pro Bowl quarterback right there. One listener said, "I'm officially over the Texans losing, and I'm officially back." LOL. I don't know if that's the coaching changes or just time. And then another texter said, "Heard Tanner Engstrand, who was just fired from the Jets, was the tight end coach in Detroit, as well as the passing game coordinator. Maybe can help with similarities between Stroud and Goff." So maybe their name to keep in mind there for the tight end coach and passing game coordinator. Hey, coming up, we got headlines with a lot going on in the NFL. We'll get you caught up to date on that next. It's Payne and Pendergast.
Hey, let me tell you about my good friend Dr. Ben Salento from Texas Sinus and Snoring, because we got the big game coming up next week. It was actually coming home from the big game 8 years ago after being in Minneapolis that I went and visited him for the first time. I went to him for a sinus infection, and it turned into him analyzing my sleep, doing a sleep test. I told him about how poorly I slept, my snoring, everything else, and he fixed so many things. It wasn't just fixing a sinus infection. He improved my quality of life by fixing my sleep. Dr. Ben Salento is amazing.
and Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
Time for headlines here on Payne and Pendergast as we get you caught up on everything going on. If you're just waking up this morning. Hey, Rockets lost last night. We'll talk more about that coming up. But they blew a second-half lead, got outscored by 20, and lost to the Spurs. Oh, by the way, I'm Luke Morrow in for Sean. I guess I should introduce myself.
Yay, Luke!
Alongside Seth, of course. Yep.
I'm still here.
That's right. And you can always text the show, 713-572-4610. Rockets blew a 16-point lead. We're outscored by 20 in the second half. Lost at home to the Spurs last night, 111-99. We'll continue to talk about the Rockets throughout the show. Also, lost Steven Adams for the year, who they announced yesterday was going to get ankle surgery. So, tough day for the Houston Rockets yesterday.
That's that part right there. We maybe glossed over too much, I suppose, because it is you're sitting here and waiting for things to kind of click and waiting for more consistency in the fourth quarter and everything else. Also remember that, man, Steven Adams, the older guy, but, man, when he was healthy last year and this year, he's made such a big difference, especially when it comes to playoff basketball. That's a way more devastating blow than it might otherwise look when you're talking about losing a non-starter like that. It's Steven freaking Adams.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, they've built almost have tried to build their personality or identity around him, and now have to deal without him. So trade deadline a week from today. We'll dive more into that for the Rockets coming up later on this morning, because now you have two pretty big holes to try to fill, and probably not enough time or resources or money to do it for a Houston team that lost to the Spurs last night. Will be on the road tonight against the Hawks in a stretch of 4 games in 6 days. Speaking of losses, the Texans moved on from 3 coaches. They lost their job. I guess that was the transition I was trying to make. By the way, Seth, and the coaches, in case you're just joining us, Jake Moreland, the tight end coach, was let go. Assistant linebacking coach Ben Bowling, and then offensive assistant Mike Snyder. But I put this into my AI assistant Claude last night, because when this news came out, I was like, I don't know. It just feels, if you're going to make changes, this feels lackluster. So I said to Claude, explain this to me in pop culture references. And I know you're in the middle of a Game of Thrones rewatch. And so Claude actually spit back a Game of Thrones parallel, and I want to see what you think, if this is accurate. My AI assistant said, it's like Game of Thrones Season 8, where we know you wanted better writing, so we made the episodes darker so you can't see anything, missing the point entirely.
Missing the point entirely. I like that.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah. It's one of the big complaints about one of the big key moments there. The Battle of the Bastards was just it ended up nobody could see it. Nobody could tell what the hell was going on. It was ridiculous. Or I can't remember. It was whichever battle it was. I'm not back up through season 8, and it's been a few years. I don't know. You and I are on different pages here a little bit. I personally didn't think that they needed to make wholesale changes, and I wasn't clamoring for Nick Caley to be removed. Nick Caley did enough to improve the way things were operating fundamentally, and I think they were also operating conservatively at times because you had a really good defense on the other side of you. But I think some of the things that they were really struggling with early in the season, they'd improved in the second half of the season. I thought the offensive line play improved, but they also still need better talent on the offensive line, on the interior. So I thought that Nick Caley, without, obviously looking like future head coach material or anything, had made some improvements. Well, he also had a restrictor plate on him. Joe Mixon injured. It was the playoffs that just blew everything out of the water. It was the playoffs and C.J. Stroud's performance that was so unsettling. But I think with Nick Caley, I looked at those games and I thought, man, he was scheming guys wide open. Even in the Patriots game, when you didn't have your best receiver out there, he was figuring out ways to scheme guys wide open, and CJ just wasn't hitting them. So that's where I wasn't all that eager to try it again with some new offensive coordinator. Now, if they had swapped out Nick Caley for Todd Monken, like let's say the Browns didn't go to and all of a sudden sign Todd Monken out of nowhere, I got I'll confess I would have been intrigued and maybe a little bit excited.
Interesting. And we'll get to Todd in a sec, but the text line does seem to be in agreement with you, blaming more personnel than coaching. Also saying with C.J. Stroud, with his performance in the playoffs, it's more about him than Caley. And a lot of agreement for the point you brought up last segment of a Case Keenum type, bring in a veteran quarterback into the room. So a lot of listeners agree with that idea. You mentioned Todd Monken. We found out who the smartest kid in summer school is for the Cleveland Browns. Todd Monken got hired as the head coach yesterday after this lengthy search. Does that move the needle for you at all for the Browns?
It doesn't, other than that I want the Browns to make a good decision at some point. I would like to see somebody have success, not too much success. I don't want them to supplant the Texans or anything, right, wherever they are in the power rankings. But Todd Monken is yet another, been an assistant coach forever. People seem to think he's a really bright guy. I actually thought that Todd Monken handled his departure from the Ravens really well. And just in him describing his relationship with Lamar Jackson, he basically said, I failed, to paraphrase, I think he said, I failed Lamar Jackson. I should have done a better job. And so took total accountability for it, wasn't pointing fingers or anything. And I thought that last year they had done some really good things in utilizing more of Lamar Jackson's overall skill set as opposed to what they try to lean so much into his running when Greg Roman was the offensive coordinator. I thought Todd Monken utilized more of everything that Lamar Jackson can do, and there's something to be said for that. And he also, it's funny though, man. I saw a couple people say, Todd Monken really thinks a quarterback needs to be a threatening runner. So there you go with Shedeur Sanders. And I'm like, wait a second. Shedeur Sanders will scramble, but he's not a blisteringly athletic quarterback. He's nowhere close to a Lamar Jackson or something. It needs to be about more than whatever people think whatever people Todd Monken's going to do with Shedeur Sanders' athleticism. His athleticism is not his calling card.
And we'll dive more into this as well throughout the morning, but this just feels so Browns in hiring Todd Monken because he was on their staff under Freddie Kitchens a few years ago, and there was a story that came out at the time, I think when he was let go or when that whole staff was let go, and they talked about how much dysfunction there was, and reportedly Todd would be on the field before games talking to the other team about how much of a mess the Browns were and how Freddie Kitchens keeps changing the game plan middle of the game and so on and so forth. He was bad-mouthing the Browns to other teams, kind of giving away secrets, and now 6 years later, he's their head coach. So Cleveland Browns. Hey, by the way, they always say when people get older and they have some issues like maybe Alzheimer's or they're a little senile, and they say they're good days and bad days. Well, Bill Polian apparently had a good day yesterday because he now says, you know what? As a matter of fact, I did vote for Bill Belichick. Originally, he wasn't sure. He couldn't confirm. Then he wakes up the next day and he thinks, oh, actually, yes, my memory's coming back. I did vote for Belichick. Bill Polian looks like such a fool in all this.
This is there's some things that come out from this. Jimmy Johnson said some good things. They kind of gave a different angle on all of this. But we'll dig into this in the next segment. The Belichick snub is honestly the thing that I'm trying hard not to care about, and yet it just fascinates me. This feels like Game of Thrones. This feels like people plotting against people in the darkness, long-standing jealousies that have spanned generations, some kind of rivalry between Bill Polian and Bill Belichick, where Bill Belichick is so clearly the victor in any kind of rivalry between those two, but Bill Polian seems to just not be able to let it go.
Yeah, and let me shoehorn one more Seinfeld reference before we go here in the first hour. But Bill Polian right now is like Mr. Wilhelm, George Costanza's boss at the Yankees, who he did the report. He didn't remember doing the report. George gets blamed for a bad report. This is Bill Polian right now. It depends on the day, what he remembers, what he doesn't remember, so on and so forth. We'll actually dive more into that when we come back because there is a lot of great audio that's come out in the last 24 hours about this whole Belichick snub. And speaking of Belichick and his former team who are in Super Bowl, I know this isn't going to be popular, but could the 2026 Titans be next year's version of the 2025 Patriots? We'll get to all of that next. It's Payne and Pendergast.
In the Loop.
Look, C.J. Stroud is not going to sit up there and say,
Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Is the Belichick snub actually the best thing to ever happen for him? We'll break that down here, plus coming up a little bit later in just a little bit. Why the 2026 Titans might be the 2025 Patriots. Already somebody on YouTube says, what on earth would make you think the Titans can do what New England did? That's the best thing I heard in a while.
I thought the same thing. And you laid it out for me during the break, and I'm like,
Yeah, allow me
you're
to
an SOB.
explain.
I don't like these points you're making. Yeah, just hold tight, man.
That's right.
Luke's got some interesting thoughts on this.
Yeah, I'll explain in a little bit. By the way, Seth, when I was driving in this morning, I saw a guy on the sidewalk, and he had a hard hat on, and he was walking down the street, and he had like a cart one of those 2-level carts on 4 wheels and had a bunch of tools on it, and he's pushing it down the sidewalk, and it was 5 a.m., and I thought, what the heck is going on here? This looks like a serial killer or something. Anyways, I just walked out during the commercial break to go get some water, and he's over by the kitchen doing the construction here in the building. So,
oh, yeah.
So props for bringing your tools from home, but it was a little odd seeing a guy walking to work with all of his tools, just pushing it in a cart at 5 a.m. this morning. I thought, this is a little sketchy.
He might have had to park down in the accessory lot down there.
That's true. Good
like
point.
1 block down from us.
Good point.
Whatever street that is, Edlow or something.
Yeah.
You'd think after working for a place for 15 years, I'd know the names of the streets, like right in the immediate proximity.
I'm terrible. I still use my GPS to come here every day. It's embarrassing.
Yeah, but part of that is if you're driving in traffic at all, if you want it for traffic avoidance, I used to use when I lived in League City, I was on my GPS all the time.
Yeah.
So I was trying to find some way to keep it from being a 4-hour drive every day.
Right. That's fair. You got to use it around. You got to use Waze around Houston at all times to try to find the best routes. Yeah, my sense of direction is terrible. Hey, speaking of which, I suppose Bill Belichick. We know that's the big story this week. Got snubbed from the Hall of Fame. At least that's the report. It's going to be made official next week. And this has been the big talker this week because it is so glaring. How could you leave Bill Belichick off of his first Hall of Fame ballot? And it's become a whole thing where Bill Polian couldn't remember who he voted for, and you know these theories about Robert Kraft was behind it. No, Bill Polian was behind it because of all the cheating scandals. And we've got all sorts of audio that's come out since that we'll get to in a moment. But, Seth, I thought you laid it out pretty well, and some texters on the text line also dug your point an hour ago where you made the case that maybe this is all a good thing for Bill Belichick getting snubbed like this.
It is. It's the most I've ever seen people rallying to the cause of defending Bill Belichick. And, hey, quit being so mean to Bill Belichick. He's a good guy. And it's almost made him a sympathetic figure, and that's not something that people typically think of with Bill Belichick. I think there's a lot of fans out there from various fan bases that still hate Bill Belichick. And yet, at least in the national media, man, it's been almost, I would say 95% of the things I've seen have been people who are irate and besides themselves with rage over the fact that Bill Belichick wasn't a first ballot Hall of Famer.
Yeah, it's a good point. I wouldn't have thought that way before you brought it up today, but I do think it's true. Suddenly he has become that sympathetic figure. And so and
it's really also, just to frame it, because I have to keep reminding myself of this. It's people levy their anger at the voters in general, when really it's 10 plus voters. So it could be 11 voters who potentially just didn't want to vote him in on the first try. But so those are whoever didn't vote him in. It's not like I would guess that the majority voted him in, but it was just they needed 80 to get him in.
And by the way, we had one of those voters on the airwaves last night, John McClain, the great John McClain, and I'm sure he was asked about it. I came in this morning. I said, Ben, did we have any audio from the McClain conversation last night? No audio. I asked. I know this is the land of pettiness here on Payne and Pendergast, so allow me to get a little petty for a moment. I messaged someone last night. I said, hey, I know you're having McClain on the show. If there's anything good, can you send it our way to use in the morning?
Not going to happen.
And the word I got back was, well, we usually don't cut up the McClain interview. I said, I know, but I mean, that's why I'm asking the question. If Seth, if you got me coffee every time you went to go get yourself coffee, I wouldn't have to ask you to get me coffee because you always do it. But since you don't do it, that's why I'm asking. Anyways, no audio from McClain. I don't know what he said last night about this whole Belichick thing. But we do know what others have said. Bill Polian was this on Sirius XM delivered the statement about Bill Polian.
He was on doing an interview, and then he said, "Well, you want to be sure to get this right, so I'm gonna read it."
All right, thank you. I wrote this out, so I'm reading from the statement. I voted for Coach Belichick in the Hall of Fame selection meeting. The Pro Football Hall of Fame has confirmed that fact through the auditors of the selection process. Again, I'll state that I never said that I believe that Coach Belichick should, quote, wait a year, close quote, for enshrinement. This has been confirmed by the Pro Football Hall of Fame numerous selectors who were in the room and my vote for Coach Belichick. As a Hall of Fame member and selector, I realize the import of what we do. I've always tried, as a selector, to make these difficult choices with the utmost of objectivity. I've said on SiriusXM Radio and numerous other media outlets that I believe Coach Belichick to be a first-ballot Hall of Famer. My vote confirms that.
I don't think anybody believes Bill Polian.
No.
I think that especially him, I'll read too much into him, putting the air quotes around wait a year. Because that almost, the specificity which he denied saying that specific phrase leads me to wonder, all right, well, what could you have said potentially to make people feel like, or that there might be a waiting period of some sort? Like, why did you have to specifically say that I didn't say the term wait a year? And this all goes back to, man, a lot of people feel like Bill Polian is behind the push for Deflategate and everything else, a long-standing rivalry between those two guys. People that didn't like Belichick when he was when he was in the league, and that has always been something that's lasted for years and years and years. I don't know. Do you? I guess I believe that Bill Polian might be the kind of guy that tried to angle for Belichick not getting in, but also vote to get him in, so he would have plausible deniability.
Oh, that's a good move. Machiavellian. Yeah, you get enough. You get 10 people to agree with you. That's the classic. That's from like Survivor and stuff.
I don't like Bill Polian. This is an anti-Bill Polian show. This goes back to my days as a player. And remember, Polian was with Dom Capers in Carolina.
Mm-hmm.
They went to the AFC or NFC Championship in their second season. They were they had a very fast start, and then everything fell apart. And then Dom Capers ends up being the head coach for the Texans. Bill Polian's the GM for the Colts. And Polian always take these little snipes at Dom Capers and Vic Fangio, and just in such a way that just it felt dirty and sleazy and slimy to me. And as a player who really loved my head coach Dom Capers, I took it personally. So from that day forward, whenever Bill Polian, he would always say these things like, I don't know, the defense is struggling this year, which is odd because they hand selected a lot of those guys for et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Just little slimy shots like that. So now, and that's putting me now in the corner of, my God, I think I'm sticking up for Belichick.
Yeah, and nobody puts baby in a corner.
Yeah.
By the way, I never liked Dom Capers just because, one, I grew up a Vikings fan. He was at the time the DC for the Packers and did a really good job. But number two, he always wore his headset not on his head. It was elevated. There was a gap between the top of his headset and his head, and that always drove me crazy.
He had a situation there that he had to be very careful with his hair. That's all there is.
Really?
Yeah, that's all. Like there was a reason for it. It wasn't like he was trying to peacock or anything or make himself look taller.
Okay, that makes sense, because I was going to say that's the third reason why. He always looked like my grandfather. He looked like a grandfather. I always thought he looked much older.
When he was bald earlier in his career when he was a defensive coordinator. One day when I was in Jacksonville, he was my defensive coordinator for a couple years in Jacksonville before we both came to Houston. And one day, a bunch of guys were sitting in the players' lounge watching an old NFL Films thing about the Steelers, such and such. That was when Capers was the defensive coordinator for the Steelers, and Capers walks in as he's walking through the players' lounge as there's an image of him, like, really bald on the sidelines. And Gary Walker was always the guy that would say something. Gary would come to Houston with me as well. And I can't – God, I'm going to have to call Gary up after the show and ask him what exactly he said. It was funny. The Capers laughed about it. He kind of went through that – Capers went through that thing where he's like, all right, I got to make myself look as much as possible like a head coach. And I think, getting his hair situation improved was one of them.
Wow, that's interesting. That made my day. I never knew that, but that makes total sense now. It's hard to do that, though, when people already know you're bald, then you just show up one day with hair. And it's
it's easier. It was easier back then because there just wasn't as much. You couldn't pull stuff up as easily on the internet.
Right? Yeah, I had no idea till today. This is amazing. Yeah. This is mind-blowing. All right, Dom, I take it back. You're okay in my book. Tom Brady, people were saying, hey, when's Brady going to speak up about this whole Bill Belichick thing? Or is this a sign that, Brady still doesn't like Belichick either, yada, yada, yada. Anyways, What show is this? Was this out in Seattle?
This was Brock and Salk. It's Brock Heward and his co-host on Seattle Sports something or other. Yeah.
Okay, and here is Brady commenting on the Belichick snub.
If he's not a first ballot Hall of Famer, there's really no coach that should ever be a first ballot Hall of Famer. He's incredible. There's no coach I'd ever want to play for. I'd rather play for. If I'm picking one coach to go out there to win a Super Bowl, give me one season, I'm taking Bill Belichick. Again, when it comes down to votes and, popularity and all that, then welcome to the world of voting. And you may as well go, try out for the Oscars or whatever and, get a big panel to tell you if you're good or not. It's the way it works. And unfortunately, he's going to get into the Hall of Fame. In the end, I'm not worried about that. We'll all be there to celebrate him when it does happen. And he's going to have a huge turnout from so many players, coaches that appreciated everything that he did and the commitment that he made to winning and the impact that he had on all our lives. And that'll be a great celebration when it happens.
So I like the concept of trying out for the Oscars. That's the way he framed
That's where it kind of lost me. The rest of it is good.
I think I'm going to try out for the Oscars. No, Seth, you're too old. I don't care. I'm doing it. It's my dream. I'm going to try out for the Oscars. How do you try out for the Oscars? Well, you have to make a movie.
Yeah.
But the fact that Brady is wholeheartedly endorsing him, I think there's always questions about whether Brady and Belichick like each other or if there's bad blood or anything. And I feel like that's subsided somewhat in the last couple of years. It's more about Kraft versus Belichick now. I think the problem is, and this is what's weird about it, to the point where now I'm agreeing with Colin Cowherd on something, and that really annoys me. So I'm annoyed at Bill Polian for making me want to stick up for Bill Belichick, and I'm also annoyed at Colin Cowherd for pointing out something very simple, which is that somehow as people are making these heated endorsements for Bill Belichick, they fail to mention three little details.
During the Patriots run, there was Spygate 1. They lost a first-round draft pick, and the coach was fined $500,000. There was Spygate 2, which people forget about. They lost a third-round pick. There was Deflategate, where they were fined $1 million and lost another first-round pick. When you have three gates on your resume, I think it's reasonable to ask, should we pause? And today, when you suggest 1 year punishment's not the end of the world, people are outraged. It feels like collective amnesia to me.
Yeah, collective amnesia. That's where it does seem strange to me that these were two of the gates really dominated the headlines for an entire calendar year. And I know that Belichick would claim that he had no knowledge of the deflating or anything. I personally think Deflategate was stupid and overblown. I really thought Deflategate was dumb. And yet, the sum total of it all is, all right, yeah, he's a coach who's been involved in three scandals that the team was penalized for. And it's not like they're banning him for life from the Hall of Fame. I guess that's where I fall on just not being that put out. Even though he 100% belongs in the Hall of Fame and he will get in, if he has to wait a year and that's the price you pay for being involved with three major scandals during your time as head coach of the Patriots, it doesn't actually seem all that punitive to me.
Yeah, I just hate the whole gatekeeping. Like, if you're a Hall of Famer, you're a Hall of Famer. I always hated this idea of making T.O. wait till his third year because, people thought he was a jerk to them. If he's a Hall of Famer, just put him in. What difference does it make if he goes in now or he goes in next year or he goes in the year later? I always hated that. Baseball had this whole thing of we can't have a unanimous Hall of Famer. Why not? If everybody believes you're a Hall of Famer, put him in the Hall of Fame. I hate all of this.
Yeah, no, you know what it is? Because I think when it comes down to it, the nuts and bolts of it and the way that people vote on it is the vast majority of people on that panel are media members. And kind of like it was with Terrell Owens, where Terrell Owens had to wait to get in, and it almost felt it was just out of pettiness by some of the voters because Terrell Owens wasn't nice to the media or because Terrell Owens had attitude issues or whatever. It felt like pettiness. Yeah. And I wonder that's where here, going back to what Brady said, this is what happens when you're voting in a popularity contest. He didn't use the word petty, but I kind of interpreted it that way. There's going to be human elements in it, and you can't, it's not like he's being screwed out of something objectively. It's a subjective panel that doesn't really have a lot of guidelines to go by. And if they want to be petty, they can kind of swing their little petty sticks and be petty.
Yeah, they can, and they did. I dislike it. I dislike the agendas and the politics. It should just be about. It's like also. I always have to stick up for the guy. He might be a terrible human being, but the fact that like people won't put Curt Schilling in the Hall of Fame. I mean, what are we doing? Just because you don't like his politics or his comments, that's irrelevant. He was a Hall of Fame pitcher. I hate all this stuff. When it comes
to it's not the human being Hall of Fame. And especially because a lot of the stuff that Schilling did, like the stuff that's most polarizing is stuff that Schilling did after he was a player. Right. Like he was irascible and a jerk and whatever when he was a player, but that's not something that keeps people out of the Hall of Fame. It was the stuff. It's all of the stuff that he did after his career, which I feel like should be like within reason, pretty much divorced from whether you're when you're voting on a guy's.
For sure. Now, at least Belichick here, I get it. These were things related to on the field and his success. So I understand that. It's kind of apples and oranges with Schilling. I just hate in general the overarching, these determinations that are made and these narratives that voters use with making Belichick wait a year. Do you think Tom Brady will have to wait a year then because Belichick is getting punished?
Oh, that's a great point. No, and I don't think he will. You're right. You know what, though? That's where it comes down to. That's where the popularity part of it comes in. And that is, and again, because it's subjective, and if people are just being petty, then so be it. But people who are popular and well-liked, they suffer, or they come out of scandals a lot cleaner. Like Andy Pettitte. People love Andy Pettitte. And Andy Pettitte might have skated through the PED stuff cleaner and smoother than just about anybody because nobody really had an appetite for it. There wasn't really Pettitte's a good dude. Yeah. And nobody really wanted to pile on Andy Pettitte. So they kind of accepted his explanation and said, there you go. They actually applauded Andy Pettitte for being open and honest and transparent about it. Yeah, and I don't think that there's other guys that if they had handled it exactly the same way as Andy Pettitte, if they had taken ownership of it, et cetera, I still don't think they would have skated through it like he did because if they weren't as well liked as Andy Pettitte. Yeah. This is the other part, though, and this is where it's relevant to the Astros. And I'm glad Jimmy Johnson said this because it goes back to something I've said about the Astros and the being better than everybody else scandal, which is that in an era of widespread cheating in any sport or anything, if you're involved in a situation where there's widespread cheating, just be careful not to be the best at it. Because this is what Jimmy Johnson said about electronic sign stealing.
As far as if they're using the excuse of the Spygate, before they had the electronic communication between the sideline and the players, everybody was trying to steal signals. A lot of people would not admit to it, but every team had an individual trying to get the signals or doing one thing or another. And then one of the scouts for the Kansas City Chiefs talked to us. They said, hey, we've got a system. Howard Mudd is the best at doing it. They had a camera and they would film the opponent's signal caller and match it up with the film. And then they would get their signals. And we noticed, we watched the Kansas City huddle. The offensive guard would look to the sideline, and Howard would go ahead and give him a signal, whether or not it was, man coverage or zone coverage, et cetera, et cetera. Now, Howard Mudd left Kansas City. He left and actually went and worked for Bill Polian and Tony Dungy. Now, I'm not accusing them of doing it, but there were a lot of teams doing it back then before they put the electronic communication from sideline to the quarterback and the linebackers. And so if they're using that excuse to not put Bill Belichick in the Hall of Fame, it is absolutely ridiculous. So, and by the way, we tried doing it, and we couldn't get a whole lot out of it. We weren't real good at it, so we stopped doing it.
I love that he mentioned Polian, by the way. Howard Mudd,
that's the other part where I forgot about that Polian mentioned that. And, Jimmy Johnson's really good friends with Bill Belichick. So I like that he tried to implicate Polian doing the exact same thing. I mean, there's so many eerily similar things to the Astros with that. And that, look, there was widespread electronic sign stealing. The Astros were one of the best teams in the league. The Astros, for at least a short period of time, were just seemingly good at it. And then, we know that as it went on and teams got onto it, it might have harmed them more than anything. But the biggest issue, like with the Patriots and with the Astros, was that, all right, they continued doing it for a little while longer after the league tried to crack down on it. And with the Patriots, it was more about the placement of the cameras, not the fact that they were even doing it at all. That it wasn't as egregious a crime as it was laid out to be, or at least I think that people received it. But because when you're at the pinnacle and you're the top dog, the people are gonna try to draw blood no matter which way possible. It was the same thing with Lance Armstrong. Like, Lance Armstrong was in an era of widespread doping in cycling, but he ended up he was the best cyclist in an era of widespread doping, and they're gonna try to get somebody they can nail to the wall to really make an example of him. And, whether it's the actual authorities or whether it's just the public wants somebody to be able to blame, that's what Belichick and the Patriots got the brunt of, I think, is that they were a dominant team that got caught doing what a lot of other teams did, and maybe they were better at doing it than other teams.
Yeah, I mean, it's Barry Bonds. He was the best at juicing and broke the home run record, and he'll never be put into the Hall of Fame. It's
that's a lesson for the kids. If you want to be, this is the thing with cheating. You want to be first in, and you want to stop right before everybody else starts getting caught. And just don't be the best at it. Don't be the best at cheating. Just be pretty good at it.
Yeah, it's like when you copy someone's answers on the test, you intentionally have to get a few wrong.
You're 100. That's exactly right.
You can't get 100.
That's right. You can't get 100 every single time.
Yeah.
Belichick is guilty of being too good at spying.
And I still didn't learn that lesson. I shared earlier how I got in trouble. I also got in trouble in college for just in music theory. I just copied one of my friend's homework assignments verbatim, and that was stupid, and the teacher called us out, but he was cool about it. Yeah. You got to leave some suspicion, and you can't be perfect at it.
That the other part of it too, and I thought as we're talking about this, is just simply, all right, there's no objective criteria necessarily for getting into the Hall of Fame. That you can't check off boxes and say, okay, that guy's a bona fide Hall of Famer. But if you're going to use The problem is, if you're going to use Spygate or Deflategate or anything else like that, I think the simple question is, all right, did they vacate the championship? Like, nope. The championship, there's no asterisks next to the championship. Those Super Bowl rings are all still 100% valid for Bill Belichick. So, scandal or not, the fact of the matter is that in the record books, he's got 6 Super Bowl victories. Even if you think that he should have been kicked out of the league or whatever, the fact of the matter is 50 years from now, the Deflategate and everything will be an afterthought if mentioned at all, and he'll have 6 Super Bowl victories there in the record books.
Yeah, and I also think just part of it is that they were so successful that it felt like they didn't need those scandals. That, Spygate was the start of the dynasty, but then you went on and you won a bunch more. You won 3 more Super Bowls after that story initially came out. Even after Deflategate, you still went and won a Super Bowl. So it just felt like this dynasty was dominant either way. The Patriots were just annoying for trying to always gain an edge when it seemed, especially, they didn't need it because they were winning the Super Bowls. But I think Belichick was so dominant and the Patriots were so dominant, that's why people can look beyond the scandals thinking like, he still had so much success, or they were still such a good team with or without those scandals, which was always a thing for the Astros. People would always say, now you have to go win a World Series to prove everyone you could do it without the quote-unquote cheating.
Yeah.
But I do think the Astros, I felt this way all along. I do think they're going to be punished. I think Altuve might have to wait to get into the Hall of Fame. I do think the voters are going to handle it the same way for the Astros in the Baseball Hall of Fame.
Yeah, I think that's the problem is within baseball, Altuve is still very popular, and most people inside baseball, and I would guess most Hall of Fame voters understand the dynamic of Altuve not participating and everything. But yeah, when it comes down to whatever latent resentment you have over the whole era, and Altuve still is the guy that, just like ESPN could make Altuve the face of the scandal, even though he was the least responsible for it. I think there's a lot of Hall of Fame voters that are they're going to feel like the Astros still haven't given a pound of flesh, and the only thing they can do about it is to make Altuve wait. And that's the part where, again, Altuve kind of ends up falling on his sword for something he didn't even do. But it's the unfortunate reality. I've kind of braced myself for it in advance. I've got between now and 15 years from now or so, I think I'm going to be totally cool and just if I'm still talking about it on radio or on the internet or something, I don't know how I'll handle it. But I've kind of accepted that there's probably going to be some kind of 1-year penance.
Yeah, I'm with you. And by the way, that's also the best approach. Keep those expectations low and be surprised. If he does get in on the first ballot, then it's a thrill, and you won't be disappointed if he has to wait. Last thing I'll say on all of this, and I don't know if you had anything else to get to on Belichick, Seth, but just as a pet peeve, I hate the whole gate thing. That name came from because it was the name of the hotel. I hate that all of these scandals now, we add gate at the end like that means anything.
I know, but it does, though. People know what it means.
I know, but why does it have significance?
I'm glad I've got one of you in the flesh here to talk about.
Oh,
because, I'm always curious about that, because usually what people will say is, they'll like, I hate it, people, and then they give a history lesson about the Watergate Hotel and explain why, well, it doesn't even make any sense because that was the name of the hotel. Right, but it's associated with a huge scandal, and because people understand exactly what you mean when you attach a gate to the end of anything, I feel like it doesn't matter what the origin of the word is or anything. It's common parlance now.
Yeah, it has been. It has become that.
What would you suggest instead?
I don't know, just use the word scandal. Why do we have to use gate?
No. It's so much fun.
Spying
so much
scandal for the Patriots.
Yeah.
By the way, my grandmother used to make a pie that was called Watergate pie that nobody really knows. It's very not a very common pie, but it's the only pie I eat. It's fantastic. That's the only Watergate I honor, not all these others. What kind of
pie is a Watergate pie?
It's like
was it named Watergate before the Watergate scandal, or was it named for the scandal?
We've looked it up. I think it might have originated from that hotel. I don't recall, and so I think the name might predate.
I bet. Yeah, that was a pie they served at the hotel.
I think so. It's like a pineapple pistachio pie. It doesn't look good. I always show my people when my grandmother would make it, and they'd be like, it tastes delicious. I love it. It's the only pie I eat.
It's a retro no-bake dessert based on the popular 1970s Watergate salad.
Oh, okay. Never mind then. Watergate salad.
Yeah, so if it was 1970s, it sounds like it was inspired by Watergate. Yeah. Is there anything Nixon didn't this country? Gave us pie.
That's right. No wonder the pie's not so popular. It came out at a bad time. Wounds were still fresh with the whole Watergate.
Speaking of scandals, though, one of the weirdest things about the whole Nixon scenario that's always fascinated me was that he was secretly recording all of his cabinet meetings.
Yeah.
And kind of implicating himself with a lot of stuff. And I'm sure there's an answer for that. I've never looked into it or anything other than he was kind of known as a paranoid dude. Everybody was paranoid back then, but that was in terms of recording that's got to be the worst feeling in the world when you secretly record stuff to try to maybe be able to use against somebody in the past, but then it ends up getting used against you. Another lesson for the kids right there.
Yeah, that's right. We've been full of lessons today.
Be very vigilant in monitoring your secret recordings.
Absolutely. That's the one thing I remember from college. Certain states are, you only have to get one approval or two in certain states for recordings. Anyways, hey, I referenced this earlier. Already got some pushback, but could the 2026 Titans be like this year's Patriots? Speaking of Belichick and those Patriots, but the modern version. I thought about this the other day, ready for Super Bowl. And I was thinking about the Patriots, and I was thinking, oh, you know what? The Texans kind of have a lot of parallels. So let me run through this and, Seth, see what you think. But the Patriots hired a former head coach who is also a defensive head coach in Mike Vrabel. So, too, did the Titans in Robert Saleh this offseason. The Patriots then brought in a veteran offensive coordinator who, helped develop quarterbacks in the past, and Josh McDaniels. And the Titans have now done so with Brian Daboll, experienced offensive coordinator, former head coach as well, helped with Josh Allen. The Patriots had a second-year quarterback this season, Drake May, who really blossomed. The Titans will have a second-year quarterback next year in Cam Ward, who they hope will blossom. By the way, both quarterbacks in their rookie season, 3 victories, 15 touchdown passes, quarterback ratings almost similar, both in the 80s, passing yards almost similar, almost identical, separated by a few yards from their rookie season. The Patriots spent more money than anybody in free agency this past year to build this now Super Bowl roster. The Titans have more salary cap space than anybody this offseason. Theoretically, they too could more money than anybody else in the league.
Yeah, well, and with the Patriots, one of their big additions was bringing in Stephon Diggs. So likewise with the Titans, you wonder, well, what do they really have at receiver? Okay, well, they got room to go out and get one of these receivers in free agency, and there's some good veterans out there.
It's true. And then, easy schedule. Patriots had the easiest schedule in the AFC last year. Titans don't have the easiest, but right now it is ranked as the 5th easiest schedule for next year. And lastly,
the Patriots had the easiest schedule since 1979, based on DVOA or something, or just some absurd. It was absurdly easy.
Yeah, but it's okay. We massage the facts here to make my point.
Yeah.
And then the last thing being, we know every year in the NFL, a team goes from worst to first. The Patriots were the team that did it last year. And if you look at least at the AFC, tell me, who do you think would be a better candidate? Do you trust the Raiders? Do you trust the Browns? Do you trust the Jets to win their division next year? Or only in the AFC, ignoring the NFC, could the Titans actually have the best chance of any team to go from worst to first in that conference?
I was skeptical. I think you make a good case. It doesn't mean that it's going to happen or likely to happen. My biggest first objection was, all right, well, let's look at the overall strength of the Patriots roster versus the overall strength of the Titans roster. So trying to be as objective as possible about it, I went to the preseason PFF roster rankings where they just take the whole roster, the sum total of it, and this is from May of last year. They've got the Titans going into last season had the 31st ranked roster, so the overall talent on the roster. Patriots were 26th.
Ooh.
You know, I mean, there's a lot of things you can look at with that Patriots roster, including at that time, Stephon Diggs was coming off of ACL, and you didn't know exactly. And remember, there were all kinds of reports. There was a picture of him with the mysterious substance on the boat in Miami. There were all these things going on. But you didn't know what you're going to get out of Stephon Diggs. That ended up being a big plus for them. I think that of all the teams that might pull that type of a comeback or turnaround off, the Patriots do have some good things going for them, especially because of Robert Saleh is the head coach and getting the most out of that defense, and Brian Daboll, the X factor, is the offensive coordinator with a second-year quarterback. I think that the most ironic part of it all is that, listen, you are talking about a team that let go of Mike Vrabel, the coach that engineered the actual turnaround up in – like, Mike Vrabel couldn't overcome the Tennessee Titans, but he also didn't have Cam Ward. But he did. But Mike Vrabel's the guy. Mike Vrabel is already in the building, and you're hoping for a Mike Vrabel type turnaround with a guy that's the second replacement for Mike Vrabel.
That's a good point. I mean, Vrabel had some good success there early on in Tennessee. But yeah, did you like you were with Saleh in Houston, right? Do you like Rob Saleh?
He was only a grad assistant, but I liked him a lot. He was usually you don't notice grad assistants all that much, but he was in charge of doing the scout team cards. So when you're on scout team, he's showing you what what you're supposed to be doing to simulate the Titans or the Colts or whatever. And he coached the hell out of the scout team. He always had that same energy and enthusiasm and everything. And I thought to myself, this young man. Sometimes you see these GAs and you're like, this jackass, this guy. You need to go into personnel or something. Saleh always had that it factor where you're like, all right, this guy's he's got some juice to him. Like a lot of those guys that were on those early Kubiak staffs, those underlings, like they all had some juice to them. You could tell that they were wired a little bit differently.
Yeah, and look at a lot of them now. I like the Daboll hire more than the Saleh hire for the Titans, obviously because of the young quarterback. I heard you guys talking about it earlier this week. I know, Seth, you might not be as big on Brian Daboll, but maybe he's not a Josh McDaniels, but I don't know. I think it could be a dangerous pairing for him and Cam Ward there in Tennessee.
The thing with Daboll that's interesting is that he was there when Josh Allen really took off. And the problem is that there were a couple other big factors in Josh Allen taking off. One was the addition of Stephon Diggs. Two was just the fact that Josh Allen had worked on his mechanics and fixed some things to make himself more accurate. And he did that with Jordan Palmer, not with Brian Daboll or any of his staff or anything. And after Daboll left, Josh Allen would go on to basically have the same season the next year without Daboll, and he's been a very good quarterback ever since. So I hesitate to credit Daboll with everything good that happened with Josh Allen, and that it's as simple as, hey, Cam Ward's the next Josh Allen. And I like Cam Ward. I think the most encouraging thing about Cam Ward, honestly, is he's got the ability. He's got a huge upside with his arm talent, obviously. But he's like, you hear so many reports about just like he is dialed in terms of having an NFL work ethic. He's first guy in the building, last guy to leave, all that type of stuff, which I know it's easy for people to say that, but it does seem to be coming from other people. It's not Cam Ward's Instagram or anything. He's not. It doesn't seem like a hashtag rise and grind type of guy. It's that all the whatever the reports are on Anthony Richardson and the way he operates, you hear the exact opposite with Cam Ward. That he's a very mature young man.
I'm not saying the Titans are actually going to make it to the Super Bowl and win the AFC, but they could have some sort of turnaround like the Patriots, who went from 4 wins to winning their division, and the Titans could do something similar because also the other thing, too, is we always see first-year head coaches have a pop. And, I mean, I guess Vrabel was the case this year, but there is a streak of like almost 10 straight years where at least one first-year head coach makes the playoffs. My point just being Titans could be vastly improved in one offseason because we saw the Patriots just do it. And if you do like the argument I made and you want to try to make, get something from the Titans, their Super Bowl odds are still plus 10,000 right now. Throw a few bucks on that.
After you just laid out how they're basically predestined to make the Super Bowl next year. Yeah,
you're welcome, everybody.
That sounds like easy money.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. On the text line, someone said, "Whoa, my wife's family makes Watergate salad for every holiday. They call it green stuff. I'll have to convince them to put it in a pie next time." Yeah, do so. Thank me later. And I love this text. They said, "Could you imagine if the scandal happened at a La Quinta hotel? It'd be the Spy Quinta and the Deflate Quinta."
That's true. Maybe your issue is with just the boringness of Gate. Because I remember as a kid, though, before you understand the whole story, I didn't know, I did think, before you know what the story is and you're a kid, I always thought Gate meant okay, somebody breached the gate or something.
Yeah.
So maybe it's a little bit of disillusionment that you hold from just being let down by the origin story.
Yeah, then
that's
you find
why you
out,
don't like Gate.
It's this crummy hotel. That's why. Lame. And now we're using it to keep Bill Belichick out of the Super Bowl. It's crazy to me. Or out of the Super Bowl, out of the Hall of Fame. Can't keep him out of the Super Bowl. Coming up, you guys played a piece of audio from Chandler Rome yesterday as I was listening. And this piece of audio, I think, just speaks to my biggest issue, really, with the Astros and why I think this roster is poorly constructed once again. We'll talk about it next. It's Payne and Pendergast.
Hey, I was joking earlier about
610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Something Chandler Rome said this week has further annoyed me about the Houston Astros. Not about Chandler. I like Chandler, but the Houston Astros.
Chandler's really good at his job.
He is.
He hates Sean and I. We
I've
don't know
heard
why.
that.
Yeah, we don't know why, but he hates us. But we love him. I think he does an incredible job.
He does, yeah. Payne and Pendergast, I'm Luke Morrow in for Sean alongside Seth Payne here this morning. Appreciate you hanging with us. 713-572-4610 to text the show. I was listening to you guys yesterday just in preparation of jumping in today and wanted to make sure I wasn't repeating anything. But I did hear this comment that are going to play once again from Chandler Rome talking about the Astros and their offseason, and it just bugged me, and I'll explain why. It's a whole thing with the Astros that I just don't like, and I think it's screwed up the whole roster this year. But here was Chandler Rome talking about the Astros.
I think they're done adding to the rotation. You never say never, and I don't think they would ever just completely turn their nose at pitching. You can never have enough pitching. But I think with what they've done, I think if they wanted Justin Verlander, I think if Jim Crane wanted Justin Verlander, I think it probably would have been done by now. I think there was some interest in that maybe earlier in the offseason, but now that the Astros have made all these additions, I'm just not sure that, fiscally they're going to get where Justin maybe wants his contract to be. He made $15 million last year, had a very nice second half. You could maybe make the argument that he deserves maybe the same salary, if not maybe a little bit less. But, I right now I don't see that happening, but I'll always say with the caveat, if Jim Crane wants it, because he and Justin Verlander are that close, if he decides that, he can make it work and he wants to make it work, it surely could happen.
That's and I think that's where it's interesting with the Astros. They've got anywhere from 10 to 11, 12 guys who are potentially starting pitchers. And that's something that we got spoiled for a while, because for a long time it was that, hey, they had 7 rock solid starting pitchers on the staff, 5 of whom could be aces on other teams, and we're not there yet anymore. The biggest thing that I have to fight against this myself, Luke, is that the injury luck has been so bad the last couple of years that I feel like we as a fan base have almost fallen into thinking that that's the norm and that that's how it's going to be forever, and that you just always wait for the other shoe to drop almost. But to the credit of the Astros fan base, and I'll say to the credit of the Texans fan base as well, compared to, say, Chargers fans this year who would not shut up about their offensive line injuries and why, we would have been Super Bowl champions if we hadn't lost our 2 offensive tackles. I think that people don't really have an appetite for just excusing things away because of injuries. But if you look at the Astros, by injuries alone, it's just 2 or 3 guys with one less injury per guy, and they're in the playoffs at the very least. And it's a valid excuse, but I think people are hesitant to, for a third year in a row, say, well, they can't possibly be as injured as they were last year.
I have no problem, though, adding pitching. My issue from that clip, 2 things. Number one, I don't like the idea that Jim Crane, I know he's the money guy, he's the owner, it's his team, it's his quote-unquote company, I get it. But let the baseball people do the baseball things. I don't like the idea that if Jim Crane wants Justin Verlander, he likes him, that they're that close, like they'll sign him. I don't like that. Don't make the decision. But number 2, my biggest issue with the Astros is enough with these reunions. You're going to bring Verlander back for a third time and pay him $15 million when he's 43 years old. You brought Neris back last year. You bring all these guys back. I think that's the reason why you brought Carlos Correa back last year, is more just because you liked him and it was an emotional thing and he was available and you thought about all the fun times. It was like when you get divorced and then some time apart and you realize actually we had a lot of fun. We should get back together just because of the time apart. I thought it was an emotional thing. And now because you brought in Carlos Correa, we're talking about trading away Isaac Paredes, a 26-year-old back-to-back All-Star, make room for Carlos Correa, who I thought should never have been added to the roster to begin with. But I just think we get all these reunions with the Astros. They already brought Verlander back previously. That there are all these emotional ties that Jim Crane just wants to bring back, these players that he likes, maybe personally. And I think it digs the Astros into these holes where right now you look at the roster today. This is a poorly put together roster where you have too many players, not enough spots, and you might have to get rid of one of your most talented bats just to appease Carlos Correa because of what he's done in the past.
That's what the sentimentality danger is real, I think. And I think Altuve was kind of where a lot of people had fallen on, okay, look, there's your sentimental deal right there. The extension to be sure Jose Altuve retires an Astro, et cetera, et cetera. At the time, it looked like it was a pretty smart deal because at the very least it was front-loaded, and at the back end of it, it doesn't hurt you as much. And we'll see how he plays this year. But bringing Correa in gave you an immediate bump, but you do now also have this congestion that you may or may not be able to trade your way out of in the infield. And bringing Verlander back, it makes sense situationally. It's got to be for me to be cool and comfortable with it. It would have to be after there were already some injuries. I don't want to bring some when you already got concerns about injuries and you've swapped out your medical staff and you've had all these issues with the pitching staff to begin with. I don't want a sentimental signing at the beginning of the season that ends up making it even harder to overcome an inevitable injury to the old guys like Justin Verlander.
Yeah, they already tried it with Verlander 2 years ago. He had a 5.5 ERA here in Houston. Now he's 43. So I just, like I said, for Correa, and I said this previously on the airwaves, but it reminded me of In the Office where Michael Scott runs into Timothy Oliphant's character. Actually, during the commercial break, we were just talking about salesmen, and Timothy Oliphant's like this great salesman in Scranton, and he's a good-looking dude, and everybody loves him, and Michael is so infatuated with him that he's like, we have to hire this guy, and he does everything he can to hire Timothy Oliphant, and then at the end of the episode, Michael Scott's in his office, and he goes, oh, wait, we already have Todd Packer. We don't even need this guy. Like, we don't have a spot for him. And it just reminded me of, like, Carlos Correa's available, getting so infatuated, like, oh, let's bring him back. Last year, you didn't make the playoffs anyways, and then now you look at this season, it's like, oh, wait, because of that Correa edition, like, we have too many people, and the odd man out is Paredes.
But the Correa one, at least, it also makes sense financially because his old team's paying a big chunk of his salary. So it's like that one – if in the checks and balances and everything, at least it balances out a little bit more. With Verlander, for me to be comfortable, it would have to be, oh, you're getting a genuine hometown discount because Verlander likes playing for the Astros and he likes it in Houston and everything else because you can't ignore the age and everything else that goes along with it.
Yeah.
The other part too, where I think we've gotten a little bit cynical. I'm including myself in that with the Astros fan base, and maybe it's the realistic way to be. It's that. I don't feel like we have the faith in the Astros pitching car wash that we used to. I feel like, Kikuchi tested me because I was skeptical of the Kikuchi trade, and then lo and behold, the Astros pitching car wash worked, and you got a much better version of Kikuchi that year immediately. And now I still find myself doing it with Imai. I'm like, all right, there was a day where I would have heard about the Imai signing and been like, oh, hell yeah. Cy Young candidate, sign him up. There you go. Now I'm more of a like, all right, we'll wait and see. I feel like back in the day, I would have looked at Jason Alexander or something and be like, yeah, here's your next Garrett Cole right here. And now I'm more like, all right, that's how it used to be, but I'm not so sure about it right now.
Yeah, I hear you. By the way, pitchers and catchers for the Astros report in 13 days. Baseball will be here before we know it. Real quick, Seth, I do have to get your take on this because of the whole Watergate thing. Somebody on the text line said, I'm with Luke on this gate thing. Thank you. But they said alcoholic is another one. Workaholic, chocoholic. A holic is part of alcohol, they said. We should not use that for other things. What's your take on that?
One. I feel like that's just getting a little too touchy-feely, like sensitive about, like, hey, let's not diminish the disease that alcoholism is. That's, if anything, it makes it, no. I never thought about that a single time in my life. You're right. A workaholic, it's like people know the deal. Like, yeah, it's like alcoholism, except you're using work instead of alcohol.
Yeah, it becomes the term for any sort of addiction, I guess. Negative addiction, right? Negative connotation.
He's a work addict versus a workaholic. It's more fun to say workaholic.
It is.
I guess, you know what it does, though, too, is I think that because of the connotations of alcoholism, if anything, even though it's a fun little way to say it, it does make it serious. Like, no, it can ruin your life if you're a workaholic. If you're forsaking your family and everything else, and that's the only thing you care about. No, I approve. It stands.
Okay, that one still stands.
I'm going to consider your gate thing. I try to look at my blind spots and my prejudices, my biases, and everything else like that. And I don't want to just, say that's stupid that you think that nothing should be called gate. That not every scandal should be called gate. But I'll reflect on it this afternoon.
Okay.
I'll get back to you tomorrow morning.
Perfect. Can't wait.
Unless if you could give me a better alternative, that would help too.
I honestly, I'm being sold, even though it didn't happen at La Quinta, I'm being sold on just Quinta. Add that to the end.
You need to give me a
Spy
methadone. Quinta. If you're going to get me off of my heroin, which is calling a scandal a gate, then you need to give me methadone to come off of it somehow.
I'll brainstorm for the rest of the day. I did see something as we head to the end of dry January that they said if you did dry January Houston, you'd have saved more money than all but 2 other cities. So take that for what you will.
So we drink a lot here?
Yeah, I guess. And also the prices, I suppose, are a little bit higher.
Imagine if we did a guacamole ban or something. That would save a lot of money, too.
Yeah, absolutely. Well,
freaking the money I've wasted on buying avocados that are just imperfectly ripe. It's just like you get it at the store, it feels perfect.
It's
you
tough.
Get home, you're like, oh, nope, it's shot.
Yeah, it's tough to find it.
It got overly ripe in the last 37 minutes.
I know. Hey, coming up, the Rockets, they lose Steven Adams yesterday for the rest of the season. Trade deadline's a week away. What's the bigger need now? Point guard, center? We'll talk about it next. It's Payne and Pendergast.
Mo Karam, injury lawyers. Have you been injured?
Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Big loss for the Rockets yesterday, and that was before they even took the floor. Now what do they do with the trade deadline coming up a week from now? It's Payne and Pendergast. I'm Luke Morrow in for Sean alongside Seth Payne, and you as well. Appreciate you starting your Thursday with us. 713-572-4610 on the text line to join the conversation throughout. Also, YouTube and Twitch chats as well. Rockets, what a tough day yesterday. They lost last night to the Spurs, coughed up another one, this time at home to the Spurs. They were leading by double figures in the second half, including in the fourth quarter. Got outscored by 20 in the second half, ended up losing to the Spurs last night, 111-99. And after shutting down Victor Wembanyama the week before, everyone was on ESPN the next day talking about, wow, what a great job the Rockets did against Wembanyama. Well, then last night, he went for 28 and 16, I believe, made more than half his shots. Rockets, they cough away another one, lose last night by 12 at home, plus the Steven Adams news as well. As I mentioned earlier, 3 wins off the pace of last year's team at this point in the season. Just in general, I don't want to be a prisoner of the moment, but Seth, how do you feel about this Rockets team currently as we head into February?
I'm starting to get impatient just because I've preached patience from the very beginning that, hey, it's not as simple as just this young core developing and then you throw Kevin Durant into the mix and all of a sudden you're going to have a precision offense that's just lethal in multiple different directions. Now we're at the midpoint of the season. The trade deadline is almost here. And I feel greedy. Like when you see, it feels very much like there's a glass ceiling keeping you out of that top 3. Now, they could end up in the top 3 in the Western Conference over the course of the next few games. But it just, when it comes to projecting how this would look versus really good teams in the playoffs, it doesn't feel as different as I want it to feel compared to last year. And now, especially with Steven Adams out and what you're going to lose in terms of defense and offensive rebounding and everything else without Steven Adams out there, it becomes that much more daunting.
I know a lot of people are really upset with Ime and just frustrated with the offense under his watch. Last night, at least on social media, and that's probably a bad place to judge, but plenty of people were calling for a coaching change. And even on the text line right now, people are saying we need to bring in some sort of offensive coach. Need a shooting coach, so on and so forth. I like Ime. I think he's a really good coach. I don't want to overreact. I know the offense is very frustrating. Last night in the second half, the ball movement just stopped. They became stagnant. It was they scored 37 points after. It was a bad offense in the second half. But I think we'd be too rash to try to make some sort of proclamation or some sort of move with Ime. I think he's a really good coach.
I think you go back to D'Antoni. It was when D'Antoni, obviously extreme offensive-minded coach, and that's not, you're going to score a boatload of points with D'Antoni on that offense. But Bizdelic, the defensive coordinator, was a big deal there and kind of just made them a more complete and total team because of the presence of Jeff Bizdelic. And likewise with Udoka. Because I know people even get frustrated in press conferences. It's kind of always the same answer after the game, like, "Oh, we just gotta shoot better, gotta score more points, gotta do all these things." Like, I feel like I could be saying this. And I know that he's having different conversations away from the microphones and everything, but there's an understandable hesitancy to think that Udoka is going to fix the offense or give you something elevated and above and beyond what just it already looks like on paper. You want more, and you want the younger guys playing a more elegant version of basketball offensively.
Yeah, I think they could certainly use some sort of offensive assistant to help. Udoka, though, overall, I think is a good coach. The offense was ugly last night, and this is my concern now moving forward. I mean, last night they had 14 bench points. You're just not getting a lot there. The depth certainly doesn't feel as good with this team. And in the fourth quarter last night, they were 4 of 23 shooting, which is 17%. Embarrassing. Trade deadline's a week away. Without Fred VanVleet, obviously, for the entirety of this season, and now without Steven Adams yesterday, well, let me back up for a moment, because even before we got the news of Steven Adams, I was surprised with the reports where They played it on in the loop earlier this week. I forget who it was, but an NBA writer said that Ime told him, we're not adding a point guard. It was the report. And then there was a story on Yahoo Sports Kelly Iko had where he said he heard from sources from the Rockets that they were looking to add a center. And that was before we got the news of the Steven Adams injury. The Rockets probably already knew it was worse than we knew originally. But I was surprised by that. What do you think is the more pressing need suddenly for this Rockets team? Another big guy or more of a point guard?
I think this is the really, really hard part of it, is that everything got advanced at warp speed. Where where does this team need to improve when Fred VanVleet got injured? The timeline changed when they signed Kevin Durant, obviously, or when they got Kevin Durant. And then when Fred VanVleet got injured, it throws everything in disarray in terms of, all right, well, hey, Amin Thompson over the course of a couple of years can develop into a point guard. Reed Shepherd over the couple of years can develop into a true point guard, perhaps. We'll see. And I think they still, they have reason to believe that. Both of those guys shown a lot of development, but you also have Kevin Durant sitting there on your roster, and it feels like a wasted opportunity that if you can't capture something this year. I understand the long-term approach and what they might think about the upside of both those young guards, but are they going to develop that much between now and the playoffs to where you feel better about everything we've been talking about? And it doesn't feel like it. But now they also might just be playing it very close to the vest. And they're not really eager to spend a huge dose on somebody to bring in at point guard. The right guys aren't out there, but they also might just be, waiting and biding their time and waiting to see what truly becomes available as you enter that last 48 hours. Because that's usually every GM will tell you, you never really know what teams do or do not want to do until you get right up to the deadline.
Yeah, for sure. And look, I think the Steven Adams loss is a big loss, but I also think it was a complaint I had in the offseason where I think the Rockets went too far. The pendulum swung too far in that direction where they fell into this double big lineup. They fell in love with it. And, they bring back Steven Adams, which I like, and they're about making starter, which they tried and abandoned pretty quick. And then you bring in Clint Capella. And my whole thing all offseason was you still need more help at the guard position. And this was even before the Fred VanVleet injury. And then that injury happens. Now we really need help at the guard position. And I thought they were already good at with the bigs and with the size. And even you bring in a Dorian Finney-Smith is also still you bring in these other pieces that feel more like luxuries than needs. And it almost reminded me now with the Steven Adams injury of that friend of yours who makes their personality, their relationship becomes the personality, and then they get dumped by their boyfriend or girlfriend, and you almost have an identity crisis or something. Because now without Steven Adams, you don't have the guard and you don't have the bigs. And now we're talking about going out and adding another center. I feel like we've lost the way where everything is being too focused on having as much size and height as possible, where you needed guard help in the offseason, and you especially need guard help now after Fred VanVleet's injury and at the midway point.
Yeah, and so you don't have the versatility, basically. You've just got you've got one tool, it's a hammer, and that's all you're good at doing, and then all of a sudden you're asked, okay, no, I want you to hammer that nail in with a thimble. You need to be a full team now. We have no thimbles. We certainly don't have one big enough to hammer in that nail. Yeah, the vast history of the Rockets experimenting with different types of lineups, going back to Kevin McHale trying to redo the Twin Towers, maybe the uber small lineup during the COVID season. It ends up being like a summer romance. It was fun for a little while there. It looked like everything was going to work out. Nope, it's Danny Zuko.
Yeah, that's
no
right.
good.
Do you feel so my whole thing with the guard situation, look, I think the Rockets still need to add a point guard. I just don't know, as you kind of alluded to a little earlier, I don't know if there really is that option out there. But
yeah.
My whole thing when Fred VanVleet got injured, I thought, okay, let's not be rash. We don't need to overreact now. We have till the trade deadline. Let's give it a few months and see if this experiment works out. Let's see if Amin Thompson can develop into the point guard you need. Let's see if Reed Shepherd can develop into the guy you thought you were drafting at 3rd overall. But now here we are, 42 games into the season, just past the midway point, I believe, and or maybe we're right at the midway point. Either way, trade deadline coming up a week from now. Do you feel like we have any more clarity one way or the other, I guess? Do you feel like you know what a men could be at the point guard position, what Reed Sheppard could be, and that the Rockets really do need help? Or is there still time the rest of the season for these guys to develop into what the Rockets actually need?
I think Amen Thompson has made a lot of strides. And so I don't know. I don't want to put a cap on where he's going to be a couple of months from now. But there's also the part of me that says no matter what they do to improve between those two guys, when you hit the playoffs, it's a whole different story. You know, and we saw that with Jalen Green last year. It's a whole different story when it comes to playoffs, especially at the point guard position. And even if you're somebody that does not like Fred VanVleet at all, I feel like you have to acknowledge that, man, it's a lot different when you've got a veteran in there. And it's a lot different when you got a true floor general in there, especially when you hit the playoffs. And I'm growing dumber and dumber for being this way, but there is still a little tiny little secret part of me that wonders exactly what might happen with Fred VanVleet. Unless I missed a report or something that it's 100% slam dunk, no way in hell he's returning at the end of the season.
No, that's always been surprised by these reports to expect him back. I always assumed he's done for the year, got to find somebody, even the playoffs, like just move on, remove Fred VanVleet from your mind for this year of Rockets. But all the reports have always been like, he's going to try to come back. He might be ready for the playoffs, all that sort of stuff. I still find it hard to believe, personally.
The conspiracy theory I hear behind that from, people who are, smarter Rockets people than me is that, look, Fred VanVleet really wants to be here, for one, and just wants to be sure that he's making this push, and he wants to be sure the team doesn't decide they have to move on from him or whatever, that this is a place he wants to stick around, which is cool, but I don't know if it's also just raising my hopes more than they should. It's not like it's unheard of or ridiculous to come back from an ACL in that time frame. He's not going to be 100%. But it's also it's not his brilliant athleticism or anything that makes him a good player. It's just that can his experience matter that much more, even in certain rotations in the playoffs? Because it doesn't have to be Fred VanVleet comes back and, hey, there you go, you're plugging him in and he's the point guard now. But you know how it matters in the playoffs. I mean, all those rotations that maybe only see the court 5 or 6 minutes a game, they can end up being a big deal. So maybe it's something like that. Maybe he's your fourth quarter specialist. I don't know.
Yeah, it could be. I think they need to add, based off of what we've seen, it's not a regular season problem. They'll go through the regular season just fine with a man, Reed Sheppard, whoever else you want to put in there. But come playoff times, like you touched on earlier, it's a whole different game. They pressure the ball more. We saw it last year, even in the NBA Finals, despite all the guards on those two teams, the amount of turnovers they had. Teams actually game plan in the playoffs as opposed to the regular season. You need multiple ball handlers, and the Rockets, even with Fred VanVleet, I thought were short ball handlers. Now they're really short, and they got about a week to try to make something happen until the deadline next week for the playoffs.
Tell me what it looks like if, theoretically, let's say Kendrick Perkins' trade suggestion, which it was something along the lines of Şengün and Tari Eason plus draft picks for Antetokounmpo. That was widely hated and reviled by at least our listeners and a lot of Rockets fans.
Yeah.
Myself included. Let's say hypothetically you did that and you just dump Antetokounmpo into the Houston lineup and he's 100% healthy, what's it look like?
What's the actual, 5 or just?
What's the actual, immediately, realistically, what changes immediately?
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good question. I mean, you get more star power, but I think still you're missing the most important part of you need that initiator.
Yeah.
In order to set up the offense and get the ball to these guys. It's great to have those pieces, and I know basketball is different nowadays than back in the day where just throwing out a random example, if you had Shaq in the post but you don't have the guards to even get the ball to him. I know it's different where Alpi will bring the ball up himself now, but you still need that initiator. And also, I think back to Durant in Brooklyn, or we see this all the time with these super teams where people always think, and maybe companies run into this problem as well, if we just get a bunch of talent in a room, we'll be fine. We'll figure it out later. And we saw that with Kyrie and Harden and Durant. Just put a bunch of talented guys together. How can that fail? And it was a bit of a mess there. And I think it could be something similar where just because you add Giannis and he's this great player, an MVP caliber player, just because you throw him in there with Durant and whoever else, doesn't mean that it's a good match. I think still the bottom line is they still need guard help without Giannis, this current team, whatever it is, we still need more guards to help just run things, especially in the playoffs, handle the pressure that teams throw at you.
Yeah, and I think when you throw Kevin Durant into the Golden State Warriors, it wasn't like it was an immediately awesome thing. They had issues kind of getting everybody on the same page and getting him integrated into the offense. And it was, at the time, it felt like it was going on for months. In hindsight, it was probably like 6 weeks. But because it was, people talked about it every single day. But yeah, it's never as simple as you want it to be when you just slap a guy in and expect immediate results. You know, it's not an all-star game or something. You gotta be part of a cohesive offense.
Yeah.
And you don't trust that Udoka is going to be the architect of that cohesive offense.
That's true. That's true as well. And look, Alpi, if we were giving up Alpi for Giannis, Alpi's better bringing the ball up the floor, in my opinion, and having the offense run through him as a distributor, almost like Jokic, than Giannis. So I think you take away the little, positive or the little strength you do have in terms of ball distribution.
It is that whole take. It felt mostly just like a huge insult to Şengün, and especially just Şengün's not just what he is as a player right now, that he's still got upside to him. That to just cast him out and not to mention throw in Tari Eason also along the way. That Perkins almost made it sound like it was no big deal because it obviously makes sense. You can win now.
Please, anything Perkins says, get that guy out of there. On the text line, someone said, Rockets went from an exciting young team to an old, injury-prone team. I can sort of get behind that without Fred VanVleet, Steven Adams down. You look at that game last night, like we said in the open. I mean, you got nothing from the bench. Dorian Finney-Smith, 19 minutes, no points. Thanks for showing up. Clint Capella does nothing. Reed Shepherd has been struggling of late. Okogie did not score. He didn't make a shot in his 15 minutes. The Jabari Smith has been lousy. Again, don't want to be a prisoner in the moment. There's just not a ton to be positive about what we saw from the Rockets last night, at least. And last thing I'll say before we hit the break, too, is somebody said teams are just leaving Amen Thompson open from 15 to 20 feet. They're giving him that shot. He needs to make. Yeah, it's like Rajon Rondo back in the day. They're just sagging so far off, daring you to shoot. You can't shoot. It's embarrassing, and it hurts the offense. So that's a big issue for Amen in this offense as well. Hey, coming up, we know the Texans made some coaching changes yesterday. Could they be getting some help for this offense in 2026? Maybe some surprising help. We'll talk about that next. It's Payne and Pendergast.
Will building up the offense be a major focus for the Texans? Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Texans made some coaching changes yesterday. Are they getting some help for the offense in 2026? It's Payne and Pendergast. I'm Luke Morrow, in for Sean, alongside Seth Payne. You can text the show 713-572-4610 throughout the morning to join the conversation. In case you missed it, the Texans yesterday moved on from a few coaches. Tight end coach Jake Moreland, assistant linebacking coach Ben Bowling, offensive assistant Mike Snyder. But that's not even what I'm talking about here. We got some audio that came out, as well as an Instagram post, too, from a separate player. But could the Texans be getting some reinforcements offensively from players already on the roster in 2026?
Yeah, Tank Dell was in an event at Academy where he was let some kids go on a shopping spree of some sort.
Very cool.
So good for him.
Yeah.
But as happens at these charitable events, he also talks to the media about football things. And the one that I saw first rotating around on social media was via Sam Warren of the Houston Chronicle. Tank basically standing up for C.J. Stroud.
People can say what they want about Seven. That's they sitting on the couches just typing on computers and typing on their phones. But everybody knows who Seven is, especially in the facility. We know who he is, and when we get back out there with him, it's going to be special. So we can let them say what they want. It's all right.
Yeah. So the Texans will always point out that, listen, we don't care what people on their couches or typing on their phones say. We believe in him. The interesting thing to me about that was that, man, Caserio was pretty damn critical of C.J. Stroud, like in his press conference and regarding that Patriots game. Without saying his name over and over again, he kept going back to turnovers. I haven't sensed at all that there's any lack of faith or any kind of rift between C.J. Stroud and any of the players on the team, including the defense. And people always wonder, okay, is the defense going to start to look sideways at the offense because they're not holding up their end of the bargain? Do you feel like I'm reading that right? There's no reason to believe that those guys don't love C.J. and believe in him.
No, I agree with you. Yeah. And it's actually a thought. I'll probably turn it into its own segment maybe later on this morning, but it's a thought I've had with Stroud that I think it's almost like his greatest strength is that he is such a good guy and so well-liked, and that's helping to, flame the fires a bit, at least in the building internally there, where it makes it a little bit easier to swallow the struggles because he seems to be so well-liked and seems to be a good enough leader with his teammates.
Yeah. It's always risky using popularity with your teammates as a way to judge a guy. Like Brett Favre early in his career was incredibly popular with his teammates, even though he was doing a lot of stuff that was not, especially by modern standards, wouldn't be the way you want your quarterback to operate. CJ's a whole different type of guy than Brett Favre in terms of personality and off-field activities and everything. But it's not always necessarily the best gauge, but it's nice that it's there. At the very least, whatever the issues are with the offense right now, I think he's got 100% buy-in from the other offensive players. And that's not there's other young quarterbacks where you get a sense that, man, I'm not sure if these guys even like each other. If you go up to A.J. Brown and Jalen Hurts and whatever the hell's going on up in Philadelphia, obviously Jalen Hurts has done some really good things in Philadelphia, but the current situation doesn't feel all that hot because it seems like the star wide receiver and the star quarterback just aren't even communicating all that much. That's an uncomfortable place to be in going into an offseason. I don't worry about that with the Texans.
No, I'm with you. I agree there. It's amazing that the Eagles have had the success they've had with all of that nonsense and awkwardness and that tension as well. It almost seems like they thrive on it up there. But
yeah, I think they do. I don't think D'Amico and Sirianni, not quite the same guys.
No.
I think they're every coach is going to have the same personality and has the same appetite for dissension or anything. D'Amico feels very much different than Nick Sirianni.
Yeah, I would say so. But Tank was also talking about, trying to make his return. We were just talking about Fred VanVleet, who I felt like automatically I put in my mind out of the year, don't worry about him this year. For Tank Dell, honestly, because of how gruesome the injury was, and I heard the comments from Cecil Shorts who said, I had a similar injury that just ended my career. I put Tank Dell out of my, if he comes back at any point, that would be icing on the cake for me. That would be gravy. I've just had the expectation mentally that, okay, we have to move forward with the expectation that Tank Dell is unfortunately never going to be part of the Texans offense again. seems like that might not be the case for Tank Dell, who's looking towards a return already this season.
Man, I was making a push. I wanted to be out there with the guys this year. Last year, that football season alone was like the hardest year of my life, man. Just sitting out from football for like a year straight. Been playing football since I was 5, and that was my first year I ever had to sit out of football. So that was hard, but I tried to make a push back. It didn't go as planned, but I got time now and I'll be ready.
Yeah, I guess I was thinking about that. I'm glad you brought up Cecil Shorts. So, for one, Tank Dell was trying to come back and play last year, and I wonder how much of that – I wonder how realistic it was. He might have been pushing for that. I wonder if it ever got to a point where they were actually discussing it on the medical staff and trying to figure out, okay, is this safe? Would he be effective, all of that? So, we don't know how close he got to it and if it was a possibility at all. If it turned out that they felt like, okay, yeah, there's actually a chance he could do that, and then Nico Collins gets the concussion and Tank wasn't there on the, he hadn't been elevated yet or anything, that would feel like a missed opportunity perhaps. But the difference between him and Cecil, I think, is at the very least just all the things they're doing with stem cell and PRP and the other, there's other things I can't pronounce that they can do now for these really catastrophic injuries that they didn't do necessarily even 10 or 15 years ago. That makes me feel more optimistic about it. Joe Mixon looking in the Steelers game like a different version of Joe Mixon, a better version than the last 2 years after also having a catastrophic knee injury. That makes me feel better about Tank Dell because he's younger, hasn't had as much damage. Joe Mixon, Nick Chubb at this point has had he's had a couple catastrophic knee injuries. He's an old running back. He's a bigger guy. All of those things are working against him and coming back from a knee injury like that. Tank's youth, and when it comes to actual joint injuries, not gunshot wounds and broken legs, he's been relatively unscathed. So without all that extra scar tissue and everything, I think it's more realistic to think that he can get back to being a viable player again.
And Sam Warren, who covers the Texans for the Houston Chronicle, and that's where we got the previous audio from, he also wrote an article on this, and he did say the Texans wide receiver said he's back for 2026, feeling good about his return, and the quote was, "We're going to cook up." Now, again, I don't want to read too much into that when he says back for 2026. Maybe it's not necessarily getting back on the field per se, but it seems like things are at least trending towards Tank maybe being part of potentially, yeah. Knock on wood, whatever, but might be part of this offense in 2026 or here in the near future, and that could certainly be. We talk so much about this offense trying to find its stride. That could be a boost for sure.
The other one is Joe Mixon, obviously, is another big question, and Jonathan Alexander had an article. The headline was Joe Mixon insists he'll return for the Houston Texans in 2026. So okay, you're younger than I am. You're not a young man, but you're younger than I am.
I'll take it.
Interpret this post for me on social media, on Instagram. There's a picture of him and C.J. Stroud, and it says all 26 vengeance, showing a picture of him and C.J. Stroud together on the field. I feel like I don't know if is that insisting that he'll return, or is it just him? I guess that's him focused on 2026. And if I read into the visual, that's he's saying he's coming back in 2026.
Yeah. So originally, I only saw the text that he put on that post, and I thought, what does that mean? That could just mean for him. Maybe he's bitter towards the Texans. The vengeance is against the Texans. Like, let me go somewhere else. I'll show you. But honestly, this was the first time I heard, as you mentioned it, that there was a photo of him and C.J. Stroud. So the way now that I interpret it is because of how messy it got in the playoffs for C.J. Stroud and the public rhetoric that he's talking about, like, hey, next year is your year and I got your back. Like, we're going to show everybody, we're going to prove everyone wrong, get our vengeance in 2026, that this offense and this quarterback is, legit or still top of the sport. And prove everybody wrong. So now that I know there's a photo of him and C.J. Stroud, I do think it's tied to this idea of him being part of the Texans in 2026. Originally, I thought it just was in general of like, I'm going to show everyone I still got something left, and that will be somewhere else.
Plus, the quote I'm looking at on Instagram, I read the article where it said it a little differently. It actually says, vengeance, all 26, and then hands shaking emoji. And then with Joe Mixon and this is somebody I don't know. Damn it! Whenever I wade into these waters on social media, I always get in trouble. This is the problem. I trust that I trust that Tank Dell plans on playing in 2026. I trust that Joe Mixon plans on playing in 2026. But if I'm putting together this roster, I can't bank on them returning in 2026 and being the previous version of themselves. We saw with Christian Harris. Christian Harris had a mysterious injury and barely played 2 seasons ago in 2025 or 2024. And then this year barely played again, and when he was out there just didn't look like the same version of himself. So I think Caserio going into this offseason certainly hopes that Tank Dell is back and close to his old form. Of course he hopes that Joe Mixon is back. But free agency is right around the corner. We're a month out from free agency, and I don't think you can factor those guys in necessarily as, those guys are an integral part of the team until you actually see them do it on the practice field.
Yeah, I'm with you. Certainly with Tank Dell, like I said earlier, anything you get from him, for me, that's just my mindset right now. Anything is just gravy. I wouldn't anticipate him coming back and being a big piece of the offense. For Joe Mixon, even if he is good and comes back, how much would you want, if you have a healthy Joe Mixon in 2026, would you want to bank on him to be the lead back? And if not, is it worth having Mixon on the roster if he is going to just be rotated in that backfield, now another year older, into his 30s, heading into his 30s now, and coming off this injury?
They already have too many running backs that they like on the roster. Dameon Pierce was still here at the beginning of the season. That is a big, it's not an overwhelming chunk of salary cap space, but it's a big chunk of money that you're spending to keep a guy on a roster that maybe you don't even feel comfortable giving the ball 20 times a game because you don't really know what's going on with his anglers. But you might just have to, and it's an older running back to begin with, that's one where you might just have to make the decision, man, you know what, Joe, we really hope the best for you, but we got to move on at this point because we just don't know. And whether it's in free agency or the draft or via trade, that we got to start looking for other options. Because that's what you had. Look, if you end up with the same Joe Mixon, Woody Marks situation, if it looks like the Nick Chubb, Woody Marks situation, that's not enough. I want to use Woody Marks as a receiver more. But when he's being relied upon to be your lead running back, I don't think they really got to develop him as a receiver as much as they planned on when they drafted him. They drafted him. They drafted him almost specifically to be a guy that can make C.J. Stroud that much better of a passer. Because, look, you've got a bona fide check down threat. This is a guy that it's not just a check down, oh, no, everything's lost. It's like, oh, no, hit Woody Marks quick because he might spring one for 30 yards as a check down. And they just weren't able to do that as much when they're, trying to bring a rookie into the fold as your lead running back.
Well, Tank Dell making a push to return in 2026. Joe Mixon, trying to get vengeance in 2026, whether that's in Houston or elsewhere. It could be a big boost for the offense heading into next season. Coming up, things just continue to be a mess for one NFL franchise. We'll talk about it next. It's Payne and Pendergast.
In the loop.
Come on. Look, CJ.
22.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Well, one NFL franchise just can't get out of their own way. It's Payne and Pendergast. I'm Luke Morrow in for Sean alongside Seth Payne. 713-572-4610 to text the show and join the conversation throughout. I'm sure you could probably guess who we're alluding to when you think of joke NFL franchises that just continue to be jokes. But the Cleveland Browns finally found their new head coach. You think it'd be a joyous occasion. They hired Todd Monken, former offensive coordinator of the Baltimore Ravens this past year. And yet, after the news comes out, we get all these embarrassing stories still about the Cleveland Browns. I referenced one earlier that he was previously there in Cleveland, was Todd Monken on the staff, and under Freddie Kitchens at the time. And when they were all let go, the story came out that Monken was like bad-mouthing the organization to the other team's coaches and giving away like secrets. And then fast forward 6 years, like, yep, this guy, he should be our head coach.
And it's also, there's so many things that are reminiscent of the Johnny Manziel draft pick and everything, where the owner is ignoring the advice of the advisors they've hired and the reports they've commissioned, where this Shielhaas guy, the passing game coordinator out of L.A., the Rams, it seemed to make a lot of sense in a lot of respects. And nope, we're going to Todd Monken. Which has inspired zero confidence. Here's one Browns fan. This is something that Sean sent me yesterday. A Browns fan who is not enthusiastic about this.
The Cleveland Browns are the dumbest organization in professional sports history. Todd Monken? You hire Todd Monken after 23 days of looking for a coach? The only place you looked for a coach was up your own asses. What the is this? Jimmy Haslam is a Nepo war criminal. What is he doing? What has he ever done? He has no idea what he is doing. It is illegal to spit in people's faces. Did you know that? It's illegal to do that. So why is Jimmy Haslam allowed to do that? He's been doing it for the past 14 years to Browns fans, giving a middle finger to Browns fans. This is absolute bullshit. This is the dumbest organization. We're so stupid. The fact that we keep wasting our money on this team. Idiots. War criminals!
A war criminal. I don't know. Is Jimmy Haslam a Nepo baby? It feels like I think he's a self-made man, at least. It's not like he got his money from his daddy or anything. But he is a war criminal. I'll go with that. He went too far in calling him a Nepo baby, but he is a war criminal. I'll give him that.
Yeah, I'm trying to look up if what his parents did or his family.
It was truck stops where he made his money, and I think he joined the company in 1976, but I don't know if it was his daddy's company or something. Oh yeah, yep, it was his father's initial investment. Yep, he took over daddy's company. All right, yep, Nepo baby.
Yeah. So what are you good at, Jimmy? Because it's not running this organization.
What did he didn't capture? I mean, he has pretty much everybody in his company got arrested and sent to jail except for him. It was all I had no awareness of all the way they were screwing over these small truck stop owners. No awareness. Yep.
Yeah. It's crazy. He ignored his own advisors and the GM and decided to just make the decision himself. Which, look, you're the owner, you spend the money. That's your right. But there's a reason why the Browns can't get out of their own way. And Jimmy Haslam decided to hire Todd Monken instead of I think it was one of the guys from the Rams, the passing game.
Shielhaas.
Yeah.
The thing that's interesting here, from a Texans perspective, what I would worry about is that Dino Vasso, the defensive backs coach for the Texans, is interviewed for coordinator jobs. I don't know if it's but like he's a name that's now being floated out there. He's done really good work with the Texans secondary, obviously. Jim Schwartz, the defensive coordinator for the Browns, which is one of the best defenses in football this year. You would just never know it because the offense was so bad. He's apparently, according to the NFL Network, the Browns' defensive coordinator was visibly upset and told other assistants he would be leaving after learning Cleveland was hiring Todd Monken as its head coach. As much as I would advise my own son never to take a head coaching job with the Cleveland Browns, if my son were a potential defensive coordinator, I would tell him to run to Cleveland. I think that level of talent and the fact that they're already a good defense is that you're probably not going to win a whole bunch of games, but you could very well set yourself up for the future by taking that, and just if you can maintain or improve that defense, that would be a really good feather in your cap. And so I don't want to lose Dino Vasso to the Browns.
If you're Jim Schwartz, do you have that same mindset, the big picture of like, hey, if I stay here, I could continue to build my resume, get a head coaching job next year? Or are you ticked off that, like, they don't want me to be the head coach? Forget these guys. I'm not coaching here anymore.
Yeah, I think he might just be fed up with being on the Browns. Yeah, and that also, it's embarrassing. You're in the running for being the head coach and, one of the supposed finalists for it, and then somebody else gets the job. Maybe he doesn't think all that highly of the hire or whatever, but even if he did, if you're the Browns, I think Todd Monken should sit down and hopefully have a conversation with Jim Schwartz. But even then, that's one of those things where, man, if he's agitated about the hire, we could sit down and have coffee and come to a nice understanding, but is it going to stick? And is it going to be something that do I have to worry about this guy talking smack about me behind my back for the entire first season I'm here? Or, just making even the little glances at people about, being skeptical over stuff you're saying. You got to be mindful of stuff like that. That you have to root everybody out at that point.
It's a good point.
If he's that upset about it.
It's true. It almost feels like, oh, yeah, that's right. The Browns previously, when they were on Hard Knocks, and Todd Haley and Hugh Jackson were like going at it because they hated each other and going behind each other's backs. And Greg Williams, I think, was the defensive coordinator, and they all just hated each other, and it was all on film on HBO. Classic Browns. I always say two things. I have two rules about this. Number one, I think helicopter parents are a good thing. You don't like it at the time, but then you grow up and you realize, like, oh, they were good, loving parents, and it helped raise me right, and yada, 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 to a certain extent. I'm not talking about the parent that's yelling at the coach and all that sort of stuff. I'm just talking about parents who are, really involved in their kids' lives and making sure everything's good. But helicopter owners are the worst thing in sports, and I alluded to this earlier at Jim Crane, where we played that piece of audio from Chandler Rome, where Jim, all due respect, you should not be the one making these decisions of who to bring in to the Astros. Let the baseball people do that. And Jimmy Haslam keeps doing this, where he just makes the decisions, which takes me to the second rule of I feel worse for fans of teams with bad owners than anyone else, because there's nothing you could do about that. You can change coaches. You can change the quarterback. It is very hard. The Commanders finally pulled it off, but very hard to get the owner out of there. And if you're a Browns fan, you are just stuck with this bozo, and there's nothing you can do about it. The Browns are always going to be this laughingstock.
It's the same as you don't want a micromanaging owner because the biggest problem with most micromanaging owners is that they're absentee micromanagers. The micromanaging done right is, okay, he's working 18 hours a day and he's elbow deep in every decision and everything. That can be a really good thing if the guy is genuinely micromanaging. The problem is that they helicopter micromanage. They're trying to make these decisions that other people are working 18 hours a day on, and you're trying to swoop in and basically contradict these people that you're paying good money to make these decisions, and you end up just having no focus, no vision, no anything. The flip side of it would be it can be both good and bad to have an owner that totally lets his football people make the decision, because we've seen that in Houston. I think the McNairs, I like that Cal McNair, by and large, really just wants his football people to make the right decisions. That's great when you hire the right people. If you haven't hired the right people, and when you allow Bill O'Brien and Jack Easterby to be co-GMs, that's where it can be a disaster, and that's the lesson you have to learn. And I think Cal and Hannah learned some really good lessons throughout the Bill O'Brien and Jack Easterby ordeal. It's that, we want to let our football people have the freedom and the power and authority to do these things, but we got to be sure that there's a level of, you got to be sure they're the right people for it. And I think they've done a much better job with this version of it than obviously the Jack Easterby era.
Yeah, no doubt. Hey, balance, that's the key to really all things in life. That's how you avoid the collisms that we were talking about earlier. On the text line, someone said, why would it matter that Todd Monken talked bad about the Browns in the past? D'Amico sued the Texans.
Yeah. He didn't talk bad about him, though, when he sued him. I just I feel like you gotta remember, man. Like in business, the people get sued all the time, and they don't have as many hard feelings over it as, like, say, if I got sued or something. And when it comes to the D'Amico suing the team, that was it's like a workers' comp case, if you can think of it that way. And in football, it happens a good amount of time. A lot of them don't make headlines and everything. So if D'Amico had come out at the time and said that, the McNairs are bums and I can't believe they did this or whatever, that's something different. It's more that, okay, he was suing for unsafe work conditions on that field, et cetera, et cetera. It's more antiseptic. It's not as heated. It's not a whole bunch of lobbing insults at the other side.
Right. Yeah. It's not a direct and maybe not a great comparison, but I'm a big Tom Petty fan, and I actually was just rewatching his documentary last week, and he signed a bad record deal when he began, and his manager, who he thought was a good friend, really screwed him over, and so he sued him and ended up winning. But the reason why I'm bringing it all up is because the manager thought they could still be friends afterwards and thought, like, that's just business. Like, I took you for a ride, you sued me, like, we're good. And Tom was like, no, like, forget you. So, yeah, to your point, on the business side, some people are just like, hey, that's part of doing business. There's lawsuits and scales and
there's all of that. I mean, there comes a point. It depends. Obviously, I'm not making a blanket statement about all billionaires or anything. But if there's one thing about being a billionaire, it's like you're going to get sued a good amount. No matter you could be the most virtuous person on earth. There's going to be lawsuits within your organization or over your company or anything. And I think that a lot of them end up kind of just being able to treat it as like, okay, that's just something that happens in a normal day. That's what you hear a lot is like, that's just business. Yeah, that's business.
Yeah.
What are you going to do?
Yeah, just business. So let's keep an eye, though, on that Cleveland D.C. job, defensive coordinator, see what happens with Schwartz, and then if Dino Vasso, that just always sounds like such a cool name. See if
we can't lose that cool name.
Absolutely. That's part of it. I got to be honest. I don't know if he'd be a good defensive coordinator or not, but just because of the name, I'm into it. If I'm a Browns fan, like that just sounds like a good hire. But keep an eye on that to see if he gets plucked away here from Houston, as well as continue to monitor. I haven't seen anything out of Philadelphia. If Gerard Johnson might be the offensive coordinator there for the Eagles after interviewing earlier.
Yeah, that's the other. I mean, that's the fallout. The fallout for coordinators and assistant coaches leaving and everything is a lot more delayed, obviously, as these teams start scrambling around. And we've still got vacancies out there at head coach. I just congratulate the Browns for actually hiring somebody before the Super Bowl. I thought this was going to drag out into one of those things where people kept turning them down and they didn't have a coach until March or something.
That's right. Hey, yeah, they hired their coach before Tom Brady did, and maybe they're holding out for Clint Kubiak. I don't know, but the Raiders' job is still open, and I'm not hearing very much from that at all. So.
If I were Jim Haslam, I would totally throw shade at Tom Brady now.
That's right.
So, you got some slappies out here. Yeah. Can't even hire a coach.
Exactly. Make yourself look a little better. Coming up, actually, you know what? This stemmed from conversations throughout this morning that I have a question about C.J. Stroud, if his best quality is actually off the field and how important that is for him here in Houston. We'll talk about that next. It's Payne and Pendergast.
Hey, guys, it's still January, so you still got time to act.
Sugarland Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
How important is it for C.J. Stroud to be well-liked? It's Payne and Pendergast. Luke Morrow in for Sean alongside Seth Payne and you as well. 713-572-4610 on the text line to join the conversation, as well as in the YouTube chat, Twitch chats as well. Before we do get to that, though, how concerned should we be for former Texan Aaron Glenn? We kind of touched on this earlier. He just hired a new defensive coordinator. Because we were just talking last segment about the Browns getting their new head coach and what are they going to do with defensive coordinator. Aaron Glenn just hired a new defensive coordinator in New York, but he fired like all of his assistants. But also my concern is they were about bringing John Gruden. Now they're going to bring in Frank Reich. Maybe it's my paranoia, but I don't think I'd want these former veteran head coaches on staff where the Jets, maybe this is their idea of like, well, you know, if things aren't working out, we got this guy over here.
I talked to a friend of mine who's been a longtime assistant coach in the NFL about this dynamic. I'm not going to use his name because I don't want him to be one of those things where somebody could use it against him someday. But there is a dynamic of definitely – you want to bring in guys with experience and everything. You'd love to have mentors for your younger coaches, all of that. But that sometimes things can get kind of either uncomfortable or even if it's not outright power jockeying or anything, it's just too many chefs in the kitchen and like different worldviews. And some of the older guys will be kind of a pain in the ass about it. Oh, you know what I could tell actually a story about in a good way, and I'll mention his name totally, is Dom Capers. Because Dom Capers is the defensive – he's like an advisor to the defensive coordinator in Carolina.
No.
So because Dom and I'm blanking on his name. He was a Texans head coach candidate. But, Dom was with him as an advisor in Denver and now here – or now in Carolina. And, like, Dom's the perfect guy in that role because Dom is a soldier when it comes to understanding what his responsibility is, and he will walk a fine line, like the narrow line of like where I should exert influence, where I shouldn't, and everything. So like Dom's never going to try to take over. Dom's never going to sell anybody out or anything. And I think he's great in that role. So he's a former head coach, two-time head coach, a longtime defensive coordinator, but he's also the right kind of guy to be in the organization. That's the thing that Aaron has to be careful about is if you've got a guy that's got a gigantic ego or a guy that just it's my way or the highway and that's the way he's been his entire career, that's the dicey part of it because you can end up doing more harm than good when you bring somebody in that just doesn't necessarily do a good job of just being quiet and in the background.
Right.
So who are the names he's thinking about bringing in?
Well, originally, I guess the Jets. I don't think it was Aaron Glenn's decision, but they were trying to bring in John Gruden. And he said no.
That's a big voice.
Yeah.
I think Gruden. I could see Gruden himself being like, that's not me. You know.
Right. I think so. He said no, and I get it. But according to reports, they are bringing in Frank Reich, and he seems to me
Frank Reich being the guy. Yeah, I would he's a career backup quarterback.
Yeah.
That at various times the fans wanted Frank Reich instead of Jim Kelly and everything, and just he's that kind of. I think like a pretty easygoing.
Right.
And obviously has a whole lot of experience and wisdom and knowledge and everything. Frank Reich, I would say, is probably a good choice for a role like that.
Yeah, I do agree with that. Certainly more so than Gruden. I've never met Frank. I've never talked to Frank Reich. I don't know. He just always seems like, I think I like him. He seems like a cool guy. Very laid back, easygoing, soft-spoken.
Well, it's kind of like Gary Kubiak. I think people would try to use the fact that Gary Kubiak was a career backup quarterback as a criticism of him. It's tough because it really is. It does hint at a certain personality type that, yeah, you could look at it negatively as if, okay, this guy's not ambitious enough or whatever. But there's some extreme positives that go to it too, and that man, there's certain people that are comfortable in their role. They don't let their ego get away from them. They might recognize a good thing when they have it and all of that. And there's a role for that person, in an organization, and I think that's. I think it's probably a good. I think with Frank Reich, it would be good.
Yeah, I'm with you there. And look, people do love the former backup quarterback as the head coach thing. That's.
Well, I always loved backup quarterbacks because And that's why whenever people want to, bust on Orlovsky for not being a good quarterback, what does your opinion mean or anything? My favorite people are the backup quarterbacks because usually they've seen more schemes and had to think about the game a lot harder than most starting quarterbacks. Because most bona fide starting quarterbacks only play in for 2 or 3 different offensive coordinators in their career sometimes. And even when they're the same different offensive coordinators, they're similar schemes. Where backup quarterbacks, they don't have the physical talent of the starter. And they also, they have to coach. They have to be responsible for working with the receivers and everything. And then a lot of times, because they get bounced around, they see a lot of different schemes. So those are some of the most interesting guys to talk to about X's and O's. Because there's still, there's guys in the NFL that, they're just the physical talent is paramount, and they don't necessarily have to think about it as hard as the guy that's fighting and scrapping to keep his job every year.
Yeah, well, usually the best athletes are the ones that are not good coaches or front office guys. I mean,
the best coaches, the best. Yeah,
because they can't. It's just almost it's like second nature. They can't teach it. They just do it, right? Like Magic Johnson is just Magic Johnson. He can't tell you how to be Magic Johnson.
I think it was Kevin Biggio that was talking about his dad, his dad coaching him. Is that sometimes Craig would basically be like, just hit it.
Yeah, right.
It came easier to the elder Biggio than to his sons.
Exactly. When Ted Williams was managing the Senators, he was probably saying the same thing. Like, yeah, just hit the fastball. What are you doing?
They would say that about Reggie White when he would try to teach his the hump move and everything.
Yeah.
Just get right here and then use your superhuman strength to launch the guy 20 feet in the air. That's all you do.
Yeah, just do that.
Why aren't you using your superhuman strength?
Yeah. All right, that's why those who can't, they teach. So, hey, we've been talking about backup quarterbacks, but let's talk about the starting quarterback of your Houston Texans. Obviously, the Stroud conversation continues to carry on. All sorts of texts. Even when we're talking about Stroud or even the Texans, texts continue to come in this morning and every day about people with their opinions on Stroud. I was thinking about this over the last week or two, and actually you guys had a conversation about something completely different. I think it was yesterday, where, Seth, I think you made the point about just like, and it's something that we know, but nice guys get more opportunities in the workplace. If you have a coworker or an employee who's not great at their job and they're a jerk, you'll be quick to move on from them. But if you have someone who's not great at their job, but everybody likes him and he's a nice guy, he's going to get more opportunities.
Well, and also, likewise, there's the two things combined. There's likability and competence. Like competence, you can get away. If you have extreme competence, you can get away with being a jerk,
Right.
But likewise, if you have extreme likability, you can get away with incompetence more. There's always
100%.
the NFL coaching staffs. There's a few guys on a bunch of staffs that are wildly incompetent, but they're incredibly likable, and the head coach likes them, and they stick around.
Yeah.
Speaking of the Jets, the Rex Ryan had one of those back in the day. It was basically just his best bud from forever that he just kept with him all the time. But it was an assistant coach. It was like assistant running backs coach or something. They always found a way to keep him on the staff. But with quarterbacks and the fact that CJ is liked by his teammates. Like how much do we read into that? And because we were talking about it earlier, and it was, Tank Dell, being in CJ's corner and everything. Those guys are best buds, all of that. I think it's one of those things that you look at it, and it doesn't mean that also means that CJ Stroud's an awesome quarterback just because guys like him or still have faith in him or anything. I think, but it's a good sign that it's obvious that guys don't dislike him. If all of a sudden it was like, man, people are making comments about him or people are just kind of giving him the side. Like when Andre Johnson walked off the field early, because was it Brian Hoyer at the time? Yeah, it was when Brian Hoyer, and they caught Andre Johnson saying, just get him off the field. It looked like he was saying, get him off the field. Like it was clear that there had been a loss of faith in, I believe it was Brian Hoyer at the time. Sorry if it wasn't. We were nowhere near the situation that was C.J. Stroud.
No, certainly. And like someone came in on the text line last segment and said, hey, bring back Tank Dell, Joe Mixon, and then you won't have to worry about C.J. Stroud because he wouldn't want to let his friends down. I don't know if I would go like that far. I don't know if that's the driving force, not letting your friends down. But
there's things I don't want to let my family down, but I do continually.
Yeah, right?
There's certain things I can and cannot do.
Yeah.
Or I don't feel like doing. Yeah.
But you can tell me if this is a ridiculous thought or idea, but I was thinking because Stroud is such a likable guy in the building, and even, look, obviously Texans fans are not pleased with his performance on the field, but there's not a lot of bad things you can say about Stroud, the guy himself, and the way he carries himself and how he represents the organization at the podium and all that sort of stuff. So I was just having this thought that if he was some sort of like pompous jerk, if he was like an early Baker Mayfield who the Browns moved off of, if he was like a current Aaron Rodgers who drives people crazy, do you think the calculus would be different even in the building for the Texans where they're thinking, the play wasn't good enough, at least in the playoffs. He's also a bit of a jerk. He ruffles a lot of feathers out here. Like, do you think Stroud will get more chances in Houston, even if the play isn't good enough on the field, just because he is so well-liked, I guess is my question.
Yeah, okay, so immediately I was thinking of Josh Rosen, who seemed very unlikable. For whatever reason, people just did not. There was something about Josh Rosen that you could tell by the way that the anonymous scouts and everybody else talked about him. And with quarterbacks especially, that'll come up. The guy that wasn't a college captain or whatever. The old, hey, nobody attended his birthday party, that type of thing. C.J. Stroud's far away. Like, he's the opposite end of the spectrum when it comes to that.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's one of those things where it'll work in his favor that he seems to be the right kind of guy. I think the bigger thing that we wouldn't know is just exactly how dialed in is he and focused compared to other quarterbacks when it comes to the, hey, is first guy in the building, last guy to leave, all that type of stuff, grinding away at film, all of that. Sometimes that's overrated, partly because the quarterbacks themselves put out a lot of propaganda, and CJ doesn't necessarily do that. That's the part where I sometimes hesitate to use a teammate's endorsement of a player, because these are also young guys who sometimes don't actually know how really good NFL quarterbacks operate. I'll say, like David Carr. David Carr was well-liked, but David Carr himself has said, man, when he got to the Giants and watched Eli Manning prepare, he realized he'd been doing it all wrong. And I would say that when David Carr was a young quarterback, the veterans of us in the building kind of looked at it like, that's boy, he's out of the building quickly afterwards. And like it was, the young guys don't know any better. Right. They don't have a clue. So that part of it, I have no idea. Like Tank Dell has only played with one NFL quarterback. So, yeah, he's buddies with CJ and everything. Of course, he's going to be saying positive things about CJ Stroud. At some point, it's just got to be the performance over the next couple of years that puts CJ over the top.
And I guess that's what I'm kind of trying to get to. If we separate the two parts, I guess is what I'm striving to. Has the performance on the field been good enough? If you take away the good guy, like if he's Aaron Rodgers, that type of jerk of Aaron Rodgers, or as people perceive Rodgers to be a jerk, and he's playing like this, how different is the conversation right now today about the quarterback?
I think the big thing with CJ is this year what I liked was that he did some of the things where as a quarterback you have to suppress your ego a little bit. You got to understand that there's a time and a place to be aggressive in a game. There's times where you got to be sure you're just looking. It's in the first half. You're backed up in your own territory. You're taking the check down. You're taking the sack. You're doing all those things. And he did that. I thought he did a great job of becoming a better game manager. I'm not calling him a game manager as a quarterback, but every quarterback has to manage the game and know when to take chances and when to play conservatively. I thought he did a really good job with that. That's why the playoffs were such a shock, because he did the exact opposite. That pick six, it's the first half. You've got a lead. You're in your own territory. It's inclement weather conditions. So for him to just foist the ball up like that, it was a genuine shock to me, because he'd spent all season kind of tamping those elements out of his game. And that's the big curiosity of it. So I think the way he operated during the season, those are all the things you're actually looking for in a quarterback. And then it all went out the window in the playoffs. That's the part that I just don't know how to reconcile those two things.
Yeah, and I think that's been the conversation for a lot of people as well. And I think I've talked about this with Reggie before, just in general, not even about Stroud, but like the weight of the playoff games. How many regular season games does a playoff game equal? You could have 16 or 17 good regular season games, then you have one bad playoff game. Does that one playoff game, is that so important that it equals, 17? Like, what's the math on that?
Yeah.
And it just feels like for Stroud, like it's also kind of the recency bias where those were the two most recent games, two most important games. He played terribly, and you kind of ignore anything else that happened this year.
I think that obviously there's a difference between a home performance and a road performance for any quarterback. In the playoffs with CJ, it's tempting to say that he hasn't been good on the road in the playoffs. I think the problem is that his first year against the Ravens and his second year against the Chiefs, those were teams that were definitively better than the Texans, I think. And it was some of the weaknesses of the Texans, including the wide receiving core in those first 2 years. CJ did some really good things for the first 3 quarters of that Chiefs game, and then everything fell apart in the fourth quarter. So I think that people have painted with too broad a brush and saying, oh, he's no good on the road in the playoffs. I think it's more nuanced than that. To go back to, the extreme version is Peyton Manning, who in his first few years was much better in the regular season than CJ has been, but he was awful in the playoffs. And that was for Peyton Manning's first 6 trips to the playoffs. There was a book on Peyton, and it was that he sucked in the playoffs. If you're asking how long do you wait, I guess if CJ performs really well in the regular season but then has a stinker in the playoffs again next year, by the Peyton Manning dynamic, you'd still wait a few more years. And I don't the times have changed, and I don't think the patience is there for it.
And that was part of my problem with the whole Sam Darnold comparisons this week. And I know Jonathan Alexander had that article of hey, the Sam Darnold reclamation project can give Texans fans hope. But this is year 7, or last year I think was year 7 when he finally turned around in Minnesota. And we don't have patience nowadays, like you said, like we used to. But I don't know. I don't know if you can wait. This is going to be year 4. I don't know if we can wait till year 7 to see if Stroud finally gets to that sort of level.
If we're going with the barometer of likability, I'm going through past Texans quarterbacks, and I'm going to rank them by likability.
Ooh.
With zero clue about exactly how guys felt about him or anything, but I'm guessing. I think Deshaun Watson was probably way up there. I might be wrong on that. I'm just guessing. I think Matt Schaub was really high up. Maybe Matt Schaub was probably, especially before he got his Liz Frank and everything, I would say probably Deshaun Watson, then Matt Schaub. Ryan Fitzpatrick was probably pretty far up there. And I don't where would of those? Oh, Case Keenum. Case Keenum wasn't a bona fide. I think Case Keenum might have been the most popular in terms of guys liking him as a dude and everything. But he also wasn't the bona fide named starter from day one for entire seasons. But I'd say CJ's in that upper caliber. He's way above, say, a Brock Osweiler or guys that might have been getting the side eye from players that in the locker room at the time.
Who would you put at the very bottom? Who do you think is the most unlikable quarterback in Texans?
It's a mean thing to ask. I don't know, man. It's hard because most quarterbacks are pretty likable guys.
Yeah. Don't tell me it's Sage Rosenfels. I love Sage.
Even Osweiler seems like he's probably really likable, but I think just because because he's a high-priced free agent that comes in and is not good immediately, I think people started giving him the side eye. I don't know. I'll say A.J. McCarron. With his one start.
Yeah.
I think he was widely reviled in the locker room.
Yeah.
I don't know. I can't find an unlikable guy on here.
I know. I'm trying to think myself. And there's a pretty good list here. Yeah, I don't know. Text him in.
I played with Sage Rosenfels for. I think he was there the first year. I was there for half a season with him before I was injured. I liked Sage.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Sage was always my guy for some reason. I always took a liking to that quarterback. Let us know, though.
Yeah, let us text in. Who was the least liked by his teammates?
Yeah, as a Texans
I need to know
fan,
this, yeah.
Who do you think is the most, the least likable quarterback? 713-572-4610. We'll get to those on the other side. Plus, I do have a thought or a question that I'll ask Seth because there's been some interest this offseason here in other Texans coaches. What does that mean for the current Texans offense? We'll talk about that coming up. It's Payne and Pendergast.
The best sports talk around. And Studio 610 presents, live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
Who's the most unlikable quarterback in Texans history? That's what it's morphed into.
Unliked by his teammates, not by you, the fans. Does anybody? Have? I need names and a reason.
Oh, we got a lot, and I feel bad for one of them, because a lot of texts came in for the late Ryan Mallett. So I don't want to.
I think Mallett was probably really well liked by his teammates. You know what the thing about Mallett was that he was always like. And again, maybe one of the things that kept him back as an actual quarterback was he was always involved in any of the kind of games they're playing, like the tape ball soccer and stuff, and in the locker room.
Yeah, somebody said he said basically any former Patriot coming in thinking they were all that.
Yeah.
So, but yeah.
I think Mallett was, I honestly think, Mallett was probably the exact opposite, which is I think he was really well liked, but also those were the things that were, that personality type might not have been best suited to be a starting quarterback.
Yeah, and I also think there's a little projecting there from the fans saying, about these former Patriots, which is why some people said Brian Hoyer as well, former Patriot, additionally.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I could totally see that from a player's perspective, especially when Ryan Fitzpatrick had done pretty well. They get rid of Ryan Fitzpatrick because they got to bring in the guy that used to, he sniffed Tom Brady's jock and he knows the system. That part would annoy me as a player. If I'm a defensive player and I'm like, hey, Fitzy seemed to be doing pretty well. This is the savior you're bringing in? And then Brian Hoyer might be coming in. I don't think he's like this, but he's coming in acting like, yeah, I'm going to show you guys how it's done. Yeah.
So, and then we got some text I'll tell you who the other most receiving votes was in a moment, but just some one-offs for few for Brock Osweiler. Somebody said Tom Savage because everybody would have known that Deshaun Watson should be starting, and Tom Savage was keeping the Texans from having the better quarterback on the field.
Yeah. That was the competition, and then Deshaun Watson losing that competition for all of 2 quarters of football that season. That was I don't know. Yeah, I wonder.
And just for that alone.
Again, it's hard for me because usually quarterbacks are pretty likable guys to begin with, and I don't think they haven't had any guys in here that are like a Jeff George type or anything. Guys that just seemed like jerks and were unpopular for various reasons.
It's true. Dave Ragone got a vote, unfortunately.
Ragone was awesome. Ragone's still a coach.
Yeah. And then the only other one I'll bring up, at least for the time being, Ryan Mallett got the most votes. Right behind him, Dan Orlovsky.
Oh, that's right. I forget about the Orlovsky era.
I think part of that, too, is just because of his personality now on ESPN, and people are taking that and thinking, like, he seems like he might be tough to deal with or, could seem like a bit of a weirdo.
Well, people do that all the time with Nick Wright with me. They'll find out that I know Nick Wright and, that I'm friends with Nick Wright or was a coworker with him. And they're like, oh, he must just be the worst. I'm like, no, he's a delightful person, actually. It's not like he's spitting hot takes at you 24/7. It's not like you're running into him at the coffee machine and he power ranks the 3 reasons why you actually suck or something.
Yeah.
Hey, Seth, here's why you'll never hold a candle to LeBron James. Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's like that. They always had that commercial for your guy Colin Cowherd where he's just trying to pick up his dry cleaning, but he's like going on a whole Jerry Seinfeld like tirade about dry cleaning, and the guy's just like, they're close. But anyways, it's that idea of like that the way they are on camera or on the microphone is how they always are.
Now, if I got into a sports debate with him or something, he would act exactly that way. But that's not how Nick Wright isn't walking around 24 hours a day being that guy. I feel like Colin Cowherd might walk around that way.
I could see
24 hours a day. I don't know. I have to. At some point, I gotta spend half an hour with Colin Cowherd away from cameras and a microphone and see if I actually like him or not.
Yeah. People have asked me that about on-air folks here. Of thinking, of thinking like, not you, not Sean either, but thinking of like, what's that guy like? He seems like whatever, so-and-so on air. And I'm like, actually, everyone's really cool. Off the air, they're a little bit different.
We're pretty lucky for now. Nobody's really exposed their true colors yet, but for now, I'd say like this is one of the best environments we've ever had at Sports Radio 610 in terms of everybody getting along with each other. Sometimes I worry about that because I'm like, do we not have enough just kind of volatile jerks around that make for more entertaining radio?
Yeah.
I'll be that guy.
Yeah, bring it on.
I'll take up some kind of an addiction or something that makes me extremely volatile.
Yeah, just for the betterment of the company. Somebody said Brian Hoyer would downplay any weakness. Vince, that would be a vote against him. And then a few folks said Ryan Mallett did not come off well on Hard Knocks. Had a poor attitude, wouldn't set an alarm, another person said. So
he definitely did, and that's where I think. But also, though, remember, Mallett wasn't a named starting quarterback, so it's not as much. You guys aren't necessarily going to be as frustrated with him because of that. If he was the starting quarterback and this is the guy you're depending on and everything, and he operated that way, I could see a lot of people just really having an issue with him. But you're right, though, as far as some of the more immature elements that he had to work through, I would certainly think whoever's third-string quarterback behind him might have gotten frustrated with him.
Did you come up with a selection of the most unlikable quarterback in Texas history?
I'm not gonna do it. No, I can't do it. I'm not going there. I just it feels dirty. Yeah. From a fan's perspective, that's easier, I guess. I think David Carr. Let's see. I think Brock Osweiler was probably the least liked quarterback. I could see. I mean, just judging.
Brock? Why?
Yeah. I think there was everything about that where that was the guy, you brought him in. And the worst thing about Osweiler was you tried to talk yourself into him before the season. And for me going into that season, it was I was very much like trying to think about the positives, but also cautioning that, look, we really don't know what we have in him. He's got to continue to grow and develop, and he just never did anything. But people that had gone full in on him and said, no, Brock Osweiler is the hero and the champion, those people were made to look like fools. And people can't forgive somebody who makes them look like a fool.
Let me ask you about the current offense for the Texans and their situation. Look, I know this is mostly just relationships. Bobby Slowick gets a new offensive coordinator job this year at the Dolphins. I was surprised with how quickly he rebounded.
Yeah.
But, he landed there because of his friend Mike McDaniel, and then he had coached previously with Jeff Hafley. He becomes Hafley's offensive coordinator. I get it. Gerard Johnson's in the running for the Eagles offensive coordinator, similar where he had coached with Sirianni previously, also is a Houston guy. I believe there's a connection with Jalen Hurts, so that helps there too. So I get it. A lot of this stuff it's just relationship business, and it's about those relationships. So I understand. But if Gerard were to get that job in Philadelphia, Bobby Slowick gets the job, regardless of, I'm talking right here and now before we even see how things go this year. Does that say anything about any other part of the Texans offense that, despite feeling like the offense isn't good enough, well, some of the coaches are getting other and better opportunities elsewhere?
I think it was Slowick would be the interesting one, right? Especially if somehow, he goes in, because they got a mess in Miami that goes above and beyond whoever the offensive coordinator is. But if Slowick looks a lot better in Miami than he did in Houston, then that's going to turn up the heat on C.J. Stroud, I think. And also, I mean, the biggest thing by far, the biggest mistake D'Amico made in his first round of hires, it wasn't Bobby Slowick, it was Chris Strausser, the offensive line coach. Because if you're running that system, the Kubiak-Shanahan system, it's not as simple as, hey, we're going to run a bunch of outside zone and it's going to be awesome. Like, it takes to coach that system properly and well, you need a really good offensive line coach. And Chris Strausser, I've just heard enough from various people about how Strausser just didn't seem to be all that into it. He had never done it before, and I don't know if he was 100% committed to it, and it's really hard to make it work. And that's what it looked like. That's what the product looked like on the field. So, I mean, it all comes back to, all right, how much was it C.J. Stroud? How much was it Bobby Slowick? Was it simply that they didn't have the right assistant coaches? But it'll be really interesting to watch because I think Slowick is a smart guy. I enjoyed Bobby Slowick's press conferences because I thought he spoke pretty intelligently about offensive philosophy, things that, I got frustrated with him about a lot of things. But if he does well in Miami and does above expectations, people are going to start wondering, hey, wait a second. How come C.J. Stroud couldn't respond to this the same way they are in Miami?
Yeah, because to me, the way I view it right now, even before, is, if these other teams think still highly enough of these guys, then you would try to deduce, like, well, they must not be the problem, so what else is the problem? It almost feels like hiring a chef from an episode of Kitchen nightmare. You watch the show and like, this is a nightmare, but we got to hire that guy because he seems to be talented enough. So then it's like, well, then what is the cause of the issue here? If it's not the former OC, if it's not the current quarterback coach, you're crossing off options, and like you kind of said, it puts the spotlight a little brighter on some other people.
What's the latest scuttlebutt on Tua anyway? It feels like it's been radio silence, or maybe there's something that just isn't huge news. Like we still don't really have a clue which way they're leaning and how they're going to handle that, do we?
I mean, I would have been done with him a while ago, but I think just financially, I feel like it's too tough to get out. I'm Googling it here. Contract ensures he remains with the Dolphins through the 2028 season. I'd have to look up the whole dead cap and year by year, but he's still under contract for 3 more years, I guess.
Yeah.
So that makes it tough. Real quick, before we go, do you think, sometimes change can be good? I'm not saying it's Sherrod Johnson's fault, but do you think just even getting a new voice in the quarterback room, could that be beneficial for Stroud in the offense?
No, I do. 100%. And I think we talked about this the other day without saying that Sherrod Johnson is a good or a bad quarterbacks coach or anything. Kind of like with the Astros and their hitting coaches. All right, guys, those guys were there when the Astros were one of the best offenses in the league. Is it their fault now that all of a sudden guys aren't performing up to the back of their baseball card? It doesn't necessarily mean that they're not good hitting coaches, but maybe sometimes either things get stale or you need to bring in a different perspective or whatever it might be. That, maybe C.J. Stroud, in working with somebody else in this offense, ends up seeing things a little bit differently. You're always going to – it's like Tiger Woods with his swing coach. Like with each successive swing coach that he would hire, it's not like he's saying that the guy I have, these guys before him have all been trash. It's that he just feels like he needs to work on something different, needs to tweak things in a different way, or just wants a different perspective. And that could be something that, two things can be true. Sherrod Johnson can both be a good quarterbacks coach, but at the same time, sometimes it's good to get a different perspective.
Yeah, that's a good point. I like those comparisons, and I think it'd be similar here with the Texans. We'll see what happens with that Eagles offensive coordinator position and Sherrod Johnson. Hey, coming up, we'll catch up with the fellas from In the Loop, see what the question of the day is, of course. But we got to get to the Seth Payne scale. Bringing that up next. It's Payne and Pendergast.
In the Loop.
Come on! Look.
92.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, wrapping things up on this Thursday morning. We'll catch up with the fellas from In the Loop here in a little bit. Find out the question of the day. It's Payne and Pendergast. I'm Luke Morrow in for Sean, who's getting a head start there on Super Bowl week travels. You guys, everyone here at 10 will be out there for the Super Bowl next week. I'm alongside Seth Payne, of course, here this morning. You can always text the show as well. Get to us on the YouTube and Twitch chats. So I was thinking it might be a little hokey, a little radio shticky, but
screw it.
Yeah, that's right. To wrap up the morning, I should say, I figured let's do a little bit, I guess you could call it a game. And you have the perfect name, especially for a football player. I'm sure this has been brought up to you many times, just like people always would do the whole Luke, I am your father with my name. Did people ever assume or ask you, like, is that your real name? Did people ever ask if it was a made-up name just to be a football player, Seth Payne, especially a defensive lineman?
No. That's because it's spelled P-A-Y-N-E, I guess. If I had spelled it P-A-I-N or something, they would just point out that it's a great name for a football player. Yeah. I always felt, I never had the ego enough to do it or anything, but I felt like, guys, like for the in-stadium experience, I have a little bit like House of Pain or something when I make a tackle.
Yeah.
When we jump around a little bit. Yeah. But they never really, the money they could have made on that, the T-shirts and everything, but they never did.
It's true. Well, we're going to use it here. We're going to call it the Seth Payne scale, pun intended. And so on a scale of 1 to 10, you tell me how painful this is, or I guess would be, as we run through some of these topics of what's going on around here. The Rockets lost last night to the Spurs, but bigger picture, they lost Steven Adams yesterday. I had the quote from Ime Udoka. I thought I had it bookmarked in Twitter. I went to go look. I couldn't find it, but essentially, he said Steven Adams could have tried to have not gotten the surgery, rehab, come back, but then there was a threat that he could have further injured the foot that would have kept him out next year, too, which is similar to his knee injury in the past where he tried to just rehab that, ended up keeping him out longer than it was supposed to, miss multiple seasons, and eventually got the surgery. So poor guy Steven Adams, he's had these brutal injuries. But that's all the buildup for me to ask you. How painful is it for the Rockets to lose Steven Adams now for the rest of the season?
Boy, it's tough because there's so many things that you feel like you're just a little stagnant in all these different areas right now that if everything else was going smashingly and then you lost Steven Adams, it would actually hurt more than it does right now because I feel like this isn't the I know that Steven Adams isn't the one thing that was either making it awesome or making it horrible. They're just below a really, really good basketball team right now. I'm going to say a 7. And partly because, again, annoyingly, it's an offense that relies too much on being awesome at offensive rebounding. Maybe this will be a little bit of a stick or a prod in a way to realize, all right, listen, man, we gotta be more well-rounded than this. We gotta actually develop an offense of some sort. But it hurts. It hurts, and it hurts come playoff time, especially.
Yeah, it does. That's kind of what I was saying earlier too. Is just they're leaning so much into this. They're talking about getting another center at the trade deadline. Like, let's use this opportunity to take a little bit of a left turn, figure something else out. Next up on the Seth Payne scale. On a scale of 1 to 10, how painful is it for Texans fans? From the fan perspective, would you say, and you could talk some of them off the cliff potentially, but how painful is it that the Texans made coaching changes, but really the only change offensively was just getting rid of the tight end coach?
I think that I didn't sense a huge clamoring to get rid of Nick Caley. So I think there's some fans out there that hate Nick Caley, and until he does anything to prove that he's a really good offensive coordinator, people are going to not have patience with him. So I'll take votes into account. For me personally, it's about a 2. I think I'm more worried about personnel and CJ himself individually right now than I am anybody on the coaching staff on the offense. But I think there are people out there that really maybe, especially wanted Mike McDaniel or somebody like that are maybe more up around a 5 or a 6 or a 7. So I'll say a 4, a healthy 4 there on the Payne scale.
Okay, 4. I'll take. Not too bad. And we have seen that from a lot of listeners on the text line that said that it is more about the personnel than the staffing. And so, I think some people really wanted a big change, but I think a lot of Texans fans are more worried about what happens the rest of this offseason.
It'll hurt. You know what's going to hurt a lot, though, is if Mike McDaniel all of a sudden just, tears the cover off the ball there with the Chargers, and that you just see the absolute best version of Justin Herbert or something. That'll hurt if C.J. Stroud isn't also making a similar leap. If C.J. looks like an all-pro quarterback and they're one of the best rushing teams in the league and everything else, people will be happy with Nick Haley no matter what Mike McDaniel's doing. But it's some of these guys that are out there and available right now that have more experience. That's going to be the big weekly thing to monitor next year.
Yeah, that's true for sure. That's what I was saying the other night when I was with Bijani, and I was saying, should Texans fans feel a little jealous, even with the Brian Dable hire, this and that these other teams? It's almost like opening presents on Christmas morning, but you don't have any.
Yeah.
And you're seeing all these other fan bases celebrate, like the new OC. But yes, if Mike McDaniel leads the number one offense in L.A., or even Bobby Slowick has a good year in Miami, and it's like, oh man, and our offense is still meddling over here. That'll be tough.
Not Cliff King, obviously. Bobby Slowick having a good year. If Bobby Slowick, revitalized and all of a sudden showed you a different version of Tua Tagovailoa and everything, that would be the one that would cause the most mayhem in Houston. Because then it would be a clear indictment on, all right, wait a second. We got rid of Bobby Slowick, and all these guys are still here, and they're not performing as well as Bobby Slowick. Okay, what the hell's going on, and why are we not identifying who the actual problem is?
Right. Yeah, makes sense. Next on the pain scale of 1 to 10, how painful would it be if the Astros, if Isaac Paredes turns out to be the odd man out and the Astros trade him away?
I'm going to put that as a 7, a possibly 8. I'm going to say 8, and I'm partly swayed by you in that you pointed to, man, all right, you've got some sentimental guys on the team right now. You've got a Jose Altuve and a Carlos Correa, where it feels like they're playing on sentimental contracts almost. Jose Altuve, you gave him that deal so he could be an Astro for life. Carlos Correa, you bring him back, and you're getting, the Twins are paying for a good chunk of his salary, so that's nice. But he's also an older guy. And then Jim Crane is, dabbling in the Justin Verlander game potentially again. That it feels like, man, sentimentality is ruling the day as opposed to guys who are still young players like Isaac Paredes, who's built for this ballpark. Because you've got a crowded infield, then you're just letting him walk out the door. But let's say we're not super enthusiastic about what they get back for Isaac Paredes. In the moment, for me, that'll be a 7 or an 8. Then obviously that'll change as the season goes along.
Yeah, I'm with you on it. I would really be ticked off if and when maybe they trade Isaac Paredes. Swing made for the ballpark, a guy that actually works, counts, gets on base, back all-star, only 26 years old, can play multiple positions. And you're going to trade him away because you don't have a spot since you brought back Correa and you have to stick Altuve on the infield. It would be ridiculous. But we'll see what happens. The Astros, the whole thing. I've had last year they had no lefty bats, and that's not hindsight. I was on these airwaves before opening day questioning the roster management, and same this year. I just don't get the thought process these last 2 years where they bring in Correa knowing there's going to be a logjam this year, still haven't figured out an alternative, and might trade away one of the more talented bats on the roster. I just don't get it. Next, Shedeur Sanders makes the Pro Bowl over you. What is that on a scale of 1 to 10 on the Seth Payne scale?
So you're saying over me, like if I'm another NFL quarterback, or if me, like if I were an NFL player at the time and I had a good year, but I didn't make the Pro Bowl, but meanwhile Shedeur Sanders is in.
Oh no, let's do position to position. Say he gets taken directly over you.
Here's the thing: I don't think he was named quarterback over anybody else. I think it was like there were so many quarterbacks had to say no before they landed on Shedeur Sanders. People are mad at the Pro Bowl, or they're mad at the Shedeur Sanders or whatever in all of this. It's like, be mad at the multiple quarterbacks who said no to the invitation because the Pro Bowl is so meaningless anymore. I think so I would put it as a 1 in terms of the pain level, because I don't think Dylan Gabriel, is he the guy that got passed over to be the quarterback? I think if anybody, I think the pain meter is for guys that legitimately belong in the Pro Bowl and made it, except that it doesn't mean as much as it used to, as illustrated by Shedeur Sanders making the Pro Bowl.
Yeah, but does it feel like, what about say you're a player with past Pro Bowl, does it feel like almost the college graduate whose college like goes out of business and now the degree on the wall isn't worth as much?
It's not even accredited anymore.
Yeah. Like now that Sanders is a Pro Bowl, does that affect all other Pro Bowlers that they're like, oh, this kind of diminishes it?
Yeah, I think so. I think it does. Well, I don't know. It's by year it's going to change because obviously it used to mean a lot more back in the day.
Yeah,
I just don't think it. It shows up on your Wikipedia for the rest of your life and all of that, and that's cool. But I think it's already lost its luster amongst fans and everything because immediately whenever you bring up that a guy was a Pro Bowler the year before, my first thought is usually like a Pro Bowler, or was he a fifth alternate that made the Pro Bowl? It doesn't. It's always been dicey to go by Pro Bowls because there's a lot of snubs and there's a lot of undeserving people that do make it. But it's more so than ever that way now.
Right. It's like a family reunion in the Southeast, like, she's my third cousin twice removed. How many steps away from actually
how kin is your kin? Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly. All right, on the Seth Payne scale of 1 to 10, how painful would it be if you win the most Super Bowls in NFL history and don't get put into the Hall of Fame on the first try?
I think that's what I'm trying to be honest with myself. I think if I were in that position of Bill Belichick, I think there's a part of me that would feel kind of just like hurt, like unpopular. Almost like, sometimes, somebody says something about you, even though you don't value that person's opinion, there's a part of you where you're like, hey, I might feel like that a little bit. I don't know. I'm guessing Bill Belichick has a different mentality than Seth Payne. But I'm going to say a 6. I'll go with a 6 on a scale of 1 to 10. It's because it might have been a shock to his system, too. They're like, whoa, wait a second. Really, I wasn't even really thinking about this. And all of a sudden you're invited to your party. I can't be a member of your club. It always hurts a little bit when you're excluded, even if it's something that you don't want to be included in.
It's true. There's also part of me, look, I would be very ticked off. I would say a 10 for me personally. Like, I have that career. You don't put me in the Hall of Fame over some pettiness or whatever, Kraft, all the 3 gates, Bill Polian, whatever it is. But then there's also part of me of, like, the whole wiping your tears with money. Like, also, at the end of the day, I'm Bill Belichick. I got all the money I need. I had that success already, and I have, like, a 24-year-old girlfriend I can go cry to. So
yeah, sorry. I've got this almost 500 football team to worry about, okay?
Yeah.
Do you have a 500 football team, Bob Kraft?
That's right.
So.
Yeah. So I'd be really ticked off, but also,
Oh, that part of it. Okay, that part of it, though. If any of it is also that maybe a few of the voters didn't want Bob Kraft to get in the same year as Bill Belichick, that part would sting a little bit because Belichick's sitting there with his mediocre football team, his program, and meanwhile Bob Kraft's going to the Super Bowl with a non-Belichick coach.
Yeah.
That part is in terms of Belichick, who can be pretty petty about rivalries and everything, that probably stings.
Oh, I'm sure he hates this. By the way, it'll probably become a story next week, but there's also reports that Eli Manning isn't getting in. That might be more of a debate when the news officially comes out with all these results for next week, but obviously the Belichick is the big topic this week. Hey, that's the Payne scale, by the way. Crosstalk, sponsored by D&M Auto Leasing, as we say hello to the fellas of In the Loop, Reggie and John in the building.
Hello.
Guys, how are you?
I'm feeling great after hearing about the Payne scale. I love that. Is it weird that my brain wants to use the word index, though?
I
feel like
Payne index.
You know what? That does sound better.
Really good.
Yeah.
But either way, I love the concept. But I'm going to start sending Seth stuff just like as texts and getting Payne index.
Payne index
number. Yeah, just please expect those texts.
That's good. We're still workshopping it, but that's a good idea.
I love it.
By the way, on the text line, somebody said Sean is going to his daughter's Hall of Fame induction, not early Super Bowl travels. I wasn't being.
Oh, did you say? I should have caught that. I apologize.
Well, I mean, I know he hasn't left already. I was just being folksy.
His daughter's being inducted into her high school's Hall of Fame tomorrow night, I believe.
Yeah, so just wanted to give congratulations. That's really awesome to the whole family.
Being Hall of Fame petty in a different way.
Yeah, that's right.
I think she made it on the first ballot. I'm just going to say it. Let's just say that all week, that she was a first ballot Hall of Famer.
Pendergast do that Bill Belichick didn't?
Yeah.
She doesn't have 3 gates on her resume.
That's true.
That's the deciding
She managed
factor.
to suppress a lot of scandals when she was in high school. That was she was more savvy at that than Bill Belichick was.
Yeah. And then someone said, best case scenario, Bobby Slowick gets removed from play calling by week 5. Let me ask you guys, John and Reggie, what are your I know it's hard to say. We don't even know if Tua's going to be the starting quarterback or what.
I think he won't.
No?
You remember Jeff Hafley's introductory press conference? He basically said that their quarterback is not on the roster.
Oh, okay.
And
well,
that's not something that you say if there's any chance that you're thinking about going to Tua. I feel like if there's a possibility, you kind of play it. You play it diplomatic.
Yeah.
That feels like he's only here as much as his contract dictates that he is here.
He didn't flat out. He didn't say, it's going to be a competition. He just flat out said it's going to be somebody who's not in the building right now.
That was my memory of it. I'll go back and make sure that I'm not like misremembering this. But yeah, I remember vividly thinking, oh, okay, so we're done with Tua here.
Yeah,
100%.
that's right. Try that with your wife. Tell people you still haven't found your soulmate. And
John, that sounds like it's something you would do.
Well, there was that little trend on social media for a while where guys were introducing their wives as my current wife. They're like, hey, this is my current wife, Brandy. And the looks they would get from their wives were so vicious.
I used to have an uncle that introduced his wife as my first wife.
Yeah, that's rough. Well, I was going to ask you guys about Slowick, but now I'm actually more interested. What is the question of the day for today?
Well, it has to do with coaching. Jim Schwartz kind of threw a little tantrum when he found out he wasn't getting the head coaching job. When have you caused a scene or a public stir, if you will? Causing a scene. And I want Seth to think about the not so obvious one. Because I know there are some things out there.
But you guys don't strike me as scene stirrers.
Yes,
like you guys are very mellow individuals.
Or maybe you were by association kind of embarrassed you were there.
Well, yeah. Lopez is bringing up when Josh Ennis and I got into it at Radio Row.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I caused that scene. I was involved in the scene. Yeah. I would say the most painful one that I still remember to this day was like when I was 7 or 8 years old at a family reunion. They let me pitch, and I was awful. And we were playing softball, and so they let me pitch, and I just couldn't get it across the plate. And my grandpa tried to remove me, and I threw a hissy fit. And I'm still ashamed of myself over it. Because I think back on it, and it was like, I think my parents had just gotten divorced, and everybody was probably trying to be super cool, kid's going through some stuff. And I feel worse about that. And I was like, no, I deserved to get sent to the dugout. And I don't need special treatment, damn it. But I feel bad that I may have ruined that family reunion for a lot of people.
I'm sure I probably have something like that as a kid that I don't recall, but that might be as an adult, I don't think I've certainly been part of them where one of my best friends is a real hothead. And so many times he would blow up over nothing, and then you get that embarrassment by association.
Those are the worst, too, because now you're responsible for quelling it.
Yeah.
They're like, people are looking at you like, what are you going to do about your boy?
Exactly. It's the worst. I hate that. But no, me personally, I was always, I never made a public scene. For me, it would be more like, I was the classic. I had a bad attitude behind closed doors at home. If my parents asked me to do something, right, and I didn't want to do it, I would intentionally vacuum poorly so they wouldn't ask me to do it.
Weaponized incompetence.
Yeah, like that sort of stuff.
Were you the kind of kid that one of your teachers or coaches would meet your parents and say, oh, Luke is such a good kid, and your parents would be like, him?
I mean, I wasn't that bad, but yeah, absolutely. I was Eddie Haskell in the sense of like all the other kids' parents loved me, and their kids are like, "What? You should see what he's like behind closed doors."
Good for you.
I have one about my son bowing up on me for the first time.
Oh,
ever.
wow!
Oh, I love these stories so much. Which one? Your favorite son or your
the oldest? Well, I shouldn't say no, but the oldest.
See, we got him. We got him. Figgy, we got him.
So we were it was the Nebraska-Florida national championship game when it was at the Fiesta Bowl, way back, the Tommy Frazier year, when they just kicked the hell out of Florida. But anyway, there was a Goo Goo Dolls concert outdoors, kind of part of the bowl festivities. So we took him to the Goo Goo Dolls concert, and it was awesome, and we were there, and he wanted to leave early. I mean, he wanted to stay, and we were leaving after the concert. And I said, nah, we got to go. I got this and this tomorrow, blah, blah, blah. And he actually, every kid does it. Every boy does it anyway. At some point, they have that moment where they think they can sort of bow up.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he came up to me and touched chests with me.
Oh, he was chest to chest with you?
Chest to chest.
Uh-oh.
And said, I want to stay. And I just looked at him, and he hit my chest, and I grabbed the bottom of his neck and started squeezing and pushing him backwards.
There you go.
I said,
I'm proud
we're going home. We're going home.
I'm proud of you.
But the funniest part was there was a security guard nearby. And the security guard kind of looked like, oh, no, this is going to be whatever.
Yeah.
And I I'll never forget. I said, "It's all right. He's my son."
Yeah. We all understand it.
Yeah.
We all get it.
And the security guard kind of shrugged and went, "All right." So that was that.
You know what's funny about that, John? I can think of times when my brother and I have been thrown out of bars for fighting, where as the bouncer would come up to grab us, we'd be like, "No, it's okay. It's my brother." I'd say fighting each other. There's we both felt like we should be allowed to punch each other in a bar because it's two brothers fighting, and in the moment it makes perfect logic.
Yeah, but
I'm like, hey, let him go. That's my brother. I want to keep punching him.
But the security guard, he was like, "Oh, okay," and so we that was that. But
that's because when you say it's my son, he knows the situation is handled. Because I think that it's like 98% success rate that the dad is like, "No, this is not my time. You will not become the dominant force in this household. By hook or by crook, I'm going to beat down this uprising."
How old was he?
He was probably like a sophomore in high school.
That's
peak
too
territory.
Early.
Yeah.
That's too early unless you got a pituitary freak.
What are we talking about? What, 15, 16, right in that range?
Yeah.
That's about the time where you try and you realize, oh no, there's old man strength and there's a lot more want to than I had thought.
It was hilarious.
Yeah, I would have never tried.
Oh, you never tried your pops?
No, my father's 6'7".
Oh yeah.
I still wouldn't do it today. No way. Absolutely not. Works out every day.
Yeah, Jacob
not
was
messing with
that. He's like my height. You know, he's like 6'2".
Yeah, your son's pretty tall.
He's
man.
a little taller than me now. He's like 6'3" now. But yeah,
I was still terrified of my dad until the day he died. Like when my dad was dying of cancer and probably weighed 120 pounds or something. When he'd start to flash his temper a little bit, I had to be instantly like, "Ah!" So when he was a stubborn dude, and you're trying to convince him that he's got to do his therapy or take his medicine.
Yeah.
And I'd kind of just be like, "Oh no, I gotta tell Dad he has to do this."
Yeah, I was
a punk till the day he died.
Well, Seth, it was a joy. Look forward to doing it again with you tomorrow morning.
Yes, we've got we've got 5 Reasons to Hate. Let's do the Seahawks tomorrow.
Perfect. Look forward to it. As well as Take a Mania as well tomorrow. We got plenty to do. Crosstalk sponsored by D&M Auto Leasing. Our time is done. You're listening to KILT AM, KILT FM, HD2 Houston, an Odyssey sports station. And the drive. Nope. Sorry. No.
I was like, hey, man, look, that'd be great. Get them in here. I'm going to go home.
Our work is done here.
Let's do it.
No, sorry. Wrong thing. Looking at the wrong page. Yep. Thank you. Yep. That's bad. That would be a fine. You guys were talking about fines.
Yeah, there's a coffee cup right here. I'm wondering who left it.
Oh, I think you know who left it. We were talking about that the other night.
Yeah.
Well, that's bad. Let me get out of here before I make any more mistakes, because now the In the Loop is live.
There you go. Now it's my turn to make mistakes. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciation again to D&M Auto Leasing, and of course the fellas sitting down with us, and also Luke Morrow sitting in for Sean Pendergast. Always a treat there. The text line is already doing the thing.
Oh yeah.
713-572-4610 is the number to text.
I got an answer to this one.
From the 346, did it to my dad, which is bucking up to your dad, but he backed down. I was actually training for MMA. That is the 2% of sons that actually buck up to their dads and get some level of victory. And I have so many questions.
And I've got
what was the dynamic in your house from that point forward? Because I know you wasn't taking out no trash. Take out the trash. Who gonna make me?
And I've got an answer to the 832. Assault, family violence, impeding breath/circulation, felony 3. To which my answer is, no, he's my son.
And look, I don't mean to make light of, because there are instances of family violence or whatever.
Of course.
I feel like there's an understanding that this is a little different, but I get where you're coming from. However, I have to ask, if you have a bucking up to your dad story, I would like to hear it. 713-572-4610. I just have to say that. Let's have a little fun on a Thursday here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Also, appreciation to the McCarran Injury Lawyer live streams.
We keep it 100.
71, that's the text line. All right. Making mistakes very early.
Then Luke.
The YouTube page, it's contagious. The YouTube page is Sports Radio 610. The Twitch chat is 610 Houston. Get involved with the program in those ways as well. Did this, maybe you could view this as Buck Daddy in some ways. The Spurs got a victory last night over the Rockets. And it was disappointing to me, John Lopez, especially in the ways that we were setting this up as, is this going to be a place where you start seeing some things solidify for the Rockets in trends that we were hoping to see? And with a real challenge in the Spurs not having their back-to-back. The Spurs hadn't been playing their best basketball of late either, and you lose 111-99. Don't even crack the 100-point mark. 13 points in the final frame of it for the Rockets. I mean, the Spurs won for a number of reasons in this game.
Yeah, I think they won for three big reasons. Their guard play was outstanding, especially coming off the bench. Johnson and just that whole thing. Their guard play was outstanding.
Keldon Johnson he's a guard, but he almost reminds me of a little bit like PJ Tucker, where he's stout.
Yeah, he's thick.
Like he looks like a fire hydrant playing basketball. So, there was a number of times that he was going in like Alperen Şengün's chest and making moves.
For sure. And Harper was amazing as well.
Yeah, Dylan Harper was good in this game.
They won from guard play / depth. That's one reason. Their offense got really, really smart. In terms of especially how they used Wemby instead of a lot of spot-up jumpers, which he missed in the last time they played. He was really attacking. And then I thought a really, really terrific defensive adjustment by Mitch Johnson, the Spurs coach, putting Wemby on Amen Thompson, daring him to shoot, and then because they didn't respect him and he had the length,
to close even when he did shoot.
Yes,
I recall at least one or two blocks that Wemby was able to get on Amen when he was resigned to, okay, well, I need to pull up this mid-range because he's giving me so much space. Yeah. Boom, here's the tip.
And he could help
the Spurs
off of that.
Going the other way.
He could help 100%. A lot, intimidate other shots, ended up with 5 blocks, etc. So offense, guard play, and a better smart, the best player on the floor. I think the Rockets.
Ooh, that one hurts.
Well, he was.
That one hurts.
At least yesterday he was. But the problem with that is I think the Rockets can do one of those things. When it comes to guard play and depth, I don't know if they can match that. When it comes to the smart offense, we've talked about Ime. That's a problem. Now, they can't have the player on the floor, whether it's Şengün or Kevin Durant in a given thing. But they can only do one of those things. And it was just real. That's what was disappointing, right?
Yeah, and in my spades bag, I think on any given night it could be one of the possible because in the early portions of this game, you scored 36 points in the first quarter. Yeah. And I know the Spurs, as any team on the other side will, because on the national broadcast, the Spurs, I don't remember who it was from them that had the walk-off interview at the end of the quarter that was just like, we aren't able to D up. And it's like, yeah, some of that is the Rockets doing the thing that I like, the ball hopping around, finding open shooters. There was a point in the second half where you go, when was the last time that the offense created something?
That's what I'm saying. The offense. That's one of the three things.
And it's one of the things I've liked about the way that they've gone about it, cutting, getting to the middle of the floor, ball hopping around, is that it creates offense. It creates shots in a way that not having a true point guard and not having necessarily like that true playmaker hasn't been able to do, but they haven't been able to do it consistently. That's why I was hoping for the Spurs game as another opportunity to show that you can lengthen the time, that you can do this, and through substitutions keep getting to these things. And the second half was just a big old, I don't know, all the words I'm thinking are things that I shouldn't say on FCC airwaves, but it was just a real raining on the parade for me of this offense becoming something, or the offensive tendencies being something that could be continued to be leaned upon instead of having, all right, there's a point guard that Fred VanVleet's going to get the ball to where it needs to be. Everybody needs to operate in such a way where the ball hops around and creates. And in the second half, you weren't able to do that because of a defensive adjustment, which that needs to be a growth point. You need to, if this is going to be something that's going to answer the questions as to getting open shots, creating movement, getting the ball to all your various different players, then you need to be able to do it in all different circumstances. And this was unfortunately an L in that way.
And it was also a very unique circumstance. Wemby was a monster in the fourth quarter. We know that. But at the same time, they had 4, I'll say, swingmen, but really guards, 4 guards that they could run at you. And there were alternate moments in the game last night. If I were the Rockets, I'd take any of them. I'd take any of those 4. I mean, obviously Stephon Castle, more of a wing, but still can play that position.
He was really good defense.
He was really good on defense. The Rockets right now, it was just eye-opening. We talked about it being a statement game. The Rockets did not make a statement, because of those 3 things. And I think we have our moments. We had one very recently coming off the Pistons win, and then the way they play after that, we're like, all right, they're starting to do things. But consistently being able to count on that's just going to be an issue all year long.
And here's another thing that you have to contend with. All but, 14 of your points come from your starters.
Yeah.
Who is sixth man type guy, and Reed Shepherd has to be some of that. I think that this is one of the tough things about Reed Sheppard needs to start and he needs to have more minutes, which I can agree to. He plays 26 of them in this game, but it feels also like when he comes in, you almost have to get to a place where you can guarantee some level of impact.
Yeah.
And we've had a lot of ups and downs, and not all of them are his fault inherently, but this is one of the tough things about a guy like that is he can have the nights where he's bombing and his gravity changes the way that the game goes. But if he is cold, how does he impact the game? Is he being able to drive off closeouts and pass and create and get layups? Those are also questions that I think that remain for Reed Sheppard in his development.
But it all points back to the same thing. Mitch Johnson, and he's a young coach. Mitch Johnson had an answer offensively and options and the depth of those guards, as we talked about. It all points back to Ime. I mean, this team, maybe the Texans aren't the only ones that need to be looking at their offensive coordinator.
Well, I don't know that they have an offensive coordinator.
I don't know.
And that's not basketball teams don't have those.
Yeah.
If you're not familiar, when it comes to those staff, you do have an assistant that is more geared towards handling the defense, more geared towards handling the offense.
Yeah.
And it's a question that I've constantly asked and I haven't necessarily gotten a good answer to, which is who is responsible for the offense and what is their experience in doing so?
Yeah.
And I think that continues to show up as at least a minor flaw, if not just a full-on flaw of what this Rockets team does. And that's why I'm like, all right, these are things that we need to watch. And this is going to be the real challenge for this for this not roster, but for this coaching staff is can you find not just answers, but then counters to the answers. When you're talking playoff basketball, which again, I always say this is a team now that'll be judged on those 16 games of playoff basketball as opposed to like the 82 of regular season basketball, right? And I guess 16 wins is ultimately the thought process, right? But in playoff basketball, the game is not just what you do, it's what you don't do. It's the counters, it's the chess match between teams. And right now, I need to see not just that you could put up a way to score, especially now that you can't depend on being an outsized victor in rebounding, and we'll talk more about that maybe here in a second. You need to now also have ways that you do things inherently, and then counters that you can go to in various different circumstances when somebody else does something. Now, the first counter that Ime talked about, I believe it was yesterday, and we might have brought it up, is them possibly playing more small ball, seeing as the center situation is starting, the big room is starting to contract a little bit.
Yeah.
And I don't know how I felt about, how did you feel about small ball instances in this game?
Well,
there was times where you had one of either Jabari Smith Jr. or Kevin Durant playing the 5. And it also didn't feel like, and maybe this is early iterations of it, and you say that, you wipe it off of that, but it didn't feel like it was super effective in the ways that you're giving up size to get something else, and I didn't see a lot of the get something else in it.
One of the things that, about going small, as people like to say, is you have to have more than one person on the floor at that time to initiate the offense. That's a must, because what you're doing is you're mixing and matching on the defensive side. We know that. But offensively, what you end up doing is if you just rely on one guy, and by the way, both guys who initiate the offense outside of Kevin Durant are somewhat iffy, with that. When you just rely on one guy, then everything can switch so much easier. Everything can, if they're big or small or whatever, and you're going small, everything switches a lot easier on that. And we saw the adjustment offensively last night, late in the third quarter, might have been mid-third quarter, when you could see the conscious decision by, whether it was because of Mitch Johnson or whatever, by Wemby to really attack the lane. He was shooting fadeaways and everything else and missing them in the last game and this one some. But when he started attacking and getting, he went to the free throw line. He went to the that's the adjustment you're talking about. That's what the Rockets need.
Yeah, this is going to be. There's no time to stop either because you are quickly on the road to play the Atlanta Hawks tonight. So travel. There's not one of the things with back-to-backs and travel. You don't get an opportunity to get a practice in. These are things that also guys are going to need to find a way to within themselves make those adjustments and apply them in a way that works. And somebody said, what happened to Clint Capella? He's Clint Capella.
Yeah.
This is the modern iteration of him further on. You're not getting the young Swissman, that is running and dunking in the same way. I think that's also something that is now on the Rockets' radar, as the news of yesterday was that Steven Adams, he's done for the season. He's going to have surgery. And so your super weapon when it came to making sure that not only did you win offensive rebounding and rebounding in general, but that you blew out the other team in rebounding and you were able to get second chance opportunities. Now that's gone. And so there's going to be a question for the Rockets as well. Is Clint Capella sufficient enough to get all of those minutes, to eat up the same type of minutes that Adams was having and having that similar impact? Or are you going to be capable of finding another place to widen your margins and give yourself an opportunity to win?
I think that place is pace. I think they have to really pick up the pace.
But they were one of the slowest teams in the league.
Well, but they have been in the past, a team that can push the ball and finish. And I think remember they switched it last year to what we're seeing now. You kind of need to start thinking about switching it back, again, to your adjustment.
But then that raises knock-on effects because then I'll bring up, hey, you got a 37-year-old that you're already trying to try and pare back his minutes. How then does he fare in an up-and-down style basketball game? There's some real coaching level conversations that the Rockets have to have, and very quickly, because back on the floor tomorrow, this time in Atlanta versus the Hawks. Not a terribly scary team, but this is a team that has gotten you up and down on the floor before when you've played them. So that's going to be very interesting to watch tonight at 7 p.m. And somebody asked a question, or not even a question, this is a statement. Dorian Finney-Smith is stealing money at this point. We have to have a conversation with him at some point as well. All right, but you're in the loop. Calvin K, though, huh? All right, I don't know if it's all that, but maybe you feel like that.
Swift.
Oh, okay. Now we're just playing Name a Rocket. Who took money? And I appreciate all of you sending your bucking up to your dad stories. I will get to reading these at some point because I do want to encourage this. I'm not gonna lie. But coming up next, we got to get here. Is it crazy to think maybe that the Texans rather might draft a quarterback? 713-572-4610. We discuss it next.
The NBA rumor mill. Sports Radio 610. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Adadula. Always live, always local.
Seemed like they got off the off the slide.
Oh, God,
if you listen to Lil Kiki,
I was cringing.
hey, no, Lil Kiki is a legend in these cities.
No,
if Lil Kiki said it's off the slide, then it's off the slide.
You're in the loop on Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yep. Happy Thursday to you in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us. I don't know how we got here earlier in the show.
Hey, sometimes the question of the day morphs.
Yeah.
And morphs into
are we going to have to just fully question of the day?
I don't know. We'll leave it to the studio audience.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. Because we somehow started talking about the time that you stepped to your daddy.
Yeah.
And those are always hilarious stories, as evidenced by this text. From the 713 said the only time that they stepped to their dad, which is a great start.
That's usually the case.
It's an incredible start.
It's never a couple times.
They said that they were 17, peak age, and they were guiding him while he backed up the trailer so he wouldn't follow the signals. Said, got an attitude and hollered, "Do I need to teach you your left from right?"
Oh, man.
Apparently, Pops threw it in park, got out, steamed right towards him saying, "Say that again." He said, "My legs turned to jelly. I put my hands up. Never again." Well done.
How about the dude that stepped up to his dad who fought 187 days in World War II?
Oh,
that did not end up well either.
So youthful ignorance, just soaring in youthful ignorance.
I never stepped to my dad before. I was that terrified of my father. I never stepped up to him like that. However, I did try to do that with my mom, not in the physical way.
Yeah. And then your dad came in?
No.
Did your dad tag in like a tag in?
No, mom was cool. She was like, "What you say?" She got in my face.
I'm cool. We straight.
She damn near mashed my face into the wall, man. We was nose to nose.
You were like, "Oh, I have miscalculated."
Never did that again.
I have miscalculated.
My mom is 5'1".
Wow. See, those the real.
Yeah. And I think she had a comb. She had a comb in her hand.
And that's
terrified.
good enough. That is enough of a weapon in that moment.
With a comb.
That is enough of a weapon in that moment.
That was the scariest weapon I ever seen in my life. I seen a lot of things.
Speaking of creative, is this a creative way that the Texans need to go about team building as they move forward? Is it crazy to think that the Texans might draft a quarterback?
All right, hear me out.
That's always a great. Speaking of great starts, hear me out.
Well, I thought of this yesterday and put it down here just as a thought exercise here, so to speak.
That's what we do here. Thought exercises.
Figgy brought it up in passing a few days, maybe a week ago or so. But let me just lay this out. The Chiefs drafted Patrick Mahomes, number 10 overall, when Alex Smith had just taken them. Alex Smith, Pro Bowler that year, by the way, had just taken them to an 11-4.
Back when it meant something.
Yeah, exactly. To an 11-4 season and a divisional playoff loss. The Eagles drafted Jalen Hurts in the second round, mind you, off a 9-7 season and another playoff berth, a wild card loss with Carson Wentz as the established starter. The Packers drafted Jordan Love in 26th overall, coming off a 13-3 season and a conference championship loss with Aaron Rodgers as the quarterback. And maybe this is the most key one of all. The New England Patriots drafted Jimmy Garoppolo in the second round, coming off a 12-4 season with Tom freaking Brady as the quarterback. Is it that crazy?
Well, I think that there needs to be some qualifying in here as well, because the Texans did draft a quarterback last year. His name is Graham Mertz.
Sixth rounder.
Right. And I think that there's probably, can I make it that there's 3 buckets of drafting a quarterback, right? And I'll go from lesser? Least. Very good. I'll go from least to probably most important of these. There's what you did last year, which is just kind of flyer at the end of the draft.
Yeah.
And I'll consider UDFAs in there as well, but maybe a 6th, 7th round type quarterback that you're like, it's clear that this is not going to be a starter barring miraculous circumstances and you end up with Tom Brady. This is just fire.
Yeah.
You know, we've addressed some issues. We're here, and we kind of like what this guy has. We want to see
But you're drafting
more
him
in our
to exclusively be a backup by all rights.
at best case scenario.
Maybe fighting for a chance to be a backup.
Right. That's better.
Yeah.
Right. Then I think there's one of those mid-round guys that you could think about, a third, fourth rounder that you get like, okay, this is likely to be our backup with. We'll see if there's something that pops off, but we just want to do that.
Yeah.
And then there is drafting
second rounder,
second rounder,
which the Texans have that pick.
Second rounder, where you're like, we are drafting a player. Well, even second rounder, that feels like there's a distinction in there, but you get what I mean. Somewhere where you're like, we anticipate this player impacting us because a first or second round pick matters. Those are players that you anticipate playing on the field either as a starter immediately or working to a starter very quickly. Which of those buckets are you talking about here? Because I don't think it's the very first
it's not
one.
the Graham Mertz.
You're not talking about the Graham Mertz level.
No, because who knows if he's even going to play. But okay, a few things. In terms of what you just said, what if, there's somebody, and keep in mind, players like Ty Simpson, Carson Beck, the kid out of Florida, what's his name? Is it Florida? But anyway, there's some highly ranked. Let's just say Ty Simpson and Carson.
The dude out
Beck.
of Florida would be Lagway. Lagway
No,
is
not
transferring.
Lagway. I'm thinking of somebody else. But forget that.
Kind of like a project,
But Ty Simpson and Carson Beck are projected late second to early third round.
Okay.
Suppose they spend a late second round pick on Carson Beck. Here's the thing that the reason I said, is it crazy? Number one, are you sending a message to C.J. Stroud? Are you sending a message about how you feel about C.J. Stroud? Or are you going to send him off the rails? Because C.J. Stroud will know what that guy is.
Yeah, it's like I think it's more the latter. I think.
But should that matter?
You're more operating to tick him off in that moment, and because in that instance, that level of quarterback still needs a lot of development as well.
Right.
And needs burn. If you were going to do that, you would need to do it. Ain't no half stepping, right? In this circumstance, you would need to commit in that if you were doing that. And I think there's a couple other things to note. A lot of the circumstances you're talking about here, you're most frequently not talking about quarterbacks that are in their third year, headed into their fourth year of their contract. So I think there's a little bit of a distinction how you feel about that, except maybe Carson Wentz is the variable there. And then secondly, because of the quarterback room that you already have, and it sounds weird to say this, but Davis Mills, if we are to take this the way that the conversations have been about him, is like one of those borderline kind of backup. Maybe you could be a bridge starter. And so you'd be muddling it if that was the case in this, to bring in another quarterback of maybe a similar caliber to Davis Mills without the experience. In that instance, wouldn't you just let's see if we can hack with Davis Mills for a little bit?
Yeah, I think that could be a little tricky, kind of localizing it, talking about the Houston Texans. I think that could be real tricky because the other quarterbacks you talked about, or the other teams you talked about that did something like this, they did have established quarterbacks where their job wasn't in question. But it still caused a lot of stir, even with Aaron Rodgers. Remember they drafted Jordan Love.
Yeah.
And he was just like, what the hell, man? You used the first round pick. I think he was
26.
Yeah. You used the first round pick, and I want some receivers.
But
that kind of caused a stir. But as far as the organization, it was smart for them to do that.
It absolutely was.
And they do that. They probably the best at doing that too.
And that's the proverbial devil's advocate that I'm playing from an organizational standpoint. First of all, we don't know what they really think about C.J. Stroud. Nobody does. But if they have any doubts, if they wonder about the $60 million a year contract, the smart thing organizationally let's put some pressure on him. Let's see how he reacts, because they want him to come back, as we've been talking about. A little more of a buy-in, maybe fit a little better. At least that's what we're thinking. At the same time, why should it matter to the organization? Oh, we might scare him. We might make him mad. This is the NFL, man.
Yeah, I think
this is the NFL.
I think the other thing that some of these teams do, especially with Green Bay, it seems like they take a fly. I don't want to say taking the flyer in the first round, but they get quarterbacks where it seemed like they kind of slide a little bit, where you maybe thought they could have been earlier picked. And when they fall down a little bit, it's just like, all right, we'll take them.
Yeah.
Like, we might not need him right now, but he's a good enough quarterback where he could sit a little bit.
Patriots did this when Nick Caserio was in New England.
Yeah,
with Jimmy Garoppolo.
And that kind of ticked off Tom Brady a little bit.
Yeah.
That kind of caused some ruckus because I think Bill Belichick wanted to keep him. And they ended up shipping them to San Francisco? I think they ended up shipping them there, but he wanted to keep them.
I think this looks a little different if Davis Mills isn't seated in there, because then you could reasonably make the argument, well, this guy can situate as a backup for circumstance as well. I think also when you have such a clear position of need, like the offensive line, I would be frustrated if you're using a day 2 pick on a quarterback, a position that is not of relative imminent need comparatively to places where you do need to improve talents.
That's kind of the other thing, too. The other teams we talked about are kind of established.
But to the point of, screw it, we're just going to pay him, even though you don't know?
No, and I think that's the fair point, because I hear what you're saying, and I do
that's
like
more of a quarterback controversy right
I
there.
think the idea of pushing him, and this is also complicated by Davis Mills, I think the idea of pushing him, I would probably appreciate more with a free agent veteran backup.
Yeah.
You know, somebody that you know that you could be a gap. That's the thing about drafting like a 3rd or 4th round quarterback is I don't know, even with a 3rd or 4th round quarterback, that you could throw them in and that could take over and you would get better results or results that you'd be fine with, because then you're also talking about the question mark of a young quarterback stepping into the league, the different, the steep learning curve, all of those things. I think that would feel a little bit different with the veteran quarterback. And then that comes to the question for me is, do you feel like Davis Mills is the caliber of quarterback that
But
can
you kind of
push
know
him
what
as
Davis
well?
Mills is as well. And I think the system comes into play. We're talking about the system, and is it or not a good fit for C.J. Stroud? You bring in, by the way, the other quarterback I was thinking of was Cade Klubnik from Clemson.
There you go.
Okay. He's kind of a second. Like you get a Klubnik.
I don't know how I feel about Cade. He's definitely a talented player.
Yeah, a Simpson and a Carson Beck, guys who may fit this system a little better. Again, I think where I land on this is it's not crazy, but it is a risk.
Yeah, I think this will be more of a conversation if they move on from Davis Mills. Let's say somebody decide to take him as a bridge quarterback or something.
Yeah.
Then they did take one of these quarterbacks you're talking about, let's say in the 3rd round. I think they got a lot more needs. But let's say in the 3rd round, one of these quarterbacks Ty Simpson slide to the 3rd round somehow.
Yeah.
I can see them doing that because they did it with. Remember, I know Deshaun Watson wasn't playing for this franchise again, but they did take Davis Mills in the 3rd round. With a quarterback on the roster.
I like the idea though, and I think that if they're doing their job correctly and Nick Caserio is being true to that feeling of having a fiduciary responsibility,
right?
You've got to think creatively in this moment, especially if you're in the place which I imagine they need to be, which is. I don't know that you're signing CJ up for an extension right now. So as you get closer to that as a deadline, you can be invested in CJ Stroud, but you have to be cognizant of what are the other options. And this technically would be one. I don't know if it's one that I would resort to, but I think if you're going to ask the question of, is it crazy? I don't think it's fully crazy, but I don't know if it's prudent in right this moment.
Hey, feelings got nothing to do with it.
Yeah,
this is a business.
It will get messy though if that did happen.
Yeah,
it will get messy.
Yeah,
I said let's give Cleveland a 4th round pick for Shedeur Sanders. They used the 5th on him. All right, you're in the loop. Appreciate you here on Sports Radio 610. Y'all keep sending in times y'all tried y'all daddies. Keep doing that. I love that. But maybe that fits in because coming up next, question of the day. Question of the day. When have you caused a scene or maybe a public stir? 713-572-4610. We'll talk about that next.
The best.
Treasury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Thursday. Question of the day, Tom here. When have you caused a stir? When have you caused a scene? 713-572-4610. Because it feels like up there in Cleveland, Jim Schwartz doing a little bit of scene and stirring happening up there. Scene causing, stirring happening there with the sudden.
Oh, I didn't get the job?
Yeah, the sudden naming of Todd Monken. He did not seem like a favorite or anything for that job there in Cleveland. But yesterday we find out it's Todd Monken's job. And we had previously thought that they were just going to elevate defensive coordinator Jim Schwartz to be the head coach. One time previously been the head coach up there in Detroit.
Yeah.
And, so you thought, okay, maybe this is where they're landing with all these other people pulling out of the job. Nope, Todd Monken. And Jim Schwartz was like, at least according to reports.
Then we thought he was going to stay on as defensive coordinator.
Well, yeah, because that would make sense to me. That's an offensive guy.
They wanted him to stay on.
He keeps doing his great defense. But
he's still on the contract.
According to reports, he went to them and he was very unpleased or displeased, whatever the word ultimately is, about the idea that he was not getting that job. And he was apparently walking around the facilities.
That's the thing.
Saying his goodbyes to people around the facility. Wait, did you get fired?
One thing
I will not be back.
I don't know if y'all saw this one. One thing is I'm getting the bleep out of here. He's stomping his feet, running through the facility. I'm out. So it got me thinking about causing a scene. I guess I got to tell this story again because it turned into a whole altogether, subset of the question of the day. I was at the Nebraska-Florida National Championship game at the Fiesta Bowl. Big concert right before, I think it was the night before the game. Goo Goo Dolls, Iris, although I love the Goo Goo Dolls. And they were hot then, too. And
what do you mean by that?
Like they were at their peak powers.
Okay.
Yeah, they were at their peak powers. So it was rocking. We had a great time. And it was like not a carnival, but just a lot of things there, too.
Sure.
Activities. And we, after the concert, we're like, all right, let's go. Got back to the hotel, blah, blah, blah. And my son, I think 15, 16 years old, my oldest, kind of came up to me and said, I want to stay. And I said, nah. And he put his chest on mine and kind of came nose to nose and touched me.
He's like, no, we're staying.
He says, I want to stay.
Your son did that to you?
Yes. And they were like,
what did you do?
Well,
he yoked him up.
I grabbed the bottom of his neck, like right by the collarbone, and just started squeezing. I said, we're going back to the hotel.
Did you say it like that?
No, not like that.
He said it through gritted teeth. We're going back to the hotel.
And there was some people kind of started to turn, and there was a security guard to my right. And he kind of started, not walking toward us, but kind of, taking notice. And I turned to him. I said, it's all right. He's my son. And he kind of shrugged, went, oh, okay.
Like,
and that was that. It was no big deal. But
he said, that is not in my jurisdiction. I'm not authorized for such authority.
I ain't coming between the father and his son.
Messed up, get yoked up too, right?
I thought y'all just two homies about to scrap.
Yes, exactly. Right. So, kind of a scene. That's the one that popped into mind. Oh, another one real quick. I was playing, I think it was right out of college. I was playing, it was a little later, but I was playing in a softball league. And I was pitching and got lit up, for several runs. And the other team started talking a bunch of really bad stuff to me. And I kind of walked toward them and said, come on, man, we're just, whatever. And then they tried to escalate. And I said, all right. And I turned around and everybody on my team was already in the dugout. And I was like, whoops. I said, I guess I'm going to go ahead and go back to the dugout, too.
The 713 sends in, they said they caused a little bit of a scene at a Texans game. I think they said him and the wife were in a line, and they were next up behind one person. Then another cashier, kind of motioned them over, come over to a different line. So somebody behind them started mouthing off, said, I guess the bleeping line doesn't matter. These people can't follow simple etiquette. So he turned around, started getting his face. Apparently the wife was able to calm that down, but that almost ended up being an issue. And I imagine there was a lot of people whose wives did not stop that. And then at any football game, any given Sunday across the National Football League, I bet there is a number of those instances where somebody drops a little beer on somebody's foot or whatever.
We see the videos
and here we
all
go.
the time.
That's right. Mine is actually the inverse of causing a stir, but I think it'll make sense. I was at a basketball game when I was in college, UTA, and I was there with my roommate, a couple other friends, and, it's a basketball game. You're in the student section, hooping, hollering, making noise.
Yeah.
So, especially when the opposing team is shooting free throws. So, what your objective is to try and make them miss a free throw.
Yeah.
We've seen all sorts of student sections. Have you seen the student section fake a birth in the student section? Just anything to distract the free throws, right? And so at one point, the opposing team at the free throw line, and my roommate, who's standing right next to me, yells out. And understand, this is not a political statement. This is just him trying to get in somebody's head. You should have been aborted. And I'm talking about, you could hear this clear across the entire stadium. And the reason why I say this is the opposite of causing a stir. A basketball game, lively, a lot of people making noise. You could hear a pin drop after that. Everybody fell silent. I don't think I've seen that building louder when nobody was in it. I was like, oh no, I'm standing next to this dude. Some people might have thought I said it. And I'm just like, oh no.
Yeah, the one I could think about is it was actually a homeboy of mine. And I wish I could find the video, but he was I guess he was driving down the street. He was in the car, and he saw a fight between two girls. And one girl was on the ground, and she was just covered up. And he rolled down the window like, beat that whole ass. And then one of the girls jumped up, was like, that's my daughter. And he was just like, oh. And then just drove off.
That's my daughter.
Yeah, but it looked like she was getting smoked. And then the other one, I think I mentioned it on this story, how me and the lady was out to eat. We didn't live here, we was in Cleveland.
Yeah.
And I saw somebody who was married at the time, but he was going out to eat with somebody else.
Oh, boy.
And so I'm like, look, is that so-and-so?
Yeah.
And she was like, oh, it sure is. What did she do? She decided to call that person's wife.
No.
And I told her, and I almost not, I wish I didn't say anything to her. I would have just kept it to myself and maybe got to the car and said something. But she told the person, that lady was up there in 5 minutes. And this was far away. It caused a big old stir, man. I was just like, oh, why did you say something?
There's a time and a place.
Yeah, I felt bad because I said something. I'm like, I shouldn't even told you. That was a big old mess.
Okay. So I'm seeing a lot of different stories. I feel like this is a type of ruckus. The people that challenged their pops from the 281, they said their sister and them were having an argument. Apparently, they slapped her. And then dad slapped him, looked at him, told him, I have another cheek if he wanted to. From that point, he treated me more as an equal. Wow. The rare actually bucked and kind of worked.
Oh, man.
Because I feel like I know a lot of dads that would have just taken the other cheek and slapped that one too.
He pretty much said, I got another cheek you could kiss.
Oh, boy. Yeah, pretty much.
Which that one, it goes up in that instance. It absolutely does.
I'll kick you in it, buddy.
But yeah, so, I mean, we could talk more about it on the other side when we get around the NFL. But Jim Schwartz, I was not expecting that. And I do kind of wonder, where the hell does that come from? Like the entitlement of it, I think, is the thing that's kind of surprising. I can understand a disappointment in not getting that job. I do wonder what that level of scene stir is.
I think it's more to it, man. I don't
it's got to be.
I don't know if he was doing more work during the season. Maybe talk to the owners or somebody.
I think maybe he was told he'd get the job.
Yeah,
that would be the only trigger
it had
for
to be
me.
that, because if he had one interview or something like that and that was it, then I don't think he'd be that upset about it.
Which is almost understandable.
He seemed like he was very confident that was his job.
Yeah,
and then not to mention, a lot of players were pretty much advocating for him to get the job, or at least the defensive players.
Oh, sure. Did you see Myles Garrett's Instagram?
I did. Shout out to Popeyes.
I actually missed that one.
Yeah.
Shout out to Popeyes.
It's that image during COVID of the Popeyes employee.
The employee out the back on her break
during the chicken sandwich,
looking like MJ during the flu game.
Yeah.
Somebody said they caused a scene at a staff meeting. The boss was talking about sexual harassment, and I said, "You're gonna be in trouble soon with your hands-on ass." Wow. Incredible.
Is he still working there?
That sounds
or she?
That sounds messy, and I feel like there's a lot more to that story. Maybe we'll get that. But yeah, you're
how y'all looking, man.
Yeah. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's talk more about Jim Schwartz when we go around the NFL. We'll do that next.
The NBA. Sugarland Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
We're about to go around the NFL here in the loop on Sports Radio 610, but somehow a subplot of today's show has been
I love them all.
The time that you tried your daddy. And shout out to Ocho, who said he never did try his daddy because apparently his pops used to whip them with a Huckleberry Finn fishing rod.
That actually adds to the story. Don't make me get my Huckleberry Finn.
Especially if that's what he called it.
My Huck Finn.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like that adds to it. But yeah, somehow that has been the conversation that has happened here. We'll go around the NFL real quick, hitting the Texans aspect of this. One more opening occurs on the Texans offensive staff as Texans assistant offensive line coach Zach Yenser is being hired to go to Miami to go and be the offensive line coach there for the Dolphins under Bobby Slowick and his offensive circumstance there. So does this move the needle at all for you? Because offensive line coaches and assistants, that's been of great conversation over the last year or so here in Houston. But we give a lot of credit, and a lot of credit is paid to Cole Popovich. I'm going to be honest, I hadn't heard Zach Yenser's name be mentioned more than maybe a couple of times.
I just
over
heard
the
the
entirety
name,
of the season.
didn't really pay attention too much during camp and all that stuff. But no, it really doesn't move the needle. That's a promotion. I mean, that's
certainly
that's an opportunity. So you can't say anything otherwise.
Yeah. And obviously your assistant line coach matters to some degree, but the question that pops up in my head is how much so when you had a Chris Strasser as an offensive line coach, Cole Popovich as an assistant, and you saw the distinction that happened there, even if we're not talking about talent-wise, from the fundamentals and the way they go about it. Hopefully that does not end up being a net negative for the Texans,
right.
But obviously you wish Zach his good fortune moving forward. I will say, it feels like he has a job ahead of him. That's not a great offensive line in Miami. And that's one of the reasons why I know that Luke Moore was asking us about it in the crosstalk, and we didn't really talk about it, but that's one of the reasons why I'm a little skeptical on the Bobby Slowick hire. Obviously, all the things that we've seen, but also you need a good offensive line, or at least you need a solid offensive line play, I think, for this to work. Or at the very least, we've seen what it looks like for him previously with bad offensive line play. I don't think that's great offensive line play over there. Now, to what level we'll see, and maybe Zach goes in, Mr. Yenser himself goes in, and helps them find and establish a floor for them. But I don't know that bodes well for what the Miami Dolphins are going to do in this upcoming season.
Are you skeptical, or are you kind of worried that Bobby might find something there with less talent?
Yes.
Yeah.
The answer is yes.
My thing with this is Bobby Slowick certainly had his issues, it seemed like, certainly with C.J. Stroud, which that hasn't gone away with Nick Caley. So maybe, we've talked about C.J. Stroud's part in this. I also feel one thing that I think has become abundantly clear is the type of offensive line blocking that you coach is immensely important. Immensely important. Once they went into inside zone, straight, Patriot style, they had a measure of success. Let's not start pulling any muscles, patting ourselves on the back just yet. They were better. There were still some big issues here.
Without question. It's one of the reasons why this offseason I'm not like, well, it's fine. No, offensive line, I think you need to address 2 or 3 times still.
But the style of blocking that you're coaching. And so maybe there is more of a Bobby Slowick type outside zone, West Coast offense, that type thing, and it will fit.
Yeah, so another reason for, I think, Texans' eyes to be not fully trained, but at least check in on Bobby Slowick and the Miami Dolphins offense from time to time in the 2026 football season. We were talking about it earlier. It's still such an interesting thing. We have now only 2 head coaching jobs open after yesterday. We found out that Todd Monken will be the next head coach of the Cleveland Browns, previously the offensive coordinator for the Baltimore Ravens. And this came as a surprise because it felt like, especially after the likes of Nate Schilhaus, the kind of wonder kid that has been getting a little bit of love out of Los Angeles. He turned down, or he didn't get the job or what have you. Udinski pulls out of the job. Obviously, Mike McDaniel, Black Mike, pulled out of the job last week. we were looking at it and we're like, who else is left? Are they just going to give the job to Jim Schwartz? Apparently, he thought so.
Yeah.
As according to Tom Pelissero, after the Browns informed Jim Schwartz that they were passing over him to hire Todd Monken, Schwartz was visibly upset, said goodbyes in the building, and told other coaches that he's not coming back. Schwartz is under contract, mind you.
Yeah,
so this is one of those things where he's just taking his ball and going home in order to do this.
Yeah,
in order to leave.
Look, I really feel we talked about it a little bit. It's obviously at the center of the question of the day, which you can keep bringing those in. When have you caused a scene? He caused the type of scene, and he didn't hurt anybody or anything that, as far as reports that we've seen. I think he was kind of told that he would get the job, and it speaks more to Cleveland than anything.
I wonder if Todd Monken getting the job have anything to do with
him in
it, too.
particular.
Oh yeah, because
we got to go and find if there's beef there.
Yeah.
Ravens.
Because Todd Monken, as much as as good as he is with offense and all that stuff, he was never a head coach before.
Right.
And Jim Schwartz was only a head coach one time with one team.
Mm-hmm.
So you would think if they're going to go in that type of direction, you will probably promote him to head coach.
Right.
But you bring somebody else in that'd be 60
And he threw a
this
fit.
year.
And he threw a fit.
He probably like, this effing guy?
Yeah.
Like, over me? You going to do this to me?
Jake!
Maybe he said that. The other thing is, Cardinals and Raiders are the only two jobs still open.
And it feels like one of those is pretty.
It's a bidding war, isn't it?
Well, for who?
Clint Kubiak.
I don't think it's a bidding war at all.
Well, it's going to be up to Clint Kubiak. Maybe is a better way to put it.
Yeah, and I feel like even that.
Who you think the Cardinals rolling with?
I don't have. That's the one that I'm like, they're going to end up in a really weird place.
Trying to do.
Yeah.
And I shout out to Fred Warner who alluded to the dragon meme where all these fierce dragons and you have one that looks like a derp.
Yeah.
He referred to the NFC West as that, saying that the Cardinals are unfortunately in this weird place, and I think that's accurate. You look at the rest of the NFC West and you go, the Niners, we know what they can do, even if they're being a little shaky with their personnel right now. The Seahawks are literally in the Super Bowl. The Rams were a step away from the Super Bowl, and we know that they continue to show up in that way, especially provided that Matt Stafford returns. I don't even know who the Cardinals are looking to hire at that position and whether or not they'll have a good foundational work off of. And it feels weird to be able to say that I think the Raiders' position would be a better one for Clint Kubiak.
Think so. Yeah.
And it seems like at the very least that maybe Tom Brady likes him. And if that's the case, that's because he's taken such a much bigger role. It was weird. On Championship Sunday, they were interviewing another candidate, but Tom Brady wasn't there. That almost, because he's calling the AFC Championship game, or NFC Championship game, rather, that almost feels like a tell that, hey, that you're not actually getting the job, because if Tom Brady's not involved, how much are you actually going to get this job?
Now,
I think that Clint Kubiak is set for that job.
I do too, but I think in terms of that specific one, Tom Brady may well have spoken with him elsewhere.
It's possible. But if you're going through official meetings,
schedule around Tom Brady, you would think, or
that's
maybe
what I'd imagine.
Whatever.
Maybe so.
But I do think Clint Kubiak, and I don't think. Maybe you're going to think I'm an idiot. I don't think the Raiders.
Don't worry about that.
Is all that bad. You
don't think it's all that bad, or
I think it's better than the Cardinals job. Yeah. I'd take that one over the Cardinals job.
Yeah, and I think that's where I'm at with you.
I think the first overall pick alone kind of make it a little better.
Yeah, I think you have a little more security, just because you would be the new guy, especially a young guy like Clint Kubiak. With a young quarterback.
The Cardinals, man, I don't even know if they plan on keeping their quarterback.
Right.
Like, I have no idea what they got plans.
Well, Kyler Murray, any free agent, I think that's just going to be in
is
full.
He a free agent?
I don't think he's a free agent.
I don't think he's a free agent.
I don't think he's a free agent. Maybe he is, but still, they might move on from him.
One of the things I saw someone talking about with the Monken hire and why they believe it to be a failure. They passed on Nate Schilhaus because they want to keep Schwartz.
Yeah.
I think that's an ownership thought process. They wanted to keep him. They pass on the young wonderkind, as I mentioned, in Schilhaus because Schwartz didn't want to play ball. You ultimately go and get Monken. Schwartz doesn't want to play ball. So you did not get who the general manager recommended, and you didn't keep the DC that the owner wanted. And that is, my friends, what is dysfunction. I think we call that dysfunction.
Because I think the owner wanted Schwartz. The GM wanted the cat from the Rams.
That's right.
And nobody got what they wanted.
At all.
And Myles Garrett is asking out, right?
Going
to?
I don't know. I think that's what the money is for. You've been here through worse.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I feel like that's how you have to handle that. You've been here through worse.
Yeah.
But yeah, that defense, it'll be interesting to see who they get to hire defensively, because that's been an interesting question. Where defensive coaches go in this cycle. The Chargers seem to have gotten their guy they went to college. I was not expecting this. Western Michigan defensive coordinator Chris O'Leary steps up to the pros. He'll be the Chargers defensive coordinator there. Can I go to the Hall of Fame of it all? I know that some people might be rolling their eyes, might be tired of it, but the Bill Belichick thing has taken a big, it's been a big conversation piece in the national football landscape. Him, at least the reporting that he is not going to be inducted into the Hall of Fame. First and foremost, did you see what the Pro Football Hall of Fame did?
I did.
They did two things yesterday that I found to be interesting. First and foremost, they confirmed to Bill Polian that he did vote for Bill Belichick, so they brushed up on his memory so that he would know that.
That's so funny.
But then did you see them put out a statement where they were basically – I mean, how would you characterize this statement, John? Because I want to make sure that I do this
They
right.
basically said, hey, now, the voters, the 50 voters know what the rules are, and if they – including, making their vote. Because Vahe Gregorian – who's a writer up in Ohio, I
not
believe.
a real man. That is not a real man.
Vahe, I know Vahe from back in the day. He used to cover college basketball when I was on that beat. But anyway, is he? Maybe Missouri. Anyway, but Vahe Gregorian came out publicly and said, I did not vote for Bill Belichick. And
he wrote for the Kansas City Star, in fact.
Yeah.
And I thought that the reasoning that he threw in here was interesting because he made sure to clarify again that the senior committee portion of the voting, it's you're putting senior players that did not make it in the the contemporary bracket, and then contributors and coaches all in the same place. You only have a certain number of votes, and he got in there and he was like, "There's dudes that former players that he thought had been passed over erroneously and wrongly," and he was like, "I want these guys to go in to try and address some of the past wrongs." And it seemed like he also took this from a perspective of Bill Belichick will get in, so why not? I can use this vote in this moment to try and get in players that have not been acknowledged in the way that he feels that they rightfully should have.
Yes, solid logic, but again, I was going to say his logic, I get it. I'll put it that way.
That's kind of some fantasy football draft type stuff. Like, I know he's going to be there again, so let me take this person.
Right, exactly. Yeah. But at the same time,
I think he went with Ken Anderson, Roger Craig, and L.C. Greenwood were the former players.
Anderson.
He said he didn't even vote for Robert Kraft either, because that's an interesting dynamic we didn't mention on the show. Robert Kraft is one of the dudes on the senior committee, and that is another level. I'm sure that really probably chaps Bill Belichick's hide more than anything. If we get to when they fully announce who's in the class and Robert Kraft is in and Bill Belichick isn't,
that's the first thing I thought about. I'm like, man, maybe there's some beef going on between those two where it didn't get to this.
But anyway, back to Vahe's vote. I get his logic. I still think it's wrong because there are is he a first ballot Hall of Famer candidates, and then he's a first ballot Hall of Famer, and Bill Belichick is a first ballot Hall of Famer. No matter who you'd like to get in, Ken Anderson, I'm not sure he's deserving at all.
Oh wow,
I'm not.
Bleep Ken Anderson. That's what you're getting here on the program today. But yeah, those were a few things that were happening that I found to be very interesting on this level around the NFL. Another thing, we were talking about the Mike McCarthy hire. This one obviously dates back a few days. There's more that's kind of come together, and there was a piece in The Athletic written by Mike DeFabo out of Pittsburgh.
Not a real person.
That's what I thought at first, too. And then I saw his name, and I was like, I guess so. But I think I might have been a little hasty in my criticism of the McCarthy hire. Do you agree with this sentiment, that the McCarthy hire is everything to do with quarterbacks but not necessarily Aaron Rodgers? Because obviously that was a thought process. They've worked together. Is he going to be someone that helps bring Aaron Rodgers back for whatever that is worth to you, which it doesn't matter a lot to me. I think that as he continues to age, it becomes a little bit more difficult to make that work at that level. But Mike McCarthy is viewed as a quarterback, not necessarily whisperer, but a quarterback developer. And that has been a Steelers issue for a long since, honestly, in the midst of the Big Ben circumstance, because Ben Roethlisberger got pretty bad towards the end of it. They just couldn't find any answers, and they haven't been there. How much of this do you look at the Mike McCarthy hires, obviously the stability, but then some feeling that they will get the quarterback situation answered under his tenure?
I think that's the entire reason he was hired. It goes back to, well, we know we have a good defense. It's aging, but we know we have a good defense. What's the big limitation right now? Aaron Rodgers, as good to very good as he was this year, we saw his shortcomings. We saw them, personally, against the Texans.
Yes.
And so I think the fact that I don't think Aaron Rodgers is coming back to Pittsburgh. By the way, I think Mike McCarthy was being very respectful and honoring Aaron Rodgers and past relationships and that type of stuff. But I don't think he's coming back. I think they're going to have to come get a young quarterback and develop it, and that's what Mike McCarthy's there for.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. I feel there. I was like, should I save this for? Yeah, I'll save this for what's popping because it just keeps popping up. Are you following Joe Mixon on Instagram?
Oh, what's the latest? I didn't see the latest.
He just keeps sending Instagram posts that, again, they're very, very strong, as if there's a guarantee that he returns. And I'm having a hard time buying it. I'm going to be entirely honest with all the circumstances. But I guess I'll use that as a tease. We'll talk about that at the top or near the top of the hour when we get into what's popping. But coming up next, I want to circle back around to the Rockets because we talked about this game on an individual front, but you were talking about this on a larger season scale, the opportunity for a statement game. I think a question popped up for me with this Rockets team. What is the goal of this Rockets season at this point? Not the goal that was stated at the beginning, but what's the goal for the Rockets that you have at this point? 713-572-4610. Let's discuss it next.
The best. Radio 610. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
All right, you're in the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Thursday to you. Oh, it is a Thursday. That's fun.
How about that?
All week. I don't know why this has been a thing.
You thought it was Thursday 3 days in a row.
I did. I don't know what. I don't know why. I don't know how.
It's like a clock. You're right at least twice.
And this doesn't this doesn't frequently happen to me. Usually, I'm pretty good about knowing. Maybe it's we're getting out of football season. I've used to the football calendar keeping me on rhythm, right? It's like, all right, well, today's a Wednesday,
Thursday.
Thursday,
football Friday.
So coordinators are talking on this day or whatever.
Wednesday.
Yeah, that's the only thing that's going to tether me to my calendar from now on. Otherwise, it's going to feel like Saturday.
We need to make Thursday something. Is it too much to make Monday something?
Well, Mariachi Monday. That's clearly what we were doing. Okay. We got that, right? We're going to theme the whole week. People are going to be fed up with us.
Yeah.
Absolutely sick with us. All right. I'm not going to lie. I was going to use this as a segue. Sometimes I could be sick of the Rockets. I don't know if you're in that place. I do still love watching them.
That's actually a pretty good one.
But sometimes it could get me fed up.
Hate.
Especially because I'm viewing them on the stance of what they stated at the start of the season. They want to be a championship team. And a number of things have happened that make it so that I go, is that still currently the goal or a reasonable one? And I think that that's also what's necessary because I'm sure a lot of people go, yeah, win a championship, right? Kevin Durant, go win a championship. But is it a reasonable one? Because you've lost two major contributors since you signed Kevin Durant. One of those, obviously, Fred VanVleet, before you even get to the season. But now, Steven Adams, major contributor. And the reason why I bring this up, because it's like, oh, back up big. No. He mattered greatly. And if you follow his team, which I know that you do, if you listen to the show, we talked about it a number of times. The way that you rebounded, it wasn't about you being a good rebounding team. It was about you being the best rebounding team in the league, and that creating a decisive advantage against your opponents. That's the only one that I think this team brings to the table every night, is a decisive advantage in rebounding. And now he's done for the season. And so I think the way that you go about how you possibly replace Steven Adams and his minutes and his impact, what you do at the trade deadline, or whether you do anything about the trade deadline on how you work your offense, and more importantly, how you work with point guard and those types of situations. I think that all of that comes down to where it can be informed by one question, which is, what for you is the goal of this Rockets season at this point?
Well, that's a mouthful. I was really thinking about that. I thought about that the entirety of the last break. Because it should be an easy answer. Well, take the next step. Win get in championship contention.
Is that the next step? Or contention? Okay.
From what you were. That was the goal why you brought in Kevin Durant.
Yes.
It's the goal why even Fred VanVleet getting injured before the season, you felt pretty good about some of the options. It's not the goal, is it? It's not the goal right now anyway. You said in this moment.
I think taking a step probably is the goal, but I don't know that it's – if I'm being entirely honest, and it hurts me to say this, I hope that you can hear it in my voice. I don't know that the reasonable goal is go and win the NBA Finals like it felt like it should have been.
Not right now. Not today.
Shout out to our guy Adam Spillane. He got me thinking about this because he was talking about it as if the goals for the Rockets right now are continue to progress Amen Thompson and Reed Shepherd, your two youngest, impact pieces that you anticipate moving forward, and then go further than you had, which is at the very least win a playoff series. That's it that he has in his thought process. And so I'm like, if that's the perspective, I think that shapes the way that you move forward. But is that the right perspective?
Well, I think it is the right perspective. Where we are today. Now, the second part of that, does it shape where you move forward? How long are you going to keep Kevin Durant? I know he signed a contract.
I think he's a 2-3 year guy, two more year guy.
Can it flip that quickly? I think there are instances and examples of where it can, but there are some pretty big questions to answer. Now, maybe VanVleet fixes a lot of them. Maybe getting him back fixes a lot of them. And I think there's a real possibility.
What, this year or next year even?
Well, I don't think this year, even though there's been some talk about coming back at the end or whatever. But I think realistically it's next year. The bigger question to me is, what are you? We talked about this with the Texans and the offense. What's your identity? And I said, just don't screw it up. Well, that doesn't fit with the Rockets. I still think they're trying to figure it out.
Yes.
I mean, they're trying to figure out who they are offensively. And that, to me...
And now defensively, because I also think that not having Steven Adams
brought that up,
some stuff.
Because Şengün aggravated that ankle again last night. Here we were saying, hey, it finally looks healthy.
You said that. I knew that was a jinx.
Put it on me. Yeah, put it on me.
Always. I'm always going to blame you. Have you not noticed? What?
And so now, with the – I don't know, he came back in the game and all that and finished. I don't care.
Ime said that it was just a tweaked ankle, and Şengün said that, he just iced it. It seems like he has a positive outlook on it. This isn't the Astros.
I know, but I'm trying to hint at that. All I'm saying is it's an ankle and it's basketball. That's always going to be a bit of a question. So find out who you are, get healthy. You're not going to have Steven Adams, but offensively, there are some very tough questions and opportunities that you got to start trying to mix in to change it.
What's interesting, though, is for me, as it pertains to how you look towards the trade deadline, which is rapidly approaching, I know that a name like Kobe White has been popular out there. So I actually reached out to a friend of mine in the industry who, has a good insight on this, so that I'm not just leaning on the few times that I've watched Kobe White. Because I'd be lying if I'm telling you I'm watching all these Bulls games. I know what Kobe White is in and out. So I was like, let me lean in.
Yeah.
And what I got from him is that, and let me make sure that I'm reading this verbatim so that I don't end up mischaracterizing it. His offense, like his offense, especially if his shot is on, especially if he doesn't need to worry about being the primary playmaker. Is that not what you would be trying to get him for, is to be some level of primary playmaker?
Yeah.
He's not there to defend anyone, but you can do worse when it comes to score first guards. He's bigger than people think. He's also listed smaller, or he's also smaller than he's listed. And so all of those things come together, and I go, with him as one of those people that, one of those players that people have talked about, is this an answer for you at the trade deadline to add some guard depth, add a playmaker to help fix the Fred VanVleet void? I think the answer is no, because if he's not bringing a defensive intensity, if he's not necessarily looked at as he shouldn't be a primary playmaker, is he not another Reed Sheppard in that way? And wouldn't you want to invest in a Reed Sheppard, somebody that's actually going to be here beyond the end of the season?
Yeah, and what are you giving up? Is this
Tari Eason or Dorian Finney-Smith, maybe even a first-round pick?
Yeah, that's too much. And I mean, is this just? Is this just?
I do want to make it cleler. It's not Tari Eason and Dorian Finney-Smith, because I did say that. It's one of those two, maybe a first-round pick in addition.
But it kind of feels like the Spider-Man meme, right? You're trading one for the same. So I agree, but I think, again, back to the first question is, what the goals are. Like if you had to say right now, go ahead, Figgy.
Is this championship or bust season still?
No, I think you're out of championship or bust. I do think that, coming on this line saying, if the goal is to make the next round, then adding KD is a bust. And I get that thought process. Now, you couldn't have planned for 2 season-ending injuries
but
that would change the dynamic,
though.
right?
Yeah.
I think, though, that you can make the Western Conference Finals, and that should be the expectation, or that should be what you're looking to do. It's not just win one series, but
if you make the Western Conference Finals, that's a huge win.
That's my thought.
Yeah,
that's my thought.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that finding more development for Reed in a man also is very important, because if it's not, we're just winning this championship this year, which I think is off the table as a reasonable expectation. Now, if they find a way to go and do it, let's do it, man. I'm with it.
Yeah.
But if that's not a reasonable expectation, then I don't necessarily like the idea of kind of cutting into what you have as a team and what you have in your reserves to add a temporary player like Kobe White, who doesn't actually even fully answer the questions. Like, that feels like the desperation that you have when you're like, this is the difference between us winning a championship or not, and I don't think that's the case here.
I totally agree. I think that would be sort of just switching one for the same thing. But on the other hand, when do you get to the point of we're not going to win the championship this year? We probably are not going to get to the Western Conference Finals. Let's find out more on these guys. Let's find out on whether Reed Sheppard you can live and die with him and thrive, et cetera, playing more minutes, starting, as we've talked about, et cetera, because then that's white flag.
Yeah, and I'm not fully there yet.
Yeah.
I think that the finding out, because every team is finding out to some degree at this point, unless you're just fighting to make the playoffs, which they are not. I think the Rockets are trying to find out what are the tools that you have once you get to the playoffs that you can use to fight and get victories. That is a finding out. That is, we don't have aspirations as a team, so we're doing development aspirations, which I'm not quite there for. Although I think that they do come together a little bit in finding out how far and how much Reed Shepherd you can have is insightful as a tool for the playoffs. And Amen Thompson, I'm coming around. It's been this weird loop for me where at first it was like, Amen Thompson as point guard is what we're doing. And then I was like, I don't know if that's actually going to be a thing. And with the style of play that they've picked up a little bit, I think this is more of an answer, or at least something that you have to lean more into as you try and find answers towards the postseason.
And then to me, there's also the Fertitta factor here. They didn't sign up for this. This is not what they wanted by bringing in Kevin Durant. So do they take another big swing?
I don't know. I think you take a small swing. I think the swing.
No. You take another big swing.
Oh, you're talking about like Giannis out of talking about.
See, at that point, that's championship or bust.
Then it changes. It goes back, right?
Yeah.
But then you're sacrificing some of the future, obviously.
But I think to the point y'all was saying, I think if it's championship or bust, then you make that big swing. But if you don't feel like it's championship or bust this year, then you don't make that big swing, or you don't trade for a Kobe White or anything like that. You kind of play the course and try again next year. You go back to the drawing board next year.
I think the small swing that you make is like a big.
What does the small swing do, though?
Someone like a Kevon Looney. It stabilizes for one of the big things.
Yeah, but it doesn't do anything with the goal.
I think it does.
It doesn't change the goal that much. I mean,
I think it allows you to maybe
become give me an example, and would they become a favorite in the conference because of that?
I think Kevon Looney is a name, or Day'Ron Sharpe, especially because, and I love Steven Adams. Do we have to start thinking about the possibility of the Rockets without Steven Adams?
That's why I said big swing, because I think you do.
And so I think that we're talking about as much as I love Steven Adams, impact player for you, he's also a backup big.
Yeah.
Can you add another backup big that gives you similar things that if you do not have the possibility of Steven Adams moving forward,
how does that
have that role continue?
How does that? It doesn't answer the same question, though.
I think it gives you an opportunity to keep working on the one thing that you've had as a superpower over the rest of the league, which is rebounding. That's my point.
I think it gives you a chance to compete for sure.
Yes,
but I don't know if I don't know if those names you threw out will give you a chance to make you a championship contender.
And it would also be smaller scale. Like it would not cost you as much, which is why I think that is why you keep your head in the game as this year still contending. Because again, the Fertittas didn't sign up for this. Kevin Durant signed up for an opportunity to go and win, and I think you still have that opportunity in front of you. So I think the small moves are the reasonable ones. But I think that the question being, what is the goal?
Does it?
But I think it's realistic.
You know who has the best odds to land Giannis right now?
The Houston Rockets per bet online.
Yeah.
But I also think that
it makes them first round picks and stuff too.
I think that's an off-season move. And that's a whole nother conversation that we could have. I think that Milwaukee would be stupid to trade him right now. I don't think that they'd get the most for him. I don't think that it makes the most sense for them to try and move him right now. I think that they would be best suited to actually wait till the offseason. And I think the Rockets, if they were to go down that path, would be best suited to make a move in the offseason. That's a big if, though.
If the Rockets did try to make that move this year, I think they're in championship or bust mode.
Yes, they would reset just overnight.
Yeah.
So
give up a lot.
But that's a question that I think is going to – we're asking it now, but I think it's going to linger for a little bit here. What is the goal of the Rockets season at this point? I don't know that I don't think that the next couple of games will give you something towards that answer, because you're playing the Hawks, who, I mean, they're an interesting team at best, but they're not one that I'm scared of. Then you're back at home for the Mavericks on Sunday. I don't know that they give you that answer, but I think that over the next week, that's going to be something that at least I'm pondering on as this goes. And this is going to be – they're going to have to give us more answers. There's questions keep popping up like whack-a-mole for this Rockets team over the last few weeks, don't they? This is the nature of aspiration, isn't it? So we'll continue to watch that space for the Rockets. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping. What do you make of all of this Instagram chat Joe Mixon keeps throwing up? We'll talk about that and more next.
The NBA rumor mill is churning. What do Rockets fans think of a potential Giannis to Houston deal?
Losing Tari Eason and Alperen Şengün, but bringing in Antetokounmpo in.
Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
Dating back to the previous conversation from the 713, I believe the Rockets were targeting the Thunder, and unexpectedly, the Spurs emerged sooner than thought. They definitely need a big with the loss of Adams, maybe a more three-point shooting, and wish for the best, but they legitimately have a puncher's chance. I think I largely agree with that thought process. That it's becoming less of a this is where it needs to be and more of a, okay, if things break right and you find your way into the right place, you can get to that spot. We'll see how that continues to go. I guess while I'm talking about that, I should mention the Rockets lose last night to the San Antonio Spurs on the home floor. A late game. How did that hit you?
I was actually okay. I thought I was gonna fade there because I usually go to bed about 10:30. But I was invested because it was such an entertaining game. My son texted me.
It was in the first half.
Yeah, and my son texted me. It's kind of the inverse of the last time the Spurs and Rockets met up in terms of the Spurs.
Yeah.
You know, Spurs had the big lead early there. I think it was identically 16 points.
It was.
And then the Rockets came on strong. And I said yes, but I think the difference this time was it wasn't so much, and the Rockets didn't shoot great by any stretch, but I think the Spurs just clearly had a better feel for defense and adjustments, which is what we talked about earlier. Yeah, they had a real good feel.
Which is funny because it felt like the Rockets had done some good defensive adjustments prior with the way that they had handled Victor Wembanyama in other games. Not quite in this game. Victor Wembanyama, 28 and 13 in this game. He got busy, and he played some good defense as well in this game, making it a little tougher for Amen Thompson. Nobody really with an efficient game, which is evidenced by a 111-99 loss. But Amen Thompson led all of your Rocket scores with 25 of them things. Alper Sengun tweaked his ankle at one point, according to Ime Udoka. But it seemed like, according to Sengun, he talked about it in such a way where I don't feel an issue. However, it's one of those things that you just kind of flag in your mind, right? It's one of those things that you just kind of have to watch the space. Varun Shankar, who covers the Rockets for the Houston Chronicle, talked to Sengun after the game. He said that Sengun was icing his ankle, but he said it was fine. Twisted it a bit. It's the same one, though, that he did hurt earlier this year.
Right. I'm a little worried about that because he had just seemed to really get that hop back. He talked about it, that strength and burst. And even if he's going to play, I think it's still going to affect him.
And they're back. They're back in action tonight.
Yeah, back to back
after a flight, to Atlanta. So we'll see if that at all shows up in the way that they play ball as well. They'll be in Atlanta 7 p.m. What am I saying? A.m. 7 p.m. tip out there in Atlanta. Some other things that are popping. This is actually not immediately popping, but it just has reached a fever pitch, at least in my estimation. Joe Mixon been on this Instagram, and he is really trying to hype this thing up, ain't he?
What's he doing?
He's posting on his Instagram various things that point towards or that feel like, all right, here I come, I'm coming back. We've seen this with all sorts of players. They all kind of do this, especially in this generation. And I say that as if Joe Mixon ain't close to my age anyways.
Yeah.
But the latest one was an Instagram story that is a picture of him and CJ about to dap up that says, all 26, vengeance, with the hand-shaking emojis as if they are shaking each other's hands, which feels like that is speaking not just to Joe Mixon and his return, but also C.J. Stroud and his proverbial return to a better style of play, which, hey, if that's how it goes, I'm good with that. However, how much are you buying into this? Because this feels like, in some ways, him also, following the lineage of him jumping on Twitter and kind of trying to battle some of the conversations that seem to turn on Joe Mixon and his inability to play this year. How much are you buying into this, seemingly putting forward the idea that Joe Mixon wants to and will be able to return for the Texans this year?
Is it fair to say a little?
I think it is.
Because Joe Mixon isn't the only one that has a say in this. Now, clearly he would know more about where the relationship stands and what the Texans are wanting from him. If they're wanting something, he would clearly have a better understanding of that. But at the same time, we're sitting here talking about C.J. Stroud, which should not be even a conversation. We should be like, oh, yeah, C.J. Stroud, he's the guy, he's coming back. And we're wondering about that, much less Joe Mixon. I don't know about that.
It seemed like he's trying to campaign a little bit to show that,
that's a better way to put it.
I want to come back for this team.
Yeah, that might
type deal because I mean, we wonder if he's going to be on the team next year.
You can save $6 million by cutting him pre-June 1. Like you can save a lot of money.
That's what I'm saying.
It sounds like he's trying to say, hey, Nick, I want to be here. I'm ready to go. I'm ready to suit up.
I think that's probably more it, Figgy. Yeah, that might be more.
Because he wasn't saying any of this during the season.
Right.
He was damn near AWOL.
We don't know where he was.
Yeah, he was AWOL. Yeah. So now it seems like he's just been very active on social media.
From the 512, Joe Mixon is in the best shape of his life.
God.
How much money you want to bet that he's going to say that?
He or the coaches or both. Yeah, they're for sure. Yeah, that's a given.
Yeah. So I don't know. I'm not buying it. I'm gonna be honest. Like I have started.
I think
moving,
Figgy hit it on the head,
especially with what Nick Caserio said about like, hey, it's just kind of seemingly it's just something that did not resolve itself. I wonder if it was like a medical issue, and that does not give me hope. A medical issue that takes you out for the entirety of the year does kind of make me look with the side eye. Yeah. And when you look at the financial incentive to maybe move off of him, save yourself $6 million, and maybe address that position in a different way. I think that if I had a dollar, I'm going to use the Texans radio kind of framework here. If I had a dollar and I had to bet it on something, I'd put my dollar on Joe Mixon is not back as the Texans running back.
I think I would too.
Yeah, I think so too. And the crazy part, I think the part that bothered me about this is I feel like he could have said all of this stuff during the season at some point. Like, man, I can't wait to get back with my team. That type of stuff. But he was quiet. Everybody was quiet about it, which made people question.
And I think would we all agree? I was going to say I think we would, but let me ask: would we all agree that we would want Joe Mixon the player back?
Probably yes.
Right.
And the only reason why I say probably is
because there are questions about health.
Yes.
What was the injury?
I would want him back, but I don't want that to be, we got our running back situation together. So nothing to see here. I do want them to look at other opportunities too.
I agree.
Am I being unfair? Because this text comes in from the 713, or they could rework his contract, add non-guaranteed additional years. I don't know that I want to add any more years to this contract for the 29-year-old running back who's had a lot of carries, a ton of carries, and has had injury issues of late.
Yeah.
Is that unfair? Because I know
that's absolutely fair.
We're also coming off of the summer, or the summer of running backs or whatever, what it felt like, where all of these more elder statesman running backs, especially the ones that were elite, were showing their mettle, where people who had thought processes like the one that I'm exhibiting right now looked foolish for moving on from a Derrick Henry, for moving on from even Joe Mixon himself.
Yes.
And Saquon Barkley. You saw them continue to produce at ages where you go, I typically would have moved on in the carries or whatever. Yeah. But I'm using that same thought process right now.
Yeah, and they also did it with Nick Chubb. We kind of had that conversation with Nick Chubb, and that was kind of the opposite of Derrick Henry or Saquon Barkley.
It always fascinates me when people bring up, he's 29, but we've proven that you can have.
Yeah, what is that in running back years?
2.
Yeah,
you've done. It's like quarterbacks, they can play till they're 40. Okay, which ones? Aaron Rodgers, Tom Brady, who else?
Yeah.
And we named every one of those guys, that running backs like a Saquon or a Derrick Henry.
Yeah, those are the outliers.
There's 100 others that hit a wall. You know. Yeah.
Although, to be fair to Joe Mixon, he would fit a lot closer to those exceptions.
We don't have. There's been a lot of big, bruising, strong backs that hit a wall.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Tank Dell apparently was out at
now,
Academy.
This I liked.
Okay, Tank Dell was out in the academy. This one, I think Sam Warren posted, which I'll talk about that side of it later. I have to recall exactly what he was out there doing. I know he was.
No, they have an appearance.
It was a community outreach type thing, but I want to give him the specific credit on what Tank Dell was out there doing. But the microphone cameras in front of him, so they're going to talk to him. This was him talking about the quarterback, C.J. Stroud.
People can say what they want about 7. That's they sitting on the couches just typing on computers or typing on their phones. But everybody know who 7 is, especially in the facility. We know who he is, and when we get back out there with him, it's going to be special. So we can let them say what they want. It's all right.
This I liked only because, I think Tank Dell is going to be huge for C.J. Stroud. Any version of C.J. Stroud you get back, I think Tank Dell is going to be huge for him, a healthy Tank Dell. However, we have talked about there is no question that C.J. Stroud's teammates love him, absolutely love him. But as far as it's just a bunch of people sitting on their computers, tweeting and typing stuff, there's people in that building that are wondering, I'm guessing, It's not just the anonymous people on Twitter, and we mentioned that as well. As much as they love him, you got to believe the Texans themselves have some level of, just by responsibility, they have to have some level of concern.
I think the players probably just looking at this as our brother. This is C.J. Stroud's a good dude and all that stuff. Mm-hmm. But people that's making the decision and trying to think maybe a couple years ahead, that people that got to pay C.J. Stroud.
Right.
I don't think they just looking at that as he's a good guy.
Mm-hmm. There's a couple of things that were kind of more subtext for me that I thought about, because I think you guys nailed the head or nailed the
hit it on the head.
There we go.
Yeah,
there. Appreciate that. One of them was we were talking about who is that guy on the offense that kind of the emotional lead. Is it possible that it's Tank Dell?
I think it is. No, I really do.
I hadn't thought about that explicitly, and I'm sure there's people listening that were like, "Yeah, duh, we had thought about that." Yeah. But is it possible that it's Tank Dell and that's part of what was missing in that locker room, and maybe that explains in some ways the emotion when you see him go down over a year ago? And then secondly, I kind of love that he's like, people are in their house on computers, because I feel like Tank Dell is right about that age where I'm expecting dudes to not really think about computers. When they think about it, they think straight phone.
Yeah.
They think because these kids are doing their homework assignments on their phone.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Like it ruins my brain, and it makes me feel older than dirt, because there's some things that in my brain that are still like laptop activities.
Yeah. Maybe he's thinking about the people that do streaming and stuff like that.
Maybe I was like, hey.
Like the content creators, like the Texans content creators that be on the computer and all that stuff. But to your point about, is Tank Dell that leader that I forgot?
Just kind of like the emotional heart. Yeah. I think Joe Mixon is also a big leader.
That's where
well.
I was going with it at, because I felt like when the Texans were struggling that first year, and remember he wasn't a captain at first,
right?
And then eventually, I think during the season, I think he called the players only meeting and all, whatever that was. I think he was probably the one guy on offense that they truly missed.
And salute to Tank Dell, because apparently what he was doing at the academy was he surprised about a dozen girls with the Boys and Girls Club in Houston, $200 each to go on a shopping spree in academy. Just something nice for the community. Tank Dell, man, he's not necessarily from Houston, but he reps Houston hard, and so salute to that young man. Excited to see him back on the field. Apparently also he had made a push to try and return last year.
This past season.
Or this past season, rather.
Yes. We kind of heard a couple things about that. I didn't expect it to happen. But I think any version of C.J. Stroud, if you get the exact same C.J. Stroud next year as you did this season, I think he's going to be better with Tank Dell. There's just so many options he can have. They need to use him in different ways as well.
Yeah, that's going to be important to see what the offense coordinator and what the offense in general looks like if and when Tank Dell shows his face on that football field. How'd you feel about this? Because I know you are a big journalism man. You've done a lot of journalistic endeavors over the course of your career. The Washington Post has basically been getting out of the sports business.
I think they are getting out of it.
I think last week they let it be known that for all of the journalists that had already been prepping for months on end to go to the Winter Olympics, that they would not be sending a contingent to that, and they did it very, very curtly and without very much lead up and warning, because the Winter Olympics are right upon us. But also, they let it be known that they are not sending any staff on the road to cover the Washington Capitals, the Washington Wizards, or the Washington Mystics, their two basketball teams and their hockey team, on the road games anymore. They're basically stopping covering sports at a local level. I mean, the Washington Post is a big paper, but at a local level.
No, but they will stop covering sports. And, you can talk about, all these institutions that have helped us, absorb and understand and follow sports. The Washington Post is at the top of the list. Their sports department was, if you go through, some of the names that have worked there, that are now on TV, which that's been a factor as well.
Kornheiser and all.
Yeah, Kornheiser.
Did he work there?
Yeah. That's how Around the Horn. Is it Around the Horn?
Yeah.
Around the Horn started.
No, PTI.
PTI. I knew it was wrong. That's how it started. Those two dudes were always arguing in the sports department, and
literally at the Washington Post.
Literally at the Post in the building, and someone had the idea is, hey, y'all should take this to TV. That's how it started, and now I think they're out.
Do you think that's going to be a trend eventually?
Oh yeah, it is a trend.
Well, think about it. Yeah. Washington Post is one of the better funded papers in our nation. The reason why I brought this up, because it's not local, right? Washington's D.C., and it's a national paper on us at this point, but it's over there. but this is, I think, indicative of what's happening in that industry in general. And I mean, it's happened with news and stuff, but it's hitting sports in a way. And sports used to be a place where it felt like you got the benefit of it. People subscribe, people watch, people, read. And that felt like, all right, is this going to be the place that at least is safe? And the answer is no. And if one of the most funded papers is going, you could point to all the other papers that have had issues. We're losing coverage of these things. We're losing stories.
We're losing.
Yeah. Hell, it happened here with over there at Fox, where they just got rid of that position over there.
Yeah.
And I know they still somewhat cover sports, but to me, that kind of show you that that's not really a main focus, that they could get anybody to do that.
I think the Chronicle has either limited or cut out some road travel with baseball. I think there's some trips they don't go on, something like that. I'll have to. I might be speaking out of turn, but I think I've seen that they're
that kind of got me nervous too. Just that part, how Will Kunkel, who was working at Fox, was laid off, and they just got rid of that department.
Yeah,
it's just like whoa.
Yeah,
and we suffer.
We all suffer. I mean, we all benefit from a robust news public that's getting us various different stories from different angles and constantly covering it. You start to wonder, at least I wonder, how many things do we not get an opportunity to learn about and share in the absence of people to do the work of it. So, that was a thing that caught my attention. I knew that you would care about it, so I figured I'd bring it up as one of the things that's popping in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. But coming up next here, are the Texans an attractive destination for free agents? Because, I mean, we're getting to this time period where we're like, oh, they need to go and get this dude and get this dude. Nick Caserio last year talked about them being in conversations, but them not coming to the fore. Do we have to contend with the possibility that this might not be an attractive destination? Or is it? 713-572-4610. We do that next.
Houston on Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yep, happy Thursday to you. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. I didn't put this in a place that I probably should have, but the Patriots, they have this week where to practice, but they're not actually like doing the full practices. But he was listed as limited.
I mean, it matters.
That shoulder injury that he has, the banged up right shoulder.
Mm-hmm.
If he wouldn't have been a full participant if they had practiced yesterday.
Well, that's something. How about Sean Payton putting Bo Nix's stuff all out there?
Yeah, I should have I'll get that audio as well. I could tell.
He's had 19 surgeries. Well, it wasn't 19, but
yeah, that was fun. I'm gonna get that audio because listening to it, I was fascinated. Because at first it was like, oh man, look at Sean Payton being really forthcoming.
Yeah.
And then on the back end, Bo Nix is like, yeah, no, I disagree with these things. So yeah, that was very odd. But yeah, remember, Super Bowl is still coming, or the big game as I should call it.
Yeah.
And we'll be in San Francisco for big game coverage all of next week. I am really in my head trying to figure out what the shenanigans are going to be,
Because there will be. Just listen to the big voice guy.
Yeah, big voice guy is promising shenanigans.
If he said it, it's going to be.
I guess
I got to
now we
deliver.
got to, right?
That's what I'm saying. I think that's a contractually binding contract, so I have to find a way to get into some shenanigans. I remember last year when we were on Radio Row, that was when we found out that Nick Haley was going to be the offensive coordinator.
Right.
It was literally Monday, the first day that we were done. We jumped off the air, and as we were doing that, boom, news comes down, new offensive coordinator. And I was thinking, what are the types of things that could happen at Radio Row this year? And I was like, we can't get free agents because that's way further out.
Yeah.
And then as I thought that, I happened to see something that you were thinking on, which is this even a good destination for free agents, or do free agents view it as a good destination at this point? 713-572-4610.
It's interesting because yesterday we were talking about the top 50 free agents, and the Texans were in on 6 of them. 3 running backs, 3 interior offensive linemen for what it's worth, but one of them was not Tyler Linderbaum. Tyler Linderbaum is probably, I would say, it's safe to say, the gem of the interior free agent class.
Sure, yeah.
Big time. And I'm like, why not? Why not? And it got me thinking about defensively. If you ask the question, is Houston a destination point for free agents? 100%. Why would it not be? Offensively, there's some pros and cons out there, man. There are some definite pros. Do you even know how long the offensive coordinator is going to be here? That was the first thing. If I'm Linderbaum or any free agent, and hey, they need some offensive line help, and they're making a competitive offer. Do I want to go to Houston if I don't even know if Nick Haley's going to be around another year? Well, I'm talking about like after next year. Yeah.
I take it a step further, man. I wonder if people on the offensive side is wondering about the quarterback situation.
That's the second one I was going to bring up.
That's not what Tank Dell said.
No, that's not what Tank Dell said.
Or anyone else in that locker room.
He friends with him.
At least
but if
publicly.
If you on the outside looking in, like, are you totally fine with going to Houston to play offense?
Yeah.
And you're not sure about what C.J. Stroud is?
And
now, if it was at the rookie year,
right,
then I'm sure people be lining up to try to get here.
No, that's where I was going to go, Figgy. And the other thing I was going to add is not just, okay, is Nick Haley going to be around after this year? We'll, because the offense clearly was a question. Do I want to go there? Is C.J. Stroud, going to be around after this year? Because it factors in hugely if I want to go there. What about the offensive staff? Everything. What if there's a makeover? If they struggle and it falls back, what about the contractual aspect of C.J. Stroud? Even if he's here, are they going to change their ways? Change their opinion? I think there are some definite. Well, those were all cons. There are some pros.
Yeah, I wonder how I know that those will all be some level of factors. I wonder how prevalent those factors come in versus when I was thinking about this, I immediately thought of this team, this organization tends to try to be favorable to their players, even in circumstances where you go, should they have?
Yeah.
Remember Cam Robinson, you bring him in. You remember way back when
Cam Robinson
way back in the old days when Cam Robinson was signed to the Texans. The expectation was for him to be a starter, and it felt like they probably had that conversation with him. Hey, we're bringing you in. We want you to hold down this starting left tackle spot.
Yeah.
And very quickly, it became apparent that was not going to be the case.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't stay long before they allowed him to go to his destiny.
Yeah.
And there was questions, rightfully so, of should you have?
Mm-hmm.
That's a starting caliber lineman. I know that we felt like there was very much a better one in your rookie in Ariante Ursary, and I think it played out as such. But is that one of those things where you allowed him to go free to go, meet his destiny, right? Just go and play in the way that he wanted to, as opposed to we have you under contract, and I know it's not optimal, but we might need a starting caliber tackle at some point.
But
they are willing to do those types of things for their players, and I think that probably has some level of benefit in the business mindset of players when they're making a decision where to play.
No, that would be a pro, but from the free agent's perspective, if you're getting other offers, and by the way, things have changed a lot in this 1 year. Last year coming in, if you're a free agent, you're thinking, well, of course C.J. Stroud's the quarterback. You're thinking, hey, new offensive coordinator. Maybe this is going to be, I like what I'm hearing. You're thinking, I'm going to get paid, and I'm going to stay there. Well, in just this 1 year, a lot of what you just talked about has changed. Is C.J. Stroud going to be their long-term quarterback? And this is the other aspect that I didn't bring up. Are they going to be able to pay? There's a lot of contracts coming up. Are they going to be able to pay free agents, big-ticket free agents, not the ones that they have traditionally, brought in? Is money a factor?
Over a long period of time, because I do wonder if those most desired free agents then have some leverage to go, I want some more security of years.
Mm-hmm.
And Nick Cassera has said it very loudly that they operate in like 2-year windows, not saying that that's the entirety of what they think of, but that is how they operate. And so if you're talking to a free agent of that magnitude, is this organization willing to go, well, here's a 4 or 5 year deal that we're putting down, as opposed to, can we do a 2 or 3 year where we can kind of keep the future in the way that we like to? Does that work for the likes of, again, we've been using Tyler Linderbaum. I think that he's more of a stand-in in this conversation.
Yeah.
But if a Tyler Linderbaum is coming in as, a relatively young center that is good at his job and is widely desired, is he willing to sign a 2 or 3 year deal? Would he want to sign one at a big number that he can extend out for the maximum amount of years in this, prime money-making time for him?
I think we know the answer to that. He would want a guy like that would want a longer. This is the payday.
Yeah, or if he did want if he's down with accepting a smaller deal, it got to be a Super Bowl type of team where it's just like, all right, we come in here to win. We are a Super Bowl contender.
Yeah. Now let's talk about some of the pros. Even though it's still the offense and there's some questions, I don't know anybody that wouldn't want to play for DeMeco Ryans. I mean, the head coach is a huge factor for a free agent.
In a lot of different ways.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. And defensively, this is interesting because we've talked about it from the offense perspective, and somebody texted in immediately when we said the T's. Defense, yes. Offense, no. Mm-hmm. And we've seen this. This one's easy. All the podcasts. Was it Simmons? Was he on Kay Adams' podcast?
Teron Matthew.
Was it Teron Matthews?
Yeah,
but Justice Simmons also said something similar, like, I'd play for DeMeco Ryans.
Yeah, Teron Matthew said he'd come out of retirement. He had just retired, I want to say.
There's a number of players that
those
look
are
at this and they go,
players.
Yeah,
I would love to play for him.
Yeah.
I think also, though, as much as, and probably more for more veteran players than younger players, the word gets around, the way that DeMeco Ryans protects his guys, it can be frustrating on the outside. I know those players appreciate that.
They love it. They love it. And they want to play for him.
Yeah.
So that's a huge check mark. I think that's a check mark that other teams just don't have. DeMeco Ryans love to play for that guy. I think another pro is if you're a tight end, I think you would want to come here. And all things, forget the quarterback questions, the coordinator questions. This is an offense that, has a need at tight end and uses the tight ends and has had production from Dalton Schultz in the very near recent history.
I wonder how much that actually factors in, and does it factor in if you're just looking at the roster of, hey, there's a whole bunch of dudes there.
Yeah, but they know they have a need. I mean, it's pretty clear, and players want numbers. They love to have those big numbers.
Well, if somebody's already getting the big numbers, you think you could just step in and also get big numbers in the same place?
This is an offense that uses 2 tight ends traditionally. They're not doing it quite as much because of the shortcomings.
Still only one football.
I get it. I mean, but
if you talk about the Patriots offense, they're known for using 2 tight ends and being successful with it.
Big time, yeah. So I think there are some pros. Obviously, we can talk about all the peripheral stuff in Houston and state income tax and all that stuff. I don't really care.
That's not that small, though.
I don't really, it's not that small.
Because I was, in Ndamukong Suh, he has a podcast now, and I can't remember if it's with the Ringer Network or what network's with, but his podcast is actually focusing more on money. He's always been a financially inclined towards a dude. And I can't remember who his guest was, but they were talking about the first bonus check that he got and the ways in which, here's the signing bonus of $600,000. And so that first check hit his bank account, and it was like $323,000. He's like, all right, cool. So he told his agent, we're going to get the second half. It was like, no, that's it. And he's like, let me talk to you about taxes.
Yeah.
I think that younger players may not think about that. I think when you talk about guys that have played a little bit and that know that, I think those things end up really making some impact. That and quality of living.
No, I'm not saying it's a non-factor because it absolutely is, especially when you sign with a Texas team. Have y'all noticed that the bonuses are always bigger? The signing bonuses are always bigger for Texas teams in any sport than other states, than a lot of other states, because you're taxed. Players' salaries are taxed basically 1/17. Or not? That's not.
Yeah, it's taxed based on where you play. It's the jock tax, thanks to Michael
right.
Jordan.
So you're going to play some games in Tennessee. You're going to get that state income tax. You're going to play some games in other places. You're going to get that state. But your bonus is only taxed in the state where you play.
Yeah, so we can move this money around.
So you always want a bigger bonus in Texas because it's taxed. It doesn't get state income tax. So it's. I'm not saying it's not a factor. To me, it's like, where am I going to play? Who's going to be best for me? And is there going to be some consistency there? Some long-term value. Yeah. Offensively, I think there's some big questions.
Yeah, I think that's fair. But it's not by any means the worst, right? If we started trying to place this within the context, because everything's relative, right? We could do this in a vacuum and be like, oh, would you want that? Would you want that? What's the comparison to?
Yeah.
Right? There's 32 teams. In your mind, taking a quick inventory of what the teams are, how would a offensive player look at this as a free agent destination versus some of the other offensive places that you could end up in the NFL, with an understanding that, okay, if you're somebody who's a pass catcher, you might not look at this and say, hey, I know definitively that they're going to do the types of things that get me open, like a Clint Kubiak-led offense. Just the first thing that comes to mind because
100%.
They're in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
But at the same time, do you feel like there's a level of dysfunction that you see in some offenses around the league? If we're going to split this into thirds, what third would you look at if an offensive player is just looking at the offensive style and how they would slot in? Where would you put that?
When a coach is looking at a new team, at going to a new team, and let's say he's being wooed by 2 or 3 teams, the first thing they look at is the roster. Conversely, when a player is looking at going to a new team and he has options, the first thing he looks at is the coach. So I think the coach is a big third, a big part of that.
Do you think players possibly look at, hey, can I eat in this offense?
That's the second
because
thing.
there's a lot of people.
Always. That's the second thing.
Yeah, because this is a good team, but you got some people that might want to go to the Browns or something like that because they know they're going to eat.
Yeah, and then you have the third thing for me, and
you've got a lot of dudes just all the way around. Obviously, Nico Collins is going to get his. They want to run the football a good amount. Dalton Schultz seems like he still remains. It's interesting, though, because he feels like he's going to be, as much as someone was talking about the Joe Mixon, you can extend him to make his contract. Dalton Schultz might be in that place where they do that for his contract.
They could.
So if he's here and he's a primary look and he's been a friend of C.J. Stroud, that's another mouth that eats. Jaden Higgins continues to grow, and I feel like he eats. If you're a pass catcher, that you have to look at that. If you're a running back, you've got to love the way that they go about things. Especially if you get to slot in as running back 1A, they want to run the football. You're going to get opportunities. I think that probably is. It
is, but it leads to the third thing that I think is the biggest factor, and that's security. And that speaks to the
job sense, the job security.
The security that I know what system I'm getting, and I know how long I'm going to be able to thrive there. You don't know that in Houston. The jobs, the security of knowing that it fits me, all these other things come into play. That it fits me, the coach isn't going anywhere, the system fits my style.
That they're going to optimize the system around me.
They're going to optimize it.
Assuming, depending on the level of free agent, because we're also talking about various free agents come in different shapes.
How long they've been in the league, kind of to Figgy's point.
Different shapes and sizes, different qualifications.
Do you want to just try to win, or do you want to just get paid?
Yeah,
that's a big.
And I think it's a lot of players that honestly hate to say it like this. They want to get paid. They probably won't admit it, but they probably want to get paid. They don't want to. it could be an A.J. Brown type of situation where, the team might be winning, but he ain't eating. And he kind of want to eat.
All right, defensive free agent. Is this a top third, middle third, bottom third landing spot?
Top third. Well, I mean, that's a no-brainer. Also, depending on what your goals are, you're not going to be a cornerback signing here. Maybe a depth cornerback. Maybe a depth cornerback.
Or it could be a situation like a C.J. Gardner-Johnson where, it's a good team, good defense.
Safety is a possibility. Interior defense.
He may not like the role he got.
I don't think that they're doing a lot of free agent, at least big free agent things on the defense.
Yeah.
Offensively, top third, bottom third, middle third for a free agent, just generally.
Middle third at best, don't you think?
For the offense,
yeah. For a free agent, if he says I'm going to put these teams in thirds, top, middle, or bottom, I think middle at best.
I would probably say middle.
Yeah. And that also comes into account that not every free agent is going to have all 31 other teams as landing spots, as suitors, or what have you, right? There's going to be instances where there's only a group of 2, 3, 4 teams that are vying for your interest, but just in a general sense of trying to get a feel for where this place looks as a destination, I don't think you're wrong in that regard. So we'll see how they go about free agency and how much they actually turn to it.
Yeah, it would be hard to put them as a top offensive, category.
Absolutely.
Now, I would have said, I think I probably did say that after C.J. Stroud's rookie year, because it's like,
that's what I was telling Reggie. Like, even from last year,
you got the quarterback.
Changed.
You got, he might win the MVP.
Nobody thought about, hey, will they or won't they draft another quarterback? Nobody thought about, are they going to give him a contract? It was a given, even just in one season, and he wasn't great last year. That's completely changed.
Yeah. And not even to say, oh, he's an awful quarterback or anything, but you do have some questions, and I think that's kind of in the middle part of it.
Yeah, because if you get more games that look anything like the postseason, you could be talking about an entirely different circumstance at quarterback in this team. And I say that not longing for it by any means, but the reality of the circumstance is that when those questions pop up, if you continue to see anything that looks like a downtrend continuing, that's not a good look. That's not a good look. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, it's the time where we get our lunchtime confessions, and we'll do that next on Sports Radio 610.
In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Confessions. Got to be honest. I just want you to know, Reggie, that I am ashamed of you.
Yeah, me too.
I'm ashamed.
What happened?
I'm ashamed of him. Didn't you live in that city up north for a while?
I did live up in Dallas for a while.
Tony Romo was familiar with that place as well, right?
He lived in the general area as well.
So, Figgy, Reggie did not know until I told him this morning that Tony Romo is Mexican-American.
Oh, really? You ain't know that?
I forgot. I thought he was
He's Italian, isn't he? I was like, what? What are you saying?
Like, I know his cousin Andy and everything, but for some reason.
Is Romo an Italian name?
I guess it could be, but
because I know I know a couple Romos here that was Hispanic.
I definitely know, but I think it's the Antonio that did it. I don't know why.
Antonio is
I know, but for some reason
it's a lot of Hispanics named Antonio. Man.
I know, but for some reason
I thought you were kidding. He goes because I guess they had his father up there.
Yeah, Ramiro Romo, which is what got me because I was like, man, that's a tongue twister. Ramiro Romo.
I can't believe that you didn't know one of the greatest Hispanic players in NFL history was. I'm gonna blow your mind.
One of the greatest Hispanic players in NFL history.
Absolutely, Joe Cap.
Who's the top five? Is he top five?
I would say, ooh, boy.
Oh, who am I forgetting right now? I feel
just
so
saying.
bad.
Well, Ted Hendrickson is top five. He was Hispanic, which I'm sure, the Mad Stork, Hall of Famer. Joe Cap, well, obviously a quarterback. Jeff Garcia, who, by the way, I think we're talking to.
We might. I don't know that one's confirmed, so shout out to you doing that.
On Radio Row. I am going to blow your mind right now. Greatest Hispanic running back in NFL history.
Oh, I know that. I ain't gonna say nothing.
Take a wild stab at it. Greatest Hispanic running back in NFL history.
Who?
Arian Foster.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean,
yeah.
Let me not say that. I'm
he ain't Hispanic. He just mixed.
Tony Gonzalez. Good point.
That's another good one right there. No, but Arian Foster, he speaks a little Spanish even. I've spoken Spanish to him.
Nice.
Yeah.
Anthony Munoz. Thank you.
Anthony Munoz. Yeah. There you go.
See, now I'm all flustered.
Aaron Hernandez.
You can have that one on your own.
I'm throwing it out there.
I was like,
that's for like hands.
Hey, that's for Lopez right there. Man.
y'all got it.
Lopez be the judge of that one.
Yeah, Judge John Lopez. How do you rule in that case?
He is Hispanic, and he was great for a little bit. I don't know about that. It's kind of hard to say greatest anything. It's hard to say greatest anything.
Well, I mean, if we're not doing it as a moral judgment, but just a judgment of quality, I'm playing. I'm not doing any of that.
Well, I was ashamed of you. You lived up there.
You know what? I deserve that one.
Yeah.
But you know what? What I also do is I forget things a lot. I think you've seen that as well.
I wonder how many people listening now just found out for the first time, too.
About Romo?
Yeah.
Or Arian. I bet you a lot of people didn't know Arian Foster was.
Huh.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
I might be sitcom pill. Like I just might have watched too many sitcoms. But with Super Bowl coming up, with us going to Radio Row, I feel like I need to make friends of my neighbors. I need to meet the people.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
And you want to know what brought this on?
Mail?
Not mail. Mail it'll be in there.
Oh, that's true. You get the boxes. Yeah.
Who gonna water these plants?
100%.
Like, this is why I was like, I never wanted to own these plants, and then I was like, I got tricked into owning these plants, and now I'm like, I'm gonna be gone for a week. Who gonna water these plants? Because I'm gonna be so mad.
Reggie's plants 713-572.
Sure, because I'm just gonna let people know where I live and give them my key. That's gonna happen. But I was like, I feel like I need to
run a contest.
I need to meet more of my neighbors, if for no other reason than, hey man, can you just come over and water the plants? But it's too late. Like I have to do this for next year because I can't just be like, hey, what's happening? I've been seeing you around. You want to water my plants next week? That's just too much. That's too much.
Nice to meet you. I'm Reggie. Water my plants, please.
But I do feel like I probably need to, and I feel like asking the question 713-572-4610. Are you friends with your neighbors? Because it feels like that's happening less. Just in general.
I'm actually shocked that you even went that way because I would have went to, hey Figgy, can you here's the key. Can you do that? Or
But Houston's what about that? Because if I do that with my friends, like people are driving 20, 30 minutes to water some plants. That's kind of wild, though, ain't it?
That's where my thought went, though. I wouldn't have thought about, hey, let's be cool with let my neighbor do it. I would have just had a friend come over.
Because neighbors feel like it's easy, right? You just walk over a door or two or whatever and just boom, here you go, quick water.
So are you, like, is it outside or are they going inside the house?
Inside, I mean, they're inside, right? Like,
Yeah. See, that's where I would have been like, nah, I don't want no neighbor going in the house like that.
But if you have neighbors that are friends, you know, and that's why I was like, I need to.
Yeah.
That's one of those things where it's not just for the plants. Clearly,
Let a listener do it.
You said that with a straight face, too.
You let a listener do it. See how Lopez talking about something like that's something he would do. Would you do this?
There are companies that do that.
That go to people's houses and water the plants?
There's some in Houston.
It's companies that will go walk your dog.
Yeah.
They'll go in your house, get your dog,
that's
and
true.
take your dog out.
I just searched one called Rooted in Sunshine. There's
that's clever.
There's another one called Green Thumbs of Texas. Green Care Interior Plants. You can just call somebody. Get somebody.
Dude, when I hear about stuff like that, I feel like I got in the wrong business.
I know.
Like, y'all making money doing that.
Mm-hmm.
It really got me with
watering plants
or dog walking. Like, I come over, I charge $20 a minute or whatever the case may be to walk your dog and all that.
Yeah.
Like, man, y'all making money doing that.
Mm-hmm. Oh, there are. Check 832 says there are watering bulbs.
Yeah, there are
I don't
like
know if
these.
that'll last a week.
Yeah, no, they will. There's gizmos that like that are set up to delay the water or whatever. Yeah, you guys are all right. There's various different ways to handle this, even if it's just a good deep watering before. My larger point was that thought made me think of I probably should have friends, people that live around me. You know, like I feel like we should just be more in touch with the people around us.
Is it easier to be friends though? Because like I'm cool with my neighbors.
Yeah,
I feel like that's good enough.
I'm just not cool enough where I'm like, hey, can you go in the house and do that? Unless it's an extreme emergency.
Yeah, but you do have that option in an extreme emergency, right?
Yeah.
I don't because I don't know these people.
Yeah,
you know that was the thought process.
Yeah, I'm just saying even if I did. Just kind of knowing, like I know my neighbor's name and all that stuff.
He's like, I still don't trust none of y'all.
Hey, I
know you, but you ain't coming in my house.
I'm getting on the phone like, hey, I know you stay in Katy, but could you come to my house and water the plant? I pay you.
Y'all are hilarious. Caller number 12 gets to water Reggie's plant. Y'all
that
wild.
sounds like a plan.
No, y'all don't want to do that.
I'm sure Parker listening right now, so make that a contest.
Yeah, that was a joke. That was a joke, by the way. I don't want anybody going to sending an email.
Am I 12?
Like, I called in. I was caller number 12, and they didn't give me my prize.
These are my confessions.
So I kind of got inspired to do something by a friend. Shout out to my good friend Dende, who's an R&B singer here in Houston.
Yeah, I've actually seen him perform.
Yeah, I did. Oh, you said you did?
Yeah, I've seen him perform.
Yeah. Nah, he's super cool. I'm inspired to get a car and just work on it and fix it up. That's what he's doing right now.
Like an old car?
Yeah, like an old car. I forgot the name of his what car he got, but he just randomly got a car. He don't know anything about cars. He said he just been winging it a little bit. I think he posted a picture painting the car and all that stuff. I'm really inspired to do something like that. Just getting the old. I've been looking at the old cars like the 1950s, something. Just getting it and just working on it myself. Not even getting somebody to do it and all that stuff.
No, that's a great hobby.
YouTube University.
Yep. I don't know anything about cars like that where I could get under the hood and fix something, but I'm really considering doing that.
I could see where you'd be good at that, to be honest. With that eye that you have for stuff like that. Now, I would recommend giving yourself a deadline. You don't want that car just sitting in your garage for 25 years.
That's the part I'm nervous about because if I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna get to it.
Yeah.
Because I don't even have a garage. I got like a little carport. Yeah. And that bad boy be sitting there, can't even pay nobody to pick it up.
Yeah.
So I had considered doing that, maybe getting an old car. I even thought about, because I was looking on Facebook Marketplaces for people selling vehicles.
Yeah.
And somebody was selling a school bus.
Oh.
It was a school bus. Yeah. And I thought about, and this is kind of the whole media brain to me. I thought about getting a school bus and turning it into a mobile studio. Like a smaller school bus.
Yeah.
And just ripping the inside out, putting a nice little couch and stuff in there, kind of like Bussing with the Boys, how they kind of did with a van, but getting a school bus and just putting a couch, microphones, and all that stuff.
A lot of tailgating buses out there. You've seen them.
Ooh.
Yeah.
That's where my brain was going. I was thinking about doing something like that, putting a mobile studio in there.
Yeah.
There's
go
a lot of
go to a tailgate
Yeah.
and just broadcast
That'd be
out there in
fire.
the parking lot.
There's a lot of people on the text line trying to remind you, though. It's going to be really fun, but very, very expensive.
Yes, yeah, I know, yeah. But I've been thinking about that more. Like I said, I was never a car guy, but then they kind of inspired me a little bit. I'm like, you doing that? I'm like, you know about car? I had to pick his brain a little bit.
Yeah.
He like, man, I don't know bleak, but I'm just looking up YouTube, bro.
Yeah.
But I'm really considering doing that.
Yeah, it sounds really cool.
I could see you'd be good at it. Yeah.
And T-Mill said he's not hands-on either and doesn't really know stuff, but he said working on his grandfather's car back in the day, it was old 1950s MGTD. He said restoring it was some of the coolest stuff that he had ever did with his grandfather.
You got me looking at old cars right now.
And the crazy
We're gonna
part
do it as a show.
The crazy part about we should do a show car like that. That would be dope. But I was really just digging into it. I seen some people that took an old Tesla, I guess, and put a whole different body frame over the Tesla.
Yeah.
I guess so. I'm pretty much saying somebody had like a 1966 Mustang, and turned it into a electric car, and it looked super dope, man. I'm like, dang, I know I ain't gonna do all that, but mess around with it. And
I might be done for the show. I'm looking at all kinds of old cars right now.
Well, don't do that.
Hey, we should get in on it, man. That'd be some good content.
And you should get Lopez in it for no other reason than he'll front load the money.
Hey,
you're sponsored by Bite Me Podcast.
He got all the money for this. So
OG Sauce Bite Me Podcast sitting on the side.
Yep.
Okay.
Just make sure you put some bows on.
Now
it.
I'm really done for the show.
It could be both of ours.
Yeah.
Just keep it at my house.
12th caller gets the old car.
It's like both of ours.
These are my confessions.
All right, so this just came out this morning, and the confession is, I know they don't need this, but I am in. Once again with Mike Evans. See the latest news on Mike Evans?
I didn't.
Mike Evans, league sources expect Mike Evans to move on from the Bucs this offseason.
He's like, I'm not getting the 1,000 yards, so we're done. We broke that streak. Might as well move on.
Galveston's own. They were reportedly interested in him a year ago. I get that they have young receivers. I get that Tank Dell is coming.
Good. You talking about?
He's talking about the
Texans.
I'm about to say the Bucs kind of has some young receivers.
But Texans, that would be so sweet to have that big old dude on one end, man.
Lopez is doing the football team equivalent of all chest, no legs.
Yes.
He's like, don't worry about working and figuring out the rest of these parts. Just make the wide receiving core really strong.
Let's just get some dudes.
I mean, they were in on him.
They were.
They were in on him, and I'm gonna skip leg day.
Was that before they got Stephon Diggs?
I believe it was.
Was it? Okay. Yeah. We was talking about that. How paying the money, it actually caused.
And he would love to play here.
It actually caused a couple arguments.
Didn't he talk about it too? Like, I wanted to go to Houston, but ultimately, his wife or something said, let's just stay, in Tampa.
Yeah, that was the wife decision.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people that are trying to get you to do this car thing, Fig.
I'm legitimately.
I'm really thinking about it, man, because like I said, I ain't a car person, but I was looking at 1952, whatever, Ford something.
Yeah.
I'm like, dang, that'd be cool if I could get that and fix it up.
And you know what's great? I want to be a part of it, but I just want to be that dude that hangs around and asks y'all questions every once in a while. That's my lot in
You
life.
sure you want to do that?
Just like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
What's happened there? Can you tell me what's happening with
just
that?
Put my name on the homework on the project.
I don't even need the credit. I just want to hang around when things are happening. That just sounds fun. All right, that's another edition of your Lunchtime Confessions here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate all you guys being invested in this car thing because y'all acting like this is actually going to happen. I don't believe you. I don't believe that y'all going to do this. I think y'all just talking right now.
I know we talked about the whole contest thing. I would love for one of y'all listeners to help me out if y'all a car person.
Well, check the text line because apparently people are popping up.
Hey, I'm totally down with it, man. I ain't too cool for school.
I'm glad that y'all know the number for the text line because get involved. Coming up next, as we do on every Thursday, time for a little buy or sell. Are you buying what these folks in sports are trying to sell you? 713-572-4610. We do it next.
only be here for a limited time. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 1/30 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for more details.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right, big voice man. We're still beefing with you. However, it is indeed In the Loop here on this Thursday. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig, and you rolling with us on the text line, 713-572-4610. And that is the number to text if you are buying or selling what these various folks in sports are trying to sell you. John Lopez.
Yeah, let's get to it. Still looking at those vehicles, by the way.
Yeah, no.
What you see so far?
Okay, so
did you see something that interests you?
Well, a little bit of a story here first.
Okay.
No,
right.
Everybody in my family, I'm talking about my siblings, not my family, with my kids and wife and stuff. We've always, so the day I was born in 1962.
Damn.
The day I was born in 1962, my dad actually bought his first new car. He was already a grown-ass man. He was in his 30s and everything else, but he always had, because they didn't have a lot of money. We didn't have a lot of money.
Little buckets or something like that.
Yeah, so he bought a 1962 Ford station wagon.
Okay.
And he loved that car so much. It was handed down from my brother, my sister, and all that. And then, of course, it all fell apart. So I'm actually looking at 1962 Ford station wagon. That would be sweet.
Yeah. Oh, get one that reminds you of your childhood?
Or recreate it.
It was black and red, and it had the paneling on the sides.
Yeah.
And because he just loved that. It was his first real purchase.
I think I would go with the really old Jaguar.
Jaguar? Yeah.
No, you got to say it like they say it in Britain.
Jaguar. So, yeah, I'm looking at I didn't find the one that's the exact model, but there's some station wagons from 1962.
Now, would you work on it yourself, or would you take it to a shop?
If you get that, I'll be at your house regularly.
Okay.
Regularly. It's just kind of a touchstone car. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's where I started looking. All right, so buy or sell.
They're not doing any. I'm selling that both of you are doing this. Y'all ain't doing this. I don't believe you.
But it'll be our car, but it's going to be your house, and I'll buy it, right? I got to do this one, man, because I wondered. So I'm guessing other people are wondered, and I say this with as much respect as any human being could possibly muster.
That's a lot of respect there.
Yes, because we love them dearly. But Carlos Correa and Jose Altuve said that the reason they're not playing in the World Baseball Classic is because of insurance.
I mean, technically correct, but sell.
Mm-hmm.
I think that they're not playing. Well,
I'm glad you're there. I thought I was going to be on an
I think it's one
here.
or the other.
Yeah.
I think for Correa, that's probably true. I think for Altuve, it's very much because, hey, dog, as Nigerians would say, the body is not firewood. Like, you cannot treat it as such. And you are old for baseball standards, and we need you. So we can't afford to have something happen while you're playing for the great state of Venezuela, right? Like that nation.
I was going to be the guy that, oh, come on, man.
Although I guess you could say that would clarify some infield stuff if Altuve got hurt. But no, you don't want that. You don't want that at all. And so I think at the very least for one of them, nah, man, this ain't just about insurance. This is about we need you.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I'm kind of rolling with that too, man.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's like, did they say just insurance?
Yeah, they couldn't get their insurance for the World Baseball, and if they get hurt without the insurance, then they forfeit their entire contract. Or they could forfeit.
Which is a great answer. I mean, that's a reason enough, though. We should acknowledge that. That is very much reason enough.
That might be legit with Carlos Correa because he had a lot of injuries, in his career.
Mm-hmm.
But with Jose Altuve, I can see them like, man, we need you for this year, man. I know you want to play for your country, but
so maybe it's more common than I thought. I'm selling as you're selling, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
I'm selling as well. I've dealt with over the years just a bunch of agents and players, and a lot of them get insurance before the Senior Bowl or before All-Star games and stuff like that, just in case, so they can.
Maybe that's why Shador is a Pro Bowler. Just the insurance was that. Although I do wonder if you work insurance, let us know. I do wonder. It feels like the landscape of insurance is just up everywhere.
No, it is.
The cost of insuring anything. So I do wonder how that actually impacts what they're talking about here. Because I don't want to be dismissive of what they're talking about.
Well, I don't want to be dismissive either, but the second part that I was going to say is this is the easiest thing in the world to get. It is truly just It's coming up in 2 weeks. You call your agent. He has the network of, these types of, what is the London, whatever.
Lloyd's of London.
Lloyd's of London.
Lloyd's.
Yeah.
Okay. I always thought it was Lloyd's of London.
No, it's Lloyd's.
Today I have learned.
There's another confession. It's Lloyd's of London. And literally they just go boom, 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 fill in the name. You got your insurance. So I wanted to bring that up because I was like immediately going, insurance? Really? Insurance? That's the easiest call in the make by most agents. All right. Bill Polian.
Okay. Gonna go and sell this one.
Let me ask you if you're ready to buy or sell by just mentioning that name.
I'm so out on Bill Polian.
I'm selling everything he said.
Bill Polian has really annoyed me over history. The one that comes up the most right now for me, in my head at least, is he was one of the big Lamar Jackson ones.
Should be a receiver.
And that one offended me in my sensibilities because I can understand the racial aspects of this that play in the historical nature of black quarterbacks not being seen as such.
Sure.
For the mental processing aspects of it. You couldn't do that with Lamar Jackson. He played for Bobby Petrino, who ran a decidedly pro-style offense. So the idea that he couldn't play quarterback in the pros felt so stupid to me.
So to finish.
Yes, sorry, yes.
Bill Polian said it was, quote, categorically untrue that he stumped against and did not vote for Bill Belichick. And then later he said, could not remember with 100% certainty.
Yeah, I don't know what to do with this, especially now that on the back end, the Pro Football Hall of Fame was like, actually, you did vote for Bill Belichick, but just spiritually. Spiritually, I'm selling this because I don't believe anything that comes out of his face.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to just sell it just because of that same reason. And it make you cringe a little bit because it's like, man, is these the type of people we got voting for, I ain't going to say very important things like it's real life type,
but
issue.
It's pretty important.
But you got people like this that don't even remember who they voted for.
Yeah, that's sell.
I mean, it was a month ago. How was he supposed to remember that?
That is sell.
That's very important, man. Like you don't remember if you vote Belichick or not.
Of course you remember. Even if you don't remember, if I don't remember the years, I know players that I voted for. In certain things.
By the way, from the 832 insurance salesman here, insurance premiums are tied directly to inflation. I think that answers my question.
Yeah.
Because if I've been reading the news correctly, inflation, up there.
Yeah. But again, Lloyd's of London with agents, one call.
I think you mean Lords of London.
2 minutes.
That sounds like a video game.
Don't it? I'd play that game.
Lords of London.
I'd play that game.
Hey, y'all want to hit up that Lords of London tonight?
That feels like a Peaky Blinders spinoff. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, it sounds like a video game. Would you all playing Lords of London?
All right, are you buying or selling this? Mike McDaniel hired as L.A. Chargers.
Buying that. I'm pretty sure I saw
You're already buying it?
I'm buying that he was hired.
Oh, that?
Yep.
Yes. In his introductory press conference, he said, his love for Jim Harbaugh and respect for Jim Harbaugh is so deep, quote, I might be a 100% Dockers coach now. As Dockers fans.
He said this while wearing a $12,000 Bottega jacket. Ain't no way you're gonna get out here wearing the Jim Harbaugh get up. I saw this as a joke on Twitter, and then I sat and thought about it.
He said it. Yeah.
No, I know he said that, but what I'm about to say, I saw it as a joke, and I had to sit and think about it. Of all of the things that Jim Harbaugh has worn while coaching, do you think they add up to $12,000 of clothing?
I didn't even know they still made Dockers.
Oh, come on.
I didn't. That. I was like, I guess they do. I mean,
they ain't out of business.
No, they're not out of business. But like those classic pleated khaki Dockers pants, I guess. I mean,
Jim Harbaugh keeping them in business.
But I'm like, Jim Harbaugh looked like he buy all his stuff at the Kmart, right? And Kmart ain't even in the game no more. That's my point. So I don't think that he could. All the clothes that he has purchased, maybe even in his coaching career, could add up to the $12,000 jacket that Mike McDaniel, that Black Mike was wearing on that day. So no, I highly doubt that you're gonna be out here wearing the Dockers like old Jim.
Yeah, I'm selling that too. I don't think he's gonna wear Dockers, but I wouldn't be surprised if he wears some type of khaki Louis Vuitton pants or something like that.
He's doing the luxury equivalent of the Jim Harbaugh.
He might have the same color or something like that, but it might be Balenciaga or something.
All right, this might shock you. I'm buying it.
Oh, get out of here.
I think he is just quirky enough he is just off center enough. He's going to do the thing. He's going to wear some Dockers on the sideline. You watch.
By the way, can I say that I love this job for Black Mike? Because he looks so happy to not have responsibility for real. They asked him as an outsider coming in, because obviously coming into the team and new, if he thought, I don't even remember what the question was specifically. I think it was something to the effect of what he thought of the team and how good they were or something. He was like, that sounds like a head coach question. I was like, that's exactly how I would want to handle that. That's not my responsibility anymore. I don't have to answer those. Those are hard. Save that for that guy over there.
I would love to see them two in the room just talking.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. That'd be good.
I know the Chargers run a real good social media team. They should do like some mini.
Well, they're already doing some stuff with McDaniel.
They should do a mini series with Jim Harbaugh and Mike McDaniel.
Yeah.
Just being themselves.
I got another couple for you. This one, as I'm sure you will understand, completely set me off. LeBron James, quote,
okay,
I want fans to understand that playing 82 games in the 80s and 90s is not the same as playing 82 games in the 2020s. The way we play, the level of pace, the speed that we're playing at, it's a different game now.
I actually buy this.
You dummy.
I buy this. I do think that the pace and power of athletes is different, although I'm not so naive as to be like, well, they're just playing faster. There have been fast styles of basketball in the past. However, I will sell this off of the strength of this. I subscribe very much to the thought process of you might be right, but sometimes ain't nobody trying to hear that. And especially sometimes ain't nobody trying to hear that from you.
Yeah.
And hey, LeBron, both of those things apply here. Like, ain't nobody trying to hear that from from a fan perspective, even though it's true. I think that this is one of those things that the team, or the league needs to address, except nobody's giving money back because I think they're playing too many games. But nobody's going to address that.
No.
But and then also, LeBron, you got to know, people are tired of hearing from you. We're a different place than the past where let's go to LeBron to ask him anything league related as he's the face of the league. We're beyond that too. You don't need to be putting yourself in this circumstance for this type of criticism.
I'm kind of buying part of it and selling the rest of it. I'm buying the part of the league being faster than it was before, but I'm also selling it because you had people playing 82 games with no issue. Jalen Green was a strong guy. I don't think he missed the game up until this season, something like that. He played all those games, so I don't want to look at that as an excuse. Maybe LeBron plays harder.
Yeah.
Clearly he's one of the greats, but I wouldn't look at that as an excuse. I think he's just trying to make his case to why he's probably the greatest of all time.
Yes, but he's also making his case for load management and stuff. This is sell everything down to the studs, sell everything about this quote. I am old enough to have seen the fastest games I've ever seen were ABA games, 80s games. Have you seen those Lakers Showtime, the McHale fouls, and they played the next night? And that was in the playoffs. Have you seen some of the up and down 76ers with Doc and Mo Malone and all those, Doc, what's his name? Up and down. The 80s, to me, was the fastest, most physical basketball ever played, and maybe now ever will be played. The 80s alone. Fast. Up and down. I saw a guy play when I was covering the team in the 90s. This was in the 90s when I was covering the NBA with a neck brace on because he had a broken bone in his neck. I mean, think about that. I mean, everything about this is LeBron being LeBron, and as a guy that most basketball players in the NBA are great historians, he's not a great historian when it comes to, he's all about himself.
I think that might be more, well, and it's weird to say generational because he's kind of an entirely different generation than anybody who's playing right now.
Yeah.
I think that more of a recent generation, I think we have less historians just in general than at other points in leagues and just in our society. I do think that what is not given credit enough for in the modern game is they use so much more of the court, and there's a lot more lateral in addition to the up and down that creates more. I imagine that if we could go to GPS, which we can't in the past, I think you would see that there's actually a lot more running than it's given credit for.
No, I think there is, but not like that. Not like the 80s. And then even if you want to talk about defense, let's go to the 90s. Anybody remember the Knicks? Anybody remember the Knicks Rockets series? Come on, get the hell out of here with that. I'm telling you, as someone who literally sat courtside laying eyes on games then and now, he's crazy. He's nuts.
And ain't nobody trying to hear that.
Yeah.
The people who were there like you were going to disagree. The people who weren't are not going to take the context of what you're saying. Yeah, it's not gonna land.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to hear
and
that.
I can't even argue with it because I wasn't around in the 80s to watch that.
Yeah.
With my own eyes.
Mm-hmm.
Lopez was, though.
I was.
I just keep hearing about the mailman playing against Michael Jordan back in the day and how it was easy back then. Or the plumbers.
You gotta be in there.
He was going against plumbers.
Why is everybody texting in that they were on cocaine? What does that have to do with the conversation?
It helped when you had a broken neck.
Hey, that's a good point, man. That's a good point.
Yeah.
Okay, very good. Thank you for that insight. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate rocking with us on this Thursday. Coming up next, the Athletic did an anonymous NFL player poll that I found to be interesting. What do you think that the players feel about some of the modern rules like the kickoff rules and the tush push? I'll tell you what they felt like next.
The NBA. Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Enjoy it. Happy Thursday to you. My Thursday just got happier because I love working at an office where sometimes food just shows up.
Appears.
It's one of the, I was going to say few, that's probably not fair, but it's one of the delights of having an office kind of like ours is that every once in a while you might just look up and there's a king cake and you just now you have a snack that you were not anticipating.
Or you be in the hallway, hey, it's tacos in the break room.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, here I come.
So I hope that for any of you listening that your job works something like that, or you have something that gives you a little moments of joy in a similar way. And we appreciate you rocking with us. Hopefully we can give you a little bit of joy when you roll with us on Sports Radio 610. The Athletic did an interesting thing, and they do this all the time. In fact, I gave you a little bit of it yesterday at the end of the show. But they'll do these anonymous polls, and I always find them interesting to get a little bit of an insight as to how those dudes in the league, whether it's executives, coaches, what have you, feel about certain things. And in this instance, it was an anonymous player poll at the end of the season or towards the end of the season. And it got some people's insights and their feelings into various different things. So I wanted to run through some of these and see how you felt, especially with something like the tush push, which it felt like this year, did it not feel like we hit a turning point on it?
Kind of.
It felt like there was a lot of conversation about, there was a lot of conversation about it last offseason. And then the way that the tush push was used this year feels like it made it so that this is going to be the last year, did it not?
I'm with you until you said this is going to be the last year.
Okay, so you're not in the same place.
No, I think there's even more conversation. I think it's probably more possible that it could be the last year. But I think there's still a big segment of people. The fact that the more teams were successful with it, I think gives it a little more life. Because the argument was, well, the Eagles have an unfair advantage because nobody can stop it. Hell, the Texans were successful with it.
Yeah, Stover show.
A lot. Is that going to affect votes? Because ultimately, it's the owners who vote. Like, while I think there's more conversation about
more teams being successful with it, they ain't going to vote against it,
right? I mean, I just feel like, it kind of became a little too gimmicky, a combination of too gimmicky and maybe boring or predictable, however you want to describe it. But also, I saw probably 4 or 5, and I'm just talking off the top of my head, teams that have never run the tush push in the past run it with success. I see that as 4 or 5 votes.
Yeah, okay.
You know?
And do you feel like the Eagles kind of made it in a way where people was kind of put off by it too, with them being
because they were the only ones?
Yeah, they were the only
Bills,
ones. Yeah, they were the only ones, but they were kind of I don't want to say a boring offense type deal, but it seemed like that was their go-to all the time, where they kind of ruined it a little bit.
Yeah.
Well,
and they were winning.
So what are they saying?
It seems like players largely in favor of the tush push. Should the tush push be banned? Only 16.3% of respondents of 80 voters said yes. One respondent said that he foresees issues separating the tush push from more traditional short yardage plays, saying that if you ban it, then you're looking at banning quarterback sneaks. It's the same thing, just better executed. And that's always been a thought where it's like, this feels like in the same vein. I mean, yeah, that feels like something you couldn't do, just like we can't do quarterback sneaks anymore, right?
Yeah. But they're also using other players. Cade Stover in the case of the Texans. So you can argue it either way. I just feel like, hey, if I'm being successful with it, why should I vote against it?
A couple of the good cases that were brought up against it were the unfair advantage because referees can't officiate it properly, which is one of those things that we thought about when we started seeing a lot more and more of, oh man, teams are going off sides and it's not being called. But then also the simple idea of the mass of bodies makes it hard to spot the football.
Yeah, there was one in the postseason. Which game was it where it really came down?
Was it not Drake May?
It might have been Drake May in Denver.
Yeah, because he challenged that.
And there was no way to see where the ball was.
Yeah,
it was. You're right. It was Drake May. So there's another team, that had success with it.
Do you think that the players like the new kickoff rules?
No, I don't think so. Yeah.
Why would you say that?
I think they just like the action. I think they like the action of running
But this has that action of running.
No, you mean
somewhat
start like college football, like let's start off running.
Yeah, and getting all the way
this
down
is
the field.
Spartan type running.
Yeah.
73% of players say they do indeed like the new kickoff rules. In fact, one offensive player in the AFC said they love them, leads to more returns, fewer high-speed collisions, feels like there's more strategy involved as well. So it's not just, hey, we're going to do the wedge buster, which of course was long out loud, but it's, hey, there's strategy involved. And I mean, it's when you say it out loud, it makes sense. Hey, we don't have to do the big car crash all the time like we did. Yeah, I love that.
I think I could see where they would get there. I just thought too many old school players. It's kind of on an island. College doesn't do it. High school doesn't do it. And I think they wanted to. They're used to the old, but maybe they're getting used to the new. Yeah.
All right. So this one in particular, I think, hits home in the great city of Houston. Are hip drop tackles being effectively enforced?
I'm going to actually try to put a percentage on that. I'm going to say 85% say no.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna go 70%.
Okay.
68.4% say no.
Look at you. Yeah.
So there's still 32% of players somehow, and I'm wondering how many of those are defensive players. Perhaps unsurprisingly, 83% of offensive players said that the hip drop tackle rule was not being properly enforced. 56% of defensive players said that it's not. That's if there was going to be a split, I would think that it would be really strong offense versus defense, and it's pretty strong there, right? That's almost 30% difference on that side. But there's over half defense players that are like, yeah, they're still not calling this right.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember how many times I've even seen it called.
Yeah, that's one of the things.
It's not even getting called.
There's an offensive player that said they feel okay about flagging the obvious ones, but it's kind of like defensive holding. It's one where you might be able to call it a little bit, and it's tough to distinguish at times. But there's people that are like, they just focus on the wrong thing. Like, you don't call this, but then celebrations are being called. And I concur with that a lot. Now, of course, I was in the Bucky where I was like, hey, Tariq Woolen being called for the taunting. What are we doing here? But no, this feels like, especially with the stated goals of health and safety, and even if you're just talking about it from the idea of the quality of the game, dudes being healthy, your best players being able to be out there because they did not hurt themselves with an odd tackle, it's in the best interest of everybody involved here.
You want your best players and your stars more than anything on the field. Running backs and quarterbacks running, although they don't necessarily get hip drop tackled too often. That's the issue. That's what you want to be legislated better.
Now, so those are the kind of on-field things. I found this to be really interesting because this has been something that we've talked a lot about, is the widespread sports betting effects in the NFL. And this is where I saw some really interesting sides of this. I hate that this is a question that had to be asked, but of 78 votes, there was responses to the question, has a fan ever confronted you or contacted you about their sports betting loss or fantasy football loss?
90% yes.
Somehow only 71%.
What?
But even that is
that's high.
Crazy.
Yeah, that's high. Yeah. It's what makes fans their most ravenous. I mean, they get mad that their team lost. They get really, really mad if their team lost and they lost money.
And this is something where, I don't know what we can do about this, but we got to be better than this. Because it's not just, hey, this has happened. Every single respondent I'm saying is all the time.
Yeah.
And here's a particular instance of it.
I'm wondering if part of that equation is fantasy football. Because even though money is often involved in fantasy football, I don't really put fantasy football as, quote, gambling. Gambling to me is point spreads and overs and unders and all that stuff. I bet you fantasy football, they get a lot of that.
I bet they do as well.
Yeah.
But even then, I think it highlights the fact that if you're having these similar results off of the fantasy football and the gambling, what's the real distinction in it?
Yeah.
I feel like we need to do better. I was surprised that we got the answers that we did on this. Do you bet on other sports?
Ooh.
How many players do you think were bold enough to actually say yes? Because it's not zero. You would think that everybody would be like, no, officer, I have never bet on sports.
Man, all the stuff we see people getting caught up with, it is some stupid people in this sport.
And a lot lately. It seems like a lot more lately. I don't think the number is going to be too high, but I also think the number is going to be lower than it actually is. Because I think a lot of these guys are like, nah, man, they're going to go tell somebody that I said that.
So if I tell you that damn near 11%, 10.7% of 75 vote sample said, yeah, we vote on sports.
In my mind, I'm doubling that.
So you think it's probably like a fifth or a quarter of the league that probably votes on other sports. Now, a few of the respondents were basically going like March Madness, which how much do you count that? Just fun, the fun kind of wagers on March Madness type things that would count in this. Now, how does that weigh into your thought process here?
Yeah, that's just more of a technically yes, but I'm talking about like gambling as I just described. I think it's probably
spreads and all that.
I think it's 20-25% if they're truly being honest.
Oh, from the 281, how many messages do you think CJ got? Oh my God.
Oh yeah. No, gambling was part of it. Is part of it.
You have to count it in the thousands, not the hundreds.
And keep in mind, we were saying this is a Super Bowl team. A lot of fans got swept up in that and put their money where their mouth was. You know.
All right. I just found this to be a funny one on the back end of it. 83 players were asked, do you play fantasy football?
Oh, players playing fantasy football?
Yes.
Oh, that's going to be low.
You think so?
Yeah, that's going to be low. Ask baseball players, and they all play fantasy football. That's a big thing in baseball clubhouse.
Yeah, but it's a different sport.
It's kind of funny seeing the football player playing fantasy football. Just
I might be surprised, but
do you draft yourself?
I'm going to say 5%.
Figgy?
I'm going to say 25%.
Lopez is starting to get good at this. 6%.
Yeah.
6% of players. But you've been in those locker rooms. You kind of get a feel of it. Somebody said that they've had a friend since a league since middle school. So that's one of those you're just kind of grandfathered in.
Yeah.
But the common thread among the players who are actually fantasy football players, the leagues that they participate in have been those ones that they've had for a long time.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody's picking up the habit. That would be fun, though, if you have someone, no, start doing it.
Looks interesting.
Yes. But yes, somebody said that he doesn't just because they just want to stay far away from what the NFL rules are, which, yes, I would love if players have that perspective where they go, yeah, this might technically be not against the rules, but let's just stay far away from it. Let's operate where we don't get anywhere close.
Discretion, as they say.
Yes, discretion, 100%
goes a long way.
Somebody said that they just don't play just because nobody invites them.
I want to.
So now
I don't have any friends.
Maybe you take this and you just your favorite player. Just send them a DM, see if they'll jump in the league. You can't hurt to try.
Which Texan is most likely to be a fantasy football player?
Ooh, my first thought was Dalton, but I don't know if that's a good
He's a
one.
gamer.
Yeah,
I don't know if that would lean more toward it or not.
It got to be somebody that really loves the game,
or at least loves competition.
Like who will watch it?
Who will watch
not a
player? You know who plays fantasy football? I bet you.
Who's that?
Frank Ross.
Oh, well,
yeah,
I can see that.
Yeah, Frank
I can
Ross.
see that.
Yeah, he's all into that. I'll bet.
I'm trying to think because I feel like this ends up being someone deeper in the roster as opposed to like the starters that we think of that might play fantasy. Do you think Dare plays fantasy football?
I don't know. Dare would be a good one.
I can see an offensive lineman playing fantasy football for sure.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, which of them do you see though? Like Jake Andrews?
Nah.
Yeah, I was like, I'm having a hard time, but it makes sense. Again, it goes with the numbers that only 6% of NFL
I can see
players.
Tay Ursery playing.
You think so?
Young guy.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. That's a good guess.
Yeah. I think you gotta look at it too, like the heavy Madden players, like people who was heavy into Madden.
Yeah.
I can see them playing.
Who would be the funniest one that you find out is playing fantasy football?
The funniest one.
Oh, somebody said Davis Mills plays fantasy football, and that one tracks.
That tracks.
That one feels like he feels like not only does he play fantasy football, he feels like he's the commissioner in a league, and not just a commissioner in name. He feels like he looks at the waiver wire. He's like, actually, I don't like that trade. I'm veto.
Yeah.
You can't trade that one.
Funniest one.
Tommy Townsend.
No, I could see him playing.
I was going to. I will start the bidding at Derek Stingley Jr.
Yeah,
I think that's the funniest fantasy football player.
That would be hilarious. It'd be no talking trash in his fantasy league.
So there you
I'd
go.
rather be quiet.
The Athletics NFL player poll. Was there anything that you were actually genuinely surprised to get from these players?
Yeah, look, I think the gambling thing, I just think it's more than anybody could possibly imagine. We get more news of that, almost regularly, with breaking news in every sport.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that was like 10% of at least the poll. If you extrapolate that, that's a number of players that are betting on something
and I also
in
think
sports.
that's kind of low. Yeah.
Yeah. So, all right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 16. Somebody said Petrie. Huh. Maybe.
I don't know where I would land on that one.
Yeah. And we haven't gotten much like gambling type of stuff hitting the shores of the NFL. It's really stayed a lot towards basketball, college hoops. We've gotten a little bit of baseball here and there. It hasn't really hit the NFL, but maybe the NFL actually does a good job of deterring those guys from it, or maybe they do a good job of hiding it. Who knows? I don't know. All right, you're in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, this is the time where we typically hand things over to one Figgy Fig for Figgy's mixtape. What you got, man?
Yeah, so I got a trend people are doing, and I want to know if y'all ready to make $2 million.
Oh yes, always.
Tell you that right
Tell
now.
me how.
Yeah.
Next.
The best sports. The Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on SportsRadio 610.
Yes, it is the mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Thursday. Happy Thursday to everyone out there. Y'all ready to make $2 million?
Yes, please.
Without question.
All right. So, no question.
No, there's one question.
All right, cool.
Yeah, actually, that's true.
How bad is it?
We're going to get in this car and we're going to pull up at that bank over there.
Oh,
God.
No.
That happened to me one time. I think I mentioned that.
I remember you mentioned the story.
Yeah. So
be careful the cars you get into is the moral of the story.
Yeah, no, a buddy of mine said, hey, you want to make $10,000? And at the time I was struggling a little bit. I'm like, yeah, what's up? Let's go.
Yeah.
And he was like, all right, pick me up right here. We gonna and then he was kind of pointing me where to go and all this stuff. He ain't tell me where. Pulled up right in front of a credit union.
Oh my God.
I'm like, oh my God. Man.
And y'all wasn't getting no loan, huh?
No. No.
I'd like a checking account, please.
I actually had to talk everybody out of this.
Yeah.
I did it in a cool way. I wasn't looking like no bitch, nothing.
Yeah.
But
y'all want to go bowling? I kind of feel like I want to go bowling right now.
I was like, man, there's a lot of people in there, man. I think she come back another time, man. They're like, yeah, you're right, man. You're right.
Yeah.
So I'm like, woo.
So y'all did not set it off there.
No, we did not.
Okay, very good.
No, we did not. But we ain't gonna do that. What we got to do, we got to come up with a jingle.
Oh.
We got to come up with a jingle.
For what product?
Whatever product, any product.
It was the Dr. Pepper girl.
Yeah, that's where I'm getting at. So I talked about it. Was it earlier this week or last week?
Yeah, last week.
Last week, a Dr. Pepper girl. This girl did a jingle for Dr. Pepper on TikTok, and this is what it sounded like.
I have a theme song for Dr. Pepper, and it goes like this. Dr. Pepper, baby, is good and nice. Doo-doo-doo.
So that went viral.
Blew up.
Yeah, blew up. Dr. Pepper actually used that in the real commercial that aired on TV during the national championship game. And reportedly, she got, I think, $2 million for it. And so that kind of set off a trend on social media of people trying to come up with a jingle so they could get paid for it.
Yeah.
So let's go to the first one real quick. Coca-Cola. You think Coca-Cola needed some type of cool jingle?
Coca-Cola has actually they've been dialing back on the commercials. I feel like over the last 20 years, we've seen less and less
But they
Coca-Cola
go hard on Super Bowl
commercials.
Sunday.
They do.
Yeah,
They go hard on
that,
Super
I
Sunday.
guess that's when it only mattered for them.
Yeah.
But somebody decided to, let's come up with a Coca-Cola jingle right here.
It ain't soda if it ain't Coca-Cola.
We got all type of wild.
He was
people
trying
out here.
so hard.
Yeah.
It ain't soda if it ain't Coca-Cola.
Yeah.
Who is that laughing in the background?
Somebody recording his ass.
You're not
Like,
a good.
look at this.
You're not a good person. You're not a good person. You know what's happening
The
right
guy
now.
turned around like,
Nailed it.
Yeah. What about Mountain Dew? Do you feel like Mountain Dew?
Oh, they
needs
could
a jingle?
absolutely use one.
Well, somebody decided to come up with a Mountain Dew jingle.
$2 million. Mountain Dew is for you.
There's potential.
I like it.
There's
It feels
potential.
like we're just ripping off SpongeBob right now, but I felt it. That one hit me. We might have something there.
Yeah. It didn't stop right there. What about Hidden Valley Ranch? Do you feel like they could?
dressing?
Yep. Do you feel like they could come up with a nice little jingle?
I don't know.
I don't think they do.
I don't know
think I can.
now,
I don't think I can.
Yeah.
Well, this is what somebody came up. Actually, the same person that did the Mountain Dew one.
Okay.
Hidden Valley Ranch. Hidden Valley.
Same thing.
Sauce boss, they will find you.
Oh my God.
I feel like we're
He's gonna get sued.
Yeah, we're gonna have to do some clearances.
They're trying to get that $2 million, man.
Well, it's gonna be all paid over to. Oh, what band is this again?
Journey.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah, we're gonna have to pay all this over to Journey immediately.
Yeah, so that's like a big thing right now. People trying to come up with a jingle for anything. So I figure let's try to come up with a jingle for Sports Radio.
Let's pick
610.
a company first.
Sports Radio 610 jingle. Oh my
Radio
goodness.
610.
Yeah, it should have the old school radio jingle that do Sports Radio 610.
Yeah.
At 610.
Okay. All right. I like what we're doing there.
Yeah.
It does feel like it needs that vibe to it, right?
Or you want to go old school, like back in the 50s and 60s, you know, when they had the Beatles and everything here, and just do the old school, that's on Sports Radio 610. You know, just kind of like,
yeah, we got to do something like that. Or 610, here we go. Houston Sports Radio.
Oh, okay. Wait, hold on. What? I forgot you're a music man. You done got all the answers.
Hey, I need that $2 million.
Yeah, I see it.
I don't know if Odyssey.
I was like, who's paying out this $2 million?
Like, thanks for no thanks. I'll get the nice email. Appreciate it.
They're gonna be like, technically you work here, so we already own that.
Yeah.
So go ahead and send that up to court.
We own everything you say over these airwaves.
Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Yeah.
We're taking that jingle.
If you could come up with a jingle from 610, just let me know, man. Send it in 713.
I think we need to aim higher corporate-wise. You know, like a mega money company.
Yeah, we got to get a company.
Yeah, like they could just.
Does HEB doesn't have a jingle, do they?
I don't think so.
We got to get an HEB jingle
something here
because HEB, we have connects. We might be able to get them to shell out. You know what I mean?
HEB, here everything gets better. Do. Always got to add the do at the end.
Yeah, clearly that's based off of the evidence that we have. That's how you make the money. You add a do at the end, and that's really where the money is made.
Right.
It's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610.
That's Sports Radio 610.
So, speaking of somebody that actually used to play here over there at NRG Stadium, the Honey Badger.
Ah, yes.
He got the cool little podcast.
I know where you're going.
You know where I'm going with this?
Yes, I do. Speaking of Coca-Cola.
Yeah. He decided to put a little something in the Coca-Cola. Ain't no lean or nothing either.
Yeah.
Ain't no codeine. Here's the Honey Badger. He was on this podcast called I think it's called, what is it called? Oh, In the Bayou, which is perfect for him because he a New Orleans guy. Here's the Honey Badger talking about when he was back playing at LSU trying to pass drug tests. He was out there, you know, he had a hard time at LSU trying to try to keep a clean drug test. He went through everything, including this.
I done tried everything in the books. You know, I've used other people's urine. You know, they got the fake penises. You know, I remember one time, I'll tell you a funny story. It's not funny. I could have died, but like a couple tests before I realized they was going to kick me out of school, I'm sitting in a circle, and I'm on Google trying to figure out, man, how the fuck I pass this test? Right. Like, these folks keep threatening me, like, you know. Right. And I'm just scrolling, and I come across some shit that said, man, just put a little bleach in the top and put it in your Coca-Cola. And so I did that. And I'm like, yo, what the fuck? Like, it felt like my whole insides was just like erupting. You know what I'm saying? I ended up throwing that shit up. And I was at that point, I'm like, man, fuck it. I done ran out of tricks. Right. I don't know what to do. Like, I remember sitting in front of that building, man, with a cap full of bleach in a Coke bottle. And I thought that was going to save my life. It didn't. It backfired.
No, it didn't. Because if it backfired, we would not be talking to you right now. What?
He drank bleach. Like, period. He drank bleach.
That's crazy, man.
Please say psych. Dude, please tell me you're lying.
No, you're doing everything but stop using drugs.
Yeah, stop smoking.
Yeah, just stop it, man. You're willing to go that far to drink a little bleach
he drank
to pass
bleach.
a test?
That's all you need to know. And where's this Google? Where's this website?
Yeah, I know we kind of have or at least me and Reggie have a back and forth on Google and AI and all that stuff. Man, Google had that on there. Like, who put that on there? Put a little bleach at the top of Coca-Cola.
God almighty.
That is
just a capful.
Just a little bit.
A smidge, just a little swiggle.
He said it like it was some apple cider vinegar or something. Just put a little bit in there, you'll be fine.
Shout out to Rob who says athletes won't do what it takes. Yeah, and then he had an NFL career after that.
Mm-hmm. I'm sure I'm not agents, but some GMs heard that story. They'd probably be like, man, he's really dedicated to play. Let's take him number 1 overall.
Yeah.
But that was crazy. I can't believe he did that, man. It's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. I got to get some prayers up to the one and only DJ 5000, Michael 5000 Watts.
There we go.
Yeah, I was mixing the names up a little bit. So he's in the hospital going through some health issues, and just want to give a prayers up to him. His family released a statement yesterday, pretty much saying for the past week, Michael 5000 Watts has experienced some tremendous health issues that have caused him to be hospitalized. I can't speak right now. We are asking for the community, fans, followers, and everyone he has impact to pray for him. And they went on to say, appreciate the support and all that stuff, and keep the prayers going. So just want to say, prayers up to him.
Lots of prayers, absolutely.
Yeah, hopefully he come out and be 10,000 watts.
There you go.
Something, man.
Yeah.
But yeah, hopefully he come out strong. Want to give a special salute to Sherman Chow.
Sherman Chow.
Yeah, KHOU.
Legendary.
Yeah. Been around for a long time. B. Scott used to work with her.
Oh, that's true. I hadn't put that together, but that makes sense.
Yep. So she is leaving KHOU, and this is her big announcement right here.
Well, hello. Here is my big announcement. After nearly 30 years at KHOU, my last day at Channel 11 will be on February the 9th. There have been some other projects that I wanted to do but can't while a full-time employee here. I'll have more on that later. But right now, I just want to take a moment to say thank you. Thank you for tuning in all of these years. It has been a privilege to meet many of you in person, many of you online, and to share your stories. I hope you'll keep in touch here on the InstaFace. I really love hearing from you all, and social media is a great way to do that. Right now, though, I just want to take a second to say thank you. Reporting has been truly a great joy of my life, and I want to say thank you to you for allowing me the chance to do that. So for now, ciao, and as always, stay tuned.
Okay, I'm trying to subscribe to that InstaFace.
Really?
Is that
I thought she was trying to be funny.
She was being funny. That's exactly what was
I
happening.
thought it was hilarious how she started this off with the...
Well, hello.
Well, hello.
What is, I always think, what was it? Mrs. Doubtfire?
Yeah.
That's where I go immediately. Man, there's been a lot of shakeup in the Houston media landscape of late, hasn't there?
Yeah, I am curious to see what she got planned moving forward, because it wasn't like she was saying, I'm retiring and I'm done. She said she got some other projects, and unfortunately she can't work full time doing that. So I'm curious what the project is.
I am too.
Yeah.
And absolutely legendary.
Been around for a long time.
Growing up with her,
Yep. So salute to her. And I got a thanks for nothing.
Oh, I love these.
Yeah, thanks for nothing, man. Or not even a thanks for nothing. This is more of a what are you doing? So the Cavs played LeBron and Lakers last night. In the post-game interview, you had Donovan Mitchell and a guy by the name of Jalen Tyson. So Donovan Mitchell was asked about this game potentially being LeBron's last game. And Jalen Tyson decided to pull a Kanye West.
This could be potentially LeBron's last game in this building. How would you characterize his impact on this city and franchise? Well, you can say something too.
This is Donovan Mitchell city now. This is Donovan Mitchell city now. When he come back here, we're going to make sure that everybody roots for him like they did for him. So this is his stuff. This is his city.
Yes, sir, Jalen.
What are you doing, man?
Yes, sir, Jalen. All right. He was flustered, I get it.
Yeah, what are you doing?
Yeah, that was not the vibe of the night. The vibe of the night was, oh, man, this is, Cleveland's own, and we're just going to, give him a little love or whatever. He was like, but no, I need you to remember, Donovan Mitchell, the man around here.
You are making yourself the most hated person on NBA Twitter.
Do you think that, because I was not on Twitter late at night, I was in the Rockets game, and then I went to sleep.
No.
Were people reacting negatively to the young man?
A little bit. They were actually reacting negative, a little bit negative in the game when I think he got an offensive foul on LeBron, and he did a little motion that the refs usually do, and he's a little extra with it. And so I saw some people that weren't Cavs fans or Lakers fans just like, man, what is this dude doing? Or I already don't like this dude now. And then right after the game, he did that. It's just like, all right, come on, man. You know, a lot of Cleveland people probably want LeBron to finish his career there.
Yeah, and it wasn't even like LeBron rarely comes across as sincere. He was sincerely emotional.
Yeah,
in that game,
and
you could see it.
They do a tribute video for him every single time outside. I think outside of the Miami Heat days.
Yes,
but they did a tribute video every single time since he came back to Cleveland and won that championship.
Yeah,
this is the first time he got really emotional about
up.
that. Yeah,
and it wasn't fake tears.
Yeah, and I'm surprised you didn't ask this in buy or sell. I think I seen a report saying he don't want a retirement tour.
I didn't want to.
He don't want to. He don't want to. I guess make fans buy tickets if he ain't gonna play all 82 games and all that stuff. He was kind of thinking about the fans.
Mm-hmm.
I was wondering if that was true. If he did mean it like that, do you kind of buy that?
I actually do. But he said something similar before the season. Like, I don't know, and I wouldn't want to do that or something like that. No, look, for all the grief that we can give him for some of the nonsense that he does off the court, that was a sincere moment, and you could just tell. Yeah.
Yeah. But this Donovan Mitchell city now.
Yeah. You hit the nail on the head. That was a Kanye moment.
Yeah,
that was a Kanye.
I'm like, what are you doing? Even the reporter like, oh, did you want to say something? Are you trying to say something? Like, what are you doing, man?
Just a little look at me, Louie. You know, it happens from time to time.
Hey, that ain't never going to be Donovan Mitchell City until he win a championship.
Yeah.
If he win a championship there, then you can have a discussion.
Right.
Come on, man.
Yeah, what are you doing? All right, another edition of Figgy's Mixtape here on a Thursday in the Loop on Sports Radio 610, 1:20 p.m. every weekday, and at the Figgy Fig on social media if you see something you believe to be mixtape worthy. All right. Coming up next, we get ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive. But before that, Fangraphs has hit their projections for the Astros this season.
Mm-hmm.
What does this make you feel? I'll tell you what the projections are next.
All right. I got an early report from the Houston Automotive Show from a couple of buddies that were out there at some of the boat dealership exhibits. Going well, man.
significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Thank you, Figgy.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Been a fun Thursday here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. The fun will continue here shortly when we get a chance to crosstalk with the fellas of The Drive, Clint and Ron, and send them on their way here on a Thursday. It's also been fun because y'all are hilarious, whether it was telling us stories of the time that you tried your pops, or what else did we do today? There's all sorts of different places that we've been on this program today, and we appreciate you rocking with us on the text line, 713-572-4610, and on the Mo Karam Injury Lawyers live streams. A Funky Friday tomorrow, which I'm excited for because we're also getting ourselves ready for going to Super Bowl Radio Row. Mm-hmm. And so I anticipate some of those things getting involved as well.
Should I take the wig?
I mean, do you have somewhere to pack wig into?
Oh, you can find someplace to pack that wig.
Okay. I mean, if you want to, and if you feel like being on Super Bowl Radio Row with the wig on.
For content purposes, yes.
Figgy is speaking for himself.
No, honestly, I'm thinking about you wearing that wig and just setting the camera up outside of you just to see people's reaction to you wearing that wig, because you already get a reaction doing it around here.
Just with coworkers who see it pretty regularly.
Just imagine being on Radio Row with that wig on and people looking at you like, what in the world?
I think it's a good idea, but I also think I don't want to come across as one of those silly little hacks that shows up at Media Day and asks the funky questions. I am a serious radio person.
That's funny. That's good. That was a good one. You hear that, Fig? That was really good.
Marlon Wayans trying to play a serious role over here.
All right, so let me test your seriousness as a radio person for all of 5 minutes, okay?
Okay.
Fangraphs is a more analytics driven, but it's a fantastic baseball site, and they do their projections, their ZiPS projections every year ahead of the baseball season, and we have a mere few weeks before pitchers and catchers report. The Astros, they have finishing second in the AL West with an 87-75 record and a 59.1% chance to make the playoffs, 6.8% chance to win the World Series. How does that make you feel? Because we've been talking about them as being in a group of probably 3 teams in the West that have an opportunity to do something or having some level of contention in there.
Yeah.
They have you as a single solitary game behind the Mariners projection-wise in the AL West.
That's actually more encouraging than I thought.
That's what I was thinking, no?
Yeah. Early on, and I'm kind of looking as I'm talking here, early on, the first few over-unders or win totals, whatever you want to say, had them at about 84.5. You got them there at more than that.
Yeah, the 87 wins would be, I mean, that would be an improvement, right, to some degree. And I wonder how much you buy into this. That Chandler Rome covers the team for The Athletic. He was kind of putting a lot of possibility on Christian Javier being a little bit of a linchpin for what the success of at least this rotation, but I think also in a larger scale this team success being.
But is this rotation enough? I think the answer, and I don't want to put it all on one guy, but I think the answer really lies with Christian Javier. I think if Christian Javier can recapture the form that we saw him have in 2022, you got to remember that he missed all of 2024 with Tommy John surgery, came back the middle of last year, and you guys know when you come back from Tommy John surgery, those first few starts, that first half a season back never goes well. It's always kind of the reacclimation period. This is his first healthy offseason in a while. This will be the first normal season he'll start from game 2 or 3, whenever they start him, till the end. This is a guy that they thought enough of to give a $65 million contract extension to. He has started 2 combined no-hitters, 1 in the World Series and 1 at Yankee Stadium. At his best, Christian Javier can be a number 2, borderline number 1 starter. If they get him back to form and putting him behind Hunter Brown, I think this rotation is good enough.
I think that's so right on. I don't know how much you should expect, but it is right on. And in terms of his career, he just really had that one little window in 22 and 23 before he hurt his arm. of where he was largely overwhelming in games. No, I think that's especially when you consider, they brought in Imai and they brought in some others, and to be able, like, maybe not the number one or even number two starter, but just such a crucial guy to have in that rotation.
Yeah, but that's an if, right? Mm-hmm. We're talking about a return to a form from 3 years ago. Mm-hmm. That form was incredible in 2022. I mean, the expected batting average against him was a 170, 169 if I'm going to be exact. Yeah. That's below 200. Imagine if the expectation is everybody that you pitch against is going to have a sub 200 batting average. That's huge. Like, you're in a fantastic place there. But that's 3 years ago when he was 25 and before the Tommy John. How much are you in a belief? And I know this is the hopium time of year, but what is a realistic thought on the possibility of him regaining some level of that form?
I don't know if you can expect, that form, but some semblance of it. I think he immediately becomes the crucial element that we're talking about here. You have high expectations, obviously, with Hunter Brown. And then, from there, you've got guys that still you need to kind of prove it in the major leagues, here in the major leagues, but they've done it. You've got solid expectations for this rotation. If he can just be that extra guy. Now, clearly, it becomes like longevity and how much of this rotation over the grueling long season is it going to be able to be sustainable? If it is, I think he's going to be absolutely crucial.
Yeah, I mean, you saw his velocity start ticking up a little bit in 25 compared to 24, but are you going to find that same place? And then one of the things, if you're looking year over year, the capability of getting weak contact has just gone down and down. Now, of course, again, you're talking about years where you're trying to come back from Tommy John. But the tough thing for me is I very much would like to hope that the larger kind of macro trend of a pitcher coming back from Tommy John and then being able to get back to themselves would be good, especially because it's not like he's wildly old, especially for a pitcher in those terms. Where we're talking about a dude who is still, younger 29, than 30, right?
Yeah.
However, I'm not wildly optimistic that that's just definitely going to be the case.
I don't think you can be. I don't think you should be.
But this is a large. I mean, this is a linchpin of this. I think that this is what Luke Morrow was talking about this morning on one of the frustrations he has with the Astros in the way that they build their rotation at times is that they depend on dudes. They depends on what is if we get this out of this guy then. And this is going to be another year where you're depending on that, because as much as I do like it, if he is some level, and I don't even need him to get back to 2022 form. If he is some level of viable, I think that this works. But if he's not, then we get back into a place where I think you start looking a little bit like, not entirely like, but a little bit like last year before you really got hurt, in a big way.
Well, you look at their rotation. Outside of Hunter Brown, there isn't a pitcher.
There's no guarantees.
Yeah, there isn't a pitcher where you would be saying. You would not be saying if this or if that. I mean, just go down it. Christian Javier, we just talked about, obviously. Ryan Weiss.
Right. He's coming up from Korea. Yeah. Is that going to translate? Because Korea also isn't. Yeah. I think you think of maybe Korean batters being able to translate a little bit more. Pitchers is one of those ones where I need to go back and check the record, but I don't think historically of like the Korean to major league pitching pipeline. So I think that's more of a question mark than if he was like Imai, right?
Yeah.
I feel
even
a lot
he
more
has a little bit of one
without question. Yeah. Without question. So this is going to be one where if it hits, I can see the projections looking favorably on this Astros team and going, all right, you have an opportunity to do more than even I was giving them credit for to begin with. There's a huge linchpin on the idea that you're going to have one of your pitchers come back, one of your more veteran pitchers in this rotation, mind you, come back from that Tommy John after another year of health, and it's going to look right.
It's a lot of question marks, but a lot of promise in terms of, like, as you mentioned, Imai and Weiss and the success they had, but it wasn't here. And that's a big question.
Yeah, so I'm looking forward to that. It's a handful of days. Not a handful, but probably, what is it, 12 days?
I don't want to know the days.
13 days?
I don't want to know.
Until pitchers and catchers report?
12 days till pitchers and catchers report. That's the worst thing in sports. It's the absolute worst.
Okay, if you say so. You hate
I know you have other things worse than sports, but I like it. I like how you want to express.
Don't that drive you nuts? Hey, 17 days till pitchers and catchers. And then what? Are we going to have like a Super Bowl party?
We could. I mean, if you want to, why wouldn't we? You know, I'm gonna get out there and I'm gonna watch them throw off the mound.
Yes.
Yeah. Let's do it.
Hey, man, if it's important to them, man, you know.
Doesn't have to be important to me.
Those are the voices of the fellas of the drive, courtesy of D&M Auto Lease. We always appreciate them giving us an opportunity to cross-talk with them. It's Clint, it's Ron. Fellas, how y'all living?
And I'm living good, baby.
Yeah.
There we go. Get thirsty.
You like that PFP? You a big fan of that?
Yeah.
Pitcher fielding practice, baby. Let's go.
I am, man.
It's necessary. It's important.
I didn't have it.
Yeah, man.
I ain't gonna lie to you. I didn't have it.
Oh, I love
I
it,
thought
man.
that was the name of a fishing brand. Fishing
Love
shirt
it,
brand.
yeah.
Actually, that would be a good name for a Fisher shirt brand. I feel like I'd buy it.
Lance is going to be great at it. Lance. That's where Lance is. That's what I'm going to watch for. I'm going to look for the reports to see how Lance McCullers is doing
fielding practice.
If he's covering immediately, if he's showing bounce off the mound.
Oh, then that's the time where we can
I look at him differently.
Okay, I like that. Yeah.
We didn't even mention Lance McCullers.
Yeah, I've written him off. That's found money if he shows up.
Have you written him off?
Yes.
Every time I see projected.
He's on it.
He's in the projected rotation.
Yeah, he's in it.
And I keep saying to myself, well, they don't have enough pitching.
Yeah.
Every time I see that Lance is in and I keep seeing it.
It was at the one I was just looking at.
Hey, and sometimes he's not in the 5 spot.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
Like I've seen him in the 4 spot.
Mm-hmm.
Surely there's got to be 5 jokers who's stepping in front of Lance right now.
I'm looking at Fangraphs now.
Yeah, Fangraphs has him as
Hunter Brown,
fourth.
Javier, Imai, McCullers.
That's the one. I've seen that one too.
Is that more importantly? Is that what we're going with Imai?
Imai. Yeah,
Imai
is how I've heard it. I could be wrong.
I tell you, if Sean Bijani really steered me wrong, boy.
What did he give you?
He was comparing it to Udoka's first name.
Ime?
Ime, and he said it's not Ime, it's M-E.
Oh, wow.
But you're going Ime.
I could be wrong.
How you
I've heard it that way. Imai.
No, I'm going to trust you Lopez for I trust you.
Wow.
I love Bijani, but I mean, from the journalist perspective, what things mean and how you say things, I can't ride with Reg on the Petaway or whatever. However, we went with Paraguay the other day. But
Paraguay, yeah.
Paraguay. Whoa.
Yeah, it was a lot. I was doing a lot. I put some stank on it. It's cool.
That's good that you know it.
Yeah, without question. But
AI says Imai.
Oh, well, you want to trust the AI?
Similar to what I said, like Eemyy. Imai.
Imai.
Yeah.
We'll get it down.
I put an E in there. I think
we got to come up with some.
This is AI.
We got 162 games, baby, and we ain't even talk about
nickname.
We'll figure.
Next line coming through. Calm down, Lopez. It's just a way to say the baseball season is approaching. Just say baseball season approaching.
Yeah, exactly.
Right on the corner, boys.
It is. It is right up the street.
days.
In fact, somehow we got to this portion of the program during our program, and apologies if I've asked y'all before. Did you ever square up with your pops? Because we had some great stories about the times that people decided to try their pops.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like
very few of them ended well.
No, very much.
Yeah. I earned to a point where he knew better.
Mm-hmm. No, but you
but
as
did
the
you?
16, 17-year-old.
I never needed to. When I was young.
Wow, that's bold.
I'm not. But Big Earn ain't no fool, man. Big Earn's he's slow motion. Man. Big Earn wanted to sit in that chair, smoke them Marlboro Reds, and drink a little bit, sweet tea, ice cream, and beans. That's about it, man.
He's happy.
It was hard to get him stirred up. Now I don't know that I really had the opportunity, but he didn't strike me as the fighting kind.
Yeah.
Big Earn was the one that he kept a couple crazy friends around.
Yeah.
You mess with Big Earn,
you got a problem.
You was gonna catch old John Craig at that point in time.
Man, it was not an intimidating thing, or it was just never a thought.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? I remember the last time he tried to give me a whooping, and he went through all the theatrics. Came in, had the belt. He had his I can't remember what kind of hat it was, but then he went and turned it backwards.
He put it in whooping mode? He put the hat in whooping mode.
Hey, man, I almost laughed. I had a heart. Oh, yeah. But no, it was never, you know what, man? I'm gonna step up to it. No, I just never was a thought.
Yeah.
Big Earn didn't do much of the discipline in the family.
See,
I'm guessing not. I'm guessing not.
Yeah, it sounds like it.
See,
Granny didn't give him much of a chance.
I guarantee you never squared up to her.
No.
I was gonna say, I am scared to death of Teresa. I think still right now. Like she's a little nuts.
Crazy. Yeah,
I got to see her.
I'm with you on not on your mom, on mine.
Mine is like I got to see her nuts with me, and then I got to see her nuts with others. Like when you, yes, at the Oakland Coliseum.
Oh, in public.
Yeah, we're at a Chiefs Raiders Monday night.
All right,
she flew us out there. We were in a section. It was just nothing but Chiefs fans. But she wouldn't let me wear any. We didn't wear any Chiefs gear.
Yeah,
you know the Raiders. They threw batteries.
It was a bad place.
And somebody from the top threw popcorn on us. And the dude, and he had like a hook on his hand or whatever. I mean, we turned her.
Hook hand, huh?
Pirate? I don't think he was a pirate. I think that's just where he was in life. And I remember because they were doing crazy stuff, just throwing stuff. And I remember Teresa turned around. And she just like pointed, like in the direction. Hey, don't throw nothing down here. Something like that. And like I was like, oh my God.
Yeah, what's going to happen?
And they didn't. We're outnumbered.
And they didn't throw nothing. Nobody did.
they took heed. Very good.
I was like, dang,
that's pretty good.
I mean,
that's pretty good, Mom.
She will kill. She will kill me.
If you want a good laugh, poll the audience. They will give you their stories the times that they stepped to their parents.
Don't mean I didn't try her,
though. Oh, for real?
Not stepping to her.
Yeah, okay.
I'm talking about breaking rules.
Gotcha.
Don't mean I didn't push the envelope a little bit.
But you knew you were pushing an envelope, though.
Hey, the one time I wanted to, Big Iron had a gold nugget ring back when that was the thing. A gold nugget ring.
That sounds so cool.
Hey man,
did he turn it?
I could see into that den where he sat there and smoked cigarettes nonstop when he wasn't working that shift work. And I had a phone in my room. You know, my brother.
Yeah.
Had a little girl on the phone. My brother kept picking it up, talking, saying stuff. I said, "Hey, tell him, Hank, quit getting on the phone, man. That's bull, you know, blah blah blah." Big Iron said, "Hank, get off the phone before the baby cries."
Yeah.
And I said, I gave him the bird.
Oh, there it is.
Through the kitchen, down the hallway, into the living. That sucker came out of that chair, flipped that gold nugget ring around, hit me square on top of my head. Pop.
That's it.
I mean, dude, like that. Well, don't you ever do that? I said, "Oh."
He snatched you up by the hair.
That's the only time. That's the only time.
That's the story.
I did not even think about it.
That's fun.
I'm scared out of my gourd. That damn gold nugget ring felt like a kettle. It felt like a kettlebell. On top
I
of
bet
my
it
head.
did.
Say he turned it.
That's the old man strength right there.
He dropped it on you and didn't listen. Dropped it.
I flipped that old bird at him down that hallway. Took him a minute to get up and get there. Had to put that cigarette out.
All right, fellas.
Moving slow to it.
All right, y'all have a good Thursday. Lopez, I'll see you for Friday.
Oh, yeah.
All right, you're listening to KLTA, MKLT, FM, HD2, Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. And right now, The Drive is live.
That's right. The Drive is live. And if you are with us here on YouTube and Twitch, you see the crew is here. And you hear Clint. There's Tyler right there with a Bad Beach shirt on today. That's where he is.
Is that
pretty much sums up best bets last night?
Is that? Oh my gosh, that's indicative of the bets.
Didn't you get Şengün's rebounds though?
It's the only one again. He's the only one that Alfie is keeping me from multiple days of offers because he's hitting.
He didn't have it till last night.
1 for 3.
Well, you can weather a 1 for 3 or an 0 for when you go 4 for 4 the night before. You can weather the storm.
We're still in it this week.
I don't know. What did he go the day before that?
Yeah, that's okay. You can weather the storm. The storm had started. It was
still in there. That's got to be breaking around even here.
He was better in the eye of the storm than he was on the.
Tyler Milner, he is going to be one of the ones that they're talking to. Tyler Milner, a fan of the concert idea of Neo and Akon. There's apparently a tour just announced. Neon and Akon coming to a city near you, and Tyler Milner didn't blink twice. Said, that might be one I'm interested in. I did not have that one on my bingo card.
I mean, I got multiple tunes by both those artists.
I hear you. I didn't think you'd check up and be like, damn, you know what? That wouldn't be a bad one to go to. Little old Neo and Akon. Didn't have that from you, Tyler.
Yeah, I'm versatile.
I know you're versatile. I mean, that seemed like that was maybe bridging a bit before you were really coming into your own. Like that's got to. I mean, I guess we got to be looking middle school, early high school for you when you're looking at this.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And like I told you before the show, man, I mean, who else had a run like Akon in the early 2000s?
I mean,
that man was on fire.
Alicia Keys. Who else had a run?
I mean, he crossed the genres, didn't he?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he turned that prison sentence into a nice little thing, didn't he? Yeah. He parlayed that to a nice.
Seriously though, I could jam to Akon, man.
Yeah.
I like a lot of his songs.
Akon was what Lyfe Jennings was trying to accomplish, but he couldn't quite get there.
Akon got it done, and Neo, like the others, I'm sure out there, he helped me get through heartache a lot.
See, no, that's not. I would never have that. No, I would not have that. I would not have ever had from Tyler Milner that Neo has helped me get through heartache.
What song was it?
That one I was just singing in the pre-show.
Neo got me through heartache.
I mean, he touched my soul a lot. Those lyrics, I mean, he was so sick of love songs, so sad of tears.
That got you through it, huh?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you know what? I mean, you obviously know they're coming through Houston, obviously, on that tour.
And that's how Ron told me that, and I said, I got to look at those tickets.
I literally said it and laughed. Just like, God, dog, who said, let's put this one together?
It could be fun, man.
and Tyler
a fun night.
Tyler didn't check up. Tyler said, damn,
I don't know, but I'm glad they did.
I'm glad they put that together. That doesn't sound bad right there.
The number of singles those two have combined, I mean, talk about
just
night.
Enough to have a show.
Yeah.
Just enough to have a set list.
I didn't even see where that can't be a Toyota Center performance.
Oh, it's got to be.
No way.
If not,
they're
filling up NRG.
That's Cynthia Woods.
I just got to be.
That's
It's
Cynthia Woods all
got to
day.
be. It has to be.
Good hell, if it's in the Woodlands, it better not be summer because I ain't going.
Do you think Neo? You got Neo, and now you going too far. You got Neo and Akon pumping out the.
Yes, I would legit bet they're going to
Center?
perform at Toyota.
No, you don't.
They're big names. They're past their prime, but they are big names. Hit makers.
You think they're going to? I mean, what do you got to sell to get? What's the Toyota Center? 25?
No, it's probably not. It's probably for a concert, maybe 18, 19.
Yeah, because I guess they cut that.
Yeah,
cut about a fifth of it off back on that one end, don't they?
Yeah. Well, they put them on the floor. Let me see.
The entire Toyota Center seats 19,000.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Yeah, you're in the high teens.
It's got to be Toyota.
There's no chance in hell. Yeah, the Woodlands, Texas. That's right. Cynthia Woods, Mitchell Pavilion.
That's still a good venue. That's cool.
August
Speaking
9th.
of that, did you boys
August
see,
9th.
You boys see where they're it was going to be hotter than hell, boy.
Yeah,
hotter than Hades out
Now,
there.
Gus and Katie's taking it too far. They'd struggle to fill up the House of Blues. I don't agree with
get
that.
the hell out of here.
It'd be a hell of a night if I could get VIP. Boy, that'd be a hell of a night. It'd be way too packed on that dance floor, but it'd be a hell of a night in VIP.
Oh, I'd be getting it.
What
too,
is Have you guys seen that the mock-ups of the new outdoor pavilion, music pavilion that's going in down in Webster?
I have. It looks awesome. They got like fire pit, suite type of deals.
It's gonna be sick, man. There's a new music. I don't know what the hell you call it, a label type deal that's opening these outdoor venues all over the place. Apparently, one of them's going in Webster down there, and it's gonna be. I've seen the mock-ups. It's gonna be sick.
Yeah, I bet. We'll see. I like a little outdoor.
I love outdoor venues, even when it's hotter than Hades.
I don't know about that.
Now, I'm not going at noon.
I think the weather's got to be good. Yeah,
I've made the mistake of going to a show in the Woodlands in August. That is not enjoyable. Yeah. That is.
Well, you go. I mean, I do Whitewater Amphitheater in the dead heat of summer. I mean, it's hot when you first get there, and it's part of the experience is how hot it is. But I mean, damn, it gets dark and it cools off, and you get drunk, and you know everything's good.
You know I'm an AC baby.
Yeah, man. But we get Neo and Akon out there, you be all right.
I'll be honest with you. That felt like somebody texting. I'm right there, that felt like a Sugar Land Financial Center.
Get the hell out of here.
It is. I saw Anthony Hamilton there. It's a nice spot.
No, it's a nice spot, but these are two megastars.
These are not two megastars.
Well, okay, I'll pump the brakes.
Never been megastars.
Akon is.
No.
Neo
Akon
is a
not
tier below.
Megastar.
Yes, he is.
Akon's clearly carrying the load, though, right?
Akon was a music superstar.
If you tell me who am I going to see between those two, I'm not buying a ticket. No offense, guys. I'm probably more interested than Neo. Now, maybe over the top.
That's
harsh.
harsh.
Maybe overall, Akon is
Young Jeezy.
Yes,
that
he
line
was
right there will
featured
make me
on
buy.
But Jeezy ain't coming to that.
That'll make me buy a ticket right there.
Jeezy
He may slide in there.
Jeezy's not coming to Cynthia Woods.
He may slide in there for one song.
Slide in there for one
All
song.
them boys trying to keep a career alive. Like, do me a favor.
Jeezy's
You
in a
slide
better
in
spot.
on one of my shows, I'll slide in on
You
one
have
of yours.
lost your mind. They were never. No.
Akon was.
Stop.
I will not hear that Akon was not a superstar.
Yeah, you will.
Yes, you will, dude.
I want to.
Like, no, but hold on. What's the word? He didn't say superstar. What's the word that you use?
Megastar.
No, megastar.
He's not a superstar either.
Akon in the early 2000s, between his own plethora of singles and being featured on every banger like Young Jeezy you just mentioned, Akon was top of the
Tyler,
charts.
let me speak your language. NSYNC, they're megastars.
Oh, you're damn right.
Timberlake, megastar.
Hell yeah.
Taylor Swift, megastar. Akon was never, ever a megastar.
Yes, he was.
I didn't mean to just name white folks, but I mean, I started with boy bands and
How about
NSYNC.
Beyonce?
Beyonce.
About
Jay-Z.
Michael Jackson.
Jay-Z. Megastar. He talking about in the 2000s. He just made shit. Did you hear what he said? I mean, who had a better run in the early 2000s than Akon?
I
think the text line could send in right now. 10 easy. They could roll.
The scary
it.
part is this
dead
thing
serious.
started off. He's dead serious. Now he's starting to ease up a bit, but he is still going to sell this.
I eased up on the Neo. I liked Neo, but he wasn't on that tier. But Akon was.
Neo might have been bigger than him. But I mean, maybe I'm off on Neo.
You're just disrespecting my guy Akon.
I mean, when I think of Akon, I think of the Akon.
Black Greg, Neo's for sure the draw here.
Really?
That's what Black Greg said.
Who did he say?
I think Tyler, you need 15. I think you need 5-10 minutes to back off. I think to back off.
I'm gonna do nothing but build my case better.
I think Tyler, what you need to do is take a beat like the NFL Pro Football Hall of Fame voters. Just take a beat and then come back and say, all right, I missed that one.
I'll take this Akon beat and start jamming.
Take a beat and say, I missed that one, and come back and say, all right, he had a nice run.
Look here, if White Tyler wants to think that Black Akon is a megastar, I'm going to let him have it.
He is, man. I flash back to driving around in that bright-ass yellow Hummer bumping this very song, and I was just feeling it, grooving.
Like a real test that if there was a megastar in 2000, they would not be playing at the Cynthia Woods.
Yes.
When they're in their 50s or 60s, they would.
No,
Yeah.
the Rolling Stones are going to be at the Toyota Center. It doesn't matter.
The last concert I saw in the Woodlands was Creed. You going to tell me next they're not megastars?
Creed is not going to be. Creed could sell out. I'm going on a limb. I don't know a lot of Creed. I believe Creed could sell out with somebody else, the Toyota Center. I believe that.
Hell yeah, I'd be there.
This is a come up
You know
for
who else
those
is on
two.
tour this week? I mean, this year?
Can't be as
Dave
good as
Matthews
Akon.
Band.
Dave
Oh,
Matthews
that's a pretty
Band.
good one.
Yeah, but they can sell out basketball arenas.
Yeah.
They can sell out basketball arenas. Neo and they ain't doing it.
If I catch me some Dave Matthews, I may take my bride.
Dude, I need to find out when that is because I love Dave Matthews
Come on,
Band. I've
man.
never seen him live.
Man, me and Figgy got us tickets to see Bone Thugs. They was at House of Blues.
That's right.
Almost near the tier.
I'll be honest with you. Bone Thugs had a much better seat at 101 Park Street growing up than Akon or Neo.
Champ Slice. Lil Wayne was a couple years back. Yeah, Lil Wayne is choosing that. We all know that Wayne would sell out Toyota Center. All right, they're not even putting on tickets.
Maybe they wanted a smaller venue.
I guarantee you, Wayne's into less than the load, traveling with Lester. He said, "I tell you what, I can bring one 18-wheeler to Cynthia Woods, and y'all can give me all the money, or I can bring 6 to Toyota Center, and I got to split it up with everybody else on stage."
Yeah, man, maybe Akon
Wayne
just
is
wanted
into
a
that.
more intimate environment with his fans.
Hey, Wayne's in them acoustic shows, man. Hell with the other stuff, man. Give me somebody. Give me a DJ back there that can play that tune and let me rap over it.
Bill said, "I've been alive for a long time and I've never heard of him."
Of who?
I'm guessing either one of them.
Bill, I
think Akon. What are you going to say?
I don't think Big Earn's got Akon or Neo.
I don't think my dad has them either.
I'll be honest. I don't think Astro Granny's got either one of them.
Yeah, it's generational.
I bet they got any other megastars.
Yeah, they got all the other megastars.
Yeah, they probably have the other ones. Yeah.
I mean, you jumped
Just
out
not that
to
one.
megastar. I mean,
Akon was putting out
he
hits,
must have touched your soul.
He really did.
Akon must have touched your soul.
I'm telling you, I flash back to that Hummer. I'm cruising just, nah, 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 I wanna make love.
You want to what? I mean, speak up.
Those subwoofers bumping.
Hey, we got to
feeling it in my soul.
We got to talk about the Rockets, man. They was built up. They were at home playing the Spurs, the 2 seed, a team that you believed that coming into the year that you were better than. I don't know what the hell happened in that second half, but we got to look at this, and I think it's one major person to look at that we got to talk about. That's coming up next.
All right, before we do that, I got to tell you all about Jiffy Lube, y'all. Look, with this colder weather rolling in, it reminds us it ain't just about the oil change. Although, if you need your oil change, there are 60 locations in and around our beautiful city of Houston, Jiffy Lube locations, that is. You can slide in any one of those locations.
Radio 610. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Tyler is the absolute worst.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
This isn't getting any better, Tyler. Tyler, this isn't getting any better, man.
This was a jam, and it would get you through it.
I'm not saying it wasn't a jam, all right? I've just found this top40weekly.com, whoever these folks are, top 100 artists of 2000s. Where do you think Akon or Neo land in this?
Akon's minimum top 20. Neo might not be on it. If he is, he's in the 80-90 range.
Neither one of them are on it.
Well, that's a BS list.
Matchbox 20 is 100.
I have some tunes.
Neither one of them, unless I have missed. I am working through it again. I do not see. I do see Nickelback at 69. If you're wondering,
it's fair. Nice. No. I mean, that's probably some loser in his basement running a blog, and he has some issue and didn't put Akon in there. I mean, if you say Akon was not a top 100 artist of the mid-2000s. Did you say
minimum top 20?
Mid-2000s Akon? Abso-fruitly.
Here's the top 10. Outkast, Eminem, Coldplay, Radiohead, Kanye, Alicia Keys, U2, System of the Down, White Stripes, Green Day. You got him in the next 10. Red Hot Chili Peppers, Jay-Z, Usher, The Strokes, Queen of the Stone Age.
Oh, he's ahead of the Strokes right there. Right there is his mark.
Missy Elliott, Beyonce.
Yeah, I love you, Missy. Sorry. We're talking about Akon here.
Get the hell out
Talking about Akon here.
You have lost every bit of your mind.
Dude.
I think there's an L out there for you to take.
A whole lot of top Billboard songs, 13 top 10s in the mid-2000s. 2 number ones. Bangers. Not even kidding.
He's going through the break. And
I'm building a case. I will defend Akon. I will.
You're defending the hell out of
clearly.
it.
Obviously.
You better have your ass at Mitchell Pavilion. I think Tyler needs to take an L, and I think somebody took an L last night. It's the Houston Rockets. And they took an L to the Rockets, Clint, and it started out great. I mean, they come out there, man. You know, KD gets a 3 that sends them to an early timeout, and you could tell they were into it. And you're like, oh, here we go. Here we go. Did pretty well. They scored 36 in the first quarter. Rolling. Clint, they scored 36 points in the first quarter. They then proceeded to score 37 for the second half. 37 in the third and fourth quarter. Wemby got off. Everybody, they just locked them down, and they never adjusted. Amin Thompson was rolling early, getting the shots that he likes, the shots he wants to take. He did get dunked on, but what are you going to do? Anybody would. Then he came back and picked on Cornette and just boomed it on his ass because he can't get Victor, so he took it out on him. But then in the second half, the Spurs made an adjustment. Their younger coach made an adjustment and just said, well, we're going to put Wemby, who's in a little foul trouble, we're going to throw him on Amin Thompson. And then let's see if we shut that water down and then just have him help right off Amin Thompson and just make him a jump shooter and have him as a help defender. And then Amin Thompson, instead of taking the shots like he was in the first half, drive into the lane, is now taking jump shots. And just the offense completely was just inept in the second half, and it just went to hell in a handbasket, and then became a blowout basically from the Spurs in the second half. That was a tough one to watch.
Yeah, it was real tough to watch, especially if you turned it on in the third quarter.
Damn, so you missed the first half?
Yeah,
you missed the good stuff,
I missed the good stuff. I'm gonna take your word for it. It was ugly all the way around, and I hate to do this at this point in time, but I'm through asking for advice on Amin Thompson. I've seen enough. I mean, him facilitating, him handling the ball has to be kept to an extreme minimum at this point.
Yeah, you did miss the first half.
I completely missed it. I turned it on. I turned it on and watched them completely dare him to take jump shots and him cower down and never even consider it. I watched him again, out of control, drive. I mean, I don't know what the hell he's even attempting to do. Just driving downhill, nose down, with defenders between him and the bucket, and turn the ball over. Like I can't. I don't see how you can continue to waste possession.
See, to me, it was more Udoka and their staff. Like they just did not adjust to the adjustment that the Spurs made. Whether that is and I know for you, if it's take him off the floor, whatever it was, they didn't adjust to it, and they didn't. And the big thing is, you could just look at the box score and you can say, all right, there should never be a game against a quality opponent where Amen Thompson's getting 6 more shots than Kevin Durant in a game that is in the balance, right? He gets 23 attempts and Kevin gets 17. Hell, he had the most attempts on the team, and that was by design by the Spurs. The Spurs in the second half wanted him to have the most attempts, and Udoka and their coaching staff. Well, I think he is a good coach. This person who just texted in that Udoka's not a good coach, I don't agree with that. He has some weaknesses, and adjustments offensively in that game definitely was a weakness and something that jumps up. I feel like they put themselves, by the coaching staff, Udoka, without making adjustments, they put themselves in a situation that didn't give them the best chance offensively at that time. And then as you watched, it ended up with Amen Thompson taking jump shots or being stuck there to not take jump shots. And then you got Wemby, who's not even guarding. Wemby is just saying, please take him. Take him. Didn't get him in foul trouble, nothing. It was to me that they just never adjusted and then didn't do anything to get more shots for Durant and Şengün. That was a rough watch. When you look at a young coach for San Antonio coming in and outcoached Udoka, who many people believe is a championship level coach, that was disappointing in a major way.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm gonna take your word for all that.
What is it? Because I know you're like you're like it's not what you're.
There's nothing there.
You don't think he is what?
If he can't put his nose down and out-athlete you to the rim, and I'm talking about from a scoring perspective, from handling the ball so much, there's just nothing there. There's like no part of the game where I watch it and he comes down and he's got a one-on-one with somebody. I'm like, hell yeah, go get him.
Really?
100%.
Amen Thompson?
100%.
Really?
100%. Like it is, and the defender knows it. He knows he's not going to pull up.
I feel like Kobe.
Yeah, they back up off.
I mean, it's like I don't know how anybody at this point wants the ball in his hands when you cross half court. Like I don't know how when you've got the guys that you got, whether it's Durant or it's Şengün. And I'm not a huge fan of Şengün being the guy, but they do it a lot. Whether it's I'd rather Tari Eason or Jabari Smith have the ball in their hand at that point in time. He's completely out of control a good chunk of the time when he's got the ball. And he can't shoot. I don't have any. It's hard to watch for me. Everybody on the planet knows exactly what he's going to do when he touches a basketball. It's immediately look for somebody to pass it to or put your head down and try to get to the rim. And now he's a beast. Now he's an athlete. It's nasty when he gets by you. But yeah, man, that's he's got to become just a. We know what he is on the defensive end of the floor, but he's just got to become an enforcer on the like just setting screens and just. I mean. The ball handling role and the facilitator role, it leaves a lot to be desired for me. And the out of control element is what really like just irks me every time I see it.
Yeah, and he's having throughout the year having a great year, over 18, over almost 6 assists, almost 8 rebounds a game, and again to me when he was taking shots. That are the shots that he should be taking, that are the best shots for him, getting to the paint, getting to the rim, drawing and driving. Like it was when they were most successful. When they got to a point where the Spurs changed things up and started to make him take. Yeah, you don't want him taking jump shots right now. They put him in that position, but I believe Ime Udoka and their staff should have made an adjustment to where the offense is where the best shot, because there are many times in the second half the best shots were Amin Thompson jumpers because he was wide ass open by himself because everybody, and so, and if whether it's take him off the floor, whether it's do something to me, I didn't think they had him on the move enough. I don't think he should just be standing and spotting up. He should be moving the trainer something. They did nothing. I
don't in no way or shape or form like take him off the floor. I mean, that's not. I don't think that's an option. But damn.
But I'm just saying,
I can't. We can't be by design getting him the ball before you cross half.
I don't think it is either. But I'm just saying, if it came down to Spurs are going to funnel everything to where the open shot is Amin Thompson jump shots, and you're not going to do anything to change that with him on it, then Reed Shepherd should be on the floor or something. And that is, and they can't play it that way. I don't think that's the answer, but I was very disappointed that they didn't have an adjustment to that. All right, coming up as we continue, the biggest thing this offseason, the biggest thing that the Texans need to add on their offense. The offense is, again, what everybody's going to be talking about. This is the biggest thing they need to add. We'll discuss that coming up next.
This is a paid marketing announcement from AWM Financial Services Incorporated and does not constitute investment advice. Any discussion of guarantees and bonuses are up to the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That right there take you back now.
If you're right Ron, especially, man. This is Ron's jam.
Gets a little closer, huh?
Well done.
Thank you. All right. Welcome into The Drive here on a Thursday. And everything is going to be in this offseason. Boy, you look at that defense. That defense is young, hungry, ready to go, ready to continue what they just did. Their assault on offenses around the league last year, and they feel like they're going to be in the same range of defense they were last year. And it's a championship. It's like we just say championship defense. It's beyond that. I mean, it is a dominant defense that they have. But the offense is the problem. And the offense is the thing that is going to hold this team back. It was always the thing that was going to hold them back. And that's going to be kind of the thing in the offseason. Just like it was last year, is what is this offense going to do to be able to help this defense and become a team that can go take the next step. And we're going to be trying to figure out what they do on offense. We've got free agency. We've got the draft. There's trades. There's so many different things that they can do. There's going to be some guys internally that could return in Tank Dell and maybe Mixon to help this thing. But, Clint, for this offense to get to where they need it to get to, they're going to have something they did not have last year. And for you, what is the biggest need for them?
Well, we talked about it. We talked about it yesterday a little bit with Joe Mixon, and it's one of the reasons why I'm bullish on Joe Mixon. Joe Mixon, not Nixon. Joe Mixon. Ron, I'll be honest with you. We can get off in the weeds and talk about positions. We can get off in the weeds and talk about, well, this player's good enough, that player's not. Should you add to this position group? Should you try to retain this guy? I'm gonna tell you, man. What I hope D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio are over there talking about is we got to find an alpha. We got to find a dog. I mean, we've got enough good guys. We got enough nose down, do your job. We got enough. Hey man, this everybody in this locker room is close knit, and we're like family, and that's my brother, and this and that. Like they've got to realize they've got enough of that. They've got more than they need of that. That if that is your end game, D'Amico, of like, I want my locker room to be like this, like it is right now. You've got enough of those guys. I would even sacrifice talent. I would even sacrifice some talent at certain positions if I know that dude is an absolute dog. I'm not talking about a do-boy. I'm not talking about a good soldier. I'm not talking about a guy that damn it, he's going to be a receiver and he's going to go in there and he's going to block because, damn it, Nick Caley said I got to block, so I'm going to go in there and I'm going to do my damnedest. I'm going to do everything I can to do my job. I'm talking about a guy that when you're down 12 points in the fourth quarter of a win-or-go-home game and you've got one timeout and your coach sends on the punt team, at the very least, let the camera pan over there and you be having a heated conversation with Nick Caley or D'Amico Ryans or somebody. Throw an iPad, something. They have got to find that guy, whether that's Joe Mixon or it's another tight end that's complimentary to Dalton Schultz, or it's one of those interior offensive linemen, or it's the next Christian Kirk that you bring in here. I just believe that dude has to be. And I don't mean no fake.
That's what I was gonna say. Explain to me like when you say alpha dog, like the type of like the picture, paint a picture of somebody of what you're talking about. Like,
well, yeah, I mean, there's obviously some greats. I mean, Trent Williams right now, the tackle out in San Francisco, like that mentality, first guy out of the locker room. I mean, the first guy, if you even think about touching my quarterback or you even think about as you're getting up off my quarterback, putting an elbow in his throat, or getting rough with one of my running backs or something, I'm gonna risk getting 15 because I'm gonna let you know about it. You're gonna get something. You're gonna feel something. Give me a guy that finishes a play beyond the whistle by planting somebody in the ground physically and becomes the guy that's known for that. I mean, give me something to that degree of where if you're a running back and you chip somebody and you break a rib, stand there and tell them about it. I mean, that just the nasty ass dog that just the guy that when things aren't going right isn't just moping on the sideline and isn't just a good soldier that's getting in the offensive lines. I mean, we've watched C.J. Stroud for over a year. We watched him be one of the most pressured, most sacked quarterbacks in the game, and I don't recall one time where he was heated about it at all. I'm talking about get up on the field with like, damn, what the hell happened? I mean, nothing, not one time. I think Titus Howard maybe one time. I recall one time this season early on maybe. They felt like they should have went for it maybe on a fourth down, and he kind of had a little something for D'Amico when he came on the field.
Yeah.
I don't think there is any of that. I think you got I think Nico Collins would jog his ass off the field if you were down 14 points with 1:40 left and they were punting. I think he'd just jog off and get over on the sideline and get a coat on. I think C.J. Stroud would jog off and sit on that sideline over there and not even buck. They have got to find somebody whether it's a guard center, it's a running back in Joe Mixon, it's again tight end, another wide receiver. Somebody
on the offensive side of the ball.
That's just, and I ain't saying you got to be a complete ass. There's got to be a level. I think Joe Mixon had it. I think Steph Diggs has it to a certain degree. When things are rough,
a disruptor.
Somebody that cares so much that they lose their damn cool every now and then. We got a bunch of cool cats over there. Bunch of guys that, boy, we got a bunch of guys over there right now on the offensive side of the football that, when the going gets tough, it looks like a bunch of guys that look in the mirror and go, boy, if my technique and my mechanic was better, we'd be a better football team. That is exactly what it looks like. And great job. Nick Caserio did a great job. Tip my cap, man. Did a great job with the culture on this team, with getting the right guys in here, with getting the cancers out, with getting the distractions out. Hey, we've got enough. It's got to be, and it'll help, by the way, if that guy is a baller. I mean, it's hard to be that guy if you're not accomplished, well decorated, or you're not a straight, just difference maker on the team. It's hard to be that guy.
So where this gets me is I know you want CJ to be that guy.
Well, I want CJ to be. I don't want him to be anything. I want him to be who he is. Somebody on that offensive side of the football needs to be a take charge, take command guy, and right now there's not one over there.
That's what I said. You'd like it for it to be the quarter. You'd like it for it to be CJ.
Especially if you're going to pay him 50 to 60.
We've seen examples of guys I think maybe to kind of get examples of what you're talking about, like Russ. I talked about Russ Wilson. I don't know if he was that, but Marshawn Lynch was an alpha. I would say Marshawn Lynch was a guy. He may not talk to the media, but Marshawn Lynch, I don't think is a just go along to get along type of deal. And I think you got to have that offset. I think I've seen, Nick Foles, they won a Super Bowl with him, and Kelsey and Lane Johnson on that side of the ball are kind of those guys. If they were to find that type of person, would that make you feel better about the opportunity or the chance for this team to reach goals that everybody wants them to reach with CJ? If they were to find their version of that, because like I said, there are some examples where the quarterback necessarily wasn't that, but like Flacco early, I think Anquan Bolden was kind of a guy like that. If they were to find, those guys won Super Bowls, like I said, Foles, not Jason Kelsey and Lane Johnson, those are guys like, if they were to find their version of that, would that make you feel better about the chances of CJ being able to help this team get to that?
I think it would help CJ tremendously. Now I also think it could help you get to a point where you don't need to pay $60 million for somebody that's not going to be that guy. But yes, to your question of would that help? Absolutely, it helps CJ. Absolutely. Somebody needs to hold folks accountable. Ron, I am shocked. the more and I know I talk about this all the time, so I'm sure people get tired of hearing about it. I am shocked that nobody in training camp ever was like, hey, man, how about y'all pump the brakes a little bit? I'm tired of being a damn punching bag every day. Like, I mean, there's just all the way, again, being repetitive, but from watching that to all the way to the end of the season, walking off the field and not questioning the decision to punt with 4 minutes to go down by 12 with one timeout. Like, from one end of the year to the other, literally the way it started and the way it ended, I'm blown away that I guarantee you if this kind of stuff was going on the defensive side of the football, Azeez Al-Shaair would have fire coming out of his ears, bro. I mean, you'd have to pull him off of people. Will Anderson? Will Anderson's a nice guy, great guy, absolutely. Will Anderson would lose his mess.
Bad MFer.
If the defense was comparable to what we've watched on the offense,
they just get rid of him. They get rid of C.J. Gardner-Johnson. They just get rid of him.
I mean, but you named a bunch of great guys. We don't need to leave Houston. If this kind of stuff was and I'm not even like over exaggerating the problems that are on the offense. If it were flipped and we had a great offense and the defense was struggling, the Will Anderson that we all know and love would be absolutely out of his mind every time he spoke to somebody. On the sideline, he'd be throwing stuff. As cool, calm, and collected and good guy as he is, he'd be throwing stuff. I mean, that is just, to me, it is of the utmost importance that they get that guy or a couple of them on the offensive side of the football because, I mean, training camp, they literally got their ass kicked to the tune of 20 plays at the end of every single practice, and we watched every one of them, and not one time was anybody irate at what was going on. Not one time.
Yeah, it definitely seems like two different personalities. On the offense
absolutely.
And the defense. Yeah, definitely feels that way. All right, as we continue, I see people chiming in on that thought of different guys that they need, and a lot of people agree they need an ass kicker or somebody over there to get things rolling. Let's stay with the Texans coming up in the 3:00 hour. I have a thought about your expectations for next year, and I want to get an understanding of where people are on that. We'll discuss that next.
All right, if you've got big, beautiful, valuable trees on your property, you know what it's all about, baby. It's all about Ability Tree Experts. My man Louis Flory, been in the game right here on the Gulf Coast, right here in and around Houston. He's been in the game for 45 years, 40-plus years, whatever. A long-ass time, baby. He is simply the best in the business. Check it out, 175 to 200 miles a day. That's Louis Flory, by the way. 4 days a week for 48 years. That's over 1.5 million miles in and around Houston. Give
Tennessee sports station. The Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Welcome back as we are live here on The Drive, our 1 hour down. As we always have a good time on here. We love the involvement from people on YouTube and Twitch. I see Tyler and multiple people are going at it on YouTube about Akon and
Young Jeezy.
No, that's what I think of when I hear Akon.
Every time I hear his name.
I just can't believe I'm having to defend one of the greatest hit makers of my generation right now. Yeah, to be honest.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're saying. I mean, saying it easy.
That's hyperbolic of my generation.
Yeah.
13 top 10s, 2 number ones on like a 3-year span.
Is, like, I'm just saying, if he's one of the greatest hit makers of your generation, I don't care how dumb the person is, there would not be a list of a top 100 that would not include it. No person would. No person would forget him. Everybody else that you could think of ran through that whole list from 50 to no doubt. Like everybody. Gwen Stefani, everybody was in it.
Blake's old lady?
Yeah.
They divorced yet?
I don't think so. I think they're happy.
I think they busted up.
Did they?
I think so.
Did we lose them?
I think so.
Oh, no.
That's sad.
I'm not positive. I think I saw rumors now, but it is on that Twitter machine.
Have Cheryl to look that up.
Hopefully they listen to some Neo to get them through it.
Yeah, that's what
Gwen,
that's what they do.
Maybe Gwen.
I think Neo may have written.
I'm black. I don't know if Blake's got Neo. I don't know if
he's a white.
I don't know if white Blake has black Neo or not.
I think I wouldn't be surprised if he wrote something for her.
Neo?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the other part. He writes. He's written a lot. That's where he's got a lot of money. Beyonce, among others. He's written a lot for people.
Legend.
You've hung your hat on Akon.
Yes. The Neo thing was being facetious, but Akon, I won't hear it.
Like the way you're talking is you're talking like they're Hall of Famers. Like if we were talking about football, like they're
first ballot Hall of Famers.
The way he's saying megastar, like I think like Akon is like 713-572-4610. YouTube. Who is the football version of Akon? I'm trying to think it. I'm trying to be right on and not be disrespectful. Like, because you're saying megastar. The way you're talking about Akon, you're talking about Akon like he's Ray Lewis. And I think
no, I wasn't saying. I wasn't trying.
You
to
said
say
he's a
that.
megastar.
Yeah, but I don't. I don't. I'm saying of the generation again to clarify. He is a megastar.
I think Akon is.
It's like Hines Ward.
Akon's the guy that played next to Ray Lewis.
I was going to say Akon is like Seth Joyner.
No, not big enough. Nope.
Akon is like
not impressive enough resume.
Mike Mamula. Akon is like
he's Hines Ward. He's not great like Randy Moss, but he's still
not
a Super Bowl winner, a champion, and known around the world.
Carl Pickens. You want to talk receivers?
Stop it. Stop it.
He's like Will Fuller.
Someone said he's lower. He's lower than Frank Gore. I got to give him more than Will Fuller. I mean, he stayed healthy.
Has he?
Disrespectful.
Yeah,
he didn't go away for any time or not.
I don't think so. Akon is David Tyree. That's right around. Right around it.
Oh my gosh, so disrespectful.
Someone said Chad Ochocinco. No, man.
Yeah, I could see that.
No, man.
Yeah.
Oh, Chad's in the hall. Chad's going to get to the, or has a chance to potentially get to the hall. I can't give him that much.
in that thing.
He is not.
Yeah. I could see the Chad comp because he changed the game just like Akon.
I can't. I can't see that. I can't.
Well, give me one of them. Is he Jimmy Garoppolo?
He's better than that. You want to go quarterbacks? He's better than Jimmy.
Really? I mean, Jimmy backed up in a Super Bowl and a couple of them, I think. And didn't he take San Francisco to one?
Yeah, but he's more consistent, right? Like he's more consistent.
But he's a consistent backup.
Jimmy Garoppolo's like Chingy. Chingy's got like a couple of real big ones.
Jimmy's going to make more money than you thought he would have made, given what he's done.
He was quarterbacks. I think he's like Aaron Brooks.
Stop it. Now, that's a fan favorite in the city, but stop it.
Geno Smith.
I mean, Jimmy's done more than Geno, ain't he?
Yeah, but not as consistent, though.
Akon's done more than both of them.
He's gotten, Aquan Bolden, that's a good one.
13 top 10s.
That's a good one.
3-year span.
Yeah.
Highly underrated, Anquan.
This ain't bad.
I don't know who Akon.
This
Bolden
ain't bad.
is,
I think it's a little high.
Who Anquan Bolden is highly underrated.
This is a little high for me. Akon is Jordy Nelson. Big at his time, then fall off, and when you bring him up, and you're like, oh yeah, he was great as a feature.
Yeah, but Akon didn't need Aaron Rodgers to be great. He was great on his own.
No, he needed Jeezy. All right.
Akon and Young Jeezy.
All right, somebody. I do want to get to this thought, but somebody texted in and said, "I so agree, Clint, but it has to come from 7. I need to see him lighting someone up and getting with guys on the sideline and getting in their face. But I don't necessarily believe that. I don't necessarily believe that your quarterback has to go off on people. Honestly, I don't even know that somebody has to go off. Like go off and get in somebody's face, right? I don't think it has to be that. I get what you're saying. Somebody has to get to a point where they're just not going to accept just getting, just taking an ass whooping and liking it. But I don't necessarily believe CJ's got to be somebody that's going off on somebody in somebody's face. Like, I think Joe Mixon is that. Like you said, Joe Mixon fits the bill. I don't remember Joe Mixon like getting in people's faces and going off. But I think he is an alpha. So I don't know that it necessarily means somebody's got to go off. Now maybe he's gonna buck some of the system to be like, I don't know about running that. Like I don't like some of that, but yeah, I don't necessarily think it means somebody's got to go and haul off and get in people's faces. Like, I mean, how often did you do that at Arkansas?
I don't know. I don't know that I ever got in an individual's face. The strength coach a couple times on the sideline for stepping out of his role, but out of his role. But
out his lane.
Yeah, no, I don't think it. I'm not necessarily talking about making anything personal. I'm talking about when you go a full season of getting your ass handed to you because your offensive line can't protect. Let's rally the troops on the sideline, guys. Let's get it together, man. We got to get this together. If you just give me 2 seconds, man, we can win this. We can do it like passionate.
See, I think CJ's got that in him.
He ain't seen it one time.
I've seen him hit the clap it up. Hey guys.
Oh yeah, no,
He's naturally an encourager.
Yeah, well, I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about encouraging. I'm talking about get it together, get your ass together, figure it out, man. Figure it out. Give me some time and let's go win this game. Right? If it's the head coach wanting to punt, coach, what the hell are you doing? Right? I'm not talking about getting your face. You're a POS. You're soft. You're this. But like, what the hell are some level of good, healthy, competitive, athletic, confrontation, or just like I think personally the guy I'm talking about carries himself in a way that he don't really have to be like when he speaks and says, "Hey man, get it together." Like Ron, how many times you think this training camp with what we watched on offense? How many times do you think? And I'm going to name some just to make the point. Do you think that that quarterback, like your alpha quarterback leaders, like that are just uber competitive? Do you think they start that practice over? Do you think at any point in time they call up the offense and go, "Hey man, what in the hell is going on?"
Yeah, I think I think some would,
without a doubt. Without a doubt. I'm gearing all this towards CJ because CJ clearly, I don't believe CJ has it. But the reality of it is I'm asking for anybody on the team to and look, I don't think that person is. I don't think that guy is as common or as well received in today's generation as he was 20 years ago. So I think that has a lot to do with it. I think everything they do I don't even think the coaches, I don't even think the coaches operate that way. If I'd have been Nick Caley, I would have literally started over multiple practices because my quarterback's back here getting the hell beat out of him every day at practice because y'all want to go one-on-one and unleash the dogs when I'm trying to install a damn offense. I don't want to make it out to be a in your face personally every day like this just guy that drains the energy out of the room, but definitely somebody that when there's adverse situations, which we've seen plenty of on the offensive side of the football, that has the ability to get the tone set right. And I think there is a severe lack of.
No, they don't. Yeah, they don't really have that type of guy. I don't. Yeah, they don't really have that. I do wonder what D'Amico's reaction would be if CJ in any way showed him up at all like that or at all. I don't even know if it's showing him up how he would if CJ openly.
Well, again, I mean, to me, I if I'm D'Amico, even if in the moment I don't like it, I'll watch the film and look at the scenario and go, I mean, I'd hope that guy. Right. I hope he's at least aware enough to understand what the hell was I thinking? Right? I mean, for whatever reason. I don't know. I don't want to misconstrue. I don't in any way, shape, or form want some rogue dude that's out there just calling everybody out a day. That's not what I'm talking about. But just somebody that has the authority. I said it the other day. I mean, and look, we were 5-11 every year that I was there, so it wasn't like I was in a great locker room. But Darren Woodson was the guy. The way he carried himself, the way he went about his business. Of course, by the time I got there, he'd already won a couple of Super Bowls, so there was obviously a resume there too. But when Darren spoke, everybody shut the hell up and listened. There was a level of respect there. Can't say that about all the superstars that were there. When Aikman spoke, everybody shut up and listened. Right? There's I feel like you need that guy in a major, major way offensively. They'd have to be the loudest guy out there. I don't know if Joe Mixon was necessarily the loudest guy, but I think when Joe Mixon spoke, I think because the people watched how he played and how physical he was and how he left it all on the field and how passionate he was, I think there was a level of respect where he could speak and folks listen.
Let me ask you this and the people 713-572-4610 YouTube and Twitch. You can jump into this. Going into next season, Tyler, you too. Going into next season, Texans fans, are you looking at this Texans team and his next season? Is it a AFC championship game or bust type of season for you? Is next year AFC championship game or bust?
When you ask that, are you asking in the sense of I need them to get there or the season's a waste?
Is that your expectation? Next year's
expectation.
That's your that is AFC title game, or they've been here 3 straight years. That's what next year needs to be.
It's not my expectation, but I've been wanting that to be where at least it ends each year for years and years.
So it's not that type of season for you. You don't. It's not that type of.
Right now, I don't expect them to do.
Absolutely.
It is for you.
Yeah. No, I mean, look, I'm not betting on it, but yes, if you run this thing back with Nick Caley and C.J. Stroud, you're telling everybody, hey, man, we can be significantly better. You're not losing anybody on defense. Your defense should be as good, if not better. You're playing a lesser schedule because you didn't win the division. So, I mean, yeah, I think absolutely. I think to improve upon this season,
So it's AFC championship game or bust.
Mm-hmm. I showed
Now, for you who are in that camp, Tyler is not there. If you are in this camp, there's somebody here on YouTube and Twitch, AFC or bust, and then not extend CJ, blah, 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 AFC bust. Hell yeah, it is. If you're in this camp, is it because you believe this is the type of team that should get to an AFC championship game, or is it that because this is a team that has ran their head up against the divisional round 3 straight years, and damn it, they need to take the next step? Which is the reason why you feel like it's AFC championship game or bust?
Oh, I think it's because they need to take the next step.
So not necessarily you believe this team is the type of team. Yeah, so you don't look at it and be like, this is the type of team.
I don't. There's nothing about, I don't believe that this offense was as quote unquote bad as a lot of folks think this offense was. But I'm no dummy. I don't have a ton of confidence in the powers that be on the offensive side of the ball. I don't see any reason to have the confidence that they're going to take a huge step next year.
Because I think the Rams, they believe it's probably Super Bowl or bust if Stafford comes back, and it's because of the team they have, right? Like they believe they have a team. That's what I'm wondering from people. Do you believe this because, damn it, we've got a breakthrough? That's the reason, or is it because this team screams like it's good enough to get there? And most people are going like you saying they've got to take the next step.
Yeah,
That's what it is. They've got to take the next step.
I think it's a next step. Right now, I think everybody has questions, fair, foul, about Nick Caley. I think everybody has questions about C.J. Stroud. I think a lot of folks have question about their offensive line. I think a lot of folks have question about the overall depth at the tight end position. And so I think there's a lot of questions offensively, but it's just you went out there and you moved the bar up. You won 12 regular season games. You set the bar even higher than it already was. So, yeah, I mean, if you're telling us that you believe CJ can and should be better than he was in the playoffs, and you believe Nick Caley in year 2 can make some big-time strides, and you can add the necessary pieces offensively, if you're telling us all that, then, yeah, the expectation's got to be that for this team. That's
I think it's got to be because, like, hey, man, it's time to get out of this. It's time to take the next step. We see New England take the step. You've seen Denver take the step. It's time for you to take the next step. It's not that I necessarily believe they have a team that next year they're going to have a team that's one of the 2 best teams in the AFC. Like when I look at their roster, I don't know that is what I see. Right. Now I do think it's time for them to make the move because it's like, all right, anything else it feels like something has to happen. Yeah. Like you're almost filling into, like, that's what Buffalo did. Something had to happen. What happened with Baltimore? Something had to happen. But we'll see. We'll see what moves they make and if they are a team that really looks like that. But yeah, it is an interesting thing they have set up over there. All right, the Astros. I got to be honest. I was listening to Luke this morning. He was in for Sean Pendergast, and I thought he had a good thought that I kind of want to hone in a piece of that I think is really something to discuss with this team upcoming. We'll do that coming up next.
All right, y'all, look, 40,000 people. Let that sink in, man. That's not a crowd. That's a small town, man. It's a number of people that are choosing pain relief without the surgery. That's right. If you've got chronic joint pain and you're being told that joint replacement is next, you need to stop what you're doing. Those 40,000 people, they stopped what they were doing. Before you replace your knee, your hip, before –
Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
An anonymous source. Akon was hot for
I knew it. I knew the second you said anonymous.
Like a good 2-year stretch. A few big songs and hooks. Ain't nobody putting on no Akon.
I mean, a hook is a part of a song, anonymous person.
Saying anonymous.
Is it someone I know?
Came from phone.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's got to be B. Scott.
No, Brandon would say it.
I think it was his wife.
No, I would say her too. Just say an anonymous source. Hey, it's anonymous. Man.
I think Courtney was a big Akon fan, and he didn't want to admit it.
She was not.
Maybe Neo was her guy. She's got some.
She's an Anthony Hamilton.
She's got some Arkansas.
She's an Anthony Hamilton. I told you that's why we saw Anthony Hamilton at that financial center in Sugarland.
Well, you can't be both. What am I missing?
I mean, that's it.
You got to pick Anthony or Neo. You can't be both.
But she's much more Anthony. She's not big Neo.
Why is that?
This wasn't her cup.
What's the difference?
I don't know. I haven't really talked to her about in depth why she wasn't more Neo, but I think she's more the Neo soul kind of soulful thing instead of like the Neo's kind of more little dance, upbeat, a little bit
heartbroken.
Yeah, she like a little D'Angelo.
You dance when your heart's broke, Tyler?
Slow.
Sometimes, yeah.
Slow dance, slow. Yeah, she like a little D'Angelo. You know, a little Neo.
I don't know why, but when you talk about D'Angelo, all I remember in his videos, he's always shirtless.
Damn near more than shirtless. More than shirtless.
Yeah, he was. I mean, he was.
Okay, that first time I saw that video, I said, "What is going on here? Like, how much lower are we going here, champ?" He did.
Took that old belly button ab to a whole nother level, didn't
boy, I bet it was ladies all across the world the first time that came out, getting closer to. Hold on, where are we going with this? Anyway, rest in peace, D'Angelo. But no, man. I was listening to the morning show, and Luke Morrow was on in for Sean Pendergast. Him and Seth were kind of talking about the Astros, and he started to talk about that he's hopeful that they don't continue these reunion tours like they have with, Correa and Neris last year, and even the thought of maybe Presley coming back, and especially with the talk of maybe Verlander coming back. And it really made me think and look, when we've talked about there feels like there's maybe a crowd there in that maybe the infield were in positions where it's like Jordan's got to be a DH because they don't want to play in the outfield. I know how you feel about that. Altuve's got to play second base, DH. Correa's at third. Walker's at first. Paredes. Like there's a log jam of those are 5 starting caliber players that they don't have 5 spots for because Jordan's not going to play in the outfield. And it doesn't look like Altuve is. They don't have 5 spots. And the feel is, are they going to move on from one of those guys? And, the most popular name that we hear, and I understand it's for several reasons, is Isaac Paredes. And God, to be honest, he should be one of the last ones they're talking about being able to move on from. Like right now, if you take emotion out of it, who do you think is the best option at third base for this team? Well, I mean, everything, the bat, the glove, everything. Who do you think is the best option at third base?
The best option or the best player, the best talent?
Best player, best option. The person that
Carlos Correa.
You think Carlos Correa is a better option over Isaac Paredes?
Yes, because even though it's not his necessarily, air quotes, natural position, I think Carlos Correa is just a substantially more talented player in the field.
He's a talented player, but I mean, you go look at what Paredes has done at the plate, and he really could.
He's no scrub.
It's not. Well, I mean, it's not no scrub. I mean, he's like Correa is coming back. Like he is. Paredes is ascending. Paredes should be the third baseman. Like if you look at his numbers and what he's done, Paredes should be the third baseman.
I wouldn't be pissed if that's how it ends up.
But he's not going. But it's not even a conversation. It is like Correa's gig, right? Like, and the thought is if they trade a piece, it may be the 26-year-old who's coming off an all-star season that is an ascending player.
Mm-hmm. Talking about young Cam.
Well, no, I'm talking about Paredes.
I mean,
Paredes.
Paredes.
He's the 26-year-old, and that is the name that we're hearing the most that they may move.
I didn't realize he was that
He's
young.
26 years old, coming off of a 20 home run season that was cut short due to injury.
I thought he was closer to 30. That's crazy.
Like, to be honest, when you look at the group, him and Jordan should be the checks that we line up every day. But it does feel like Correa and Altuve, and I understand the history of the organization, but it feels like they are written in. They are in, and they should be figuring out a way to make Paredes one of their cornerstones on this team, as opposed. We understand what they had to do with Correa, but this is the backdrop. Like, it is like when you go look at what he has done off. I mean, it's not even close at the plate with these two. So I hope they don't move on for Paredes. To me, I hope that's not the move that they make to try to uncrowd this thing. Good luck with Christian Walker. That contract's probably not going to be moved. There's nobody probably knocking down the door for it. But Paredes is the guy they have to keep and should be the one playing every day and should be the odd man out.
Well, look, I don't want to move him either. I don't believe he's a third baseman on this team, but I don't want to move him either. I think you can find a way that makes a whole lot more baseball sense to get him in your lineup every single day, without moving him and without him being your third baseman. So I'm with you. I hope they don't move him, but I can't
But
go.
Your way is Jordan, right? Going to the outfield.
Yeah, I think Jordan should be. Hell, I saw a list the other day where Harold Reynolds and them guys are about the top 10 left fielders in the game. He's in that mix. I don't. Maybe it wasn't Harold Reynolds. It was one of the MLB Network guys, I think. But yeah. I mean, I think you're at some point. I mean, you just got to play baseball, and I mean, some of these guys are more injury prone. So be it. I mean, they got to play baseball. They got to. What's best for this football? What's best for this baseball team right now? Given how they're wired right now, what's best for this team is Jordan Alvarez be their left fielder, and then they can figure out how to manage second, short, and third. And get people the rest that they need, but don't be resting people just to get bats in the lineup. You maneuver that however you want with the DH and those three positions, third, short, and second. Or find out something you can do at first with him if you want to. But this is the best lineup with this team.
He's got to be in it.
He's got to be, and all those guys got to be in it. There's no reason for him not to be in it. There's no reason to insert some random left fielder into this lineup. Now I understand you got to do it to navigate a season. I get that.
They're saying health. But
yeah, I mean, I get it. I get it. I understand it. But at some point in time, if you're going to put your best team out there, unless we're just talking about how do they get through 162. If we want to talk about that, I don't give a damn what they do out there beyond Jordan Alvarez. But the reality of it is those guys want to be everyday players, and there's a way with this team for those guys to be everyday players. I mean, I'm shocked that I don't hear more of that. Like, I mean, Jordan's going to play more left field.
Yeah, they've come out with the complete opposite of it. Couple texts in, Paredes is good, but he is nowhere near the all-around talent Correa is, hands down. Paredes should be a priority. I just again, and I throw this to you, and I throw this to Tyler right now because you went Correa pretty quickly. Do you think this is you think the Correa thing is an emotional tie for you on this? Because I'm sure
that could be a characteristic of that conclusion I came to. I'm sure.
But
I do feel that Correa just – I'm not trying to say that Paredes is a scrub, is like
I
so
don't
much
think
worse than Correa, but I do think Correa has the edge in the field.
But here's the deal. Correa, any way you slice it, is an everyday player.
Yes.
And the only position he can play right now is third base.
Mm-hmm.
Right? You could arguably say the same thing about Paredes, other than he can play multiple positions.
Yeah.
Obviously, you're not Pena's out of the conversation, right? When he needs rest, you can slide around. You can do whatever you want, however you want to do it, right? Christian Walker's an everyday player. I mean, these are guys that are Bregman-like, that want to play every deal. The only guy that you can justify not being an everyday player is the best Astro of all time, is Jose Altuve, because he's older, because he's not as good at second base as everybody else. I mean, it's to me, that's the one guy that you gotta figure out how are you going to navigate left field and Altuve.
Yeah, I look at it in I wouldn't say every metric. Like Correa, I mean, his power has dropped here recently, but I mean, like you said, he is an everyday player. But like, to me, when you look at this right now, of the Jordan, Altuve, Correa, Walker, Paredes, like that logjam of guys that you got to try to find a way to get in the lineup every day. And if you're serious about Jordan and Altuve cannot play in left field, like you can't get all of them in the lineup every day. Like all around everything they bring, I would say that Jordan and Paredes have been the most productive. They have, like, I mean, when Jordan's healthy, obviously, but been the most productive when you talk about both everything they bring, offensively and defensively.
Well, yeah, look, I think if you're looking at the box scores, I mean, again, I'm a Paredes fan. I not only do I like the box score, I love his approach at the plate. I love it. I love him on defense. But the reality of it is there, and I'll even go further. There's one guy in the entire Astros organization that has to be on the field every day, and that's Carlos Correa.
He has to. He's the one guy.
That's Los to you.
I don't think there's anybody even in the same arena, on the same tier as him when it comes to being the face of the organization and being. Now Hunter Brown, you could argue is getting up there because he's in the top 10 ranked starting pitchers, by the way, which shouldn't surprise anybody, but it's good to see his name on there. But Hunter Brown obviously is in that conversation. But you start looking around this infield, I like what Christian Walker does. I love Altuve. We talked about it before. I love Pena. None of those guys. I love Jordan. Jake Myers. I'll keep naming all these guys. These guys, none of these guys are, and I know it gets minimized in poop, especially in baseball. None of these guys are take charge, take control leaders of situations, except for one of them, and that's Carlos Correa. If he's going to be on your baseball team, he has got to be an everyday player. And he has got to be, he doesn't have to be, but he is definitely one of the only guys on this team that is outspoken and take control type of guy.
Yeah, he definitely brings those intangibles. But Paredes has got to be one of the last people you're talking about. Like 20, his age, his ability. I mean, there's an argument that you can say he is your second or third best all-around hitter with everything that he brings to the table.
I mean, the only one better last year was Pena, right?
And he may be the odd man out that you're either trying to trade or is on the bench.
That can't happen. Now, if you trade him for a piece that you need, if he's the only value, I mean, apparently he's pretty valuable. Been viewed to be, you're going to get something in return.
Cheapest out of all of them.
Then that's fine. But boy, I mean, you damn sure can't move him just because you ain't got room for him.
Yeah. Like it is crazy. His name to me is the one. All right, coming up, I watched that Rockets game last night, and I think I'm finally bored with this. We'll discuss that coming up next.
The best sports talk around, anytime, anywhere. Hear your favorite Sports Radio 610 hosts wherever you go. Live, podcasts, video. It's all at your fingertips 24/7 on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, tune in, and wherever.
Book in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Welcome back in as we are live on The Drive. Shout out to you, YouTube and Twitch. I see a nice little conversation being had over there. See you, Joel. Good times in here. Nothing. If you missed it, first hour was a real treat. First segment of the show, real treat from our own Tyler Milner. Just a good hijacking of the segment, and I liked it. I enjoyed it. I really did. And it is.
You asked me the question, bro. I just had an answer for you.
It was, man. You never know what you're gonna get. You never.
Oh, hey,
you got to push it.
I got my buttons. I ain't been doing this very long. Sorry. Damn, I hit the wrong button. Over there. Hey, you sold it though, Chief. That's where I was going with it. You sold it.
That's where my heart is.
Your heart is in there selling it, isn't it? Yeah, good hell. But no, man, we've had a good time. We had a good time here so far. Last night, the Rockets didn't have a good time, and I am going to take this point right now as it is January 29th, 3:45. I'm going to say right now that I am definitely in favor of the Rockets pursuing a trade for Giannis. Yeah, I've reached that 713-572-4610 YouTube and Twitch. Where do you sit? I am in a space where I've reached the point of I think it's best for right now, and I think it's best for the future of trading for Giannis. And a couple of things for me is, guys, we've watched this team. We've got a sample size. There's not a point guard away. This team's not going to win a championship. It's currently constructed. OKC was a problem to begin with. Hell, everybody may be playing for second place when they're serious,
Which is not good enough.
but OKC is good and going nowhere. San Antonio, that team, you got to deal with that damn alien for the next however many years. Like, that dude's not going anywhere and getting better, and they got a lot of young pieces that are getting better too. Denver is a problem, especially when they get Jokic back. I don't think the Rockets right now, we've watched 45, 40 games. I don't think the Rockets are better than those teams and will beat those teams in a 7-game series. For sure, those three. We'll see about Minnesota, the others. I think they'd beat the Lakers. I think they'd beat the Suns. Those three teams, I don't think they got a chance to beat them, and I don't think it's either this year or next year. And then at that point, we're getting to a 39-year-old Kevin Durant, and then you start to look at the future. I could get with it if we're sitting there and say, all right, everybody wants to build the OKC or everybody wants to build the Boston. Right now, we're seeing I don't see an SGA or a Tatum on this team. When Kevin Durant leaves, from Şengün to Amin Thompson, I think they're all really good players. I think they're all-star level players potentially. Smith, all of them. I don't see a lead one. And I think probably their best chances to win a championship are the next 2 years when Kevin Durant is still here. I heard Big Perk saying this earlier today. I would offer up Şengün and one of your secondary pieces. He said Tari Eason. I don't know, maybe if you twist my arm, I wouldn't want to get rid of Smith, but I would make that move and picks to get Giannis, because I think Giannis and KD with the others around, I think now you're a serious contender. And I think you can play with any team over the next 2 years. And then once Kevin rolls off, I don't think there's ever going to be a point over the next 5 years that Şengün is better than Giannis. And I think you got Giannis, you got Amin Thompson, you got other pieces. People want to come here. You can make moves. To me, I look at this team. I've watched them this year. I watched them last night. They're not going to win a championship with this group. Giannis and KD, I think you got a chance to win. So for me, they've got till the 5th. We all know that that Giannis is on the trade block and teams are going to get him. I think Houston has the best assets potentially. Nobody can offer up. Not a lot of teams can offer up without wrecking their chances a player like Şengün. I know a lot of people want to keep this group together. This group, to me, doesn't have the SGA or the Tatum that you can just say, bam, we're gonna compete for years and years. And I think you got to make. I think you should look at really seriously making the move. I'm in favor of trading for you.
Yeah, I think my question to you would be, at that point, you've already lost Adams. Now you're trading Şengün. You already don't have a point guard. There's a problem there. Like, how do you think Durant and Giannis can overcome those shortcomings moving forward? I think at a championship level.
Yeah, I know you're down on Amin Thompson. I'm not down on Amin Thompson. I think yes, those two. First of all, they're perfect together. Like they fit, their games fit perfectly together, and he brings in even more of an element of a defensive element. He's a better all-around player than Şengün, straight up at this point. And if you're able, like I wouldn't give up Smith and Reed. You know, like I keep one of my shooters, and I've got shooters around those two guys. And yes, in the need of a point guard, but again, like this in this positionless basketball, I'm not saying a point guard is not important, but when you got Giannis and when you got KD, I think Amin Thompson could do it. I mean, we're watching them. They ain't trash, right? They're still. I just think there are three teams that are clearly better than them right now. Someone texted in, Ron just wants Şengün going so bad. Giannis is a ball dominant player. No, Giannis is one of the three best players in basketball. That you can't double team very much because Kevin Durant's on the floor, and that's a problem. They become. I just like the big thing is I'm watching this team. This team they're doing with Kevin. They got Durant. They got everybody here. Like, do you honestly look at them and think they can beat OKC in a 7-game series? They can beat this San Antonio Spurs team in a 7-game series. They can beat the Denver Nuggets in a 7-game series. I do not, and I don't see that over the next couple of years.
I agree wholeheartedly with that point. I don't watch this team and think, yeah, this is one of the best teams in basketball. Like I don't. There's like I thought I would. Like I thought.
I did too. I did. I didn't know that San Antonio was going to take this jump this fast. And Denver, kind of thought Denver and OKC would be there.
You think this is a different looking team with Van Vliet healthy?
Yeah, but I don't think if Fred was on this team that they would be.
You don't think it'd move the needle relatively?
Not enough. They would be better. I don't think it would move the needle. Like someone texted in, not sure how Giannis helps space the floor. He commands a double team. He spaces the floor. He commands a double team. And even if you play off of him, he could still get to the rack. Like this, I mean, you have to confuse this. He's one of the three best players and probably the best two-way player in the game, offensively and defensively, what he brings to the table. I'm just saying you don't get a lot of opportunities where, all right, we have a player that teams would really love and want to build that we could swap, and it still enhances our chances to win a championship because of what we already still have.
Yeah.
And I just think you believe that this team is going to I'll be honest, I don't think they're going to get to the Western Conference Finals the way this team is looking right now. I don't and it ain't going to get better when KD leaves. And KD is playing at a near top of his game at this point. So I'm in favor of the move, and I know people want to keep this team together and all of that, but no, this is when you got to make big boy moves.
I wouldn't be mad at it, Ron. I'm with you. When I watch this team, I don't believe they are as good as we expect them to be. I don't believe that. Again, I don't believe that Amin Thompson's taking that step. I don't believe that. I like what we're seeing from Reed Shepherd, but you're gambling on kind of potential there, maybe. And to your point, like it's hard to see a championship here. It's hard to see competing for a championship with those other teams, even in the West. So. Yeah, I wouldn't. You may have talked me into coming around to your way of thinking.
Yeah, I think the next 2 years,
have fun with that,
or the next year, the next however long KD's here, this year and next year, those are to me, the Rockets' two best chances to win a championship.
Pairing with Giannis.
Yeah, yes, because when he leaves, do you think Şengün, Thompson, Smith, like think about what's left? They're young and they're good players. You think that group is about to like that San Antonio's not going anywhere. I mean, they're going nowhere. I hope Jabari Smith can jump up, but I don't like. You got to take advantage of it right now.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, what you got coming up?
All right, now that we know that Nick Caley, the owner for the Texans, is back, what is the most important thing for C.J. Stroud to do moving forward sooner rather than later? I've been talking about it. I caught some audio of the GOAT, the greatest of all time, Tom Brady, talking about it. We'll let you hear that audio, and we'll discuss next right here on Sports Radio 610.
We're going to give you your flowers for sure.
The NBA rumor mill is churning. What do Rockets fans think of a potential Giannis to Houston deal?
Losing
Together, we're winning. Help us end blinding diseases at fightingblindness.org.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Ooh, speaking boner, baby. Speaking boners, get put good in football horny here with some audio from the NFC Championship game. But before we get there, it's powered by Planet Fitness. That's a good call. If you put that bug in my ear, I would have gave it to Akon, no question. I'd have had to, you could have played that Akon and Young Jeezy.
Trying to take it easy.
See how good that was right there? Damn. See, we missed an opportunity, but I will not miss this opportunity. Dirty's Daily's powered by Planet Fitness. We'll give them a little love today. Oh, Planet Fitness, where they taking us, show?
They're taking us to the bowl.
Taking us to the Super Bowl, baby. Super Bowl Radio Row all next week. The Drive will be there. All of Sports Radio 610 will be there. But the Drive will be there without a doubt. Make sure you stay plugged in for all the action that goes down at Radio Row. Also, get ready, boys. Get ready. I'm going to ask you. I want everybody out there to make sure you're following all of our social medias. I'm at Clint Stoerner on everything. At Clint Stoerner, CLINTSTOERNER. At Clint Stoerner on everything. Twitter, Instagram, even the old Facebook. Make sure you follow me. Ron, where can they find you at, baby?
At Real Ron the Show, baby.
At Real Ron the Show. Make sure you're following him on social media. T-Mill, what we got?
All socials at T-Mill Real Deal.
At T-Mill Real Deal. Now, keep your eyes on the social because we're going to have some behind-the-scenes stuff. We're going to have some stuff walking the streets of San Francisco. Little team dinner. We got a media party. We got all kind of stuff going on. I'm going to try to get me a few holes of golf in one morning, Tyler. Can I get up early, which that's always a gamble? Can I get up early to go play a little golf one morning?
I bet there's some nice courses out there.
Well, I've always been told they're absolutely tremendous. I don't know exactly what the weather's going to be like, so I may be out over my skis on this, but I know I would like to do that. But we'll keep you updated. I will have a Dirty's Daily. That might not be what it is actually is called, but a Planet Fitness report every single day. I'll personally have that as well on Sports Radio 610. But make sure you're plugged in to all the Sports Radio 610 social medias. Stay plugged in to the Odyssey app, AUDACY. If you haven't downloaded that, download it. Because, again, we will be in San Francisco, Radio Row, for this Super Bowl, and it's all powered by Planet Fitness. Big shout-out to them for making it happen. But make sure you stay plugged in, y'all. Give us all a follow. We'd greatly appreciate it. And, hey, look, after a week, if you regret it, kick rocks, man. Cool, no big deal.
So
but let's
get
this following up a bit before we head off to San Francisco with a little behind-the-scenes content being created there. Our guy Figgy Fig is going to be on the trip, and he'll be responsible for all the social media stuff. Check out Figgy Fig. He does a great job with all that. For anybody out there that may be interested, Figgy Fig, you can find him on social media. You can always find him at Sports Radio 610 as well. All right, we know one thing from the general manager. The last time we heard from the head coach for the Houston Texans, everything was being reviewed ultimately. Players, contracts, coaches, all that was going to be reviewed over the next week. Well, then when Nick Caley came to the media, when it came his turn to speak at the end of the season, he didn't have a problem saying, no, I would expect Nick Caley to be back with the Houston Texans for year 2. Nick Caley is the offensive coordinator, for those of y'all that don't know. Came from Sean McVay's L.A. Rams organization, but has a background with the New England Patriots. Obviously, there's a strong tie there with Nick Caserio. And what the Texans are doing offensively is way more. Now, they'll say this is the Houston Texans offense. But again, if you just listen to what's said throughout the year, listen to what's said throughout training camp, my man C.J. Stroud's watching 2004, 2005 video game tape of Tom Brady. He ain't doing that because they're trying to figure out how to get Puka Nacua and Devontae Adams the ball at the same time. No, they're doing that because they're trying to run this game plan offense where I would argue, Ron, I've said it a million times, I would argue that the most important part of the Texans' ability, top to bottom, all parties involved, the most important part to this offense being successful is the quarterback's frame of mind. The quarterback's mindset, how he views offensive football, not just him, but how he views offensive football as a whole is the number one factor that's going to either hold this team back, this offensive unit back, or is going to allow it to take off and be, anything even remotely close to what we saw in New England when Brady was on the ones and twos making that crazy run that he was making, right? Nick Caley is back. We know what they're going to be doing. You hear me talk a lot about the buy-in from C.J. Stroud, the buy-in from number 7. And I know a lot of folks out there like, what the hell is he talking about? What's going on? I want to paint this picture for you right here real quick, okay? And I think this is going to clear some things up for some of y'all out there. I want to say this. It is very difficult what they're asking C.J. Stroud to do. What Tom Brady did, his frame of mind, his approach to offensive football was rare, right? Most quarterbacks that have the skill set of C.J. Stroud, and even some of us that don't have a skill set even remotely close to C.J. Stroud, never figure out that the game is about how few mistakes you make, not about how many big plays you make. That the game is about minimizing mistakes. It is very, very difficult to get through the head of most quarterbacks, and the more talented they are, sometimes the more difficult it is.
Seems like that's been a fight with CJ a little bit.
It's been a fight at some point in time, Ron. I think probably with all quarterbacks, and I think it's probably fair to say to some degree, not privy to all the information, but it's to some degree, it is the most important part of this offseason for the Texans. I want to paint this picture real quick to explain and kind of describe what I'm talking about. All right, I'm going to take you back to the NFC Championship game. All right, it is a 13-10 game. The LA Rams get the ball back with a minute 33 on the clock, and they're on the Rams 28, 1st and 10 coming out. All right, minute 33 on the clock before half. So leading into half, minute 33 left in the half. You got 1st and 10, and your first play, you turn around, you run the football. All right, you gain 5 yards. All right, the clock's ticking. Now the clock's at a minute 13. Matt Stafford throws the ball, incomplete. Gets broken up, throws to Puka Nacua to the right, gets broken up, incomplete, clock stops. All right, now you had a minute 9. All right, the Rams snap the football, throw a go route down the sideline. Ends up the play was blown dead before it ever started, but another aggressive call. Right, and then they huddle back up, and on second down, Matthew Stafford throws incomplete to the running back to the right side. I'm sorry, that was 3rd down. Minute 9 left, that was 3rd down. So 1 run, 2 pass breakups. They took 30 seconds off the clock, Ron, and now here they line up, and they punt the ball back to the Seattle Seahawks. Now Seattle Seahawks go 6 plays, 74 yards. They do it all in 34 seconds. They score a touchdown. Now they're up 17-13, and you're going to halftime, right? Now, in that moment when the Rams got the ball with a minute 33 left.
That little period swung the game.
In a major way.
That did, and then the fumbled snap when they came, or the fumbled muff punt. But, yeah, that period, they swung the game big time in Seattle's fan.
But that drive by the Rams where they went run for 5 yards, incomplete on a dead ball foul, come back, they went incomplete again, threw it 3 straight times on 1 down that didn't count. And then they punted. They took 30 seconds off the clock. They didn't force the Seahawks to waste any of their timeouts whatsoever. All right? This is where the mindset of the quarterback, if you're going to run this offense, has to be different than most. In this instant right here, Sean McVay and Matthew Stafford were aggressive, weren't worried about the clock whatsoever. They weren't worried about giving the ball back to Seattle whatsoever. But listen to after all of this All of this goes on. Seattle goes down, scores 7. So instead of being up 13-10, you're down 17-13. And this is what Tom Brady has to say. Tom Brady has a complete different mindset from what Matthew Stafford had. Listen to what Tom said going to halftime.
On offense with the Rams. They had the ball with 1:30 left in the half, and when you give the ball up, you're giving them, the other team, an opportunity to come down. The number one goal when you have the ball toward inside of 2 minutes is how do we make sure the other team doesn't touch it before the end of the half? The worst case you want to go into if you're the Rams was 13-10, but because you didn't execute on 2nd and 3rd down, now you punt, now the defense is back on the field, and now all the momentum, they're going into half feeling like we played a really good half, we should be up 3 points, instead we're down 4, and we got to punt the ball back, we got to kick the ball to Seattle to start the 3rd quarter.
The number one goal, you down 13-10, you get the football with 1.5 minutes left. There are a lot of offenses out there that are going to be like, hell no, let's go score points. Let's go up 2 scores because they're getting the ball out of half. Tom Brady just told you exactly the mindset that you have to have in this offense that the Houston Texans are running. You get the football with 2 minutes or less in the half, you're up 13-10. Your number one priority has to be, how do we keep the other team from touching the football ever again before half? Not, hey, we need to flip the field. We need to get a first down. We need to be aggressive and go score points. We need to take a 2-score lead. None of that. It is immediately the mindset has to be, all of my decision-making is for one reason, and that is to keep Seattle from touching the football again. Now, this is a perfect example of Brady's mindset and what the mindset needs to be in an offense like the Texans is running versus some of the more aggressive, explosive, stretch-the-field type offenses that exist in this league, right? Is Brady's wired in a way, and this is why Brady was such a great fit. Brady was wired in a way of like, he would have never even thought twice about it, right? Unless it just hit him right in the face. And the reality of it is C.J. Stroud is a super gifted passer of the football. C.J. Stroud is on record the last month telling us that the best thing he does is throw the ball to the second level of football field and ultimately stretch the field, right? The most important thing this offseason for the Texans is that C.J. Stroud finds a way to 100% all-in commit to what Tom Brady just said. And that's going to be difficult to do because of how gifted he is. When you're that gifted, the ability to stretch the field, the desire to always be on attack mode, the desire to go, hey, I got one-on-one coverage, man, let me get this ball up over the top. Or let me wait and see if this receiver can cross all the way across the field. You end up taking a sack or you end up turning the football up, right? The desire, the urge, the want to do those things is hard to take out of your game. Even if it's for 3 quarters and then in the 4th quarter you can't do it. Even if it's for the majority of the game, then one series you don't do it. In this offense, you've got to wholeheartedly commit to what Tom Brady just said. My goal being up 13-10 at the end of the half is not to go up 20-10. My goal is to make sure that we go into the locker room with a 3-point lead and the other team never touching the football. That right there, Ron, is a perfect example of, can C.J. Stroud adopt that mentality of quarterback or not?
Now, I will say I despise that mentality, but
I'm not a big fan either.
But especially because Seattle's getting the ball coming out of the half, and they can still take the lead anyway. But that probably does feel like the mindset of what this team is going to be like. Although sometimes it is weird. Like sometimes we see them want to be aggressive sometimes. At the end of halves have been weird.
Awful.
For the Texans.
It looks like they have no plan.
Yeah, sometimes it looks like they have a plan, and sometimes you hear from D'Amico at the half saying, yeah, we wanted to be aggressive, we wanted to get points there, and then sometimes you never, like they run it, and next year they run clock down. So I don't like it, but if that does seem like that would jive with what it is they want to do.
Yeah. Well, that is what here. To your
don't
point,
mess it up.
Your point is so real. It's a different conversation. Maybe we have down the road, but it's your point that you're making is about what we watch is you got too many cooks in the kitchen. You don't have one dude in Nick Caley as the offensive coordinator that says, in their case, it was I would guess it was probably Bill Belichick. But you don't have one dude in this building that goes, no, here's how we are going to approach the end of half, and our whole mentality is going to be, don't let the opponent touch the football again. It's not going to be, pop a quick run, get a first down, then we're going to take some shots once we get to midfield. The number one goal every single game, my as an offensive coordinator, my identity in a end of half scenario is we're not going. First and foremost, priority number one is always going to be we're not going to let the opponent touch it. That's the level of commitment that you have to have. And the problem here is you got too many cooks in the kitchen. First of all, on every front, but then now you got a head coach that quit calling defensive plays, that's overlooking the offense. That is one of his game management scenarios where he feels the need to step in. And so now you've got another cook in the kitchen on this particular instance that we're discussing. So I think the big problem, not to get too far off in the weeds, but the bigger problem that you bring into the conversation is there's too many damn cooks in the kitchen. You don't have somebody that's calling the shots right there, whether we like it or not.
Whether I agree with it, I don't. I like, hey man, shoot, they get the ball coming out. Hey, let's go up 20-10.
Yeah.
Let's at least go up 16-10. Let's keep being aggressive and keep killing them. But at times you wonder, and maybe what they'll say, Clint, is it's within the situation. Maybe one situation says to us for us to be aggressive, and another one says to slow up. And
they flushed that down the toilet when who was it, Denver? I mean, they damn sure didn't mind if they touched it again real quick. Hey, real quick, Ron, I got to tell you a little quick story just from this morning. You take fish oils, you take omegas.
I do not, never have.
Let most folks out there know about omegas, right? And fish oils that folks take, I take them. I've taken them forever. I get down to the bottom of my bottle this morning, and I'm taking 2, and I got 3 left. Well, I pull them out, and 2 of them stuck together. One of them done busted, leaking a little bit, And that fish oil gets all over my hand. And I'm telling you, it's rank. It's as fishy, dead shrimp, old. I mean, it's bad. So I take my 2 peels, throw the bad one in the garbage, and I go over there and wash my hand, and I realize, it ain't coming off.
Still smelling.
So I piddle around for a minute.
Good, I haven't smelt it today.
So I go to the house, and I walk by my bride, and as I'm walking by her, I palm that old right butt cheek, just let her know I'm there, as I'm leaving, just and I didn't think nothing of it. She appreciated it. I get about halfway to the door, and I just rub my old nose, I did that number there, and I said, "Gosh, dang, that hand still smells like fish." And she didn't know didn't know what had happened.
So now
she looked at me. I said, no, babe. I said, no. The omegas I took, one of them busted in my. She said, I was fixing to say. I said, babe, look, we'd have never made it to the altar if you smelled like that, sister. I mean, if that was what you were working with, we would have never made it to the altar, boy. It was, but I haven't
smelt it. Yeah.
Well, I've washed it. I've washed it at least 4 times and put scented lotion on. So
I was going to say, how do you get it out?
I don't. Well, I mean, I guess you just
keep going.
Keep bathing, because it is faint. Boy, I mean, it was rough. When I smelled it going out that door, I thought, enough where I commented on it out loud, and the old wife thought I was talking about the old cheek grab.
She probably went to go.
She went and bathed a few times.
She probably went to go shower to make sure she was good.
She thought would. I mean, it almost hurt her feelings. Like, no. I'm talking about them damn omegas.
She didn't believe that.
What?
I don't know if she believed.
Oh no, because the omegas were right there.
They're right there.
Yeah, she knows I take them. She hates them.
All right. Coming up, the second half was just clearly a low point for the Rockets season against the Spurs on national TV. Where do you lie the blame? On the players, what occurred out there, or do you look at the coaching staff and Udoka? We'll discuss that coming up next.
Yeah, so I got in the face, Craig.
The best sports talk around, anytime, anywhere. Hear your favorite Sports Radio 610 hosts wherever you go. Live, podcasts, video. It's all at your fingertips 24/7 on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, tune in, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610. $5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right, you can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
Putting gas in your car anyway, why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BEACH to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BEACH for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BEACH for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
At MD Anderson Cancer Center, we're raising the standard in cancer care. Our world-renowned researchers and subspecialized physicians work together to turn discoveries into life-saving treatments faster. Through the world's largest cancer clinical trials program, we bring the most innovative treatment options directly to our patients when they need it most. Because at MD Anderson, we know cancer inside and out. Learn more at mdanderson.org.
Your forecast calls for lows in the 30s tonight.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
It's Brian Baldinger with the Journey to the Big Game, brought to you by Hyundai. After an incredible weekend of football, we're down to the final two teams that will face off in the biggest game of the season. Each team will have a chance to rest up and get healthy while we tune in to watch the biggest stars in the game compete in skill games in the annual All-Star events. Who will lift the trophy at the end of the season? Brought to you all by the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. Learn how it's so much more than just another SUV at HyundaiUSA.com.
The new era of UFC on Paramount Plus continues. Live from Australia. Featherweight champ Alexander Volkanovski.
He is an animal.
Defends his belt at home.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Somebody said, Clint, you done messed up.
What'd I do? What'd I do?
That fish oil.
Oh, yeah. I thought you were talking about my Brady audio. Yeah, no.
Yeah,
I didn't know. I mean, she knows. She knows. Why?
Get out of there quick.
I mean, maybe some of y'all don't know what that busted up Omega smells like. But,
I haven't. I'm not familiar with
whatever the worst you've ever come across. Multiply it times 10. That's what an Omega smells like.
She knows.
Yeah, he's yeah. Ooh,
I mean,
makes me not even want to even bother with it.
I mean, she never thought it was a problem. Now, let me be honest. Let me be clear here. I mean, she knows it wasn't a problem. But
she just said what?
She just thought I was mouthing off. Like what? No, I wasn't trying to be funny. I don't.
She was like, "Hey, man, there ain't no funny jokes."
Yeah, don't play with me. So she never thought that was a reality. She just thought I was being an ass in it, but I was not even remotely close. It was really funky. Hell, it was the opposite hand from what I grabbed her old cheek with. I backhanded that thing.
He didn't know when he was walking.
I went right hand, right cheek. It's my left hand that smelled.
That was how you said goodbye?
Yeah, as I was saying goodbye.
As you're saying goodbye.
Combination. I wanted to hear it, see it, and feel it.
And then you smelt it.
Mm-hmm.
The
fish oil in my hand.
Yeah, not. 713-572-4610. Last night, the Rockets, with a tough one with the Spurs, just an awful second half, 37 points total the third and fourth quarter. They struggled big time. And I threw this out to you, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. Did you feel last night was an issue in that second half offensively due to the players or a player? Or did you see this more of a coaching situation? 713-572-4610. Clint, I think obviously to get it out of the way, everything it was a part of it. But to me, it just, when you watch the game and then you look at the box score, when you watch the game and it starts to match the box score, and you're like, the first thing that jumps out watching the game and the box score was, why is Amin Thompson taking so many shots? And then when you look at the box score, why does he lead the team in shot attempts? Why does he have 23 and Kevin Durant has 17? Right, he did. He had 25 points last night.
I wish you wouldn't even told me that, Ron, because I came in hot on Amin today anyway, and I didn't realize that was the case.
Yeah. And Şengün was 7 of 20, but he still shot the ball. Those guys, and this happens generally for the Rockets anyway, but those guys in a tightly contested game, those guys usually will lead the team in at least attempts, right? Those are the ones you want to shoot the ball the most, unless somebody just goes nuts and goes off. But most of the time, that's the game plan. That's what you want, and that was the first thing that jumped out. And for me, it was just, yes, there was an adjustment made by the Spurs and how they played Amin Thompson, who was really getting off early in the game in the first half, and what they did with Wemby. But then there was never a counter for Udoka and the Rockets and how they were going to play what they were doing. And just ultimately, like a game like that, Kevin Durant can't shoot 17 shots. And I put that as much on the coaching staff not getting him enough shots. I mean, he had 24 points on his 17. He had one less point than Amin Thompson did last night, and Amin shot the ball 6 more times than he did. Right? You got to get him more shots. And much like we talk about football sometimes, they can't just, all right, we're going to play this one thing and just take everybody out offensively and end with maybe the worst thing we can do as an offense be the shots that we take more times than not. So I just thought Udoka really had an issue last night. And that coaching staff adjusting to what the Spurs were doing to him in the second half.
Well, I'm with you. Two things can be true. I mean, Look, clearly, there is a thought of like if you're just repetitively in the second half. Now, I'll be transparent. I turned the game on in the third quarter, so I didn't see the good first half. When I turned it on, it was coming unraveled, and clearly. They were sagging off of Amin Thompson. He was scared to take shots, and it was tough to navigate offensively because of that element right there. Now, is there part of it that says Ime Udoka should have had an answer? Absolutely. Should there a change be made? Yes. I don't know what that change is, but he gets paid handsomely to do it. Yeah, that's true. But I'm gonna tell you, I got 1 point to make, and I got a question for you. One, I've asked you, I've asked B. Scott, I've asked around. I'm through asking on Amin Thompson. I'm through. I'm trusting my eyes on this. Amin Thompson handles the basketball way too often at half court.
Initiating
initiating, facilitating. Yes, I mean it is an absolute crapshoot unless there's an open lane and somebody gets caught slipping and he can get by and get to the bucket. It is. I'm talking about when he's got the ball in his hands and he's initiating. It is blatantly obvious. I mean, there's no threat to the basket whatsoever when he's trying to get the ball to Durant. I mean, it is like it's full steam ahead, downhill to the bucket, dribbling it off shins, running into traffic, and now if there's an open lane, it's nasty. It's athletic. It's nasty. All right, well, I'm going to try to get this ball to Kevin Durant where we just turn our back to the goal. I mean, it's just not – to me, it's not They're not going to win games with him handling the ball as much. I don't care what he ends up scoring at the end of the night. That part of his game and that part of the Rockets game, I can't. It's hard for me to watch. Now, I'm not suggesting you take him off the floor. I mean, obviously, he's a critical part of what you do on the defensive end. Obviously, there's some when the ball's not in his hand, him cutting to the basket and getting to the right. I mean, that's all beautiful, a beautiful part of it. But handling the ball and being a facilitator, they got to minimize that. They got as much as they possibly can. That's my point that I want to make. That's two Spurs games though, Ron, that I've watched. We won one, we lost one. But that old thick fella, not the alien you keep talking about that plays for the Spurs, but the thick one that guard that D's
Castle?
up. No, not him. I want to say it's a Johnson or Williams. It's a common name like that.
Yeah, Johnson.
Hey man, that guy cannot make it that difficult for Durant to get the basketball. I bet you. Now Castle worked on it a little bit too, but that guy he did in the first game too. Now on the offensive end of the floor, when I was needing about 6 points for that over, I was hitting. He did it in that game too. But to your point, I think Kevin was kind of deferring and going back and playing some defense. Hey man, that guy is Kevin Durant to a point age-wise where he can't get away from those guys to get the ball, or is that a scheme issue with Ime Udoka?
I just think they became very stagnant. I think there was not enough movement. I don't think it just when they made that adjustment of switching Wemby based, I think some off of foul trouble and just some off of let's switch this up and let him become the help defender. I think the Rocks should have been more movement. There should have been more movement with Amen Thompson. There should have been more movement with everybody else instead of just trying to get Kevin the ball on ice. So he should have been coming around screens. He should have been coming off. It shouldn't have been just kind of the stand ISO ball thing. I don't think as sets and a game plan offensively in that second half there wasn't enough movement in the
movement.
game.
They just watching Durant. I'm like, man,
because he was able to physically. He's a bigger dude and physically deny. But the way they were trying to get him the ball and what the Spurs were doing, because even if they got him the ball, like there was easy help. Right there, all over the place, the way they were playing it. That's why, to me, I thought overall, like there had to be an adjustment of what they were doing. Had to be an adjustment to get KD the ball better and get him in better spots.
I understand, like it's easy to see the dynamic of their sagging off Amen Thompson. Amen's not even looking to shoot it, and so.
But it affects everybody. It affects everything.
Right. But the how difficult it is. And was for literally, I want to say damn near the entire time I was watching, majority of the third and all of Johnson was making Durant's life hell before he ever touched the basketball. I'm like, man, if it's that difficult,
and he did a good job being physical with him and denying the ball.
No question. But if it's that difficult, now again to your point, that obviously scheme has a.
But at some point, it's got to be just we got to stop. Just here, I'm going to try to physically get him and get it at the high post or get it over there on the wing. At some point, we gotta move
something. I'm watching. I'm going. Give me something different than that. Clearly, this guy's stuck to Kevin. I mean, like Velcro, man. You got to give me something. It's clear that he's going to push Kevin around. Hell, he's twice as. He's twice as wide as him.
Yeah. Listen for that point to me. I think it all. I just thought the second half. I don't know what happened in that game. That the adjustments just weren't there, and I think it affected everything around there. And then to me with the Amen Thompson, I don't know, man. I think he's I wish you'd have saw the first half. I wish you saw some other spots. He is still growing and had some issues. I don't think he was put in the best position possible to do what he does best in that game in the second half. And him hanging out, there was not even him slashing, cutting, none of that. There was just like using him as the floor spacer to shoot jump shots. And I didn't like that. Overall, though, this kid has been one of their best players all season long thus far. Just their last game, he had 14, 15 assists in that game and got a lot of people involved. So he has his moments. He's 22 and he'll have some issues at time. But to me, it was much more from a coaching perspective, not putting those guys not just him, but they're putting those guys in the best position possible for them to succeed last night. All right, coming up, the biggest thing that the Texans need to change on their offense. The biggest thing they need to change, we'll tell you what that is. That's coming up next.
The NBA rumor mill is churning. What do Rockets fans think of a potential Giannis to Houston deal?
Losing Tari Eason and Alperen Sengun.
Use as directed.
Orange Theory Fitness. Book your first workout class for free at orangetheory.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
right, welcome back into the drive here on a Thursday. Just said, man, next week we will be in San Francisco bringing you all the sights and sounds from the Super Bowl. And make sure all you guys follow us on all our social media platforms. You follow along with us. Should be videos, should be all kinds of content for you to be able to take on to see some of your favorites out there having a good time. Should be a lot of fun guests next week, so it'll be a good time.
Trivia time.
Oh, hell yeah.
I'm excited about that.
I'm going to see if I can find somebody find Stephon Diggs. They ain't practicing the entire time.
Oh, y'all need to get Paige again. I love some Paige.
I know.
I don't know if Paige is on the list, Bob.
Well, make her. I'm not going to be there to get her for you.
You're right. It's still just Thursday. You know, there could be.
I'd imagine on that Radio Row, she's probably pretty.
I was
pretty busy.
Yeah, I was prepared to get knocked out cold last year.
You were with the female boxers.
Yeah,
the female UFC.
She thought about smacking me. She was going to, and then her handler. Hold on here.
Lawsuits and stuff.
I've watched some of those slap videos. I think she's been pretty successful. I think she probably would have succeeded.
Yeah, you may have got KO'd.
It would have been a hell of a moment.
I mean, I damn sure wasn't going to take a punch from her.
I didn't want to take a punch. I just want to take one of the slaps.
Open hand slap?
The open, because she competed in that too.
That's right. Well, you got a good memory. I don't remember that.
Yeah.
To be honest, I don't think I could pick her out of a lineup.
I remember standing up. I was ready to take it.
Could you pick her out of a lineup right now?
No, I can't do that. It's all right, but it'll be a good time. We'll have some fun down there. All right, Clint, let the people know, because, I mean, a lot of people look at this and it could be, hey, maybe interior lineman, a guard, a center, maybe the big thing. Some people think quarterback. I think that's aggressive, but a running back. I know you've talked about that, a receiver. Some people think maybe a new play caller, whatever. There are a lot of things that I think a lot of Texans fans or people who look at this team and think this offense will need that they don't have this year. They will need to improve that they don't have this year. But you let the people know your opinion. Where are you at? What do you think the Texans, this offense, need? What's their biggest thing that they need that they don't have right now?
Well, I'm going to assume folks agree with me, so they're probably going to find this as refreshing. To be honest with you, I mean, we can talk about another tight end and a number 2 receiver, and obviously the interior offensive line and bringing guys in the running back room. I think is as important as anywhere to upgrade and to bring in a starter ultimately. You know, we can talk about all those different positions, but I just, to be completely honest with you, it is 100% absolutely paramount that they bring in an alpha leader. It is absolutely 100% paramount that they bring in a guy that, when things aren't going good, can legitimately call up the offensive line and encourage them in an alpha way to get their stuff together and figure it out. To call up the offense. If the offense is having a hard time moving the football and it just doesn't, they're not communicating, there's penalties going on, call them up and get everybody's mind right before the game's over. You know, before we hear that it's about execution, mechanics, and techniques and all that kind of crap, before we hear about that, somebody that can put their foot down and hold guys accountable. And I'm talking about players. I'm talking about position groups. I'm talking about the offensive huddle. I'm talking about Nick Caley, the play caller. I'm talking about D'Amico Ryans when he's making decisions like punting on 4th down with 4 minutes to go in a game when you're down by 12 and you got one timeout. You know, those kind of things. Like somebody that'll stand up and within their own personality, genuinely, sincerely, authentically can be like, hey, man, we got to get this right. I just watched a video of Steph Diggs talking to the group in New England. The next video was Steph Diggs calling the Texans offense up on the sideline the day that they got embarrassed by the Vikings. Now, I don't know at what point in the game that took place, but that kind of guy, Ron, that kind of guy, I don't care if he's a guard. I don't care if he's a center. I don't care if it's Joe Mixon who returns and he's a running back. I don't care if it's some 1B tight end. I don't care if it's the guy that is this year's Christian Kirk. I don't care where he comes from, how you find him, but there's too much collaboration.
I was going to say, why is this so important to you?
Because this whole shtick vibe that they've got on the offensive side of the football is I think a bigger problem than any position, one player skill or talent level on this team. I think the biggest problem beyond the stuff that we just talked about with C.J. Stroud, I think overall as a unit, the biggest problem is you got a bunch of good guys. You got a bunch of nice guys. You got a bunch of guys that want to pray for everybody and be everybody's friend, or you got a bunch of guys that are wholeheartedly bought into, well, I'm going to do my job. Like Nick Casario's asked since he got here, just do your job. Don't do anything else, anything more. I think we're at a point with this offense where all of those boxes have been checked ad nauseum. To be honest with you, I think it's detrimental to this team. Like you don't have a guy over there that just because he exists and operates and executes Joe Mixon's a perfect example. We don't need to go by anybody. We can start talking about all these other guys that were the best leaders ever in the game, but we don't need to go. We saw it firsthand as Texans fans last year with Joe Mixon. Because of the way Joe Mixon plays the game, because of the way he carries himself, because of his real, genuine personality, really authentic, who he is, he demands guys bring their game to another level. Right? I don't know how often he had to get in anybody's ass, but I know if he ain't getting the carries that he feels like he needs to, and this offense is sputtering, he'll definitely say something. What the hell's going on? Like that has to happen and has to be part of what they change from this season to next season with this offense. And I'm not joking. I think what I said about C.J. Stroud and him wholeheartedly buying into what Nick Caley wants to do offensively, I think that's number one. Like becoming that guy, not being C.J. Stroud. Becoming that guy is number one priority. Number two is they got to get some dogs on this offense. They got to get some dudes that are the caliber player, the level, the caliber player that demands the kind of respect and authority and cachet, if you will, to where they can speak up almost in the way that the coach would speak up. And I'll be honest with you, I don't think there's anybody – we can include the coaches in this conversation. I think this collaborative effort that they got going on offense where there's too many chefs in the kitchen. Too many cooks in the kitchen, man. I mean, Nick Caley couldn't create an identity if he wanted to because he's got to clear it with four different guys that are consultants in that damn room over there. So I'll include everything on the offensive side of it. There has to be a level of alpha, a level of cachet, a level of demanding a certain level of play and not accepting anything less than.
If they were to, in 713-572-4610, I see people jumping in on that. Just say that they don't have any alphas on the team. I think that's what he is saying.
On the offensive side of the football, that is exactly what I'm saying.
If they were to add that piece, those type pieces, would that make you get to a point where you felt like, okay, maybe this team can get to the level they want to get to with CJ as a quarterback?
I think it would drastically improve the opportunity chance. Yes. I think if they had somebody in this locker room right now, I think if they had somebody in a team meeting, offensive meeting setting right now that could stand up and say, hey, guys, we won 12 games. We went to the second round of the playoffs, and we can all sit here and understand that we should probably still be playing and could still be playing very easily. But let's be honest. The fact that our head coach and the offensive coordinator and the general manager, The fact that they go up there time after time after time, week after week after week, and their message to the media is our execution ain't good enough, our technique and mechanics aren't good enough. That is embarrassing. Like that should be preached to this group every day that they step into that facility over there by somebody. Is you should be embarrassed that the crutch that this coaching staff and this organization is leaning on from an offensive perspective is y'all's ass can't execute what we're doing. Y'all's ass ain't good enough with techniques and mechanics to execute what we're doing consistently. You should be embarrassed. But I don't believe that there's a coach. I don't believe there's a player that is willing to stand up and say those kind of things.
Yeah, there was some. Yeah, it was training camp was a little bit like. It was a little. I don't even want to say concerning, but odd that at some point, it did look like, man, this defense is just, hell, that makes me come back and think like I kind of appreciate Dalton Schultz going at it with
absolutely
with Derek Stingley,
yeah.
But that was a couple of years ago.
2 years ago.
Yeah. It was a little interesting that you didn't hear a little bit more of like, damn, man, we are just getting our asses kicked
every day. It's to the point too, Ron, where I feel like you'll appreciate this. I feel like I owe Laramie Tunsil an apology.
We stumbled on that late.
Well, I mean, I just like the point that I'm making. Like I chalked up in the past to Laramie Tunsil, and I think we were accurate. I think I was accurate in that Laramie Tunsil ain't worried about the offensive line as a whole. He ain't worried about C.J. Stroud being the most sacked or pressured quarterback in the league. He's not. He's worried about getting his money and being known as one of the best left tackles in the league. So I firmly stand behind we need to get out of the Laramie Tunsil business, and that they ultimately did. I stand behind that, but I felt like a big reason why there wasn't enough of what I originally was talking about of just take charge is because you've got the highest paid left tackle in the game that's walking around like a diva, and he ain't required to do it. So who's going to step on that guy's toes, right? So you get him out of the building. Now maybe there's an opportunity for somebody else to step up and be this get right guy on the team, and we still haven't. I personally haven't seen it. I've watched this team more than I like to admit, to be honest with you. And I just don't. Like Laramie Tunsil should have been the most disappointed, the most aggravated, the most frustrated, outwardly frustrated offensive lineman in the league last year after C.J. Stroud, after what went on with C.J. Stroud. My man's all smiles, baby.
We said it, but you said that's kind of still continuing even though he's not here.
I can't put it all on Laramie. I mean, I can't put it on Laramie at this point. I mean, it is show up, do your job, go home. Don't show no emotions, and it's that way with everybody. I just don't know how you improve and stay consistent over a full season on that side of the ball unless you have somebody.
You would think like the way D'Amico kind of runs his defense and things that would be maybe potentially something he looks at as a priority in the offseason.
It's another one of those. It's shocking, right? You look up the defensive side of the football. I believe Kamari Lassiter is already one of those guys.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it didn't take. I mean, I think he was that guy by the end of year one, but damn sure year two. I mean, Will Anderson, obviously. Azeez Al-Shaair, obviously. I mean, I think Jalen Petrie, obviously. I mean, I think you get 3 or 4 deep, 5 deep on that defense of guys like, hey, you speak, I'm listening. Offensively, find me one. I mean, it's you gotta find some of that on the offensive side of the football if you're D'Amico.
All right, coming up, a little 5 o'clock fire as we continue right here live on the Drive.
The best sports talk around, anytime, anywhere. Hear your favorite Sportios 10 hosts wherever you go. Live. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Flip, all these burgers.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show, T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, have the latest. And the latest is we talked about some movement on the Texans coaching staff yesterday, maybe more. And then that was taken right out of underneath them. But the reports that Texans quarterback coach Gerard Johnson is among the candidates who received a second in-person interview with the Philadelphia Eagles for their offensive coordinator position. He was in the building today. Then moments later, a report came out that the Eagles are planning to hire Packers quarterback coach Sean Mannion as the offensive coordinator. Mannion interviewed twice for the Eagles.
Made me think of them little yellow things.
They tried to hire a minion?
Mannion, excuse me.
Banana?
Mannion interviewed twice for the Eagles OC job and is now moving on from Green Bay. We talked about it in the break. I feel like Sean Mannion was just playing.
Played under McVay.
Davis Webb, just played.
2 years ago, 2023, he was playing. Played for McVay, played for Kevin O'Connell in Minnesota, and coached under Mike LaFleur in Green Bay. And so you know what system he's running.
Yep.
We'll see. A former quarterback out of Oregon State. Big, tall drink of water, if I remember correctly. Big, tall, meaty fella, too. There wasn't no sticks and bones now. What was it? Wasn't no
Skin and Bones.
Skin and Bones. Damn it, good call, Tyler. Sticks and Bones. That was kind of weird.
I like that.
But
I got that one a lot growing up.
Yeah,
Sticks and Bones.
Sticks and Bones or Skin and Bones?
Skin and Bones.
There you go. But yeah, he's a big tall cat and could sling it now, but just wasn't quite cut out at the NFL level to be anything more than the backup. Played in some really good systems, coached in a good system. Should know it like the back of his hand. I mean, I would say he's been in this system, 6 years?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure he got 4 years in, maybe even more than that. But yeah, he's been in this system for 6 years.
He was with the Rams for a while.
Yeah. So there you have it, man. I don't know about the fit for Jalen.
I was going to say it's interesting because Clint, it seems like everybody runs. So many teams are running this system, but I don't think the Eagles have yet. Right? He's had Doug Peterson, Shane Steichen, and that's kind of from that Indy Frank Wright. That's where Sirianni came from. Then they had Johnson was kind of in the same thing, and then they go with Kellen Moore, and Kellen Moore is not coming out of that tree. That's a different offense, and then they just kind of promoted from within with Kevin Petula, and now they are getting this offense. And I know we had talked about there were coaches that made sense. That because they've worked with running quarterbacks like Dable and things of that nature. I do wonder how he plays in this McVay-Shanahan system. This is the system, right? This is basically coming from the same thing that CJ ran year one, that we've seen around the league, that we see in Minnesota, we see in L.A., we see all over the league. I wonder how that is a fit for Jalen Hurts and that crew there.
Yeah, it'll be interesting because it is one of those, where there's some intricate throws in the system. But the one thing about that system is I do believe that it has the ability to lean into a mobile quarterback. I think it leans into establishing a run, being physical.
It comes from the West Coast system, right?
Yeah. Well,
Steve Young.
The best version of this, I think, of this offense is the two on the West Coast. Obviously, the Rams with McVay and the 49ers with Shanahan. One of them's a little bit more quarterback-centric, passing the football. Yeah. A little bit more out of a spread type scenario, more receiver oriented, and then you look at San Francisco and it's more run the football, establish the run, O-line heavy, uses a tight end and a fullback. So they've got the ability to do several different things. But what's interesting about this system is you look back, Ron, and you look like I think the Warner people around here will remember that I think is Shanahan-like when all these powers that be now were in Washington, and they incorporated
RG3.
some of the quarterback run stuff with RG3. Now he obviously got injured, and wasn't able to. It obviously killed his career with the injury, but. You look at that and you go, well, Jalen Hurts is built a little different to take that kind of pounding, and now knock on wood, anybody can get injured. Knock on wood, hopefully he doesn't. But you look at that and kind of the San Francisco approach to things from a physicality standpoint, and with McCaffrey obviously, and now you've got the running back with Philly. What's my mind just went blank? Saquon Barkley. I would think that it's a little bit more probably San Francisco-like in this system, I think Minnesota and I think when you look at it, I think Minnesota, Green Bay, L.A. are similar, same systems, but they're similar. And then you look at the Shanahan part of it. I think the Philly will probably lean into that 49er way of approaching this offense.
Yeah. We'll see how this works with Jalen. I wonder that they are very Howie Roseman run.
Yeah.
GM run. I wonder how much he had to do with it, right? And like Gerard had to do this too, I would imagine, and Sean did, and all the candidates selling like how you're going to use Jalen Hurts.
I would think so, but look at Gerard too. Spent obviously 2 years with Bobby Slowick here. Before that, he was with Kevin O'Connell in Minnesota. Spent some time with Shane Steichen. Obviously in Indianapolis.
And under the tutelage of Nick Caley.
Yeah, well, I forgot about that. Yeah, there's some of that in there. So Gerard obviously has some of that in his background, that offense in his background as well.
Yeah. Well, it looks like, I don't know, maybe there are other opportunities. I know maybe there's some other OC jobs around. We know the Raiders and the Cardinals haven't filled their gigs yet. And maybe there's some opportunities there. But it looks like, barring something different, that Gerard Johnson may return back here with the Texans as the QB coach. And he has been the QB coach here since CJ is been here. Again, hopefully he gets his shot and he gets his opportunity somewhere, but the way that it is kind of moving around, it looks like his option may be here with the Texans. So
yeah.
We wondered if there may be a change there at that spot. If this continues, it doesn't seem like Gerard is going to be let go.
Well,
right?
I do wonder if there is Gerard's young enough in the game where, and I think the way these dudes operate here, D'Amico and Nick Caserio, if there is an opportunity for a guy to go somewhere else, whether it's for OC or quarterback coach, let's say Gerard Johnson wants to. I know he probably doesn't, given the thought of how Bobby Slowick left here. But if he had a special relationship with Bobby Slowick and wanted to get back in that system, would D'Amico and Nick let him leave to make a parallel move and be a quarterback coach somewhere? And would Gerard Johnson look? He's from here. His family's here. Obviously, it'd be a tough move. But from a career standpoint, I could see where guys would be like, nah, let me go get back in my system where, you see all these coaches. Ain't nobody hiring New England coaches from other than Nick Caserio here. Nobody hiring stuff. So, you look, everybody's hiring that system. So if you're Gerard, it could be a career move to go, be in a system that's hot and folks are moving up.
Yeah, I do. Because he's a – if they have another year where the offense seems to be, I don't know. I think around the league, many people will feel like the Texans' offense has underachieved the last couple of years. And if he's a part of another year that's anywhere like that, I hope that doesn't hurt his opportunity to move up, because he's perceived to be with the, usually offenses that are like, nobody's knocking down the door of the people who was, running an offense that's been just average, right?
Look, here's the deal. To me, and we're talking about Gerard Johnson, the quarterback coach for the Texans. I just believe that Gerard's too young and has too bright of a future to be in a situation that isn't ideal for him, right? Other than where you live with your family, I get that. But, look, we've already fired one offensive coordinator. That was the system that you had come up in with O'Connell. At least you came from with O'Connell, so there were some similarities there schematically. And you fire that guy and move on, and there's some kind of conflict in the building among the staff, obviously, and then now you've got this year, and you've got another situation where it seems like there's a lot of cooks in the kitchen making decisions. I don't know. I don't talk to Gerard or anything like that. So I'm just. It wouldn't surprise me if Gerard didn't say, "Hey, man, I need to just professionally need to be in a different environment, in a different system."
Go see if he can get in there and grab that quarterback job with
slow it. You think him and Bobby still talk?
No, I'm thinking about in Green Bay.
Pissed everybody off.
You can slip into that job that Sean just gave up in Green Bay.
That'd be a good one with Jordan Love and that offensive mind.
Yep.
We have a liftoff.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, the Raiders, they plan to interview Seattle offensive coordinator Clint Kubiak over the weekend and then make a decision on their head coach. Per sources, as one candidate predicted, it's probably Clint's job to lose. And he is the OC in Seattle, and he is a hot name. And Clint, one would just say, all right, it's the Raiders. The hell with this. I think Clint Kubiak, he has a chance to be the Ben Johnson. He is a hot commodity. And I think he may be, because there's a thought he could just stay in Seattle. That's been talked about too. He's a hot commodity and probably has a chance, unlike other guys, to be picky on jobs. And I just wonder, is the Raiders a job where you're like, that's one I want to get to. I know they got weird Lloyd Christmas haircut as their owner and Mark Davis, but Tom Brady is obviously prevalent in there. You have the number 1 overall pick in the draft. That's always a good asset. There's a quarterback there in Mendoza. Is that one that is attractive to you if you're Clint Kubiak to say, all right, I'm going to end my time in Seattle, and this is the first one I want to take?
I think there's a real possibility because I think it's the beauty of what's going on with the Raiders. I think it's the beauty. I'm not covering them close. I could be off base here a bit. But the beauty of it is, you mentioned the number 1 overall pick. You had the number 1 running back last year. You've got 2 tight ends that are really good right now. You've got a defensive end that you can build around that is literally I believe he is the identity that you want. And so things, it's a rebuild, yes, but you're not starting from ground zero. Like around here, I mean, Nick Caserio tore this thing. They stumbled upon Nico Collins, right? They kept Titus Howard around, right? They stumbled upon a couple of guys out there that are still around, but the reality of it was this was a completely clean house and get anybody that's got a contract the hell up out of here. I don't know that is the case.
Yeah.
With the Raiders.
Bowers, they've got some pieces.
You got a couple of tight ends. You got a running back that was the best in the league last year. You'll have a quarterback that you're drafting. You got Big Boy that's a defensive end
who you could either keep or trade.
You could move him if you wanted to and get 3 first-rounders probably.
At
least two, maybe 3. But the point is even if you do that, you're still not starting over 3 years. Let's get this thing right and then go find our quarterback. 3 years. Let's get this thing right and then go find our play caller or our defensive mind. I think it's a situation where you've got some pieces in place where you don't have to start completely over.
It's a tough one because it's like Vegas. The owner is a wild card. You don't know what you're getting there.
Yeah,
it's a big deal.
As much of a wild card as he is, Brady's, but the ace in the hole.
Yeah, but the Raiders have weird money stuff that pop up, right? And
it is Vegas.
And Vegas, but even before it, right?
I got some weird money stuff pops up when I go out there.
And too. I could see Clint probably saying to himself, Mendoza, what I've just done with Sam Darnold. Can I do that with him and grow a young player like that? So I could see it, and it's also, boy, you over there with Andy and Mahomes, Harbaugh, and
you could get
Harbaugh and
you could go to Vegas. You could bring in
Sean Payton and Bo Nix, Harbaugh, and Justin Herbert.
You can bring in Mac Jones. Yeah, he's gonna be the hot. He's gonna be the hot one out there, right? I mean, obviously Daniel Jones is the hottest one, but surely they're gonna keep him. Mac's got to be the next guy that everybody thinks is gonna be a Sam Darnold.
You talking about to come in and not just start with Mendoza?
Yeah, if you did, if you wanted to move that first round pick, you didn't like Mendoza. There are a couple of different high level free agent guys that you could bring in. Mack being one of them, Dan Jones is one of them, which obviously his injuries puts a problem there. But he is going. I think I saw a rank where they had the number 4 rated free agent this year. So you got some play there. I don't know.
There's a couple of spots. I could see him. There's a couple of spots in the league, Clint, where you're like, I can see that being on the hot seat and it being a pretty interesting gig. Like around the league, if he waited a year, there's a couple of spots where you're like,
oh, Clint.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Like Washington is one that immediately comes to mind. If Dan Quinn doesn't perform this year with everything they've done. Like that could be a job with Daniels, available. I think Todd in Tampa, Todd Bowles. That could be one that opens up if you're not comfortable with the Raiders, right? So Cincinnati. That could be one that opens up if Zach Taylor and company doesn't get that better. So there's some options there for
Brady trade. What Brady trades for Joe Burrow?
What Brady trade for? He might. Not with the one pick, would he? I don't think so.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, this one, NBA superstar Steph Curry. He is apparently going to sign a 10-year, Tyler, $890 million deal with Nike, one of the largest athlete endorsement contracts in history. I don't remember. I thought he had a hell of a deal with Under Armour. Hell, I thought he was keeping them afloat.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
He had a hell of a deal. I know he left them, but I'm trying to think. He got $890. I mean, the amount of money that he is going to make from shoes, let alone that deal. But this deal includes signature shoes, apparel, global marketing rights, and it cements Curry as both a basketball legend and cultural icon. He is joining LeBron, Kevin Durant, and Ronaldo as Nike's centerpieces. $890 million. Like it's interesting. He's 37, and they're signing him to a 10-year deal.
Not a big. Well, obviously, I mean that becomes the icon deal.
The icon, yeah, but it's like, what he got? About 3 signature shoes that he's gonna have while playing.
It'll be almost Clint's age whenever that expires.
Easy.
Damn, $890.
I like this marriage.
Oh, I do too.
I low key really like.
How much did he make from?
I really like Steph Curry's gear.
Woo! Love that money.
I'm not an Under Armour guy.
I wonder if it have to change. I wonder if it have to change.
He could have made me an Under Armour guy real easy. I considered it multiple times.
He had those nurse shoes that one time though. Those all white ones that looked like those nurse shoes. They looked they were Under Armours. They made fun of me big time for them. They looked when they got color on them, they looked better.
Now he's got I believe he got the rights to the logo, didn't he? So he can take the logo wherever he wants. I think I read that. Could be wrong.
Turds just keep getting richer.
You couple that right there with Nike, it's gonna be nasty. I will have me some. I'll have me some stuff.
The swoosh is powerful, man. No doubt about it.
It's gonna be nasty, man. They don't.
He made 300
with
Under Armour.
I'm gonna tell you, I considered going back and getting some Kobe's the other day.
Because I want to make money, man.
Adidas or the Nike?
The Nike. Kobe was Adidas.
Oh, that's what he started with. You remember the silver? You remember them? Oh, them was clean.
No, it was straight
they
Nike,
almost looked
and
boxy.
I'd go with them plain ones, man. I got the black ones with the white swoosh on it. I made them on Nike ID back in the day. The white ones, they're white, almost look scaly, with just like a black part of the sole and a black check. Man, them things clean, man. I'm almost Instagram almost got me a couple days ago.
Them Kobe's when he went to that Adidas joint. Had them silver ones.
I remember them.
Yeah, them wasn't bad. All right, coming up. As we continue T-Mill's best bets, make you a little cash. Stay tuned. He had a rough night, but not an offer. Made a little cash, a little bit. We'll see if he can win you some money and much more coming up next.
I'm going to tell you, going with a traditional agent if you're looking to sell.
Planet Fitness, celebrity guests and station shenanigans every day. It's a radio experience unlike any other. Right here on Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
T-Mill's Best Bets coming up here in just a bit. Stay tuned for that as he will hold it down and help you win some cash. I've been going back and forth with some folks on the text line and YouTube and Twitch, and I'm with it. I've had some discussions with some Rockets fans, some with me, some not. As we see the trade deadline approaching, there's not many opportunities that teams have a chance as contenders or, should consider themselves contenders to win a championship, that we get to a trade deadline and one of the top three players in the league are available. Now, sometimes you don't even know it. The Luka situation last year, you don't even know that person's available, and it just happens because weird stuff happened. But everybody understands that Giannis is probably going to get moved from Milwaukee. I personally don't believe he has a serious calf injury. I think he's just playing his last game for the Milwaukee Bucks. And he's 31 years old. He is still one of the best players. He is bored with no help, averaging 28 and 10-plus rebounds and almost six assists a game on over 60% shooting. He is one of the great players, great defender as well. I think the Houston Rockets should do what they can within reason to trade for Giannis. I think it is time. I've watched this team all season. I watched them last night. I just don't look at this team and think that they are on the level, and I don't see them beating Denver, although Denver's got to look at it. They got Jokic out now. They're going to miss Gordon for 4 to 6 weeks, so that's one to watch. But a healthy Denver, San Antonio, to me, has passed them up, and they are ascending and getting better. And obviously OKC, and everybody may be playing second fiddle to OKC by the time it's over when they're serious. I don't think that this team, as constructed, can get any of those teams, and there may be some other teams that they might have some issues with, like Minnesota. So I don't see their chances of winning, and that is with this version of KD. And I don't know that I see that over the next couple of years, because none of those three teams are really going anywhere soon. And I know that a lot of people want to keep this team together, and I get it, man. It is fun. It is fun to potentially see what they've done in OKC, to see what they've done in Boston, where they've drafted these guys and they developed them. But my issue is, and this is where I come from, is I don't see for the future a Jason Tatum, who is a 4 or 5 time All-NBA player, first team MVP caliber player. I don't see that, and I don't see an SGA who won the MVP last year and won a championship. I don't see a lead player in Şengün and Amen Thompson and Jabari Smith. I don't see that for the future. And so to me, I think your best years to win a championship are right now with KD. And I think Giannis also continues to open up that window if he is here, which you would think he would be here for the next 4 or 5 years in his prime. So, to me, this team doesn't have a chance. I think they have a real chance to compete with anybody if Giannis and KD were together. And Şengün would probably the piece that you would have to really give up, the big piece. And, some other pieces like Tari Eason, maybe Shepherd, you'd have to give up as well with those picks. But to me, I think it's time to kind of break this thing up because I just don't think this crew is going to win a championship. And for those asking why Giannis, what does Giannis bring, I think you should maybe just look him up. Do what Kirk Cignetti said. Maybe just Google him or watch what he does.
What has changed, do you think, with the Rockets? I mean, obviously, I agree with you, but just in general, what because at one time, as constructed right now, even after the Van Vliet season-ending injury, It was still thought, hey, man, this is a team that can contend. What has changed or what has not come to fruition for you?
Well, listen, I think a couple of things have changed. One, the teams around them have I think gotten better than I thought compared to the Rockets. Like I thought coming in, OKC was a better team, but I thought, boy, maybe you get KD and this group grows and you can potentially catch them. I thought you were probably on the same level as Denver coming into it, and I thought maybe you were a year, maybe 2 years away from San Antonio jumping in. I think all three of those teams have really gone up and gotten, or at least created some distance between the Rockets and those teams. And now when you look at it and you're like, to me, and we did this yesterday, I think they're maybe getting a better version of Kevin Durant than I expected them to get. And they're getting that version with Kevin Durant, and we're watching it. And man, you could look at it, I think they're like 2-8 or 2-9 against these top quality teams. And they're just a step behind them. They're just a step behind them, and I don't think it's a point guard that solves it, unless it's a great point guard, like a really good point guard in the league. I don't think that solves it. When you just go out, when you watch them, you can tell like they're not beating those teams in a 7-game series, at least for me. And I think their best chances over the next couple of years. And I would make the move to try to get Giannis. All right, let's get to T-Mill's best bets. Make you a little cash tonight. If you need to follow, go to @T-Mill Real Deal. If you don't have the time to check out what he's got to say right here, you need to go back @T-Mill Real Deal. He'll have those posted up there. He kind of stepped back a little bit. 4 for 4 on Tuesday, 1 for 3 last night. Still over 50%. What you got tonight?
Yeah, we're still very much in position to have a successful week. I got 3 more NBA bets for you tonight after going 1 for 3 last night. Lame. Bulls plus 2.5 tonight, taking on the Heat at home in Chicago. Bulls plus 2.5. Next, I got the Pistons-Suns game tonight, over in that one. 214.5 is what I got it at. I like anything up to 218 for the over in that game. And then Old Faithful saved us from going 0 for a couple of times lately. Alperen Şengün, Alpi, but not any assists or rebounds this time. I think Alpi's going to have a scoring night, so I'm on over 20.5 points for Alperen Şengün and the Rockets as they take on the Hawks tonight in Atlanta, and those are your 3 best bets.
Yeah, he had a rough one last night. 7 for 20, and seemed to struggle. But some people struggle against that defense, in particular Victor Lurking. There was one where he got one. He had the ball under the basket, had Victor behind him. You could tell like he's sitting there thinking, how do I get this up?
What do I do?
Like, how do I get this up? And my man he started doing some fakes. I mean, he's inside the cylinder. He started doing some fakes and just threw that piece up. Kicked off the fast break for the Spurs. That dude he changes the game right there. So I like Şengün to bounce back tonight. So I like that.
We checked on that little foot or calf injury that he had last night.
I haven't, but I haven't heard of him being out or anything.
Well, no, I mean he limped around. They pulled him out of the game, and then about 2 minutes later, he was back in there full speed.
Oh, okay.
So he finished full speed, but it was one.
They might back to back. They might.
I didn't know if he just needed a little break from that alien he was up against, or if he was really hurt. But he was back in there going full speed about 5 minutes later. So
Tari Eason's out, and Finney Smith is out. But they have out.
They're running out of bodies. If
they have Şengün as a game time decision, so I think he'll probably go.
Oh yeah, if he goes, great, and if he doesn't go, the bet gets canceled anyway. So.
There you go. So no losing there. All right,
he goes and then limps around for a quarter and it's benching.
I'm gonna be pissed off.
Damn it! damn, like I don't know. I wonder what the over was on points with Bulls Heat. I take the over. Them Heat games, boy, they be up and down. And I was watching the Bulls the other night. They get real streaky and hot from three. I feel like I'd take the over on whatever the hell that is. I bet it's high too.
238.5.
I figured it was.
I think Ron wants to put 100 on it.
No, he does not.
That is a big number.
No.
50?
No, man. I know I just had a repair. I know I did.
AC unit?
Oh, yeah. Nope. Last night, just that dryer, man, that repaired.
You have to replaster a wall?
No, I didn't. But I saw that man take apart that whole thing. I said, yep, couldn't do that. That's past me. So, yeah, man, I had to pay that. So, yeah, I would if I didn't have that come up on me. I would. Bulls plus 2.5 versus Miami. Pistons and the Suns taking the over 214 in the hook. I'm getting the lingo now, man.
That was smooth, too.
Smooth.
Hell yeah.
Damn, man.
Hell yeah.
And then Şengün over with points 20.5. So go ahead at T-Mill Real Deal.
You had it. Why'd you switch it? You didn't feel good about it right there?
I did. I just wanted to switch it up, man. I didn't want to overset this thing. All right. As we continue, think about this on the other side. Is this next year, before we even get it, next year, you know most of the parts on this team. Next year, is it AFC Championship game or bust for the Texans for you? We'll discuss that next.
All right, located in the heart of Houston, y'all, right off 610 West and Westheimer. You can't miss that Mokaram injury.
Stern presented by BetMGM on Westwood One Sports and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Orange Theory Fitness. Book your first workout class for free at orangetheory.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Oh, boy. We appreciate you joining us. Area 45 coming up behind us. I saw Patrick Creighton rolling behind me. And Sean Bijani should hold it down coming up tonight, 6 to 10, right after we get done. Clint, I think you got a new member to the club. As I've told you, I think there's under 40 people, what I call that white unicorn. And maybe I didn't know what Joe Brady was bringing to the table.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe I did not know what Joe was bringing to the table. I don't even have a sound. They gave me Joe Brady at this press conference. They gave me Joe walking up. The haircut start for starters. Mm-hmm. I mean, the haircut, we got it. We're clear. We're in.
That's what the whites used to do.
We're in Paul Wall territory. We're in Mike Miller territory. I'm talking about Mike Miller at Florida.
Yeah.
Like we're here. I said, oh, okay, because it looked like B went and cut that hair. And then I seen the suit. Looked like he went to Men of Fashion, Harold Penner, somewhere. I wanted to see. If he'd have had Gators on, I would have believed it. And then the handshake he forced Brandon Beane into coming up the steps. Mm-hmm. It was a high one that turned into a hug.
Okay.
And I could just see I couldn't hear, this is muted, but I could just feel it just had Blake Snell sound written all over it. I think he's added to the club. I did not know, and then I had to do some research. And I said, well, where in the hell is Joe Brady from?
Not whites look the same.
I mean, where is he from? Because he has tricked me. And I said,
that guy right there?
Yes, that guy right there. And I said, and I said to myself, oh, what's Pembroke Pines, Florida about? I've heard of Everglades High School in Broward County. I've heard of Everglades High School. And now, because that is he got to whatever he did at William and Mary. He got to some action before that. This really makes sense. Okay, this really makes sense. Wow, my man, he is the white unicorn. I believe Clint's in that camp. The white unicorn. If you are not familiar, the white unicorn is the white guy that has the ability to flip, which I believe is the most difficult flip. To flip the white girl who has predominantly dated black guys, flip her to the white guy.
Switch
I think
spots.
that is to flip her. Like those are hard to flip. Now you can get, the black girl who has dated black and white. You can pull that. That's you can see that one. Right? You can see Robert De Niro. He's got that. You can see that. There's a lot of flips. Right? That one where the white girl who has only dated black guys, and you got to have a certain level of swag to make up for that, to even get into the door. Joe Brady has that.
You ain't even heard him talk yet. You think he got it?
I can see it. I can see it. I don't even need Tyler to find any Joe Brady audio.
Try to do his voice yourself as what you think he sounds like.
No, I'm not doing that. I can see it.
I wasn't going to let you. I was going to cut your mic if you actually tried.
I can see it. I can feel it. Some people catch you off guard. Who is that coach of the Nuggets? He caught me off guard. Remember him at that at the Nuggets celebration?
George Karl?
No, not George Karl. He just got fired. Brendan, I forgot what his last Malone. He got fired. Remember we sat up here and watched him walk up there with them glasses, look like Paul Wall. No, I'm serious. It's hard. It is hard It is hard. There's some white women right now listening. Maybe you've predominantly dated black guys. That one's a hard flip. I believe Channing Tatum can pull that off.
You think flipping the white girl that's dated black dudes her whole life is more difficult than the black girl that's dated black dudes her whole life?
Yes, easy.
And he said that with his chest.
Easy. Looking for something different.
Huh?
Looking for something different. Yep, we can see it. Seen Olivia Pope from Scandal. Although I don't think that was her first white guy in the show, but you can see it. That one's hard. That one's hard, man. There's a lot that you have to and I believe you're one of the 40. Bill Clinton.
You think there's 40 out there?
Bill Clinton's got this.
That woman.
Bill Clinton.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah,
Bill can.
100%.
You crazy?
Tremendous.
I'm with you on every name you've said so far.
Channing Tatum.
Kevin Federline.
Absolutely. Travis Kelce.
Yep.
He's in there.
Now he's with Swift.
Joe Brady,
the whitest girl ever.
But don't worry, he can flip it. He can flip it any moment. he can pull that off. There is a certain level. Justin Timberlake, easy.
Yep.
Winner.
Automatic.
See that easy.
Slide right in. It's not a problem. Ron, are you saying Joe Brady lives both Americas? I'm just telling you, Joe Brady just is Joe Brady. That's the thing, is they're not even trying. It's just them. And they just got a little.
I can't pull Joe Brady's voice. I can't pull it right now. Be honest with you. I've heard it a ton, but I can't pull it.
I can tell Joe's got a different vernacular when he is getting it, trying to get a win.
Oh yeah, in the locker room in general.
I can tell Joe has got
He talks to the media with a little different vernacular.
Like we just saw Jesse Minter. Jesse Minter does not have that quality. That's not Jesse. That's not Jesse's
be surprised, man.
Jesse could pull the black woman who has dated black guys. She can try it for something different. Yeah. That's the. I can't even get this out. That was gonna be the next step for Sierra. She go from Future. She was going to Russ, and then the next step she was going Joe Flacco, something like that. That was gonna be the next. She was gonna build up to it. But I'm telling you, man,
Flacco, you missed out, man.
Yeah, man.
Russ got you.
There's some Tyler Hero. See, I don't think Tyler Hero's there. I think there's a feel of not authentic with Tyler Hero. I think he can come off as it's not authentic. You're doing a little too much.
Oh, Boss Lady just texted me. Boss Lady Sarah said Benicio del Toro.
Okay. Can he pull that off? I think he's brown, so I don't know if that counts.
Okay, hey, Boss Lady, I know you're being politically correct, but the caveat here is a white guy.
Yeah, got the white guy.
Hey, when you said that last name, I thought,
Yeah. But hey, listen, he was great in one battle after another. He really was. But
oh my God,
I don't think so.
Tell us how you really feel about him, Boss Lady.
Jason Williams, great. White chocolate, great one.
Yeah,
he's a storyteller.
He is entertaining.
Have you right in. Have you pull you right in. Blake Snell, another. Yep, clearly influenced. But Joe Brady. Joe Brady. I saw Joe Brady walk up the damn steps. I said, "Who is that?" I said, "That's been that dude with that hat up there."
that tight face.
I'm telling you, hey, he looked like he come to you. Hey, what's up, baby? Like easy. Like you don't even think that. You don't think that twice about it. Yeah, my man.
Well, I tell you, I know. I don't know about the white women that have dated brothers the whole life, but I tell you what, the Keon Coleman's sure gonna love his ass, ain't he?
Yeah.
He came out real quick. Hey, I stood on the table for Keon Coleman. I love him.
Keon need a couple of minutes from that owner and Brandon B. Hey man, I'm gonna need a couple of minutes.
I mean, isn't that? I mean, how do you do that?
I bet Joe Brady eat chitlins. I bet Joe Brady eat chitlins with hot sauce and everything. I bet
are chitlins big in Florida?
There are no chance. They big. I believe they big in the areas he's hung out in. I don't think Eminem makes the cut. I don't think